Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Han-Yeol immediately scrapped all delusions that he had what it took to be rich. After seeing Taeyarana, he realized that he had to have a bit more experience and work harder to be able to truly say that he had the potential to be rich. In the end, being rich was not all about having a lot of money. It was also a matter of how comfortable their life was, how gutsy one was, and how used to the money one was. Han-Yeol immediately realized that he had none of these right now. I will be sending you some helpers too, Taeyarana said. Helpers? Han-Yeol asked in response. Miriam was the one to answer his question. The mansion will be too big for just you and your father to manage. Also, I do not believe that Han-Yeol Nim has the ability to hire a good helper, and that is why we will be sending you 2 helpers who know how to speak Korean and 5 helpers who do not but are very good at what they do. We will be paying for them, so please do not be burdened by them. That is. Why? Is it not enough? And not at all. Thank you. Good. Don't be burdened by it. Thanks again, Tara. Taeyarana turned her face away after Han-Yeol sincerely thanked her. She did not know how to react as this was her first time being sincerely thanked by someone. In the end, she decided to act indifferent. Don't worry about it. I just didn't want the vice leader of my raid party to live in such a shabby place. Shabby. Anyway, thank you, Tara. Han-Yeol sincerely thanked Taeyarana once again. The gift was a bit burdensome since he got something so expensive that he would have probably thought twice before even buying it with his own money for free. Also, I think you need to study a bit about what being rich is, Han-Yeol. After the helicopter landed at the mansion's helipad, the group walked in to see the interior. Han-Yeol was able to roughly check the layout with his skill, but it was still better to check it with his own 2 eyes just in case there were some damages or repairs needed. Well, I think it looks good, Taeyarana said. I agree, Taeyarana. The interior is quite well done and it does not require a lot of repairs. Not to mention, there are numerous buildings outside so it is not going to feel too crowded. On top of that, there is a swimming pool, tennis court, and other spaces for outdoor activities. It won't be boring living here, Miriam added. Taeyarana and Miriam diligently looked around the house as if they were going to be the ones living in it. Excuse me, ladies? I think this is my house, but why are you guys so much more excited? Han-Yeol asked. That is because you cannot be trusted, Han-Yeol Nim Miriam replied. Hey, aren't you being too mean? Anyway, how much does this house cost? Nov, L, B / JNN. I have no idea, but I don't think this is going to cost much, so I didn't bother looking into how much it is, Taeyarana replied. Oh, really? Yes. Han-Yeol could not help but shake his head in disbelief. He no longer felt like discussing anything related to money with Taeyarana from now on. Oh, I have something I wanted to ask, Han-Yeol said. I will answer your questions, Miriam replied. Taeyarana was not someone who concerned herself with minor details, so answering mundane questions was Miriam's job. There are a lot of mansions in Seoul too, but why do we have to come all the way to the outskirts? I think most chairmen of conglomerates already live in mansions in Seoul. Han-Yeol could not help but question their decision. There were plenty of mansions in Cheongdam-dong or Itaewon, which was currently an up-and-coming hot place, so he did not understand why they would come all the way out here where a helicopter was required. I apologize, but, Miriam hesitated. Yes. Do you call those houses mansions too? Oh, that is, Han-Yeol was rendered speechless at Miriam's response. I had no idea that they would call those small houses as mansions in this country. I think the people of this country have not been exposed to what true wealth is. Oh, I think I learned this while studying Korean. Your ancestors practiced something called Confucianism, so minimalism has been ingrained in you? I did not expect that culture to be still practiced. I guess. Miriam managed to instantly downgrade the 17 billion won mansion of the S-Group chairman into a normal house. Han-Yeol decided to zip his mouth from now on. He felt that he was the one who was going to turn into an oddball in their eyes if he continued talking about money. He grumbled inwardly, today is a very long day. The realtor came huffing and puffing to the mansion 20 minutes after the helicopter had landed, and they smoothly finished all of the complex processes required thanks to him. Han-Yeol felt a bit uneasy by the fact that everything seemed to have been rushed, but he did not really see anything that might be a cause for concern. After all, he did have the experience of buying his own apartment, so he sort of knew how things worked. Right after all of the processes were finished, Taeyarana and Miriam stood up from their seats. We'll get going now. Oh, are you going already? Han-Yeol asked. He could not help but feel disappointed that it was now time for him to say goodbye to the 2 beauties. At the same time, another part of him wanted nothing more than to roll around in bed and sleep due to the amount of stress he had received today. We have no reason to stay anymore. Taeyarana is correct. Well, I guess you're right, Tara. Thank you very much once again. I only acted accordingly and treated you as befitting of our raid party's vice leader. Yeah, I'm thanking you for that. Ahem. Taeyarana seemed to be slightly shy from Han-Yeol's sincere gratitude, but she did not even take a single second to compose herself and straighten her posture. Then, she walked out of the mansion. Miriam bowed toward Han-Yeol before following after her master. Thud. Han-Yeol sat back down on the sofa. The house had not been used for a long time, but the original owner had built it with the intention of using it as his vacation house. Thanks to that, most of the furniture in the mansion was high-end, and they were in tip-top condition due to someone having consistently taken care of them. From where he sat on the sofa, Han-Yeol looked around his new home. He asked himself in disbelief, is this really my house? Everything felt so surreal to him right now. It only felt like yesterday when he had spent hundreds of millions of won to buy his own apartment, but who would have known that someone was going to gift him a mansion? Not only that, but this was not a mansion simply due to its large area. It was a proper mansion built atop a huge plot of land that was going to fetch at least tens of billions of won just from the land price itself. Pinch? Han-Yeol pinched his cheek to check if he was dreaming or not. It hurt. This is real. I'm not dreaming right now. This is reality? I should let father know about this right away. Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly, feeling rejuvenated just from looking at his new house. He finally felt that he had entered the ranks of wealthy individuals. He still saw his bank account filling up like how game money would steadily increase, but it felt entirely different now that he was able to live in a house that he used to only see on the TV. I wasn't properly using my money all this while, Han-Yeol thought while looking down at his hand. He originally planned to set up his own raid party after his contract with the Horus raid party expired. However, the terms offered to him were not bad at all. He was able to act independently, hunt on his own after whatever hunts were planned by the raid party, and even use the Egyptian hunters on his own accord. Ding. Dong? Who's that? Han-Yeol wondered when the doorbell rang. He did not really feel like getting up right now, so he used psychokinesis to open the door instead. He marveled, wow, that's convenient? It was his first time trying it, and he found it to be surprisingly convenient. The door opened and a middle-aged couple walked in. They walked toward Han-Yeol and greeted him with a bow. Who are you? He asked. Hello, sir. We have been the ones maintaining this mansion, and we came here after hearing that the mansion has been sold. I see. Please have a seat. I apologize for not being able to serve you anything. As you can see, I just bought the place, so it's still quite empty. We are fine? Thank you. The couple waved their hands before sitting down on the sofa that Han-Yeol had motioned them toward. So, why did you want to see me? Han-Yeol asked. Actually, we have been managing this mansion all this while. However, our contract only lasted until this mansion was sold to a new owner. We were wondering what we should do now that you have purchased this place, Hunter Nim. What are they talking about? Han-Yeol wondered, not understanding why they would come to him with this concern. Both of you may leave the mansion now. I will be getting my own people to maintain it, he nonchalantly replied with a hint of irritation in his voice. He could not help but feel annoyed that someone was going to ask him such an obvious question, especially after he had a long tiring day. Han-Yeol might be someone who strove to be fair and compassionate to others, but he was not a fool who would thoughtlessly take strangers into his own household. He knew himself very well. He was someone who would not hesitate to take the shorter end of the stick for his trusted friends, but he was quite indifferent to people who had no ties to him. This could be considered a good or bad thing by others, but Han-Yeol liked the way he was. Sir. Where will we stay if we get kicked out of this place? Please? I beg you? Please let us continue working here. Thud. The couple got down on their knees and begged Han-Yeol. Looking at this sight, others might feel bad for the couple. Unfortunately, what they were doing now only further annoyed Han-Yeol. I have no reason to hire the both of you. First of all, I don't trust strangers. Please leave the premises if your contract has expired, Han-Yeol said in a stern voice. He had no reason to hire them as Yarana had already arranged for 7 people to maintain his new mansion on his behalf. Besides, how can I trust them when I don't know them at all? He thought. Han-Yeol was the type to wholeheartedly trust someone once he decided to trust them, but it was going to take a very long time for him to give his trust to someone. The middle-aged couple begged Han-Yeol a few times in hopes of convincing him. However, in the end, they had no choice but to leave the mansion after he gave them the cold shoulder. Tisk, so annoying? Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly after sending the couple out. After some time, he then asked himself, but how am I going to go home? His van was at the association, and this mansion was on the outskirts of the city, so hailing a taxi was going to be impossible. Well, I doubt a taxi is going to refuse to come here despite the distance if I offer them 4 times the normal rate, right? Han-Yeol nonchalantly thought as he called a taxi company to request for a taxi. Everyone was working to earn a living, so nobody was going to refuse such a good deal in the first place. But surprisingly, the taxi company sent him a message that a taxi had been assigned to him even before he was able to propose quadrupling the rate. Wow, taxis have become much better now. Han-Yeol was amazed at how convenient hailing a taxi had become. Anyway, he took the taxi all the way to the Hunters Association and drove his van back home. Beep, 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 beep. I'm home. Why are you so late? His father asked. It was currently 8:30 p.m., which was not that late at night, to be honest. How was business today, father? Haha, it was quite good. Don't you know how good your father is? His father was quite lively recently. It was understandable that he would feel rejuvenated after seeing his business do so well, since it had been his lifelong dream to have his own business since the day that he worked for someone else. Han-Yeol went straight to the point after greeting his father. Father, what is it? Do you want to move someplace else? Why are you talking about moving all of a sudden? Actually, it is not sudden. I felt that the house is a bit small, so I recently bought a house since there was a good one on the market. It's not that there is a good house on the market, but there was a good house on the market and you bought it already. Yes. What's the point of asking me then? Just for formality's sake. The father and son duo were quite straightforward with each other, and other people might misunderstand that they were arguing with each other or something based on how rough they spoke. However, others would not understand that this was just how they showed affection to each other. Han-Yeol's father grimaced for a while before he asked, "Is it good?" "It's damn good. I'm in. Shall we go have a look tomorrow?" "All right." Han-Yeol woke up quite early in the morning to take his father to their new house on the outskirts of Seoul. Hey, didn't tell me this house is our house?" "Yes, that is correct, father." "Are you lying right now? Is this a prank?" "No, I am not lying." Wow. Han-Yeol's father had his mouth agape as he stared at the mansion for quite a while, and it seemed that his mouth was not going to close anytime soon. Han-Yeol dragged his shocked father, who was standing at the entrance, into their new house to give him a tour. "Huiying? Noticing the sound of power tools coming from the garden, Han-Yeol went over to the garden and found a few people working on it. There was an old man who looked to be in his 60s wearing a necktie on top of a tuxedo. When he spotted Han-Yeol, he walked over and greeted him with an elegant bow. "Hello, are you Lee Han-Yeol Hunter Nim?" "Yes, I am, but who are you?" "My name is Albert, and I am a butler hired by Taearanim. If I may provide a brief introduction of myself, my parents are Korean but I was born in the United States. I worked as a butler there before my savior, Taearanim, asked me for a favor, and that favor is the reason why I am here to serve you today, Han-Yeol Nim." "I see." Han-Yeol realized that these people were probably the helpers who Taearana had promised to send yesterday. After hearing that they were sent by her, he could finally relax around them. "Nice to meet you, Albert. It is an honor to serve you, Han-Yeol Hunter Nim." Han-Yeol acted quite casually around Albert, but that was not the case for his father, who was still stunned with his mouth agape. "Father." Han-Yeol called out. Ahem. "I am Han-Yeol's father." His father introduced himself to Albert. "It is an honor to serve you as well," Albert said as he elegantly bowed toward him as well. Han-Yeol's father could not believe this whole thing was actually happening even though Han-Yeol had already introduced this as their new home. He knew that his son earned a lot of money after recently awakening as a hunter, but it had not been a full year since then, which was why he was confused as to how his son was able to buy such a luxurious mansion. Han-Yeol might be quite well aware of what was going on around the world as he always watched the news, but his father was the complete opposite of him in this regard. Needless to say, he had no idea how successful his son was. Not to mention, this whole hunter thing was not something that most elderly people took interest in, so it was only natural that he would be unaware of Han-Yeol's success. "What do you think, father? Do you like our new house?" Han-Yeol asked. "Why yeah, this is an awesome house. And what did you say a while ago? I can choose which building I want to live in? Are you sure it's not a room I should be choosing?" "Yes, just think of it this way. A single standalone building in this place is a room, so you may freely choose which room you would want to use from now on. All of them have excellent soundproofing and insulation so you will be comfortable in them." Ho ho ho, then I guess you won't be scolding me even if I bring over all of my friends and drink all night. Han-Yeol shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Well, something like that. Ho ho, I love that part the most." Han-Yeol's father was technically not supposed to be smoking or drinking as he had just recovered from a serious illness. However, Han-Yeol was a hunter who possessed the restore skill, so his father could abuse his body as much as he wanted to. This was provided that he frequently had restore cast on him. Of course, Han-Yeol had been diligently using restore on his father so the man's body was almost as good as new. Not only that, but he had also been scanning his father's body with demon eyes whenever he got the opportunity, so there was no chance that an illness could make his father fall sick once again. In short, his father was on the receiving end of an Ultra S-rank medical service right in the comfort of his own house. Nov. L.B//JNN. You're making me see you in a different light again, Han-Yeol. How is it possible that I had no idea what you have been up to while you were becoming so successful? I already told you that you should watch the news sometimes. Did you know that I was on the evening news last time? How is it that other people are more aware of what is going on in my life compared to you, father? Yes, Han-Yeol did appear on the evening news last time. He did not only appear once, but he appeared twice on 2 separate occasions. The first news had been about him being the first hunter who possessed more abilities than others, and the second news had been about his personal relationship with the goddess, Taearana. That was why the Hunters Association wanted to. Oh right. The Hunters Association. Han-Yeol suddenly remembered what he initially wanted to do, which he had completely forgotten after getting abducted by Taearana. Today was almost going to be the second time that he had forgotten what he was supposed to do. I shouldn't delay it before I forget it again. I should go right now. After making his decision, Han-Yeol called his butler, Albert. Albert showed how experienced he was as a butler, suddenly appearing out of nowhere when Han-Yeol called for him. "Yes, Han-Yeol Nim. I will be going out for a bit, so please take care of my father. Please do not be worried about him. I will serve him to my utmost capabilities." "Thank you," Han-Yeol replied before turning to his father to say, "I have to go to the association for a while and sort out some stuff there, father." "All right, go ahead." "Okay, I will be back later." Han-Yeol resolved to visit the Hunters Association today and renew his rank no matter what happened. Just as he was driving through the city. Screech. Bam. The car in front of Han-Yeol turned its blinker on and changed lanes, but it ended up crashing into his van. Han-Yeol did not even need sixth sense as he saw the car incoming, but the problem was that he had nowhere to go to avoid it. Damn it! Han-Yeol cursed inwardly as his spotless driving record was tarnished today. He had always been very proud of the fact that he did not have a single car accident until now. He got out of his car to assess the damage. Ouch! Ouch! The other middle-aged man got out of his car while holding onto the back of his neck, a gesture often seen in TV shows or movies. The middle-aged man was wearing a suit, had a pot belly, and had a receding hairline. In short, he looked like every other middle-aged office worker in South Korea. Of course, that was the first impression he gave off as Han-Yeol had no idea who the guy really was. Crazy bastard, Han-Yeol scoffed inwardly in disbelief after seeing the assailant pretending to be the victim. Hey, you bastard! Do you have a death wish? Why the hell are you driving so recklessly? The middle-aged man screamed in anger. There was a saying in Korea that the one who threw the first punch already won half the battle, and the other half was won by having a louder voice. The middle-aged man played by the textbook and started screaming at the top of his lungs before Han-Yeol could react. What will you do about this? Do you know how much this car is? Huh. The middle-aged man played the next trick in the book, which was to threaten the other with the cost of his car. What should I do? Han-Yeol wondered. He wanted nothing more than to punch the guy in the mouth and shut him up, but he knew very well that he should not do that. He might be a hunter, but that did not mean he was above the law. However, the fact that he was pissed off did not change. Tisk, Han-Yeol clicked his tongue. He decided to approach the situation in a rational manner as he knew that nothing was going to happen if he raised his voice. And by raising his voice, the whole situation would only escalate further. Han-Yeol decided to ignore whether the man was screaming his lungs out or not. He called 112 instead. 112, what is your emergency? Hello. I want to report a traffic accident, Han-Yeol replied. The middle-aged man initially expected Han-Yeol to call his insurance company, so he was taken aback when he called the police instead. If he came out screaming, most people preferred to call their insurance company instead to try to resolve things in an amicable manner. However, this young man had the balls to call the police first. The middle-aged man decided to teach this arrogant young man a lesson. Hey, you fucker, you should apologize if you did something wrong. Who the hell taught you to call the cops first before apologizing? Ha! Han-Yeol furrowed his brow and glared at the middle-aged man. What? Wow, look at this arrogant bastard. Why, do you want to hit me? Huh? You should be saying I'm sorry, I will call my insurance company to settle it, you ignorant little fuck, the middle-aged man screamed. He even threw his necktie to the ground as he put on his best performance. Clearly, he had only been acting the whole time, but he slowly started to get angry when Han-Yeol did not show any particular reaction. It was as if the whole situation was going to soon grow out of control and break out into a fight. However, Han-Yeol could not care less about what the man said. Once he finished filing a report to the police, he called his insurance company next. Then, he was distracted by a sudden thought. I technically saved money by not paying for my house and I have a huge garage that's empty. Should I start collecting cars this time? There was a completely empty garage the size of 1,100 square meters in the mansion, which he thought was perfect to house a car collection. I can't keep driving a van all the time, right? I mean, this looks so not cool, Han-Yeol wondered. The accident with the pot-bellied middle-aged man was the least of his concern right now as he thought to himself. This is why I buy insurance in the first place, right? Han-Yeol was registered with a premium insurance package for hunters that cost 10 million won a month, and this was a special kind of insurance where the insurance company did all the work in the event of an accident. Hey, mister. You can speak to my insurance company, so will you shut it? Han-Yeol grumbled. What did you just say? The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. The middle-aged man then thought, why is he not budging an inch? Most people would be scared or confused after an accident, and they were bound to be even more flustered if the other car was an expensive luxury car that cost hundreds of millions of won. Where the hell are your manners? Hey, you punk. Do you think you can get away scot-free just because you called the insurance company? You should apologize first. Apologize? How dare you go running to the police and the insurance company when you should be apologizing? Do you want to die? Huh? Do you know who I am? I can make one single phone call and get you fired from wherever you are working. The middle-aged man used a bunch of cliché phrases that were all too common in Korea. However, the problem was that he was saying these without even analyzing his current situation. He was too worked up right now to even realize that he had caused the accident in the first place. On the other hand, Han-Yeol was slowly running out of patience but could not directly hit the man or inflict harm on him. It was then that a small rock the size of a golf ball caught Han-Yeol's eyes. Then, he saw an empty can of cola around 500 meters away from him. Fuck. Han-Yeol cussed as he kicked the rock. Whoosh. Kwachik. It was a very childish thing to do, but he wanted to at least vent his anger on the rock since he could not hit the man. The rock flew in a strange trajectory, avoiding the cars and pedestrians before accurately hitting the empty can. The force behind the rock was so powerful that it ripped the empty can into half before digging itself into the pavement. Hi, Hyuk! The middle-aged man shrieked in horror. He was horrified by what the rock did just now, but what truly mortified him was the fact that the young man who he was berating at the top of his lungs just now turned out to be a hunter. He screamed inwardly. He is a hunter? He never imagined in his wildest dream that a hunter was going to be driving such a crappy van. After all, hunters were more accustomed to driving sports cars or super luxury sedans. It was at this moment that the middle-aged man realized, I'm fucked. When the insurance company arrived, Han-Yeol left the mortified man alone and went to talk to them. Hello, my name is Choi Chi-won, and I am a manager at S Insurance, said the manager from the insurance company before bowing toward Han-Yeol. A hunter was a customer who they would not hesitate to bow their heads to. There were only 50,000 hunters in the country, according to the Hunters Association's statistics, but there were a lot of companies after them. This was the reason that any service or business that dealt with hunters did its best to maintain top-quality services all the time. Yes, hello, I got into an accident just now. Will you go take a look for me? Han-Yeol asked. Certainly, I will handle everything here. Please rest assured, Hunter Nim. Then, the police arrived shortly after to start looking into the accident. Han-Yeol watched them work before deciding that there was not going to be any problems. Then, he took a taxi and went to the Hunters Association. This happened after Han-Yeol had left the scene. After sensing that he was in deep shit when the police arrived, the middle-aged man hurriedly called his insurance company. The insurance agent soon came and was mortified after seeing the accident. The insurance agent quoted that the middle-aged man would require around 40 million won to replace his front bumper, and the middle-aged man was quite satisfied with the quoted amount. However, what came next almost gave him a heart attack. Han-Yeol's car was a Hunter specification van from Germany, and this model could not be fixed in Korea, so it had to be sent to Germany. The van was going to take a long time to fix and a lot of money as well, and the amount quoted totaled to 120 million won just for the repair itself. Not only that, but Han-Yeol was also due to receive compensation for the period he was not able to use the van. For this, the rental fee the middle-aged man had to fork out amounted to 90 million won. All in all, this accident was going to cost him 210 million won. The middle-aged man was indeed driving a luxury branded car, but he had bought it off the used market, so his insurance premium only covered up to 100 million won. This meant that he had to fork out the remaining 110 million won from his own pocket. The middle-aged man begged for Han-Yeol's contact details as he desperately tried to find an amicable solution with him. However, the police and S insurance manager would not budge an inch, because giving out someone's contact details was illegal. 112 is the 911 of Korea. Han-Yeol shook his head after leaving the scene of the accident. He grumbled, do I have a grudge with the Hunters Association from my previous life or something? Why do things keep happening whenever I'm about to go there? He had already failed to visit the Hunters Association 2 times now, and that was the reason he had composed himself throughout the accident and called the police and insurance company instead. Otherwise, he would have crushed the middle-aged man's car like a tin can and thrown some money as compensation. What if he got into trouble? Simple, he was going to use his position as a hunter to get out of it. However, going to the Hunters Association was his top priority for today. You better not show up in front of me ever again, or I'm going to bash your head in, Han-Yeol grumbled while drinking the soft drink he bought from a vending machine. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Grip. Then, he crushed the coin he got as change from the vending machine to the size of a booger. The taxi driver instantly tensed up after witnessing what Han-Yeol just did through the rearview mirror. The poor driver had to drive as carefully as he could to not get on the hunter's nerve. Of course, Han-Yeol did not notice how nervous the taxi driver was as he was still enraged by the middle-aged man. The tense ride continued until they reached the Hunters Association. AHH. Finally, Han-Yeol exclaimed after finally arriving at the Hunters Association. He finally made it here after being sidetracked time and time again. It was not that he was particularly busy today, but what was important was the fact that he had made it. Han-Yeol looked around his surroundings just in case there was anything else that was going to get in his way, but he didn't find anything in particular. Huaying. The automatic sliding doors opened and Han-Yeol finally stepped foot into the association building. Most business establishments that hunters frequented had a row of employees standing in front of the doors just to greet them, but this was the Hunters Association, which was known for being very proud even to hunters. There were no such services in this place, and even the ordinary people here earned far more than others earned elsewhere. Han-Yeol went to the receptionist on the first floor and told them that he was there to have his rank adjusted. A readjustment of your rank? The receptionist asked to be sure. Yes, is there a problem? Not at all. Please wait a moment. A well-dressed staffer appeared and took Han-Yeol's documents to a room. A while passed before a man, who looked like he was in his 30s, with a strange-looking mustache came out from the room to greet Han-Yeol. Oh, you are Lee Han-Yeol Hunter Nim, right? The mustache man asked. Yes, that is me. I apologize for our rudeness for making someone like you stand outside and wait for us. Not at all, I'm fine with it, Han-Yeol said. Before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly interrupted by the mustache man's outburst. Not at all. Han-Yeol was a rising star who had turned the arrogant Hunters Association upside down. Of course, most people were busy focusing on Taeyarena as she was the one who was far more famous than him, but anyone who had a deep understanding of hunters or worked in the industry was more interested in Han-Yeol. In fact, even the Hunters Association were anxiously waiting for the day that Han-Yeol was going to visit them. This was because there was a rule that they were not allowed to force a hunter to do anything without probable cause. Anyway, even the chief of the Hunters Association's gangbook branch moved his heavy butt down to the first floor just to shake Han-Yeol's hands. Please come this way. I will personally assist you in readjusting your rank. What was even more amazing was that the gangbook branch's head researcher personally offered to readjust Han-Yeol's rank. The association researchers were very proud people who would not budge an inch unless there was anything special, and the fact that their head personally attended to Han-Yeol was a shocking thing. Han-Yeol followed the researcher. Noticing the place they went to was not the same place he had been the last time, he wondered, this isn't the same place as last time. That place was located above ground, but they were currently heading underground to the basement. Excuse me, I think I did my rank test upstairs last time. Why are we going to the basement this time? Han-Yeol asked. I forgot to explain to you beforehand. Han-Yeol Hunter Nim is the first hunter who possesses multiple abilities, right? Well, I guess. Then it will be impossible to gauge your rank with a normal machine. We will need to use the more advanced machine at the lab if we want to accurately gauge your rank. When Han-Yeol stopped in his tracks, the head researcher called out to him with a perplexed look on his face. Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. I decline to have any tests carried out on me. I will just stick to being tested by the previous machine. I didn't come here to waste my time with this nonsense, Han-Yeol said sternly. He thought, you think I will be fooled? I know you're just trying to find out the secret behind my precious ability. Han-Yeol no longer planned to hide his abilities from others, and that was the reason that he had broadcasted his entire hunt live without editing it. However, that did not mean that he was alright with the association dissecting his abilities. Who do they think they are? Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. The Hunters Association might seem like an omnipotent organization, but that was not the case at all. They were able to stand toe-to-toe with the government of the Republic of Korea thanks to the support of the Hunters. This meant that they were going to crumble the moment the Hunters withdrew their support. The Hunters supported the association because the association guaranteed them freedom as long as they obeyed certain rules, and this freedom they offered to the Hunters was the main catalyst that allowed the association to become what it was today. Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. The head researcher was shocked at Han-Yeol's refusal to cooperate. Han-Yeol might be the first hunter of his kind, but the head researcher never imagined in his wildest dreams that a mere hunter would dare to go against the wishes of the association. The researcher was a scientist who was only interested in his research. He did not care about the relationship between hunters and the association, and that was also the reason why he lacked understanding of the freedom the association guaranteed. The gangbook branch was turned upside down once again at Han-Yeol's refusal, and this made the director of research from the main branch come running to this branch. Look here, Han-Yeol, what do you want? What will make you cooperate with us and let us scan you? The director asked. Han-Yeol might be the first hunter of his kind, but the higher UPS at the Hunters Association were not that interested in him. Yes, his ability was quite amazing, but the combat prowess he had shown in the live stream was something that most A-rank and even some B-rank hunters were capable of doing. Yes, hunters who were at the level of B rank or A rank were quite useful, but they were not that useful to stir up trouble with whatever organization they were affiliated with. In short, Han-Yeol did not have enough merit for the association to raise an issue over him. I don't really feel like it. Go get a warrant from the association if you want to force me. The fact that you even tried to scan me without my consent is already pissing me off, said Han-Yeol, who openly expressed his anger. The researchers might be an important pillar of the Hunters Association, but they were nothing other than old men in white gowns to Han-Yeol. Needless to say, he had no reason to give in to their demands. I would have tried at least negotiating some tax benefits if it was the Hunters Association dealing with me, but I don't see any benefit for me if it's just these old men showing interest in me, thought Han-Yeol as he recalled the 30% tax that he always had to pay. The government did mention that quite a lot of European countries were levying a 50% tax on hunters, but the European countries worked closely with their hunters and made sure that there were near-perfect facilities and benefits that they could use. For example, the United Kingdom made it possible for hunters to hire their soldiers as mercenaries to assist them in hunts. The soldiers were not extremely helpful against monsters, but the fact that they were hunting with battle-hardened war veterans greatly increased the efficiency of the hunt. In short, the European hunters enjoyed better support from their government and association. On the other hand, the Korean soldiers had been busy guarding the North-South Korean border before the dimensional gates appeared. After they had appeared, they were busy guarding the perimeters around the hunting grounds. Let's do it like this, the research director said after an hour of going back and forth. Of course, the winner was obviously Han-Yeol, and the research director ended up having to sweeten the deal. You may take 3 things from our research center if you agree to let us conduct research on you. The value of what you take does not matter since we will not be able to pay you in cash. We are just researchers getting budgets from the higher UPS, after all. However, you will find quite a lot of things that will be helpful in combat in our laboratory. So, what do you think? That offer is 100 times better than you trying to scan me without my consent, Han-Yeol replied. The director of research bowed his head in embarrassment after getting caught by Han-Yeol, and he started to worry that this was going to escalate into an even bigger issue. After much difficulty, the director of research had managed to convince Han-Yeol to agree to the scan. They went to the research center at the Hunters Association headquarters in Gangnam. The agreement was to do a scan of Han-Yeol's body and test some of his abilities. The result of the test was Congratulations, your rank came out as the upper echelon of B rank. You are the first one to jump from E to B in a single attempt. I suspect that you started off with 3 skills, but gained new skills over time. However, that is the surprising part. There has been no instance of a hunter possessing more than 3 skills, and I think you are the first of your kind, the director said. Haha, it feels good to be the first, I guess. Han-Yeol replied. Being the first in anything was always something to feel good about. Han-Yeol knew he was the first hunter to possess such an ability, but it did feel good to have it officially acknowledged. Alright, shall I go take what I want now? Han-Yeol said as he rubbed his hands together and licked his lips. Gulp. The researchers nervously gulped and prepared themselves after hearing about the arrangement between Han-Yeol and their director, which was for Han-Yeol to take 3 pieces of equipment in exchange for allowing them to scan his body. Having a single equipment breakdown was already painful for them, since they were working with a budget. Needless to say, the fact that Han-Yeol was going to take 3 pieces of equipment was going to be a huge blow for them. Of course, they did discover a lot of new things thanks to scanning Han-Yeol, but they could not help feeling the pain now that he started choosing. What do you think? Feel free to pick anything you like, Han-Yeol said. Wow, can I really do that? Exclaimed Yubai, who appeared out of nowhere. Han-Yeol had called Yubai over when he was moving from the Gangbuk branch to the main branch in Gangnam. Yeah, I made a deal with them to take 3 pieces of equipment in exchange for letting them scan me. I kept my end of the bargain, so you can go ahead and choose whatever that might be helpful for you in hunting. None of the equipment in the research center really caught Han-Yeol's eye. It would have been a different story if this was a place researching hunter equipment worth billions of won, but this was unfortunately not such a place. However, that did not change the fact that they had a lot of equipment that would be useful for a porter like Yubai. This research center developed mana detection devices, mana flashbangs, and other equipment that porters used, and that was the reason why this place was no different from a shopping center for Yubai. Han-Yeol could not help but give this opportunity to Yubai. After all, he had witnessed how hard she was working for him all this time. Who would not want to reward such a hard-working staff? Which one should I choose? Yubai wondered aloud while browsing through the list on the tablet PC, which housed the entire database of equipment available in the research center. She soon exclaimed, wow, there's a goggle with both thermal and mana detection functions. Oh, really? Han-Yeol muttered while looking at the list. He could not help but be instinctively interested as he had been a porter as well. Most hunters who had worked as porters for only a short while would not feel the same, but the ones like Han-Yeol, who had worked as a porter for quite a while, were likely to have the same reaction. Yubai carefully picked 3 items from the research center, and she made sure to maximize the opportunity by picking the most valuable and useful things. What a haul! Who would have thought we could get these precious equipment for free? Yubai exclaimed in delight. Keek, right? You can continue using them until you awaken, as long as you are contracted with me. You know that, right? Of course. I will continue my contract with you just for these babies. Not that I don't want to awaken as soon as possible, though. Yeah, your first priority as a porter should be to awaken and awaken alone. This was something that Han-Yeol knew very well as he himself had waited 4 years and worked in the worst working environment just to awaken as a hunter. The next day, Han-Yeol went to the Horus Raid Party's mansion to attend the after-hunt party. The media speculated that it was probably going to be a huge and extravagant event, but Tiarana had instructed the party to be modest and only the raid party members to be invited. Han-Yeol enjoyed the party to his heart's content before he went home without any incidents. 4 days later. Ring, 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 ring. Han-Yeol's phone rang for the first time in a long while. The caller was Sungjin's father. Hello? Yes, Ajasi. Han-Yeol answered the call. Han-Yeol? Are you acquainted with the Horus Raid Party by any chance? They want to do business with us, and they're telling me your name. Did you refer them to us by any chance? No, and no, I did not refer them to you. I am actually working with them, and I am the vice leader of that raid party. The vice leader. Yes, the vice leader. I think they should have arrived today since I gave them the address last week. Is that so? Someone calling herself the advisor of the Horus Raid Party came. I think her name's Miriam. She is currently going over the exclusive contract with manager Han. Exclusive contract? Do you sign those as well? Han-Yeol was a bit surprised as he had never heard of such a contract before. He thought, was there something like this too? It's unsurprising for you not to be aware of it. Factories like us don't usually sign exclusive contracts with hunters, but we do sign those with guilds or raid parties. It's business between organizations, after all, so both parties tend to make it more legally stringent. Oh, I see. Then, you can just proceed with it, right? Why did you call me, Ajasi? I wanted to thank you. Come on, we are not strangers, so you do not have to thank me. Sungjin is my best friend, and I have been quite satisfied doing business with Sungjin Factory. I would not have told them to deal with your factory if I was not satisfied with the quality in the first place, so please do not worry about it. Thank you. Ha ha ha. Han-Yeol might have saved the Sungjin factory from the TK Group's devious plans, but that did not mean that their financial situation had drastically improved after that. Rumors of the TK Group being at odds with the factory had spread throughout the industry, so most companies avoided doing business with them. After all, no factory was going to risk losing any business with the TK Group no matter how advanced the Sungjin factory's technology in refining monster parts was. That was the reason why the Sungjin factory was forced to do business only with foreign companies, and that in turn affected their cash flow. No, rather, the factory would have closed down a long time ago if it was not for the foreign clients they had. Also, Nov, L, B //JNN. Is there something else? They say that Egypt is going to start placing larger orders for us. What? Did she really say that? Tack, thud. Han-Yeol suddenly stood up, pushing his seat to the ground. Yes, she did. She initially wanted to sell us the monster parts, but there's no way that our factory was going to be able to handle that much volume, so I told her that we were only going to take 10% of it. Then, she asked if she could see our products, and of course, I immediately showed them to her. She said she liked our quality, so she immediately instructed 10 Egyptian companies to place a total order of 100 tons worth of our products. Wow, we just received the MAO a while ago and signed it. I'm really grateful to you, Han-Yeol. Our factory will finally make it thanks to you. The Sungjin factory really had it rough in recent times. They had barely managed to escape from the TK group, but they immediately faced financial problems so bad that they actually had to consider selling the factory. Han-Yeol suddenly came in clutch for Sungjin factory by introducing the Horus Raid Party, which placed a huge order that was going to eventually resolve all of the factory's financial problems. How big was the huge order? The single order placed by Miriam was double the amount the Sungjin factory had sold since its establishment. In fact, the order was so big that they would have to immediately halt all other orders to solely focus on this one. This was obviously a huge win for the Sungjin factory as they only had to focus on manufacturing the products from the raw materials that the Horus Raid Party would bring. It seemed that the only thing left for the Sungjin factory to do was to grow from now on. You did great holding on for so long, Ajasi. Now, you only have to focus on growing your business. I can't find any words that could describe how thankful I am, Han-Yeol. This might not be the best way to repay you, but would you be interested in investing in our factory? Invest. Han-Yeol muttered in response. He wondered, why is he bringing up investment all of a sudden? Yes, I'll be aiming to publicly list this company. I will need a lot of capital to properly do business with the Egyptians, but I don't have much funds to expand the factory. I would have to turn to others for investment to kickstart things, but I'd prefer to have you as our major shareholder, Han-Yeol. Is that so? Han-Yeol muttered as his interest was greatly piqued by the offer. It was going to be extremely easy for the Sungjin factory to grow as long as they continued doing business with the Egyptians. No, as long as Han-Yeol was with the Horus Raid Party. In short, this was an investment where the ROI was as clear as day. Yes, I will have to start paying dividends to whoever I borrowed money from later on, so why not let it be you? You are our greatest benefactor, after all. That sounds great. There will not be any problems with the Horus Raid Party as long as I am with them, so the factory's business is as good as guaranteed. Around how much do you need, Ajasi? Is he going to ask for around 500 billion won? Han-Yeol wondered. He was a classic case of learning about money through books or TV shows. In short, he had no idea how much money was worth since he had no real-life experience with it. The more you invest the better, but I think around 50 billion. No, 10 billion will suffice. The Sungjin factory needed at least 50 billion won to proceed with its expansion plans. Sungjin's father knew that hunters made a lot of money, but he expected Han-Yeol to not have that much money to invest, so he immediately lowered the amount to 10 billion won. Please wait a minute, Han-Yeol said before he sat in front of his computer and logged into his bank account online. Then, he wired the investment to the Sungjin factory's account and said, Ajasi, I wired the investment to you, so please check it and give me the necessary paperwork later. 50 billion won. Han-Yeol could hear Sungjin's father shouting on the other end of the line. Yes, 50 billion won is not that big of an amount, so why would I be stingy in investing in the factory? Anyway, how much share will I be getting with that amount? Thank you. Your share will be around. Let's make it 50-50. You and I will have an equal stake in the factory. Oh, is that all right? Why yeah. I will be sending you the documents through my staff tomorrow. Thank you very much once again, Han-Yeol. Keek, you just have to work hard and repay me with results, Ajasi. I will do my best. I promise. The deal with Sungjin's father proceeded smoothly as he was quite a straightforward businessman, and Han-Yeol could feel the man's experience of having done business through the years. Then, I will be hanging up now. Alright, let's have a drink with Sungjin next time. Yes, Ajasi. Beep. Once the phone disconnected, Han-Yeol thought, phew. Miriam is really good at what she does. Miriam might appear to be cold and indifferent, but she actually had a very warm personality on the inside. She might have been overshadowed by Tiarana all this time, but she was fine with it as she had made it her life's purpose to live for her master. Han-Yeol switched off his computer before going up to the building's rooftop. Click. Clack. He opened the door and was immediately greeted by a scenery that he only saw on TV the moment he stepped out to the rooftop. Chirp, 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 chirp. He could hear the sparrows chirping in the distance. This place was not that far away from Seoul, but he felt like he was in a quiet countryside surrounded by nature. Of course, the fact that most of the properties here were mansions owned by wealthy individuals made it far from a countryside, but it was still a very quiet and serene environment. This was something Han-Yeol never got to feel in Seoul. His younger days in Seoul had been quite a tumultuous one, and this was probably the first time in his life that he felt such peace and tranquility. Sukok, 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 Sukok. He could also hear the Egyptian helpers trimming the garden with large shears. The garden had been a mess compared to the mansion's neatly maintained interior, even though the previous owner had hired 2 people to manage this place. Tisk. How could they brazenly ask me to hire them when they did such a lousy job in maintaining this place? Han-Yeol clicked his tongue and grumbled inwardly. He recalled how brazen the couple had been when they first approached him. I would probably have fired them not long after. Yeah, it's the right choice even if I think about it 100 times. Han-Yeol justified his decision as he found it quite difficult to trust irresponsible people. The next day, Han-Yeol brought Yubai and the Mulan team members to Bundang. Vroom, are you going to hunt alone today, Appa? Yubai asked. Yeah, Han-Yeol replied. Miriam told you that you can use the Egyptian hunters anytime you wish, right? Why not bring a few of them with you? Yubai was currently very worried. This hunting ground was the same place they had hunted in a few days ago, but they had hunted with the entire Horus raid party back then. The fact that Han-Yeol wanted to solo hunt in this place was more than enough to make her worried and scared. Are you worried? Of course I am. It was not that long ago since we hunted in this hunting ground with the entire Horus raid party. How can someone not be worried in this circumstance? Well, I guess you do have a point, Han-Yeol muttered nonchalantly. Appa, this isn't about someone else. You are going to be directly affected by this as well. I know, and it's fine. I'm not going to go all out as we did with the Horus raid party. I'm going to take it slowly and hunt them one by one. Han-Yeol had decided to pass on using the Egyptian hunters for his own personal hunts for now because he still felt awkward with them. He was not that close to any of them aside from Miriam and Tiarana, so he preferred to come and hunt alone instead of having an awkward atmosphere with the Egyptian hunters he was not close with. PSSHT, how's the filming preparation coming along, Suin? Han-Yeol asked through the walkie-talkie. Actually, he was just changing the subject to avoid Yubai's nagging. PSSHT, we are good to go. We just have to install the relay antenna at the entrance. Alright, roger that. A banner of Han-Yeol's plan to solo hunt in the Paradise Field was already posted on the Golem Mania TV's main page. Thanks to the banner, the Golem Mania TV's lobby was full of people demanding for the Level Up TV to start streaming. When will it start? I'm going to die from waiting. The suspense is killing me. Hey, start already. Is he really going to hunt solo today? I wonder if I'll get to see Yubai today. I hope we will be able to see her. Most of the viewers who subscribed and donated to Level Up TV were Yubai's fans. The fact that a beautiful girl like her was shooting guns in the hunting ground seemed to have attracted a horde of people. A while later, the Level Up TV finally started its main countdown. There were 30 minutes left before the stream was going to go live. Oh, it's finally here. Mwahahaha. I bought a V ticket. Bring it on. A horde of viewers braced themselves in front of their screens, impatiently waiting for the 30-minute timer to finish. Ready, shouted Ariam, the youngest of the Mulan crew, as she prepared to close the slate while surrounded by all sorts of highly advanced technical equipment. Closing this black and white object was like the symbol of the film industry, so it would not be replaced no matter how much technology had improved. The slate had always been used to signal the start of filming. Action. Tack. The slate let out its distinct sound as it was closed, signaling the start of the livestream broadcast. Then, Yubai, who was the main MC of Level Up TV, spoke into her microphone with her bubbly tone and stole the hearts of her viewers. Hello, everyone. I am your host, Han-Yeol, and welcome to Level Up TV. The alarm started ringing like crazy as viewers flooded into the live stream. The viewer counter went up so fast that it was impossible to keep track of it with their eyes. In fact, the counter rose so rapidly that it was clear that the main channel's traffic was going to be full soon and the late entrance would be sent to the sub-channel. Yes, I got into the main channel. Ho ho ho, the main channel is the most prestigious spot for a poor person like me. I'm really jealous of those who can afford a V ticket. Hehehe. It's alright as long as I get to see Yubai. Hi, Yubai. The chat was on fire, just as expected, and Yubai smiled into the camera as if she was repaying the viewers for their passion. She said, "Thank you, everyone, for showing so much love to our live stream. I love you all." Yubai had gotten so used to broadcasting that she now had the leisure to do all sorts of fan service to the viewers, and she was sincerely having so much fun right now. When Suin gave a signal to him that the broadcast was live, Han-Yeol nodded in response and activated Demon Eyes. It's here, those red eyes. So cool. I'm really curious. I wonder what that skill's effect is. It should be a unique skill with an awesome effect, right? The viewers suspected that Han-Yeol's eyes turning red was related to an observation skill, but none of them knew what its actual effect was. In fact, nobody was going to find out its true effect as long as Han-Yeol kept his mouth shut. The only people in this world who probably knew what Demon Eyes did were Han-Yeol and his ecosystem, Carvis. Han-Yeol was using a gun after a long time. He pointed it up in the air at a 45 degrees angle and pulled the trigger. Mana explosion. Puck. Huiaining. The grenade he shot flew in an arc before landing on the ground. Kaboom! Then, a powerful explosion occurred right where it landed. Ding! The rank of Mana explosion has risen from B to A. Excellent, Han-Yeol thought after checking the notification informing him that Mana explosion had reached a All that was left was for the skill to reach M rank before it could evolve or produce a sub-skill. Also, the explosion triggered by the skill seemed to have grown even more powerful after leveling up. What was that? That's not an ordinary explosion. That's a ranged explosion skill. He had more skills. Wow, awesome. Han-Yeol frequently used skills when using a gun, but this was the first time he was showing it on stream. Of course, the viewers were in awe after finding out that Han-Yeol had another skill hidden under his sleeve, and they instinctively felt that this solo hunt was going to be a historic one. The explosion sent a powerful shockwave to its surroundings, kicking up a dust storm. However, Han-Yeol did not shoot his gun there because he was stupid or perhaps he wanted to show off. Geek, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. A ferocious shriek resounded from where the explosion had occurred before the surrounding temperature drastically dropped. Yuck. The Mulan crew and Yubai covered their ears and groaned in agony. They were affected by the negative effect despite wearing their protective bracelets, and the reason for that was because the Horus raid party's hunters were absent this time around. Previously, the concentration of hunters around them had emitted mana from their bodies, which overlapped with each other, and had formed a natural mana barrier that protected them from the negative effect. However, their agony lasted only for a while as Han-Yeol took out a relatively decent-sized mana stone from his pocket. Gripping the mana stone, he cried inwardly, "It hurts having to use these like this, but I will have to increase my skills level. Enhance?" He used another skill. Wuong? Oh? Han-Yeol noticed that the mana concentrated in his HSK-447PS grenade launcher was acting up as if it was going to explode any second now. The mana started to condense even more as the gun started vibrating, but Han-Yeol calmly aimed his gun toward the sky at an angle once again. He was preparing to shoot another grenade out. He could not see the Banshee's mana a while ago even with demon eyes as they were lying dormant, but he could see it clearly now after they have become active from the first blast. Then, he aimed with the help of his skill marksmanship and, without having to calculate anything, he could see the most ideal spot to shoot at to deal the most amount of damage against the monsters. 33 degrees and then, Han-Yeol thought as he aimed 12 degrees lower than a while ago. Then, he commanded, "Mana explosion." Pfft. Han-Yeol had activated his skill, but all he heard was the sound of air passing. His grenade did not launch this time. Huh? What's going on? He wondered while being perplexed at the sudden unexpected situation. He waited for a while, just in case, before he finally decided to lower his gun. KRRR. Kuruk. Kruiaia. Just as he was about to lower his HSK-447P, a loud sound thundered from his grenade launcher and ferociously shot a grenade in an arc once again. The force was so powerful that Han-Yeol himself had to plant his feet to the ground. However, he still could not help being slightly pushed back. Huiei-ish? Yuk? What was that? Han-Yeol thought while watching the grenade whistle through the air. When the grenade finally touched the ground, the land started shaking before a powerful heat wave spread across the surroundings. Then, a mushroom cloud appeared from the distance before sending powerful shockwaves around it. Crackle. Crackle. Kaboom! Heek! The Mulan crew members shrieked in horror at the powerful force that they had never witnessed before. Then, ding! Your level has risen. Huh? What's going on? Han-Yeol was confused after seeing the notification that he had leveled up after shooting one grenade. He decided to scan the area where the explosion had occurred with demon eyes. As expected, there were 3 mana stones and what seemed to be the monster's remains littered across the ground. In short, he had one hit KO'd the monsters. Ding! The skill level of Enhance has risen from E to D. On top of that, his skill had leveled up as well. Status window, Han-Yeol called up his stats screen. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 121. Points, 5. STR, 197. VIT, 174. AGI, 161. Mag, 300 plus 71. LCK, 10. Invoke, 200. Skills, Dismember, C. Sword Mastery, M. Flash Strike, C. Head Cutter, E. Walking, M. Mana Pouch, E. Mana Control, A. Mana Mastery, A. Sixth Sense, B. Restrain, A. Body Strengthening, A. Stab, A. Dagger Mastery, E. Chain Mastery, M. Infinite Library, M. Shield Bash, A. Fire Attribute, A. Mana Explosion, A. Chain Smite, A. Marksmanship, A. Martial Arts, A. Enchant, B. Sword Breathe, B. Restore, C. Healing Bullet, D. Enhance Healing, D. Summon Demon, D. Telepathy, B. Power Meditation, D. Psychokinesis, D. Force Shield, C. Catwalk, D. Mana Absorption, C. Demon Eye, D. Mana Strengthening, E. Mana Bullet, E. Reflect, F. Enhance, D. Item Appraisal, F. Translation, F. Han-Yeol shook his head and wondered, is it because I used an expensive mana stone that I was able to do something like that? It was difficult for an individual to buy a mana stone from the market, so Han-Yeol had invested one of the mana stones that he had obtained from the Paradise Field to activate Enhance. Perhaps it was because he had used a very good mana stone, but the effect of Enhance exceeded his expectations as he had gained 3 mana stones after using one just now. However, it could not be said that he had made a profit of 2 mana stones. After all, he could have easily killed the monsters and obtained 3 mana stones without having to invest a single mana stone. Han-Yeol checked his stats before investing 5 bonus stat points into invoke to make it 205. Then, ding, your invoke stat has reached 205. You may now summon an additional demon. Alright, this is what I have been waiting for? Han-Yeol balled his fist and exclaimed inwardly in delight. Then, he turned around toward Yubai and gave a thumbs up. There were 2 meanings behind the thumbs up. The first one was that Han-Yeol was in a good mood right now, and the second was to signal the end of the live stream. Did you see that just now, everyone? Han-Yeol Hunter Nim annihilated the monsters coming toward him in a single hit. Yubai unleashed a bombshell of her own. What? Lies. Didn't he have a hard time hunting here last time? I saw it live. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. What did we witness just now? Is this the same level up TV I watched last time? I think so. Jesus Christ. I think I'm still half asleep. But I'm sure Mom woke me up a while ago for breakfast. The current viewers were the same ones who had witnessed Han-Yeol hunting with the Horus raid party last time. There were visibly fewer viewers compared to that time, but most of the viewers this time were Han-Yeol's or Yubai's fans. After all, most of the viewers in the last live stream were Taerena's fans. Han-Yeol placed his HSK 477P on his shoulder and walked toward Yubai with an apologetic look. He said, I'm sorry, Yubai. I never imagined that they were going to die in one hit, and I ended up taking away your chance to hunt. I don't mind it, Appa. You put on quite a show, so it's fine, she coolly replied. Thanks. You are a really kind person, Yubai. Han-Yeol was as carefree as he always was, not even realizing what he had done just now. The viewers, the Mulan crew members, and even Yubai were currently busy doubting their eyes. They wondered if what they had witnessed just now was even real or not. Alright, let's get moving. We have to go collect our loot. Han-Yeol nonchalantly said. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. They were able to finish the hunt without any specific trouble. Yubai and the others collected the mana stones and monster body parts while Han-Yeol clandestinely moved to collect the angel shards with psychokinesis. He had collected more than 100 fragments by now, and he was almost going to reach the 200 mark. However, there was still no reaction from it or anywhere else. Do I have to summon Astaroth again? Han-Yeol wondered before he decided to give it more time. When everyone was busy doing their own tasks, Han-Yeol took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Looking at it, he grinned. He. I scoured through all available demon archives just to find this guy. Han-Yeol did not search real books, but rather, had scoured the internet to find clues about this demon. However, he did not search the records available on the Korean web. Instead, he had gone to the source of every demon's myth, which was Vatican City in Europe. He scanned through every available data for nearly a month until he finally found the sigil of the demon he was looking for. Han-Yeol bit the tip of his finger and drew the sigil on the paper on the ground with his blood. Using his blood did not really make the summoning process more efficient, but demon summoning was all about how desperate the summoner was, and using one's own blood was probably the best way to do it. Closing his eyes after drawing the sigil, he then chanted the spell while mana flowed out from his mouth. Lord Satan, Balrog, to manifest. This I respectfully and humbly ask in your name. Lord Satan, may you deem me worthy, Father. 1. The fan service here does not carry any dirty or lewd meaning. This is akin to when athletes sign jerseys or take selfies with their fans. Han-Yeol was trying to summon an intermediate ranking demon named Balrog, who was a servant of the highest ranking demon among the 72 demons, Baal. Balrog was a very useful shield demon that stood at the front lines and protected the demon army of Baal. Of course, the demon army meant the lesser ranking demons and not Baal's officers. Anyway, Han-Yeol felt, time and time again whenever he went hunting, that it would be great if he had someone dependable acting as a shield in front. That was when he had decided to comb through the internet in search of a suitable demon. Wuong? The sigil drawn with Han-Yeol's blood glowed bright red before flames started rising out from it. Foyer. However, contrary to Han-Yeol's expectations, no demon emerged from the sigil. Instead, a small ember that did not look particularly special was in its place. What's that? Don't tell me the summoning failed? Han-Yeol wondered when he had unexpectedly failed to summon the demon. He was quite perplexed and embarrassed after nothing appeared from the sigil. Murmur. What is Han-Yeol Hunter Nim doing? Is he lighting a campfire? SHH. Hunters have great hearing. He can hear you. It was unavoidable for the Mulan crew to start whispering among themselves anxiously after seeing Han-Yeol standing there in a daze. This hunting party was formed with only one hunter, which was Han-Yeol, and anything happening to him was akin to the entire hunting party being wiped out. In short, the Mulan crew members could not help but feel anxious at the death sentence approaching them. Fortunately, Han-Yeol was not as affected as he appeared to be. While regaining his composure, he decided to let the matter go. I guess it can't be helped. I might have failed this time, but next time I'll definitely. Then, just as he was about to turn around and walk away from the signal, he heard the sound of something cutting through the air. Shwee-nik. Han-Yeol's sensitive ears immediately picked up where the sound was coming from, and it was coming from above. Shiying, whoosh, shwee-ik. Han-Yeol immediately reacted to the danger he sensed from above. He pulled out his sword while materializing his chain with the mace attached at the end, which was the form he regularly used these days. Then, he prepared to clash against whatever was coming from above. He activated demon eyes to inspect the identity of the threat from above, but he ended up muttering without even realizing it. Yubai and the rest of the Mulan crew members panicked at the sight of the threat from above. Kaya, monster. It's dangerous. Everyone, run away. They started screaming after seeing a monster flying down from above. It was a totally unexpected situation and Han-Yeol seemed out of it, and this caused widespread panic the moment they spotted the monster. Calm down, everyone. Yubai shouted as she tried her best to calm the panicking girls. However, there was no way that they would be able to calm down so easily. After all, panic and fear were the most instinctive and difficult emotions for humans to control, especially when they felt their lives were in danger. However, Han-Yeol continued staring at the monster with his mouth open despite the widespread panic spreading throughout his party. Crash! The monster landed on the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust around him. Kwahahaha! Who dares to call this old veteran? Shwayak! The monster spread out his wings and stood in an imposing manner. His presence alone was more than enough to overwhelm everybody else. Han-Yeol knew very well who this monster was. Balrog, is it you? Are you the human who summoned me? Yes, that is correct. I have summoned you to the human world in hopes of entering into a contract with you, Han-Yeol replied. I see. However, you will need to know that I will only enter into contracts that are combat related. You better send me back right now if you're going to ask me to do something silly. Don't waste my time. Mark my words. Balrog started off by sending a stern warning to Han-Yeol. Nothing else mattered to Balrog. In fact, his entire life revolved around combat even in the demon world, and he was always the vanguard of Baal's demon army. However, this was also the reason that Han-Yeol was able to summon him luckily. Ah, that is a relief then. I summoned you, Balrog Nim, with combat in mind. I would like to request you to be my shield. Oh, that sounds good. I like your request. I like it. Kwahaha, I shall become your shield and protect you from every attack aimed at you. The reason that Han-Yeol had summoned Balrog was solely because of the fact that the demon was a tanker with powerful defensive skills. Han-Yeol did not initially search with Balrog in mind, but he knew that this was the demon he needed the moment he read about him. Balrog was a demon that used fire. He carried a spear formed out of a fire in his right hand and carried nothing in his left hand. However, a huge rectangular shield would form from his flames once he activated his ability. The fire shield protector of the demon army was Balrog's other nickname. Will you be willing to enter into a contract with me? Han-Yeol asked. Yes, I think it will be fun to fight in the human world and not in the demon world for a change. I can already feel my body itching. Human, where are your enemies? Foyer. The flames surrounding Balrog did not come from his spear or his left arm, but rather, he was more like a flame demon that was conjured out of flames himself. Ding! You have successfully contracted with the flame demon, Balrog, who thirsts for blood and battles. Alright, I did it. Han-Yeol rejoiced inwardly. He was initially troubled when nothing came out from the sigil. Now, he could not help but be relieved after Balrog had emerged from it and he had successfully contracted him. Oh right, what should I offer you in exchange, Balrog Nim? Han-Yeol asked. I completely forgot about that. I have to ask for something in return, right? Kwahaha. Ah, ha ha ha. Han-Yeol let out an awkward laugh while feeling slightly worried that Balrog might be a bit lacking somewhere. Alright, let's set it as mana stones. I will continue to become your shield as long as you consistently offer me a certain amount of mana stones. Yes, I understand. I will be offering you mana stones in return. Sounds good? Great. Balrog let out a burst of laughter as he frivolously nodded. For him, the mana stones were just a means of maintaining the contract. What was important to him was the fact that he was going to be able to get a taste of combat in the human world. He could not be happier about being summoned to the human world and being given the chance to fight to his heart's content as he was slowly starting to get bored of the demon world. What the heck? Did Han-Yeol Hunter Nim summon another demon? The fact that Han-Yeol had the ability to summon demons was already widely known. However, everyone witnessing him summon a demon in front of their eyes could not help but be shocked once again. Wow, I think I've seen that demon somewhere before. I think I saw him in The Lord of the Rings, or some other movie. I think he appears in the game MapleStory, right? Really? Balrog was a very famous demon that appeared in numerous movies and games, so it was unavoidable for them to feel some sense of familiarity with him. Also, it went without saying that the livestream chat was currently in an uproar. What the hell? What did we witness just now? Did that hunter really summon a demon in a live stream? Wow, amazing. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. That's awesome. Has there ever been a hunter that publicly displayed the summoning process? No, I can't think of anyone. Han-Yeol Hunter Nim has graced us once again. Most viewers had to watch edited versions of live streams by other hunters or guilds, all of whom tended to edit out the sensitive secrets before airing it. Technology had made such advancements that it was now possible to edit things while live on air. It was while everyone else was in an uproar that Balrog decided to ask the most important question. Tell me, human, are we able to fight right now? Most certainly, Balrog Nim. In fact, we are currently in the middle of a war zone. Keek keek. Kwahahaha, excellent, I like it. Come and fight me. This Balrog will crush every single one of you. Balrog was as energetic as the first time he appeared. Listen up, everyone. Let's get moving. Yubai, have we finished all preparations? Han-Yeol asked. Yes, Appa. We are ready to go, Yubai replied. She had already finished collecting the mana stones and the banshee's remains, and had loaded them up in the truck with the help of the Mulan crew. Everyone hopped into the bus and truck as they moved toward their next destination with the newly summoned demon in tow. While they were on the move, Balrog suddenly transmitted, "Stop here." "Yes, Balrog Nim." Han-Yeol immediately relayed Balrog's order through the walkie-talkie, and the bus and truck immediately stopped at his command. "What's wrong, Appa? This was just an empty land when we came here last time with the Horus raid party, right?" Yubai asked. "No, just give me a moment," Han-Yeol replied. Then, he asked the demon, "Why did we stop here, Balrog Nim? I can feel it. There's a horde of enemies hiding nearby." "Pardon me?" Han-Yeol could not understand what Balrog was talking about. He had already carried out plenty of research before coming on this solo hunt, scouring through the numerous records he had purchased from other raid parties. None of the records mentioned anything about any monsters lurking in this part of the hunting ground. But the records say that there is nothing here, Balrog Nim. "Kakik, you humans are truly foolish. Haven't you heard that there is always more than what meets the eye? I do not think that is what is important right now." Han-Yeol could not understand why the demon was acting this way. "Follow me?" "Ha, yes, Balrog Nim." Han-Yeol hopped off the bus and walked alongside Balrog after he instructed the rest of the party to slowly follow him. Step, step, vroom, vroom. They walked quite a distance, but there were no signs of any monsters around them. The only things in Han-Yeol's surroundings were a bunch of abandoned buildings, half-destroyed buildings, burnt cars, and debris. Whoosh. Kiik. Kiik. Also, there was the eerie sound of the wind blowing. "Are we still far from where we are going?" Han-Yeol asked. "We are almost there. In fact, it's right over there. Here, Songnam City Panjo Library." Han-Yeol looked up and saw a big signboard. He muttered inwardly, "A public library." Han-Yeol spent quite a lot of time reading these days, so the signboard was all too familiar to him. After all, the place he frequented to read books was a public library too. However, that was not what was important right now. Based on the map he had created from the records, this area was void of monsters. It was a pseudo-safe zone that was suitable to be used as a camp. In fact, he could not find anything suspicious even after activating Demon Eyes. Well, the monsters in this place were a bit tricky to spot as they were very good at hiding their presence. However, this area was void of any signs of monster activity in the first place, so it was difficult to believe that there was anything here. "Are you certain that there are monsters here, Balrog Nim?" "Yes, I can feel it. Can't you smell the stench of blood and war?" Haha. Frankly speaking, Han-Yeol was quite perplexed right now. He could not help but wonder, maybe there's a hidden entrance somewhere. However, the reason that he had followed Balrog all the way here despite knowing that it was going to be futile was solely because of one reason. Demons didn't lie. Still, he could not deny that he was starting to get frustrated and tired from the wild goose chase. Just as he was getting tired, Balrog said something that instantly woke him up. "It seems that there is a secret door beneath the ground. You mortals might not be able to feel it, but I can definitely feel it. This place is a battlefield? It's filled with monsters. Hyok? A secret area? This is a jackpot?" Han-Yeol could not help but be shocked at the demon's words. The value of a secret area was immense, and a prime example of this was the pyramids. Most African countries had suffered catastrophic damage when the dimensional gates appeared, but the sole reason that Egypt was able to bounce back and become a developed country was all due to the secret areas. The secret areas of Egypt were all concentrated in their pyramids, which were now ranked as the top holiday destination for hunters. Han-Yeol's eyes started sparkling uncontrollably. "Appa, what's wrong with you?" Yubai asked on behalf of the entire party. "Yubai," Han-Yeol replied. "Yes, Appa. Tell everyone to inspect their equipment and get ready. Something amazing is going to happen soon." "Huh? Oh, okay. I will tell them that." Everyone tilted their heads in confusion at Han-Yeol's command, but they decided to follow it nevertheless. Suin walked up to Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol muttered when he noticed Suin walking toward him while he was busy talking to Balrog. He could not think of a reason for Suin to approach him right now. Yubai was doing a talk show on the live stream, so he was not needed there. Han-Yeol might be the protagonist when he was hunting, but Yubai was hands down the center of attraction when a hunt was not going on. Besides, she was really good at managing the viewers, so he was not really needed. I can't help but be really grateful for Yubai. Becoming a celebrity might have been her dream, but it's still my channel, after all. Of course, it was not that Yubai did not benefit from it at all. In fact, she was starting to get popular enough for some people to recognize her on the street. She would even get interview requests, get scouted by talent agencies, and even get offers to film an advertisement. "What's the matter, Suin?" Han-Yeol asked. I wanted to ask. Are we going underground by any chance?" Suin asked. "Why are you asking that?" Han-Yeol asked in surprise. He did not mention anything else aside from asking them to check their equipment, so he thought that Suin's intuition seemed quite sharp. "I had a feeling that we were going to go somewhere closed and narrow like a basement for some reason. Anyway, we will have to install another mana antenna if we are going underground, so that's why I am asking. We need to install another mana antenna." Han-Yeol tilted his head in confusion before Suin explained how the mana antenna worked. He did not particularly care how the broadcast worked, but Suin always insisted that he listened to her explanations as they were using his money. After all, That was the reason why he was aware of what the mana antenna was and what it did, but he had no idea why they had to install another one. Yes, we will have to install another one. It is not so often that we will have to install another antenna, but there are cases where we will have to if we are moving to another place. You do remember that we purchased 2 mana antennas last time, right? Yes, I remember, but we bought that as a backup just in case something happened to the one we're using, right? It might be quite obvious, but Suin made sure to report any expenses above a certain amount to Han-Yeol whenever she made a purchase. Han-Yeol emphasized that she did not have to do that since she was in charge of the Mulan film crew, but she insisted on providing detailed accounts and reports to him. Han-Yeol's memory dramatically improved after awakening, so he remembered all of the reports Suin had made. Yes, that was our original intent, as mana antennas are quite fragile equipment and they break down quite frequently. However, we may use them as a relay point as well. Most hunting grounds are open-type ones, so we do not really need to use another antenna, but it is a whole different story if we are going underground, Suin explained. Oh, I see. Han-Yeol nodded in amazement, and then he said, yes, we are going underground, so please install the relay point. Yes, Hunter Nim. Suin saluted as a joke before she sped toward the rest of the Mulan crew and instructed them to install a mana antenna. The Mulan film crew immediately installed the mana antenna after hearing that they were going to be venturing underground. Hurry up, we are going underground. What? Underground? That's making me nervous. Yeah, I never imagined the Paradise Field had an underground space as well. That's quite amazing. The girls had fully adjusted to their new job after leaving the safety of their regular job, where they did not have to risk their lives. It was most likely that they were going to find a job at another guild or raid party in the event that they were fired from their current one. However, to do that, they had to not only accumulate enough experience but also possess quite a lot of knowledge about hunters. This was the reason that they had been diligently studying about the hunter industry. The only thing required for them to join the Mulan crew was for them to have skills and a good personality, but they soon found out that it was not that easy for them to join other raid parties or guilds. After all, those places tended to be quite picky with hiring people. The hiring requirements of other guilds or raid parties were so absurd that they even expected whoever they hired to have a good TOEIC score. I can only get these kinds of shots working for hunters? Working in the film industry was all about filming boring things and layering them with CG to make the various scenes come to life. However, working with Han-Yeol had opened up a whole new world for them where all sorts of flashy things happened without having to use CG, and they could not help but feel addicted to it. We are quite lucky to be able to work here. Quite a lot of their peers were already asking them how they had managed to join the Mulan film crew and if they could help them join the crew as well. However, a lot of their peers found it hard to believe that all they had done to join the Mulan film crew was to take a personality test and show their portfolio. I only did an interview and I passed. I really didn't do anything much. Why are they talking as if I have a secret that I'm not sharing? It was a given that they could not say much about the hiring process as there had really been nothing special about it. Click. Clack. It's finally finished. The mana antenna installation was finally completed. Han-Yeol Hunter Nim, the installation is finished. Suin shouted loudly. Han-Yeol nodded in response before he stood up and said, let's get moving now. Our destination is the library's basement. Bring only the equipment you can carry and leave the rest here, but make sure to put a camouflage cover over it so nobody steals it. Yes, Hunter Nim. Everyone helped you by place camouflage netting over the truck. This technology had been developed 30 years ago, but its energy requirements made it difficult to commercialize. However, the appearance of mana stones as an energy source had made it possible for this technology to finally be commercialized. The emergence of mana stones made it possible for technology that would otherwise only be seen in sci-fi movies to be used in real life, and the camouflage netting was a prime example of it. That's perfect. Anyway, it's officially known that there's nothing in this place, so I doubt anyone is going to come and steal these. Why yeah. Han-Yeol sounded quite nonchalant about it, but Suin could not help but feel anxious about leaving all of these expensive equipment behind unattended. All of these equipment were extremely expensive. She would not be able to afford a tenth of it even if she worked for her entire life. These equipment are insured. They are also not that expensive for me, so please don't worry about it, Han-Yeol said. Ah, yes, Hunter Nim. In the end, Suin had to stop worrying about it. After all, she could not afford to get on her employer's bad side. They made their way into the library, which had a messy interior. There were furniture littered all over the ground, the window panes were shattered, and there were trails of blood all over. It feels like a scene out of a zombie movie, Han-Yeol thought. He was a fan of zombie movies, which frequently featured scenes just like the sight in front of him. Of course, it only looked like a scene out of a zombie movie. There were no zombies in this area. However, what did exist here were monsters that were far more vicious than zombies. Where should we go, Balrog Nim? Han-Yeol asked. Follow me? Balrog continued walking. The broadcast was not live as of right now. They told the viewers that the live stream was going to resume after they took a break, but that was just an excuse as they made their way here. It was a precaution they took to deter anyone from stealing their equipment or trailing them and exposing the location of the secret area. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Balrog's footsteps led the way toward the basement, which was quite dark. Foyer. However, Balrog engulfed his body in flames to illuminate their surroundings, and the Mulan crew members took out their lighting equipment as well. The dark basement was soon brightly illuminated. A restaurant, shop, and lounge area could be seen, and Balrog made his way toward the restaurant first. What is he trying to find here? Han-Yeol wondered. Yuck, it stinks. What smell is this? The restaurant was emitting a foul odor, but it was not the stench of rotting food. This place had been abandoned for more than 30 years, so any trace of food would have long decomposed by now. They said there was no smoke without fire, so there was bound to be a reason behind this foul stench. Does this smell mean that this is another hunting ground? Han-Yeol wondered. If his deduction was correct, then the Paradise Field was not a hunting ground where only banshees, trappers, and phantoms appeared. There could be more monsters inhabiting it. I am looking forward to this, Balrog Nim, Han-Yeol said. Kwahahaha, you should. There's nothing as exciting as a bloodfest. At the thought of being able to fight to his heart's content, Balrog started to get excited once again. When they entered the restaurant and stood in front of the storeroom, Han-Yeol asked, "Is there something in here?" Kahihi, to think that they would call something like this a secret. I don't know who did this, but this is quite pitiful. What do you mean by that, Balrog Nim? Just watch. Balrog took a step back before stabbing his spear into the ground and gathering his mana into his fist. Thud. Woong. As an absurd amount of mana concentrated in his right fist, a black flame that resembled the flames of hell appeared on it. Kwahahaha, eat this? Hellfire punch. Whoosh. Kwaya. Balrog swung his fist at the speed of light, smashing it into the restaurant's storeroom wall. Kaya. What was that? Was that an earthquake? What do you mean by an earthquake? You do know we are in a hunting ground, right? That was definitely caused by someone or something. The Paradise Field is not an S-rank hunting ground and there are no master rank hunters here, so that tremor just now is definitely not caused by someone. The raid parties hunting in the Paradise Field immediately stopped what they were doing and put their guards up at the sudden unexplainable phenomena. However, nothing much happened afterward, even though they waited for an hour. Oh, nothing happened. We just wasted our time. We could have hunted one more time in that hour. Today is a bust as well. The hunters started to grumble about the tremor after nothing happened, but the culprit behind it was. Kwahahaha, what do you think? Do you like the taste of this Balrog Nim's fist? Balrog's fist carried such a tremendous amount of force that it broke down a portion of a wall large enough for two people to enter at the same time. Nothing else was damaged aside from that. What was that? That was a huge tremor, but that's it. Huh, that's quite surprising in its own way, I guess. Everyone had a lackluster expression after seeing the hole dug by the tremendous force. However, Han-Yeol had a different reaction. This place must have been made and hidden on purpose, judging by the fact that only a portion of it was revealed after that powerful punch. Kahihi, as expected of the human who summoned me, you aren't stupid. It is exactly as you said, this pathway was created and hidden by someone on purpose. Nobody previously found it because it was quite well hidden, but the mana seeping out of this hole is going to start attracting humans within 24 hours. What we need to do now is to start fighting before that 24 hours is up. It's going to get busy around here. Exactly. The carefree smile on Balrog's face disappeared. Crumble. Crumble? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The debris from the wall fell to the ground. Wow, the Mulan crew members muttered in amazement as their hearts pounded in anticipation of what lay beyond the wall. The world might have changed quite a lot, but the fact that humans experienced a rush of adrenaline whenever they went out on an adventure remained unchanged. The hunters had felt this rush of adventure in their early days of hunting. However, they soon lost it after having gotten used to hunting at the hunting grounds. Of course, there were a handful of hunters who scoured the globe in search of new hunting grounds after growing out of the ones they had become used to. That was the reason why the Mulan crew members could not help but forget about the perils of their adventure for a moment and followed Han-Yeol with excitement. Also, they were jubilant at the fact that they were going to be able to capture this thrilling moment live on camera. Be careful, everyone. Proceed with caution, Han-Yeol warned. Yes, Han-Yeol Hunter Nim, the girls replied in unison. Don't worry. The prey in this place don't hide like the ones above, so they won't be in danger as long as you remain vigilant, Balrog said. That's a relief, Han-Yeol replied. He immediately relayed this information to his party members, which helped alleviate their anxiety by a little bit. It was inevitable for the Mulan crew members to be worried and scared no matter how thrilling the adventure was. After all, their lives were going to be on the line. They were nervous that a monster was suddenly going to pop up from behind a wall, but Han-Yeol's words helped them relax. Click. Clack. However, Yubai, who was the only other combatant in the party, remained vigilant. She checked the HSK 447P that Han-Yeol had given her and was preparing to engage in combat at a moment's notice. Yubai had been getting stressed by the fact that she still had not been able to awaken. This was a common occurrence among porters, so there was nothing special about her situation. In fact, her career as a porter was quite short when compared to how Han-Yeol had awakened only after 4 years of serving as a porter. Back then, Han-Yeol had also been frustrated about not awakening, so what Yubai was feeling right now was completely normal. However, most people who failed to overcome their frustration in this period of time would end up getting depressed. In fact, quite a lot of porters would usually give up due to this reason. I need to make more money, so I should focus on doing my job rather than awakening, Yubai steeled her resolve. Most porters joined hunts to awaken and to possibly become a hunter. As for Han-Yeol, he had to desperately work regardless of whether he awakened or not so that he could pay his father's hospital bills. But the fact that he had something else to focus on did help him in overcoming this difficult and emotional period. I'm sure Yubai is going to be able to overcome this by herself, Han-Yeol thought. Han-Yeol knew that Yubai was mentally stronger than him. The fact that both of them had lived their childhood in poverty but she did not become a delinquent like him was proof that she was much more mentally resilient than him. There's no reason for me to step in since she will be fine on her own? Han-Yeol could see that Yubai was overcoming her frustrations better than he had back then. He also noticed that she was growing quite fast as a porter these days. Back then, Han-Yeol had spent most of his days off sleeping as he would be dead tired from having to work alternately as a porter and at the factory. Meanwhile, Yubai was currently able to invest in herself during her free time thanks to Han-Yeol providing her with a steady source of income. However, he was still not confident about doing the same as she was currently doing even if he had been given the same luxury back then. I really think that I'm not a studious person. Han-Yeol knew very well from an early age that studying was not his forte. He was also not the type to do his best if what he did brought him no excitement. It was quite fortunate that the ability he had awakened with was quite fun for him. We are almost there, Balrog said before stopping. Han-Yeol stopped thinking about other things and stopped as well. Demon eyes. Wuong? He scanned every bit of mana within a 10 kilometers radius around him, which meant that 10 kilometers around him were no different than his territory now. Sensing a difference in mana, he thought, the mana here is definitely different from the 3 monsters above ground. The difference in mana did not necessarily mean that the monsters here were weaker or stronger than those above. Keek, this is getting interesting. I don't get this excited even in the demon world. Is it because the air is different? It feels as if I'll finally get to fight till the death now, Balrog exclaimed. Do you think so? Kwahahaha. Han-Yeol shook his head. He could not help but feel burdened by the overly excited demon. However, he was also grateful for the demon's active participation. It was a mixed feeling that he never imagined he would be getting from a demon of all things. The dungeon was quite dark, but the party's surroundings were brightly illuminated thanks to the combination of light sources from Balrog, Han-Yeol, and the Mulan film crew. Han-Yeol could not help but feel relieved as they would have had to turn back even after finding such a rare dungeon if they did not have any light source with them. They say that the ones who are prepared will usually win. I guess they're right, thought Han-Yeol as he had that realization once again. Sook. Beep. Beep. Appa. Yeah, I felt that too. They're coming? The mana detector Yubai was using beeped while Han-Yeol's demon eyes and Balrog's instincts warned them of the incoming monsters. Click. Clack. Yubai checked and readied her firearm once again. Han-Yeol could not help but be impressed at her preparedness. Then, an idea popped up in his head. I wonder if that will work. There was still some time before the monsters would get to where they were, so Han-Yeol decided to first help the Mulan crew get set up before calling Yubai over. Why? Is something the matter? Yubai asked. Give me your gun for a second, Han-Yeol said. All right. The HSK-447P Yubai held onto was technically Han-Yeol's gear, so he was not being rude by asking her to hand it over or anything. After receiving the gear from Yubai, Han-Yeol inspected the HSK-447P for a moment before he placed his hand on it. I wonder if this will work? Mana pouch. Wuong? He used mana pouch for the first time ever. Then, the 4,000 mana he stored up in the mana pouch flowed into the gun. Oh, it works? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly after inspecting the gun with demon eyes and confirming that it was now infused with mana. He thought in disbelief, isn't this awesome? The skill description did mention that it was going to be possible for Han-Yeol to transfer the mana to someone else, but he never imagined that it was going to be possible to pass the mana to an object. This single experiment was going to open up countless opportunities for him from now on. The gun, now infused with the mana from Mana Pouch, was probably going to be much stronger than most firearms out there. After all, it was not simply coated with mana but had mana directly infused into it. Han-Yeol returned the HSK-447P to Yubai after confirming that it was now infused with mana. He said, here you go. Oh, Appa, what did you do just now? Yubai asked with her eyes wide open in surprise. She could visibly see the mana infused in the gun, so she knew that Han-Yeol had done something beneficial for her. She could not help feeling shocked, since this was her first time seeing such a bizarre sight. It's nothing important. I just infused some of my mana into the gun to enhance it. It will probably be much stronger than it was before, Han-Yeol replied. Is that even possible? Yubai could not help but be shocked once again after hearing it directly from him. Infusing mana into something else? She had never heard of such a possibility except for a hunter transferring their mana to another hunter. She had been studying quite diligently in recent months, but she had never come across anything like this in any of the textbooks she had read. SHH, the live stream is going to start. I don't have any plans to hide it, but nothing good will come out of announcing it to the world right now. Keep it to yourself for now. Also, I will continuously replenish the mana whenever I can, so bring your gun over whenever I call you. Yes, I understand. Yubai tilted her head in confusion, thinking, how is it possible for a single hunter to possess so many skills? At this point, she felt like giving up on trying to catch up to Han-Yeol's level. I keep trying every day so that I can catch up to him, but it feels like he is taking 10 steps forward for every step I take. Yubai tried her best to not be a hindrance, studying until her nose bled ever since she started working with Han-Yeol. However, Han-Yeol seemed to be getting stronger by the day and further widening the gap between them. He was now so far ahead that it was difficult for her to even look at him. After all, he had even recently joined the Horus raid party and forged a personal relationship with the goddess of Africa. Taeyarana was someone who a dirt-poor porter like Yubai should not even dare to look at, but Yubai had been warmly welcomed into the Horus raid party just because she was Han-Yeol's personal porter. However, there was no way that Yubai was going to crumble at this, as she was quite the fighter herself. I will try 5 times harder if my current efforts are not enough. I will not be a dead weight, Dong sang. To you, Appa. Yubai steeled her resolve once again before taking aim. Click. Clack. Appa, the monsters are 1 kilometer away. We will make contact in 1 minute and 20 seconds, Yubai said with a gaze burning with resolve. Han-Yeol liked the fire in Yubai's eyes that burned away all traces of doubt and frustration. People who possessed these eyes burning with resolve were usually mentally quite strong regardless of their gender. He thought with a smile, I guess I really don't have to worry about her. Well, Yubai was quite independent and responsible, so he did not really have to worry about her. Han-Yeol turned around and walked over toward Balrog, and then he stood beside him. This secret dungeon was 6 meters in height and 4 meters in length, so there was plenty of room for the demon to move in. My shield forged from my flames will never be broken through. Hold on. Does this guy have a status window? Han-Yeol wondered before he called up the demon's status. Balrog LVL1. Rating, Intermediate. Experience points, 1/1,000. Innate ability, absorb flames n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Stats, STR, 30, VIT, 30, AGI, 10, MAG, 20, 10, 50. Skills, Fire Shield, Hell Spear, Breath of Fire. I can see his stats and innate ability as well? Han-Yeol muttered inwardly in surprise. Wahahaha, Balrog gathered his mana. A rectangular shield appeared in his left hand when he channeled his mana, and the air around him instantly heated up. Oh right, this isn't going to be an easy one? Han-Yeol suddenly remembered that he was going to be fighting against a different monster, so he had to remain vigilant. He used a sigil and summoned the ranged Void Devil this time, since he had used the melee one last time. Fwaa! The Void Devil appeared from a cloud of smoke before materializing in front of Han-Yeol. Welcome, Han-Yeol greeted the demon. Ha, is it a battle? Yes. Everything is for naught. These demons have their own personalities, Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. If Balrog was the type to actively search for hidden dungeons just to be able to fight, then the Void Devil was the type to only do the things that Han-Yeol requested. It did not actively seek out to do anything else, and it did not even speak unless Han-Yeol spoke to it first. In return, it did not ask for much, so their upkeep was quite cheap. Let's go out with a bang, Void Devil Nim, Han-Yeol said. Ha, it's all futile? The Void Devil might have said it that way, but it was surely going to do its utmost to carry out what Han-Yeol had requested. A fitting word to describe this demon was probably Tsundere. Thud, 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 thud. Appa, they are here, Yubai said. Yeah, I can see them, Han-Yeol replied as he looked into the distance with his eyes glowing red. Balrog might love fighting so much that it could be called an obsession, but Han-Yeol was not that far off when it came to being battle-crazed. Shwiaik? Han-Yeol's chain with a mace made its appearance once again. One tenacity. Thud, 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 thud. When his ears picked up the sound of a dozen feet stomping on the ground, Han-Yeol shouted, Lights. Yes, Hunter Nim. The live stream had already started, so Han-Yeol ordered the Mulan film crew to switch on the large lighting equipment they had prepared but not used until now. Tack, tack, tack. 3 large light sources illuminated the areas where Han-Yeol's skill and Balrog's flame had failed to illuminate. Keek! The monsters' horrifying shrieks of agony at the sudden bright light could be heard. The light managed to momentarily stop the monsters in their tracks, allowing the party to get a good look at the monsters' appearance. What the hell are those? Han-Yeol muttered with a grimace. The monsters were not simply walking on the ground but crawling from all over the place. They could be found on the walls and across the ceiling. These monsters looked completely different from the banshees, trappers, or phantoms found above ground, and they looked more like the arachnid that could be found in legends. The monster's lower body looked like a spider, while its upper body was that of a humanoid, and its skin was so ghastly pale that not a single drop of blood seemingly existed in its body. In fact, even though its pale upper body resembled a marble sculpture of a naked woman, it was not one that could arouse any feelings of lust. The monster looked too void of emotion for that to happen. I'm sure there will be some perverts who have a thing for such creatures, Han-Yeol thought. The monster's main weapon seemed to be its long arms, which resembled sharp spears. 2 of its legs were off the ground, so they could possibly be its sub-weapons too. In short, it could be said from visual deduction alone that this monster had 4 weapons in its arsenal. It does look kind of strong, Han-Yeol said to Balrog. Not bad for the first battle? That is surely not going to disappoint. Even now, Balrog still seemed to be only thinking of fighting to his heart's content. They say that dealing the first blow will dictate the rest of the battle. Void Devil Nim. Void Storm. Shwayaok? The ranged Void Devil opened its mouth at Han-Yeol's request and used Void Storm, which was the only offensive skill among its 3 skills. It looked like a normal skill that only carried a current of electricity, but it was undoubtedly a powerful one that could inflict a tremendous amount of damage if it as much as grazed its target. Geek. The labyrinth spiders, which was a temporary name Han-Yeol had come up with, scurried around the walls and ceiling to avoid the void storm. Tack, 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 tack. The labyrinth spiders moved quite fast and even rushed toward the void devil. But, where do you think you are going? Balrog exclaimed before he took in a deep breath and unleashed it. He commanded, breath of fire. Keek. The demon was able to speak and breathe at the same time as he was using telepathy, and his breath instantly covered the entire passage with flames. The flame was extraordinary, being conjured and filled with mana. To increase its destructiveness even more, the demon had compressed it before spreading it all over the place. Even Han-Yeol, who was standing right beside Balrog, could feel the blistering heat from the demon's flame. As expected of an intermediate demon, he is on a different level. Han-Yeol was in awe despite the demon only having used one skill so far. The labyrinth spiders let out an ear-splitting screech as the powerful flames burned them, but they were not simple monsters that were going to go down without a fight. They are strong, much stronger than the 3 monsters above ground. The 3 monsters would have suffered critical damage after that attack, but these monsters seem fine, Han-Yeol thought as he further raised his guard. It was difficult to tell if the labyrinth spiders actually suffered damage or not as they looked fine now. Bring it on. You will never be able to get past me? Kwahaha. Huh? Han-Yeol was surprised at Balrog's reaction. The flames around Balrog's body grew even stronger as 3 labyrinth spiders attacked him. Don't tell me. He has a skill to get the enemy's aggro? Han-Yeol thought as he did not recall seeing any such skills in Balrog's status window. The labyrinth spiders completely ignored the void devil, which had fired the powerful void storm a while ago, and directed their focus toward Balrog. I might have summoned a demon that is even more amazing than I initially thought. Han-Yeol felt proud and elated at the thought of having summoned such a dependable tank. He was now able to leave the front to the demon without having to worry, judging by the demon's stats and skills. As the only hunter, Han-Yeol was technically alone. He also hadn't been sure of the monster's characteristics, so he had been reserved when it came to fighting with them. He had been worried of something unexpected happening that would put Yubai and the Mulan film crew in danger, but that worry was now alleviated with him having a dependable tank in front. Yubai, it seems that Balrog has the monster's aggro, so feel free to shoot as much as you want, Han-Yeol said. Yes, Appa. Yubai replied enthusiastically. Ratatata? She immediately pulled the trigger of the enhanced HSK 447P without a hint of hesitation, and the bullets smashed into the labyrinth spiders. Ting, 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 ting. The bullets failed to do much, barely scratching the monsters. However, she could not afford to stop as this was the only way for her to awaken. Shwick. Han-Yeol made his way to the front after issuing the command to Yubai. He spun his chain with his left hand while walking. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the mace splitting the air was more than enough to send chills down the spines of all onlookers. Tack. Han-Yeol kicked off the ground and threw his chain as he commanded. Chain smite. Whoosh. Pukok. He did not just wildly swing his chain around without aiming. In fact, he swung the chain to let the ego, Kavi's, imbued in the chain and his skills do the rest of the work to attack the labyrinth spiders. A single swing of his chain was able to deal a powerful blow to 3 labyrinth spiders. Keek. The 3 labyrinth spiders shrieked in agony after being struck by the chain, and one of them turned their attention toward Han-Yeol. Tae-to-talk? It rode the walls at a frightening speed and crawled up the ceiling before jumping down toward Han-Yeol. The labyrinth spider's attack was a very threatening one. Any poor attempt to block it was bound to end up with Han-Yeol being crushed underneath the monster's weight. Kayak? One of the Mulan crew members screamed in horror. Her scream could have interrupted the live stream, but the background music they played to further fuel the broadcast's suspense was able to mask it. The current situation seemed so dangerous that even the crew members could not help but be horrified. Ha, Han-Yeol smirked. Most people might believe Han-Yeol's defense to be quite low, since his fighting style was quite aggressive. That was only because they were unaware of the many defensive skills in his arsenal. Force shield. Wuong. A kite shield appeared on Han-Yeol's left hand. Shwick. Clang. The labyrinth spider clashed with Han-Yeol's force shield, pushing him a few meters back. However, that was all the monster could achieve despite throwing its full weight behind the attack. After blocking the monster's attack, Han-Yeol immediately cancelled force shield and activated another skill. Sword breath. The sword in his right hand was now engulfed in flames. It was the deadliest skill in Han-Yeol's arsenal, and it was also one of his favorite skills in close combat. The skill's deadliness was further enhanced by the fact that Han-Yeol no longer depended on his skills alone after having gone through Kajiker's grueling training. Needless to say, he was now quite skilled with the sword. Han-Yeol nimbly moved with the help of Catwalk and displayed his dazzling swordsmanship against the monster. Clang, 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 clang. The labyrinth spider's arms and Han-Yeol's sword clashed against each other, sending sparks around them. Han-Yeol was only using a single sword while the labyrinth spider had 4 arms, but they were neck and neck when it came to exchanging blows. The labyrinth spider tried to use the numerical advantage of having more weapons to strike Han-Yeol successfully, but it failed to get past his sword's defense. The monster simply did not have the skills or strength to get past Han-Yeol's 6th sense. Keek! The labyrinth spider shrieked in frustration, when it paused for a split second to prepare to deal a powerful strike. Kwachik! Tack! Han-Yeol did not miss the opening. He infused his mana into his legs and shot forward like an arrow. Head cutter. Sukok. In the blink of an eye, Han-Yeol was behind the labyrinth spider. The monster stood still for a second before its head cleanly fell off of its shoulders. Thud. The labyrinth spider fell to the ground with a thud. The rank of head cutter has risen from E to D. The rank of catwalk has risen from D to C. Alright. Han-Yeol rejoiced at the alert message of his skills leveling up. It was a message that always brought him great joy as most of his skills were quite useful. He could see himself growing stronger whenever they leveled up. Kwahahaha, look at these imbeciles. Kwahaha. Meanwhile, Balrog was still enjoying his fight against the two labyrinth spiders that could not seem to penetrate through his defenses. But unfortunately, the demon could not deal damage strong enough to kill the labyrinth spiders in a single blow. He kept the monsters at bay with his spear, but the monsters were not a bunch of simpletons that would just stand and get skewered by his spear. Nov. L. B /JNN. In other words, the demon's attack was quite hopeless. Did that mean Han-Yeol was suddenly disappointed by the demon? Not at all. He expected Balrog to be a dependable tank, but he did not expect him to be an all-rounder. I guess it's time for me to do my job, Han-Yeol thought as he fixed his grip on his sword. Eat my flaming spear? Kwahaha. Balrog suddenly deactivated his shield after defending against the monsters for quite a while. He conjured another flaming spear in his free hand. It was hard to tell if the labyrinth spiders were unlucky or Balrog was just really good at gauging his timing, but he accurately stabbed the monsters at the exact timing their guards were down. Quachik. Quachik. The flaming spears pierced through the labyrinth spiders' hard carapace and turned them into barbecue on skewers. Keek. The monsters cried out in agony after being skewered by the flaming spears. Everything happened instantaneously, so the cameras failed to capture the sudden turn of events. The only scene shown on the screen was the labyrinth spiders crying in agony. However, the monsters did not die in an instant as they possessed quite a lot of HP. Quachik. Tack. Han-Yeol concentrated his mana on his legs, kicking off the ground once again. Then, he used Head Cutter to put the labyrinth spiders out of their misery. He didn't pity them or anything, but he did not want to waste any more time with them. Ha! Han-Yeol let out a sigh of relief after the battle ended. I love it. You are quite strong, human. Do you think so? Kwahaha. You, humans, are too humble for your own good. I really like you. Han-Yeol could only shrug in response to the demon's praise. The one-man raid party proceeded further into the dungeon and killed every single labyrinth spider they came across. The effect of having a dependable tank in the party was quite visible, since even these difficult monsters were made quick work. This wouldn't have been the case without a dependable tank at the front. Thanks to that, the chat room, which was switched on now that they had ventured deep into the dungeon, was in an uproar. Where is this? There was another hunting ground within a hunting ground. How is this possible? Awesome. Those labyrinth spiders look quite powerful. I think this is still in the paradise field, but those monsters look much stronger than the 3 monsters usually seen in that hunting ground. But Hunter Han-Yeol is not losing to them. Let's go. The common rule was that the one who first found a monster got the right to name them, so the monsters here were going to be known as the labyrinth spiders from now on. That was the reason why the viewers were calling the monsters with that same name. What in the world is going on? Who the hell is this guy? I know right. This guy came to this hunting ground with the Horus raid party, but he is now soloing it. Am I the only one seeing that Balrog guy? What in the world is that? Ayayayok. This is too much for my brain to process. The chat room was in a state of chaos and utter confusion. The regular viewers who had tuned in just to enjoy Han-Yeol's dazzling performance were amazed once again at the surprising sight, but the viewers who possessed a bit of knowledge about hunters were greatly confused by what they were seeing. That was because they had watched numerous hunter channels to know quite a bit about how things worked. The viewers were stunned and confused by what they were witnessing on the screen, but that only further fueled the sales of the V-tickets. The V-tickets were selling like hotcakes because of Han-Yeol's fighting style. He did not fight with a preset formation like what other raid parties did, but he went all around the battlefield. For example, if he started fighting on the left side of the battlefield, he would suddenly move to the right side to keep on fighting. This only made the viewers of the live stream want to purchase the V-ticket that allowed them to switch screens and follow him. They became less keen to only rely on the main monitor, which only showed the battle from a single angle. In other words, Han-Yeol was so entertaining to watch that the viewers could not help but spend money on him. It went without saying that the labyrinth spiders dropped Angel's fragments as well. Han-Yeol had already gathered hundreds of the fragments, but Astaroth still showed no reactions whatsoever. He wondered, do I have to make the first move? He could not help but feel uncomfortable as his blood rushed into his nether region at the thought of having to summon the devil of seduction once again. It was the result of having two of mankind's strongest instincts, the instincts of sexual desire as well as survival, clashing together. However, he had to meet the demon sometime in the future regardless of how his instincts screamed within him. After all, he had to give Astaroth the angel's fragments. The party ventured forward without a hiccup as no labyrinth spiders appeared anymore. It's such a waste, Appa, Yubai grumbled. Yeah, I guess, Han-Yeol replied. It is. Just the thought of having to leave behind all of those precious labyrinth spider corpses. Unlike the monsters above ground, the labyrinth spiders here in the secret dungeon remained as corpses after dying. Simply put, it was possible for the party to dismember them for their useful body parts. Well, they could not immediately sell the corpses off anyway. They had to bring the whole monster corpse to the Hunters Association to first get them tested before being able to determine which part of the monster was valuable. Nevertheless, it was clear as day that the monster's remains were quite valuable. However, they were going to need a truck to transport the monster corpses that were rather big and heavy. It was unfortunate that they had left their trucks above ground, so it was going to be impossible for them to collect these valuable corpses. In the end, they could only swallow their tears and collect the mana stones dropped by the monsters to console themselves. All of a sudden, zing, ho ho, finally, beep, 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 appa. Yeah, I sense it too. Han-Yeol's demon eyes, Balrog's instinct, and Yubai's mana detection device all started ringing at the same time. This mana is. It seems to belong to the owner of this place. The boss monster. The boss, you say? I guess that is indeed the most fitting description for what lies ahead. It came much sooner than I expected, Han-Yeol thought. In video games, a boss monster was an arrogant creature that usually appeared only after a player had hunted quite a lot of monsters. In this case, the party had only hunted around 15 labyrinth spiders so far, but the boss monster was already going to appear. Han-Yeol could see his surroundings within a 10 kilometers radius through his mana. It was something like a 3D map usually found in video games or something like that. The boss monster seems to be in a strange room. It feels like a queen labyrinth spider waiting for its prey to venture into its territory, Han-Yeol said. Keek? An arrogant queen? The thought of ripping that arrogant creature apart is already making me feel ecstatic. You are indeed a demon. Of course. I am the proud and honorable shield of Baal Nim. Balrog was still an intermediate demon no matter how he acted. He was a demon who found honor in ripping apart the bodies of his enemy and bathing in their blood. Yubai, Han-Yeol called out after making sense of the situation they were in. Yes, Appa. Yubai replied. She was Han-Yeol's personal porter and the main manager of his solo party, so he had the responsibility of sharing whatever information he found relating to the hunt they were in. The labyrinth spider boss will be up ahead. We are heading over there now. That sounds quite dangerous. Yes, relay this information to the Mulan crew and make sure you tell them to be extra vigilant. Yes, Appa. Yubai went to warn the Mulan film crew to be careful now that they were going to enter the boss room. Well, not that they had to do anything different than what they were doing so far. Their survival game plan was quite simple for now. They were going to survive if Han-Yeol won, but they were going to get annihilated if he lost. The only reason Han-Yeol had asked Yubai to warn them was so that they could prepare themselves for what they were about to encounter. Alright, listen up, everyone. We are now going to meet the owner of this labyrinth dungeon. It will be quite a suspenseful experience. Are we going to be able to kill the owner of this place and safely make it out, or is this going to be the end of the road for us? Han-Yeol made a short speech for the viewers. Nobody had said that this was a labyrinth dungeon, but this place was going to be known as the Spider Labyrinth now that Han-Yeol had named the monsters here as the Labyrinth Spiders. It was quite natural for the secret dungeon to be called a labyrinth since the monster that appeared here had the name Labyrinth attached to them. Now, move out. Yes, Hunter Nim. Thud. This seems to be the place. Yes, I can smell the presence of a powerful being. Gulp. Everything is futile. Han-Yeol and Balrog were looking forward to the upcoming battle while the Void Devil was still feeling the same as it always did. As for the rest of the party members who gulped nervously, they were filled with anxiety and fear. A large shut door stood imposingly in front of them. Balrog Nim. Leave it to me. Tack. Balrog walked toward the door. He placed both of his hands on its surface before pushing it with all of his might. Creaking, the door slowly swung open to reveal a spacious common hall. There was a flight of stairs at the end of the hall that seemingly led up to a shrine, and the Queen Labyrinth Spider was waiting for them at the very top. If the Labyrinth Spiders had delicate features, the Queen Labyrinth Spider had an imposing presence that suited its title of queen. Its body frame was much larger than the other Labyrinth Spiders and its chest was bustier than theirs. Also, the Labyrinth Spiders used their sharp pointy arms as their main weapons, but the Queen Labyrinth Spider had human-like arms that held onto something similar to a magic staff. This looks quite troublesome. I thought it was going to be a monster that depends on its size, but it seems to have some sort of special skills under its belt, Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. Most monsters at hunting grounds above the D rank usually possessed some sort of a special skill. These monsters, including the boss, either depended on their physical abilities or their skills, but the Queen Labyrinth Spider seemed to be the type that used special skills. Ho ho ho, are you scared, human? Not at all. I just think it is going to be quite troublesome. That's good. I thought the human I'm contracted to was a weak coward who can't even face this much of a challenge. I would have pierced your heart with my spear and returned to the demon world if you were. Ahem. It might have sounded like dark humor, but the demons had a single common trait among them. The single common trait was that they did not lie. In other words, Balrog was serious when he said that he would have pierced Han-Yeol's heart with his flaming spear. That is quite a scary thing to say. Well, it's true that I was planning to, but I trust that you won't give me a reason to go that far. Wow, I guess it feels good to be acknowledged by a demon. I'm a proud warrior before I'm a demon. Don't forget that. I will keep that in mind. Thud, thud, thud. The Queen Labyrinth Spider had its eyes shut, slowly opening them only when Han-Yeol and Balrog walked toward it. Kaya, Kaya, Keek. Then, its face distorted with anger as it shrieked furiously. However, Han-Yeol could not understand its shrieks. He did not speak the language the boss monster spoke. What the hell are you saying? He grumbled in annoyance. To think that you dare venture into my house. I'm going to kill every single one of you. Do you understand what monsters say, Balrognim? Why not? Don't you know that we demons speak through our minds and spirit, unlike you humans who rely on your ears and brain? No, I wasn't aware of that. Well, now you know. Ha ha ha. It was quite amazing that the demons could understand what monsters were saying, and Han-Yeol thought that it was quite a handy skill to have. The shrieking soon stopped. The Queen Labyrinth spider raised its magic staff up high before slamming it into the ground. Bam? What is she doing? Han-Yeol wondered. Rumble, rumble, rumble? Huh? Han-Yeol noticed that the ground started vibrating after the boss monster had hit it with its staff. The vibration turned into tremors, like an earthquake, and the shaking shattered the statues located at the foot of the stairs to reveal the hundreds of eggs behind them. Then, the Queen Labyrinth spider waved its magic staff once again. Woong, crack, crack, crack. The eggs started to crack open. Damn it! Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly after finally realizing what was going on. Kwachik, bam! Han-Yeol instinctively kicked off the ground and rushed toward the Queen Labyrinth spider. He swung his sword that had activated sword breath while crushing 2 of the mana stones he had kept just in case they were needed. Enhance, Flash Strike. He activated 2 additional skills. He had originally planned to use the mana stones to take the initiative. However, due to the sudden turn of events, he did not have the luxury to reach for his gun and make ample preparations. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. He aimed for the Queen Labyrinth spider's head with his most powerful attack, as the head was the greatest weakness regardless of whether it was a human or a monster. If he could cut its head off, he could kill it in a single strike. It's over if I fail to kill it in one hit. We are surely going to be annihilated if all of these eggs hatch into labyrinth spiders. I have to end this now, Han-Yeol desperately thought. That explained his lack of hesitation when using the mana stones right then and there, even though they were so expensive. After all, the lives of his party members and his own were much more precious than money. However, the Queen Labyrinth spider was not going to be so easily killed. It waved its magic staff once again and blocked Han-Yeol. Schwaak, quack, spider webs. Han-Yeol expected the Queen Labyrinth spider to shoot webs, so he instantly turned to the side and avoided it. At the same time, he successfully managed to close the distance between the two. She's huge, he thought. The boss monster was already large from a distance, but it was even larger now that he was getting nearer and nearer. However, Han-Yeol was not the type to feel intimidated from his opponent's humongous size alone. He twisted his body once again before kicking off the ground and jumping toward the Queen Labyrinth spider. Kaya? Keek? Keek? The Queen Labyrinth spider threateningly shrieked. Whoosh! Noticing that the boss monster was only swinging its magic staff at him, Han-Yeol guessed that it was probably out of other skills. With a smile, he crushed another mana stone. This is my chance. Enhance. Of course, the effect of the enhance he had used a while ago still remained. Quack! Han-Yeol was using enhance once again, even if it meant that he had to crush another expensive mana stone, because he wanted to enhance the claw attached to the end of his chain. It was a weapon he had not used for quite a while. This is no different from me dual wielding, he exclaimed while recalling the hellish training he had gone through under Kajikar just to master dual wielding. Han-Yeol was going to launch a dual attack that carried the weight of the expensive mana stones he had just used. Every single muscle in his entire body contracted as he prepared to launch his attack. Kwachik! The tiles around Han-Yeol broke at the force he was emitting, and even his own body started to feel the burden of the overwhelming power. Cook. However, he was not going to simply give up no matter how painful it was, and he could easily tolerate this much pain. He was used to being in pain after having been drilled by the demon instructor. After all, Han-Yeol gritted his teeth while withstanding the pain spreading all over his body. Head. Cutter. Then, he unleashed the destructive power he channeled toward the Queen Labyrinth spider's neck. Keek! The Queen Labyrinth spider shrieked and tried to block the incoming attack as it instinctively felt threatened by it. Knowing that its children were going to be able to take care of the intruders as long as it managed to block this attack, it swung the magic staff with the full knowledge that it was going to be destroyed by the attack. However, the Queen Labyrinth spider had grossly misunderstood one fact. No, it was more accurate to say that it had overlooked it. Schwaak! Kwachik! Keek! The Queen Labyrinth spider shrieked in pain. The boss monster might have been depending on its children to hatch from the eggs, but Han-Yeol already had comrades. Although his party was small in number, everyone was ready to support him without having to hatch from eggs. The Void Devil was mentally connected to Han-Yeol, so it was privy to his plans right from the start. It did not need Han-Yeol to relay it through telepathy. It immediately shot out a void storm to block the Queen Labyrinth spider's magic staff. Cook! Han-Yeol groaned in pain after being exposed to the aftershock of the void storm, as he was quite near to the Queen Labyrinth spider. However, he had expected that aftershock to a certain extent. Gritting his teeth, he toughened out the pain from the void storm. He then swung his sword and cut off the Queen Labyrinth spider's head. Sukok? All right. Han-Yeol rejoiced after successfully beheading the boss monster. Thrown to the ground as gravity kicked in, he then moaned in pain. Ouch. Everything hurts. It was quite normal for every single muscle in his body to ache as he had used quite a lot of mana in a short period of time. But I still won, he exclaimed from the ground. Thud. Han-Yeol lay down on his back and looked up at the ceiling. I can't see anything. It was only natural that he was not going to be able to see anything without his mana, since the dungeon was still dark. Phew, that was close. Han-Yeol let out a sigh of relief. His gamble had paid off. None of the eggs had hatched thanks to him killing the Queen Labyrinth spider before that could happen. However, he could not help but feel a tad bit regretful. Should I have let some of them hatch? He might not be able to dismember and retrieve their body parts, but they still dropped mana stones nonetheless. It would have been a nightmarish and hopeless situation if all of the eggs had hatched, but it would have been quite profitable if only a few of them had hatched. Forget about it. What's the point of dwelling on the past? Han-Yeol shrugged. So boring. It would have been better if all of these eggs hatched, Balrog said with a scoff. He could not care less about the mana stones or the profit that could have been made. He only felt regretful over the fact that he could not fight to his heart's content. Huiying? Ziying? While Han-Yeol and Balrog felt slightly regretful over not being able to fight more of the monsters, those watching from the sidelines certainly felt relieved that the fight was over. Yubai simply donned her goggles and started to dismember the Queen Labyrinth spider's corpse. Although her main goal was to extract the mana stone out of the boss monster, she thought of checking just in case she could find anything valuable that they could carry back. Just as Yubai was busy dismembering the boss monster's corpse, Han-Yeol walked over toward the hundreds of unhatched eggs. He inspected the eggs that were 1.5 times larger than an ostrich egg. Let's see, are these not going to hatch? He was thinking that it would be great if he could manually hatch the eggs one by one so that he could take his own sweet time and kill them individually. Crack. He picked up one of the eggs and cracked it open to inspect it further. You usually see something squirming inside these things in movies, he thought as he recalled a certain sci-fi movie he had watched where the alien would infiltrate a human's body through their mouth and lay eggs in their stomach. He could also remember a scene where a person had held up a lantern to see something growing and squirming inside the egg. Han-Yeol activated his demon eyes to scan the egg just in case this was going to turn out just like the movies had shown, but he could only see a lump of mana inside it. He did not find any traces of a living organism. Maybe this would work instead. Item appraisal, he thought as he used one of the skills that he had recently acquired. Monster egg. Type, item combination material. Description, a common egg used by monsters. It will react to a monster's mana and hatch, but it is also possible to artificially hatch it. However, it is unknown what creature will emerge from an artificially hatched egg. What? A material. It wasn't the Queen Labyrinth spider's egg but a common monster egg? Han-Yeol was surprised by the egg's information. He had studied quite a lot about hunters and monsters during his porter days, but this was his first time hearing that all monsters shared a common egg. To be frank, not a lot of people were interested in how the monsters reproduced aside from a handful of scholars and scientists. It was just common understanding that they popped out from the dimensional gates. I mean, how were people supposed to know if this was a spider egg or a common egg when they don't have an appraisal skill? This isn't a computer game, after all, Han-Yeol thought. Nov. L.B//JNN. Mankind had only progressed so far regarding the use of mana to forge equipment and items even though 30 years had passed since the dimensional gate's appearance. Needless to say, the truth behind the monsters was still covered in a veil. In fact, it was probably impossible to see any thesis or documents related to how the monsters reproduced. Forget about it. Let's just take it, Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. After deciding to inspect the egg when he returned back home, he had another thought. This is now the second strange item I collected, right? He suddenly recalled the strange fruit he had obtained from the Volax hunting ground, which was currently stored in the glass cabinet at his study. He could have used item appraisal on it, but he had completely forgotten about it, so it was just sitting in there as a display piece. I should check what that fruit is when I get home, Han-Yeol thought, deciding to not forget about it this time. The strange fruit was an excellent collection piece, but Han-Yeol would take utility over collection whenever he had the choice. He was the type of person who did not feel much inclination toward things that he could not use regardless of how good they were as a showpiece, and the only reason he had kept that strange fruit was in the hopes of finding some use for it later on in the future. Oh Appa! Yubai urgently called out. Why? What's wrong? Han-Yeol replied. Come over here and take a look at this. I wonder what's going on, Han-Yeol wondered as he walked over toward Yubai. He muttered after seeing what the fuss was about. What do you think this is, Appa? Yubai asked while pointing at a large golden plate that had been found in the Queen Labyrinth spider's corpse. The golden plate looked like a puzzle board, but its center part where the puzzles should be had nothing at the moment. It looks like a puzzle board, Yubai said. Yeah, what does it want us to put in here? Han-Yeol asked in response. Appa, what if we were supposed to collect the puzzle pieces from the monsters that hatched from the eggs? Yubai carefully asked. And no way, Han-Yeol replied while in denial. If that was indeed the case, then he had done something extremely stupid. He would not be able to bear it if that turned out to be true. Woong? Han-Yeol was about to pull his hair out when he heard the sound of mana being emitted from his backpack. His eyes widened in surprise. What's that? He immediately placed his backpack on the ground and unzipped it just in case it was going to explode. However, what he found inside was a complete surprise. Appa, where did you get those puzzle pieces? Yubai asked. You can see these? Han-Yeol asked in shock. Yes, I can see those beautiful golden puzzle pieces. I thought I was the only one who could see these? Han-Yeol was now extremely confused. Not even the hunters from the Horus raid party had been able to see these things when he had looted them from the banshees, trappers, and phantoms. However, it seemed that they were visible to Yubai. Wow, you prepared all of these in advance? How did you know you were going to need these? I can see that there are some duplicates, but I think we will be able to complete the puzzle board. Oh, really? Yes, puzzles are one of my hobbies, since they were the only toys I had growing up. Although we didn't have the money to buy puzzle sets. I had a few classmates at that time who were crazy about idol groups. Most of them would purchase those idol goods sets that came with puzzles. They really sucked at it, so I helped them out a few times and was surprised to discover that I was quite gifted with it. After that, they invited me to their house quite often and asked me to piece their puzzles in exchange for some snacks. I see. So there's something else she is good at? Han-Yeol was surprised at Yubai's unusual hobby. The only time that he had probably seen a puzzle in his life was when he would drop by the bookstore to buy some comic books and spot those displayed at the entrance by chance. In fact, even his friends were just like him, none of them had even an ounce of interest in puzzles. I'll try and form it, Yubai said. Go ahead, Han-Yeol replied before he turned his backpack upside down and poured all of the puzzle pieces onto the ground. Shwak, shwick, shwick. Yubai's hands moved quite quickly as she inspected every golden puzzle piece and removed the duplicated ones. But why can she suddenly see the fragments? And why is she seeing these as golden puzzle pieces instead? Han-Yeol wondered. When he had first collected them, the fragments had just been normal glittering stuff on the ground. But now, they had suddenly turned into dazzling golden puzzle pieces and were visible to a normal person like Yubai. Don't tell me. Is this the final stage? He wondered. After Han-Yeol and Yubai crouched down and started to work on the puzzle, the bored Mulan film crew gathered around them. They had nothing else to do anyway. They also decided to film the scene as there was nothing else that they could show on the live stream. What are they doing? Did the boss monster drop an item? What? Awesome. Golden puzzle pieces and a puzzle board. I wonder if they will get an item if they complete that. The suspense is killing me. The suspense is saving me. Quit it with your corny jokes. My diet is killing me. Kakik. The chat room was still in an uproar, especially after Han-Yeol had killed the boss monster in a single strike. Tack, tack, sook, sook, tack, tack. Wow, this is really unexpected, Han-Yeol thought in awe while watching Yubai. Yubai looked like those geniuses who appeared on television programs judging by how quickly she solved the puzzle. In just 2 hours and 30 minutes, the entire puzzle was completed. It's all done, Yubai said after wiping the sweat off of her forehead. You're done already? Han-Yeol asked. Yes, I got lost in the middle since it had been quite a while, but I guess I still have a knack for it. I completed it. Amazing. Even though he had no skills or interest when it came to puzzle solving, Han-Yeol knew very well that a puzzle was not something that one could finish in a single sitting. Even those who actually solved puzzles as a hobby would require a few days to finish them. Yet, this girl in front of him had managed to finish the entire thing in a matter of a few hours. I think you can call her a genius, right? He wondered. Great work, Yubai. Don't mention it, Yubai said with a bright smile. Han-Yeol could not help but think that Yubai looked quite charming with her smile. This puzzle turned into an image depicting a beautiful and charming goddess. Oh, you're right. Now that it was completed, the picture on the puzzle could be seen. The picture was not that clear, but one could still make out the image of a beautiful woman. Why does she look so familiar? Han-Yeol found the woman all too familiar for some reason. He racked his brains. I think I've seen her somewhere. Did I see her in some Greek mythology book? His memory greatly improved after he had become a hunter, but that did not mean that he could remember every single detail in his life. Needless to say, he could not exactly recall the contents of the books he had read. He would remember a few things that had left a deep impression on him, but that was about it. He kept thinking that the beautiful goddess was someone out of mythology, but he soon realized that he had never read such a book in his life. What is it then? Why does she feel so familiar? Is it something like a memory from my previous life? He wondered. The image looked so familiar that Han-Yeol started wondering about his previous life too. They said that the important relationship or events one had in their previous life could affect their present life as well. It might sound illogical and downright absurd, but there were quite a lot of such stories that he had to consider that as a serious possibility. I mean, this is now a world with mana and hunters, right? What's stopping me from thinking that there is a previous life and an afterlife, then? Anyway, this is bothering me, he thought as he justified his illogical theory. Zing! Just as Han-Yeol was racking his brain, the completed puzzle started to slowly emit a bright light that got brighter and brighter. Oh Appa! Yubai hurriedly shouted in surprise. Han-Yeol was equally shocked at the sudden turn of events. He raised his arm to cover his eyes from the light as he was standing the nearest to the puzzle. The light shone so bright that he felt like he was going to get blinded by it. The whole thing lasted for around 5 seconds before the light slowly disappeared, revealing a demon who floated in midair. She had a killer smile and an imposing aura. Why you are? Han-Yeol exclaimed. Ho ho, I see that you have finally completed what I've asked you to do. It was the charming and seductive demon that Han-Yeol had secretly been longing for. Astaroth. Is this the angel's fragment that you wanted me to collect? Astaroth Nim. Correct. I did not imagine that you would solve it so quickly. You found this hidden dungeon and solved that complicated puzzle in such a short period of time. I guess you found yourself some good companions. Astaroth looked at Yubai, who had completed the puzzle, and Balrog, who had found the secret dungeon. She had a look that suggested she was aware of everything that had gone on. Yubai hurriedly avoided Astaroth's gaze. As for Balrog, he confidently stared back at Astaroth before giving a slight bow to show his respect. The lord he served was Baal, but Astaroth was also a high-ranking demon among the 72 demons of Solomon. Of course, this did not mean that a demon was going to pay respect to any other demon of a higher rank than themselves. Baal and Astaroth did not invade or fight with each other despite not having any peace agreements between them. It was not that they liked each other or something, but both of their armies were very powerful. In a battle, the winner could only get a Pyrrhic victory at most. Ho ho, come over here. When Astaroth motioned for the completed puzzle to come to her, the puzzle board floated in midair and flew toward her. She silently looked at the completed puzzle board that now depicted an image of a goddess. Ah, how wonderful is this? I mean, I'm still wonderful, but I look so wonderful here. I look like I might just get tainted and crumble if something touches me. Do you mean to say that the goddess in that picture is you, Astaroth Nim? Han-Yeol asked. Astaroth glared at Han-Yeol with a severely offended look and retorted, you didn't know? Can't you tell? Han-Yeol's instincts kicked in to tell him that he was in danger. Immediately, he turned into a 340 IQ cockroach and said, I did not mean it that way, Astaroth Nim. I asked out of courtesy. I could immediately tell at a single glance that the picture looked quite familiar, and it was indeed you, Astaroth Nim. You are beautiful and wonderful whether in real life or in that picture. Ho ho, I love the way you lie, so I'll let you off this one time. Thank you very much. Han-Yeol let out a sigh of relief inwardly. He realized that he could not let his guard down just because of Astaroth's outward appearance. She was one of the high-ranking demons of the 72 demons of Solomon, and letting down his guard around her could lead him to lose his soul in the blink of an eye. Demons were extremely dangerous beings to deal with. Summoners who dealt with demons were known to use their abilities with their lives on the line. A demon was definitely a summoned creature, but they were far from slaves or minions. It was quite rare for a powerful summoner to lose their life to the demon they had summoned, but nobody knew just what could happen if the roles were reversed. I have to be careful again and again when dealing with her. Han-Yeol reminded himself to be alert at all times. All right, you did a good job. I want to grant you one wish as a reward. I can grant your wish immediately if it's something simple. Wasn't he giving my Kajiker's sigil a reward already? Han-Yeol asked as he remembered that this had been the terms of their deal. That is indeed the case, but consider it as your reward for completing the task much faster than I expected. A demon is quite impatient, you see? However, you managed to finish it even before my patience ran out, so you deserve to be rewarded for it, Astaroth said with a seductive wink. Nov. L. B /JNN. Han-Yeol knew very well that Astaroth was not a good demon, so getting bewitched by her was a recipe for disaster. Keeping that in mind, he armed himself with his mana to resist the demon's seduction, but he still could not prevent his heart from pounding against his chest. He realized once again how powerful the demon was. He was still having a hard time resisting Astaroth's charm even after channeling all of his mana. Han-Yeol believed that it was going to start getting dangerous if things dragged on, so he decided to quickly make a wish and send Astaroth back to the demon world. He said, then. I want to become stronger than I am right now. Oh, was Kajiker's training not enough for you? Astaroth looked surprised at Han-Yeol's request. It was quite rare for anything to surprise her as she had lived for thousands of years, but there was not a single creature trained by the drill sergeant that had failed to grow stronger as far as she knew. Kajiker was an excellent drill sergeant who could boost the physical fighting abilities of an entire army through his training. In fact, he was so skilled that Astaroth was oftentimes tempted to bewitch and snatch him away from Baal. However, a mere human dared to say that he was not satisfied with Kajiker's training? To Astaroth, this was truly a surprising and refreshing thing to hear. That is not the case. The training I had under Kajiker helped me reach my second stage, but my goal is to continue growing stronger. I cannot help but feel that I am lagging in my growth these days, so I thought only you would be able to help me with this, Astaroth Nim. I initially wanted to solve this by myself, but here I am making this request as you have told me to make a wish. Ho ho ho, I see. Humans are truly fun. You are the complete opposite of those demons that have a slow growth rate. You are quite interesting. Flutter? Astaroth spread out her wings. This was a habitual gesture that she did whenever she was in a good mood, so it rarely occurred. This habit of hers was usually only shown when she was drenched in blood at the battlefield. I love creatures like you that give off a strong male scent. I'm certain that you will be quite tasty if you grow a bit more. Slurp? Heek? Han-Yeol wanted to shriek out in fear after becoming bewitched the moment Astaroth licked her lips seductively, but he managed to swallow it down. He knew that he was going to end up a dry mummy if he fell for her charm, because she was definitely going to suck every ounce of energy he had from his body. It was quite well known that even the most powerful succubus would not be able to hold a candle in front of Astaroth, and that was testament to how dangerous a demon she was. Ho ho, no need to be so scared, human. I don't have any intentions of feasting on you for now. Hee. Astaroth winked and blew a heart toward Han-Yeol. A weak-willed person was bound to have already gotten aroused enough to run toward Astaroth, and that was probably going to be the day that he would be found as a dried mummy. That heart is making me nervous, Astaroth Nim. Ho ho. Han-Yeol could not help but feel nervous under Astaroth's seductive gaze. He thought to himself, it is a bit dangerous, but she is definitely much stronger than me. I can learn quite a lot from her. Well, of course, he had to put his life on the line as well. Alright, I just have to help you become stronger, right? Why yes, that is correct. Sook. Astaroth looked around her surroundings. This is making me nervous, Han-Yeol thought. Now, shall we have some fun? Schwaak? Astaroth suddenly appeared right in front of Han-Yeol. She circled around him before placing her finger right above his head and dripping a single droplet of her blood on him. Pat? Huh. This is my blood. No seduction or charm will be able to overpower the scent of my blood, and not even the sweetest wine will taste better than my blood. Come here, my children. My blood awaits you. Han-Yeol could feel a strange and foreign mana surrounding him as soon as Astaroth finished her chant. He started to break out in cold sweat upon realizing the meaning behind her chant. He desperately pleaded, Astaroth Nim? My companions are here? Ho ho, that's right. I wouldn't normally care whether they die or not, but I shouldn't spoil my food before it's ready, right? I will protect those children, so just focus on your own survival. I will send them above ground in the event that you fail, so don't worry about them. Arg? Han-Yeol groaned at the sudden predicament he was in. However, he was also relieved after the demon promised to protect Yubai and the Mulan crew members. Keek, keek, keek. The shrieks from their surroundings started to draw closer. All right then, do your best, Astaroth said as she flicked her finger. Kaya, what's going on? Hearing the party members' horrified shrieks, Han-Yeol shouted, everyone, calm down. There are monsters heading for us right now, but that demon is going to protect all of you. What? The party members calmed down slightly after hearing Han-Yeol's declaration, but they continued looking at him with the same stunned expression on their faces. Then. All right, see you later, Han-Yeol said with a smile. Schwak. The Mulan crew members and Yubai were suddenly engulfed by a black dome before disappearing from Han-Yeol's sight. Han-Yeol composed his breathing before his gaze turned sharp. Kwahahaha, this is what I wanted? I was feeling frustrated after the owner of this place died in a single hit, but it seems I will be able to fight to my heart's content thanks to Astaroth Nim? Balrog exclaimed. Are you having fun? Han-Yeol grumbled. Most certainly, wahaha. Balrog seemingly did not care about Han-Yeol's feelings as long as he got the chance to fight. On the other hand, the Void Devil continued to express the same emotion it always had. Futile. Everything is futile. Bam, 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 Kwachik. The large door that Han-Yeol and his party had entered from was busted down by a powerful force, and a swarm of labyrinth spiders started pouring into the boss room. Bring it on. Kwahaha. Bam, 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 Kwachik. Deciding that the best defense was offense right now, Balrog rushed toward the swarm of labyrinth spiders and viciously swung his flaming spears in all directions. His power level had drastically dropped after coming to the human world, so he would have normally missed his targets with the wild swinging of his spear. But fortunately, the labyrinth spiders were so tightly clustered that it was impossible for any of his moves to miss a single target. Han-Yeol summoned the melee-type Void Devil who had been tasked with guarding his father while Balrog bought him time. After all, this was the time for him to go all out. Tak? Hey Aop? Han-Yeol charged at the swarm of labyrinth spiders along with the melee-type Void Devil. Shooting his mana all over the place, he thought, I'll just fight with my life on the line? Keek? The labyrinth spiders shrieked in response. This damned Astaroth. Han-Yeol did not forget to curse the perpetrator behind this entire situation. Ho ho ho, work hard, my scrumptious little human, Astaroth said as her laughter echoed throughout the room. Ding, Astaroth's trial has begun. Your growth will be increased by 100% due to the special circumstances you are in. All of your stats will grow faster. Your risk of facing danger has increased. Thud. Breathing roughly, Han-Yeol went down on his knees while covered in blood. Ha, ha, ha. He was almost hyperventilating to the point that it was getting dangerous. Armed with his cheat skills, Han-Yeol replenished his mana with walking. He also used his overpowered stats and mana to bathe his entire body in blood. I don't even have the strength to speak. Clang? He did not even have the strength remaining to hold his sword. A swordsman is not supposed to let go of their sword, he thought as he tried to pick his sword back up. However, he failed to muster his strength. In fact, even his vision was starting to get blurry. He felt that he was going to collapse the moment he let his guard down. Schwak. Just as he was about to collapse, someone suddenly walked toward him. Sniff. Sniff. I smell something tasty. Han-Yeol's nose squirmed at the familiar scent that made his stomach rumble. With his eyes closed, he could not really see what food it was, but his instinct told him to eat it nevertheless. A drink? Han-Yeol soon realized that it was not a food item but a very sweet drink. The more he drank, the more his body begged for it. Ding, ding, ding. You have drunk the blood of a powerful being. You have drunk the blood of a powerful being. You have drunk the blood of a powerful being. The rank of blood drain has explosively increased. Han-Yeol saw a chain of messages in front of his eyes after he barely opened them. It seemed that his blood drain skill had helped him recover his strength. There's nobody here? However, he was shocked to find that there was nobody around him. He was certain that he had been leaning on someone and drinking something that was as sweet as nectar, but he had been lying flat on the ground the entire time. As he slowly got up, Han-Yeol checked his condition. My body feels light. He had been certain that his mana was dangerously low and that he barely had enough to support his life from being snuffed out. He had also believed his body to be in a tattered, ragged state. However, he could feel that his body was in a perfect condition and even his mana had recovered. He closed his eyes and checked his body to find that he had recovered around 20% of his mana. It was not enough for him to engage in combat, but it was definitely more than enough for him to run away or defend himself. However, there was a problem. Where am I? Looking around at his surroundings, Han-Yeol discovered that he was not in the boss monster's room where he had fought with his life on the line against the swarm of labyrinth spiders. Pat. Pat. He was now in a cave-like place with water dripping from the ceiling. Foyer. Han-Yeol conjured a flame to illuminate his surroundings. He looked around before noticing that there was a faint light coming from a certain direction. Is it that way? He scanned his surroundings once again just to be certain, but he found that the direction where the faint light came from was the only path available to him right now. He was naturally skeptical of this situation, but he decided to steel his resolve and carefully proceed. After all, he had no other choice as of now. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of his footsteps echoed quite loudly as he was currently in a cave. I hope there won't be any monsters popping up, he thought as he hoped for the best. Han-Yeol's stamina and mana had somewhat recovered, but his current mental state was in a greatly weakened state. After all, his mental state was not something that he would be able to recover with a skill. Who knows? Maybe I might be able to learn a mental skill if I study psychiatry. Oh, that doesn't sound bad at all. I should definitely give it a try when I'm not so busy. Han-Yeol thought of a bunch of peaceful stuff to try and manage his mental state. If possible, he no longer wanted to fight at the current moment. Fortunately, he was not attacked while walking through the cave, and the place where the light was coming from had no monsters in it. It was a small area with a very high ceiling height, and there were holes in the high ceiling that allowed light to come in. The light shone down on a mound in the small area, where there was a white sword and a black sword stabbed into the mound in the shape of an X. Swords? Han-Yeol muttered inwardly before he approached the mound. Then, he found a signboard and read it. Please only take one. Is it telling me to take only one sword? Han-Yeol could not understand why it was asking him to only take one sword, but he decided to listen to it and pick only one. He walked closer to the mound to pick a sword, but he was surprised by the discovery of another sword that was behind the first two. He recognized the third sword to be his own, and it was right between the two swords forming an X. Is it asking me to pick one out of the three? Han-Yeol started to process the whole picture at a rapid pace. The fact that they even bothered to include my sword here is probably a test. Whoever made this probably wanted to see if I would choose my sword, which I'm familiar with, or one of the two other swords. The whole thing was set up like a familiar old story. That means, I should choose my sword? Han-Yeol pulled out his sword without a hint of hesitation. Puek, Wuong. The white and black swords started to let out a cry as if they had been waiting for this very moment. When Han-Yeol pulled out his sword, which looked the least appealing among the three swords, the white and black swords pulled themselves from the mound and floated toward Han-Yeol. Then, they swayed back and forth in front of him. Han-Yeol sheathed his sword before extending his hand toward the swords. Tack, tack. As his hand wrapped around the swords, Han-Yeol thought with a smirk, as expected. He was not surprised or taken aback by what had happened, because he had a 90% certainty that this was going to turn out just like the story The Golden Axe and the Silver Axe. However, he could not help but feel excited. His adrenaline started pumping the moment he held the swords. It felt as if he was scratching off a lottery ticket that was guaranteed to be a winner. It's now time for you to show me your true self. Item appraisal. Han-Yeol used his skill. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. White sword that rules space. Type, equipment. Magic power amplification, 1200%. Description, a pure white sword that was known to be used by angels. It possesses the power to rule space, but the user must possess a skill that controls space to use this sword. Unique ability, sealed. Dark sword that rules time. Type, equipment. Magic power amplification, 1200%. Description, a pitch black sword that was known to be used by demons. It possesses the power to rule time, but the user must possess a skill that controls time to use this sword. Unique ability, sealed. Han-Yeol muttered in disappointment. He felt like crying right now. It seemed that these two swords were his reward for clearing Astaroth's test, but it turned out that he was not going to be able to use them even though he had risked his life to pass the test. Damn it! How in the world is this even fair? Han-Yeol screamed in frustration. He would not be so angry and frustrated if the skills required to use these weapons were a bit more sensible. He would also have kept these swords in safekeeping until the day he could use them. However, the skills required to use the swords were simply impossible to gain for someone like Han-Yeol, who gained skills depending on the movement he made. In short, it was basically set in stone that he was never going to be able to use these swords. This only made him feel all the more wronged and frustrated. Han-Yeol was busy stomping his feet in anger when the scenery around him changed as if a page had been flipped. Appa. H-ha. Just a while ago, Han-Yeol had been angrily stomping his feet on the mound. Then, all of a sudden, his surroundings reverted back to the boss room where he had fought against the labyrinth spiders with his life on the line. Yubai was not the only one there, as even the Horus raid party members were present. They were all looking at him as if he were a madman. How? Han-Yeol was in disbelief. He hadn't spent that much time in the cave, but the Horus raid party members that were supposed to be back at the mansion on the outskirts of Seoul were suddenly with his party. Finally realizing what was going on, Han-Yeol's face turned bright red. He might have screamed in Korean instead of Arabic, but that did not change the fact that he had stomped and screamed like a madman. They said that actions spoke louder than words, so there was no way that they would not have understood that he was going crazy indeed. Han-Yeol composed himself before asking, "Did you call them?" "Yes," Yubai replied. "What about Miriam and Taeyarana? Are they here?" Only Miriam came. Taeyarana was invited to the blue house so she's busy." "Is that so?" "Yes." Clack. Clack. The clacking of heels that did not suit the dark place they were in could be heard right after Han-Yeol was done talking to Yubai. Han-Yeol looked toward the direction of the sound and saw Miriam walking toward him. "You have fully used your privilege as a special member and caused a huge ruckus," Miriam commented. "Haha. I didn't cause a huge ruckus. Can you at least take my achievement into consideration?" Han-Yeol replied sheepishly. "Achievement, you say? Anyway, what are those 2 swords with you?" I got this just now. I will check it out later before selling them." "I see," Miriam said with a nod and did not pry any further regarding the swords. "I know it's in the contract, but people are bound to get interested once they know more. I should be careful. They might suddenly want them upon discovering the secrets behind these swords," Han-Yeol thought. He might have received a unique item from the Horus raid party, but he had learned from early on that people were only to be trusted 49% at most. It was inevitable for him to have such a thought as the 2 swords he had obtained gave a monstrous increase to magic power. On top of that, the ability to control space and time boosted their value even more. Needless to say, these were bound to be extremely valuable treasures later on. I wonder how many hunters there are who can control space and time? Han-Yeol wondered before deciding to wrap up this hunt and then focus on other things. Wait a minute. If the Horus raid party is here then, I can collect all of these bastards I killed, right? He thought of a brilliant idea. They were currently underground and Yubai was the only porter he had brought in his party, so transporting everything would have been impossible. However, it was going to be a different story if the Horus raid party was here. They could easily transport all of the monster corpses without a problem. But Han-Yeol Hunter Nim, Miriam called. Han-Yeol muttered as his pleasant daydream was interrupted. This was quite unexpected. What was it? Han-Yeol Nim, you are a B-ranked intermediate hunter, right? Yes, that's right. I recently updated my rank. But you are displaying strength that is equal to top hunters. I was certain you were an intermediate hunter when I first met you, but now, I am not so sure anymore. I do not have an idea if you are still an intermediate hunter or you are a high-ranking hunter judging by what you did in this place. Ha ha ha. Well, I share similar thoughts. This is all thanks to my summoned creatures. Han-Yeol decided to be humble, giving all credit to Balrog and the Void Devils for now. Being humble and giving credit to someone else was a common way of uplifting oneself in Korean culture, but Miriam was not Korean despite her being quite fluent in the language. That is quite strange. We calculated that the 2 Void Devils and Balrog that you summoned might possess outstanding individual capabilities, but they do not synergize well together. We judge that your ability will be the most efficient one when it comes to fighting a swarm of monsters. I am confident that there is no way my calculations are off. Thank you, I guess. Han-Yeol started breaking out in cold sweat at Miriam's directness. Meanwhile, the Horus raid party porters started to work on collecting the labyrinth spider corpses. They moved quite quickly to wrap up the scene, but they did not dismember the monster corpses. The labyrinth spiders were new monsters, so it was only normal for the porters to not know how to dismember them. It was also standard practice for new monsters to have their parts studied to find a use for them before a dismembering method would be developed to best preserve the valuable parts. They were not in a rush, so they could take their time. However, wrapping up a hunt as quickly as possible was always the best for everyone involved. Hurry up! The sun is about to set. Miriam commanded. Yes, ma'am, the Egyptian porters responded in unison before they moved much faster than they did a while ago. Huff, huff. The Horus raid party had brought 5 porters with them to the labyrinth dungeon. They thought that they were going to be more than enough, but they soon found out that 5 porters were nowhere enough to clear all of the dead labyrinth spiders in this place. Miriam sent an urgent request to have 10 more porters to be sent to further increase their work speed. Then, while shaking her head, she commented, "You killed quite a lot. Who would have imagined that you would kill so many monsters that 5 porters were not enough and I had to call for 10 more. Ha ha ha." Han-Yeol let out an awkward laugh in response while scratching his head in embarrassment. The hunt had been broadcasted live on Han-Yeol's channel and was viewed from all over the world. Needless to say, most raid parties and even guilds had tuned into the live stream, and the Horus raid party immediately mobilized to provide support once they had gotten an idea of where the secret dungeon was. However, they were not the only ones who had come here. Quite a bit of hyenas had gathered as well. Tisk, why did he have to be a member of the Horus raid party? This is going to be troublesome. A group of people were on the roof of the library building, looking down at the porters who were busily moving around while under the protection of the Horus raid party hunters. They initially planned to do something, but instantly backed down after seeing the nearly 100 hunters in the area. They were further discouraged after learning that the group was affiliated with the Horus raid party. We could have acted crazy and attacked them since that woman Tiarana is not here, but I think it's going to be difficult. They have 100 hunters ranking A rank, B rank, and C rank over there, Hyungnim. Damn it, I have eyes too. GRRK? The leader of the hyena raid party, Cholgu, gritted his teeth in frustration. He had spent a lot of money to collect information after getting excited at the news that a hunting ground had been discovered by a single hunter. He would not have felt so frustrated if another raid party or guild had come first, but he had to face the cruel reality that the lone hunter was a member of the Horus raid party. I think it's best not to mess with the Horus raid party, Cholgu grumbled. This might be South Korea, but the Horus raid party was one of the groups representing Egypt, so they were bound to be powerful. Not to mention, South Korea was trying to combat its current recession by improving relations with Africa. It was difficult to imagine what kind of consequence the hyena raid party were going to face if they dared to mess with the Horus raid party. A paper tiger is still a tiger, after all. Cholgu was not confident in going against the Horus raid party. Should we go back? Bongu, who was Cholgu's right-hand man, asked. Shut up. We will continue watching for now. We are going to go back once we judge that the situation is hopeless. Yes, Hyungnim. Bongu nodded and took a step back. Lee Han-Yeol, I have my sights on you. 1 South Korea's presidential palace. Han-Yeol did not do anything to Cholgu. In fact, he did not even know that Cholgu and his gang existed in the first place. The problem was that Cholgu was the type of person who felt entitled to what belonged to others, and he felt that he had lost something that should have been rightfully his to the Horus raid party because of Han-Yeol. Damn it, I can't stomach it. Cholgu grimaced in pain at the sight of the dead labyrinth spiders being loaded onto the 15-ton trucks. Cholgu was accustomed to pillaging others rather than working hard. In fact, this thinking was not limited to the hyena raid party, but there were a lot of other raid parties and guilds that had gathered here in hopes of snatching away the prize from the lone hunter. However, all of them cowered the moment they saw the flag of the Horus raid party at the site. Tisk. Why is it the Horus raid party of all things? They can't be touched with the recent support the Hunters Association has been giving them. It was just as the Hunters said, the association had deployed hunters to monitor the situation just in case there was any crazy group that would try and attack the Horus raid party. Fortunately, none of the Korean raid parties or guilds dared to pick a fight with the Horus raid party. Well, that was a no-brainer since there were 100 hunters from the Horus raid party on top of the 50 hunters who had been sent by the Hunters Association to oversee the situation. It was unsurprising that nobody was brave enough to charge into this huge group of hunters from the Horus raid party and the Hunters Association. The hunters were people who had plenty to lose, so they were always careful and only acted when they were confident of victory. Vroom! The labyrinth spider corpses were all loaded into 3 15-ton trucks. The roar of the truck engines reverberated in the area and the Egyptian hunters searched the perimeter just in case they had left anything behind. Han-Yeol and his party left the hunting ground under the Horus raid party's protection. Miriam, Han-Yeol, and Yubai were currently sitting in the same vehicle. It's a huge relief. I really thought we were going to be attacked by other hunters, Yubai said as she placed her hand on her chest and let out a sigh of relief. She was quite the scaredy cat, so she had been anxious the entire time. She had truly been worried that something bad was going to happen. I noticed quite a lot of hunters from the association, so it would have been an all-out war if they tried to attack us. Well, they might have tried nevertheless if the Horus raid party was a Korean organization, but the Horus raid party is based in Egypt and headed by a big figure like Tiarana. It would have been difficult for them to even muster the courage to attack us, Han-Yeol replied. Yubai pouted at Han-Yeol before grumbling, Tisk, I can't process those kinds of complicated things. These kinds of things were learned through experience rather than through books, so it was difficult for Yubai to understand them. After all, she had only been working as a porter for a short period of time. Han-Yeol, Miriam called out from the front passenger seat. What is it, Miriam? Han-Yeol replied, no longer struggling to speak comfortably with her. They said that humans were extremely adaptive creatures, and that seemed to be true judging by how Han-Yeol was acting. He repeatedly forced himself to try and talk as casually as possible to Miriam until he got so used to talking to her in this way. Now, he would actually feel awkward trying to speak formally to her. However, he was still scared of her whenever she used her stern manner of speech to criticize him. Please inform us in advance if you plan to stir up trouble next time. It will be difficult for us to clean up after you if we have no idea what is going on. You got lucky today as Yubai quickly contacted us, which helped shoo away those scavengers prowling around you. However, you cannot expect to be lucky all the time, Miriam said. She is angry, Han-Yeol thought. I am not angry, Miriam replied. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Hiik? Miriam read Han-Yeol's mind even though he had told her not to, and this was her way of expressing her anger toward him. She was used to hiding her emotions and not expressing them outwardly thanks to the training she had undergone to become Tiarana's servant, but that did not mean that she did not have her own ways of venting her anger out, although she would refuse to acknowledge her anger in the first place. All right, I will let you know in advance before I stir up trouble next time. Hold on. That didn't sound right. I will let you off this one time. Ahaha. Thank you. Han-Yeol was relieved by the fact that he managed to escape from Miriam's nagging that had gone straight to his mind through telepathy. It was impossible for Miriam to use her mind control ability on hunters stronger than her, but it was possible for her to relay her thoughts and get a glimpse of her target's mind. That was the reason why it was going to be agonizing for Han-Yeol once Miriam started nagging. Once that happened, there was no escaping it even if he ran away or covered his ears. Han-Yeol stored all of the monster corpses and other materials they had gained from the hunt in the Horus raid party's mansion, which acted as their base of operation in Korea. It was an inevitable decision. These were new monsters that hadn't had their value appraised, so there were a lot of hunters aiming for them. He was also going to have to wait for an official analysis report from the laboratory of the Hunters Association to be able to sell the monster corpses to a factory. Click, 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 flash, 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 flash. There was a swarm of reporters waiting in front of the Horus raid party's mansion gates, and they were gathered here today for the sole purpose of getting an exclusive scoop about Han-Yeol. They said that there was a huge rift between a normal person and a hunter, but the news regarding hunters attracted more views and subscribers compared to even celebrity news. It was inevitable for the masses to be interested in hunters no matter how bad the rift between them was, since hunters were the ones in charge of protecting them and the ones who propped up the economy. Some of the major news outlets even blatantly hired F-rank hunters as journalists to gather inside scoop about hunters. They must have considered the news about Han-Yeol to be quite a scoop, as there were quite a few F-rank hunters gathered here today. I am Yang Seung-ho from KTN. You are the first Korean hunter to have single-handedly discovered a new dungeon and even cleared it on the same day. How does it feel to have such an achievement? Reporter Yang's voice boomed so loudly that even Han-Yeol could clearly hear what he said just now. The voice was not simply loud, but it even carried a faint trace of mana in it. Cook, that bastard is here again. The other reporters covered their ears and were in agony. Hey, Reporter Yang, stop using that skill of yours. Yeah, you can just normally talk at this distance. Oh, so it's an F-rank hunter with the sound wave skill, Han-Yeol thought as he had his interest piqued. He then said, Miriam, I will stay here and conduct an interview. Well, I will be busy taking care of these materials, so you may do as you please. You may ask the butlers or the servants if you need anything and they will immediately tend to your needs, Miriam replied. Thank you for your hard work, and thank you for today. Han-Yeol sincerely expressed his gratitude to Miriam. He knew that he would have probably been in a tight spot if the Horus raid party did not immediately mobilize after Yubai had requested for reinforcements. There was even a chance that he would have had everything stolen and come back home empty-handed. Miriam's facial expression did not change one bit despite Han-Yeol's sincere gratitude. She said, not at all. I just responded to the call of the Horus raid party's vice leader. I do not think I did something significant enough to be thanked since I just did my job. You are as rigid as always. Miriam was always quite cold and stern, but she did have its Sundara side to her as well. Well, if you insist on thanking me, then I will accept it. I am just accepting it because you insist. Miriam gave a slight bow and went into the mansion. The mansion was surrounded by a wall that had 1 million volts of electricity flowing through them, so none of the reporters dared to scale the walls. The reporters thought that they were going to kick the can today as well, but they were surprised by Han-Yeol remaining in front of the gates and agreeing to the interview. All right, ask your questions one by one, Han-Yeol said. The reporters were frenzied, taking pictures as they asked their questions. I will repeat my question a while ago. You are the first Korean hunter to have single-handedly discovered a new dungeon and even cleared it on the same day. How does it feel to have such an achievement? Reporter Yang asked in a booming voice once again before anyone else had the chance to ask a question. Han-Yeol smiled and replied, it feels good. It is also an honor. I believe that such a feat is difficult to do again, so I'm enjoying the feeling to the fullest right now. Did you know that there was going to be a dungeon over there by any chance? Reporter Yang ignored the unwritten rule among journalists of one question one answer and immediately asked another question in his booming voice. No, I had no idea there was a dungeon there. I found it by pure coincidence while resting. I would not have brought my broadcasting crew if I knew there was going to be a dungeon over there, since I could have kept it all to myself without announcing it to the world. The reporters nodded in agreement to Han-Yeol's words. They would not have imagined that Han-Yeol was only telling a partial truth. It would have been impossible for him to hide the secret dungeon and monopolize it. After all, mana would seep out of its doors and spread around its surroundings within 24 hours the moment Balrog unsealed the doors. Then, somebody passing by in the vicinity would have definitely picked it up with a mana detection device or sensed it. In other words, it was a secret that Han-Yeol was not going to be able to keep for himself in the end. That was the reason why Han-Yeol had added some twists to his story to give it credibility and avoid attracting suspicion from others. Han-Yeol was held up for nearly 2 hours since the first question reporter Yang had asked. The interview only lasted for 2 hours because he got tired in the middle and cut it short. Otherwise, the reporters seemed ready to ask questions until nightfall by the looks of how passionate they were. This was the first time that Han-Yeol felt scared of normal people after awakening as a hunter. He returned home and sat on the soft comfortable sofa in his living room. Plop, what a tiring day, Han-Yeol muttered. His mind and body were exhausted, but he still felt proud of himself. Is this how it feels to become a celebrity? He wondered, but he had no plans on becoming a celebrity. He then thought, there's no reason for me to change jobs to something so tiring and unprofitable. He probably would not have imagined even in his wildest dreams that he would say something like this at this point in his life. However, the money he was raking in as a hunter was more than enough to silence any critics who would have a problem with what he had said just now. He was able to earn a lot of money by hunting with the Horus raid party, and he was able to earn even more money by solo hunting as well. Han-Yeol relaxed on his sofa for a while. Then, he suddenly remembered that he had probably leveled up quite a bit after going through that hellish experience. He thought, status window. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 145. Points, 125. STR, 255. VIT, 241. AGI, 261. MAG, 300 plus 111. LCK, 20. Invoke, 205. Skills, Dismember, C. Sword Mastery, M. Flash Strike, B. Head Cutter, C. Vicious Stabs, F. Walking, M. Mana Pouch, E. Mana Control, M. Mana Mastery, M. Sixth Sense, A. Restrain, M. Crowd Restrain, F. Body Strengthening, M. Berserk, F. Stab, M. Dagger Mastery, C. Chain Mastery, M. Tornado Smash, F. Infinite Library, M. Shield Bash, M. Fire Attribute, M. Fireball, F. Mana Explosion, A. Chain Smite, M. Marksmanship, M. Homing Bullet, F. Martial Arts, M. Enchant, B. Sword Breathe, A. Restore, B. Healing Bullet, C. Enhance Healing, C. Summon Demon, D. Telepathy, A. Power Meditation, C. Psychokinesis, C. Force Shield, B. Catwalk, B. Mana Absorption, B. Demon Eye, C. Mana Strengthening, D. Mana Bullet, D. Reflect, D. Enhance, D. Item Appraisal, F. Translation, F. Blood Drain, C. Wow, is this for real? Han-Yeol was surprised after checking his status window. His entire focus had solely been directed towards surviving the battle that he did not hear or see anything else aside from the monsters, and he was only able to check his status after having reached the comfort of his home. However, after seeing the drastic change his status window had undergone, he could not stop his jaw from dropping to the ground. He recalled having heard quite a lot of notification sounds while fighting, but he did not imagine that the change was going to be this drastic. La la la. Han-Yeol was so exhausted that he even found breathing to be tiring, but he was now leisurely humming a tune. Lying down on the sofa, he went over the skills that he gained this time. There was Vicious Stab that allowed him to ferociously stab in all directions, Crowd Restrain that allowed him to use restrain for a short period of time against multiple enemies, Berserk that instantly enhanced his physical abilities after getting exhausted, Tornado Smash that allowed him to lay waste to everything around him with his chain, and plenty other new skills. He had gained quite a lot of powerful and useful skills this time. I can see that my next hunt is going to go extremely smoothly, Han-Yeol thought with a smile. The ends of his mouth rose up so high that it was impossible for it to go any further higher. Just as Han-Yeol was dreaming of the bright future ahead of him, he heard the electronic door lock beeping. Beep, 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 beep. Then, his father entered the house. It was a sudden visit, but Han-Yeol had already spread his senses throughout the mansion, so he was already aware that his father was coming in. He wasn't surprised at all. Han-Yeol would have normally gotten up to greet his father, but he was simply too tired. This time, he only nodded to acknowledge his father's presence. His father could have reprimanded him for being impolite, but he knew very well how tired his son was these days. He had seen how famous his son had become recently, so he decided to be understanding this time. What is the matter, father? Han-Yeol asked. He might be busy, but his father was quite busy as well. They made sure to still spend time with each other no matter how busy they were, and his father had previously mentioned that his billiard business was doing quite well thanks to its strange concept and excellent service. His father had also mentioned that there were numerous investors recommending he expand his business into franchising. His father had spent countless days contemplating whether he should expand into franchising or not before he finally decided he was going to do it. That was why he was quite busy these days preparing for that. The fact that his father would come to him at this time slightly made Han-Yeol nervous. He wondered, did something happen? I saw you on the news, Han-Yeol. Ahaha, you saw that. Han-Yeol replied with an awkward laugh and scratched his head in embarrassment. Aside from having been played live nationwide, the same news was being replayed quite often. It would have been strange if his father had not seen it yet. But will father come to see me just for something like this? Han-Yeol wondered. Of course, a family member appearing on TV could be a cause for celebration in most households, but Han-Yeol knew very well that his father was not the type of person to come running just because his son had appeared on national television. The ladies who appeared with you on TV look quite beautiful. Ah, I knew it, Han-Yeol sighed inwardly. The fact that his son had become a hunter and was earning a ridiculous sum of money or that his son had appeared on TV was not important to him. The only thing that he cared about was for his son to finally bring home a girl to marry. Han-Yeol had no idea if his father wanted a grandchild or just wanted him to get married, but he was certain that his father had been longing for him to bring a girl home. It's not that I don't want to grant your wish, father, but... Han-Yeol tried his best to be a filial son after his father had fallen ill, and he tried his best to listen to whatever his father said. However, he did not want to date someone just to please his father. He had no qualms about having a fling, but he had no plans to seriously date someone for now. Father. No, Han-Yeol. I can't understand why you're so against it. Did I ask you to get married right now? All I'm asking is for you to go out and get a girlfriend. Is that so difficult? Ugh. The fact that his father was telling him to go get a girlfriend instead of forcing him to go on matchmaking dates was already quite open-minded and considerate of him. Noticing that his father was already making concessions, Han-Yeol could not simply shoot the whole idea down. All right, I will try. Oh, are you talking about those women you work with? No, they are my colleagues. It is not good to mix personal stuff with work. Anyway, I will try hard to look for a girlfriend from now on. Tisk, his father clicked his tongue in regret. His father might be over 50 years old, but he still acted like a younger adult sometimes. Others might tell him off for not being able to act his age, but Han-Yeol respected his father nevertheless. Han-Yeol was barely able to escape from his father's nagging, which had initially been disguised as an innocent conversation, before Sungjin called him. Ring, 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 vroom. Han-Yeol immediately got dressed up and drove his van to the city. While driving, he grumbled inwardly, "Sigh, I'm only 29 years old, so what's the rush? Can't he just trust me?" Han-Yeol might feel wronged for being rushed, but his father could not help worrying. After all, Han-Yeol had never brought home a girl in his 29 years of life. However, Han-Yeol was oblivious to how his father felt and he continued to not have any interest in dating. Of course, he did initially have some feelings for Yubai. However, he had given up even before having been able to confess to her as she had quickly put up a wall between them. It seemed that it was going to take a while for Han-Yeol to graduate from being single since birth. Han-Yeol reached Hongdae after driving for an hour and a half. As he headed toward where they had agreed to meet, he wondered to himself, I wonder why Sungjin suddenly wanted to meet here instead of Hyungnim's pub. Hyungnim's pub had been an important gathering spot for Han-Yeol and his friends during their high school days. It was wrong for high school kids to go to a pub, but the pub had been a very cozy place for them to gather. This explained Han-Yeol's surprise when Sungjin had chosen to meet at a bar in Hongdae instead of the nostalgic pub. Ding! Han-Yeol took the elevator up to the wine bar, and he was greeted by a familiar classic chime that was quite common in these kinds of places. He was soon greeted by the wine bar's receptionist. Welcome, do you have a reservation? The receptionist had an average-looking face, but her figure was quite beautiful. Can you check if there is a reservation under Park Sungjin? Han-Yeol asked. He was not sure if they had a reservation, but Sungjin had probably made one to have invited him to come all the way here. The receptionist scanned through the list for a while before she said with a smile, I found it. I will guide you to your seat. Okay. Clack, clack. The receptionist led the way with Han-Yeol following her. Han-Yeol could not help but have his gaze tracing the receptionist's figure from behind. While admiring her figure, he thought, wow, her body is like that of a Hollywood celebrity? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. There was nothing amazing about the receptionist's face, but her body was a work of art. She had an hourglass figure with beautiful hips and a bountiful chest. Her rather small waist was also accompanied by quite long legs. She would have been able to make it in the modeling industry if she had given it a try. But why are all of the workers in the service industry so beautiful these days? Han-Yeol wondered about the reason why he kept running into beautiful women these days. Han-Yeol was soon guided to a cozy spot on the upper floor while his mind was occupied with all sorts of perverted thoughts. The upper floor was an open space that exuded an even cozier and luxurious vibe compared to the lower floor. Feeling the cool breeze brush against his face, he thought in enjoyment, wow, the air is really refreshing up here. Sungjin Nim is right over here, said the receptionist. Han-Yeol looked at where the receptionist was politely guiding him toward and saw Sungjin wearing a casual suit. Sungjin raised his hand and greeted Han-Yeol as soon as he spotted him. Hey, Han-Yeol. Wow, Sungjin. You seem to be super busy these days, but you're looking good. Han-Yeol replied. He felt glad to be seeing his friend after a long time. Having once cut off contact with his old friends, he now longed to spend more time with friends he was reconnecting with. At the moment, he could not help but feel frustrated that he was the one being cut off due to Sungjin being too busy with his own thing. You're one to talk, you monster. What do you mean monster? Please address me as an influencer. Stop spouting bullshit from your mouth, will you? Keek. Han-Yeol and Sungjin expressed their joy by throwing a bunch of childish jokes at each other. There was not a hint of awkwardness between them despite not having met for quite a while. After all, they were good friends. Let's have a glass of wine for starters. Sounds good. The two of them shared a bottle of wine while chatting away. They mostly talked about trivial stuff before moving on to the topic of porters. The conversation flowed quite naturally as both of them had common interests in the topic. Han-Yeol was now a hunter. He was no longer a porter but someone who hired porters. Still, that did not mean he was not interested in anything related to the porters these days. I still grit my teeth and wake up in the middle of the night whenever I remember how much I suffered as a porter, he grumbled inwardly. His experience as a porter had been a rather difficult one, and it seemed that the treatment of porters had not improved even by the slightest bit. The two of them continued chatting away. After all, it was probably quite difficult for friends, who were a hunter and a porter, to stop chatting about their work. Well, I managed to find a job through my contacts, so I am being treated pretty alright. But I do think that the treatment of those porters who have no connections should improve. They are struggling quite badly. I am not experiencing it for myself, but the porters without any connections are being treated so harshly that it makes me feel sick, Sungjin said. I saw on the news that it's getting difficult for smaller parties to find porters these days. They said something about the porter population declining while more and more people are awakening. I guess you saw that article too. I read that the number of people applying to be porters is rapidly declining every year. I really wonder what will become of this country in the future. Han-Yeol shook his head in frustration before taking a sip of his wine. The country's economy is going to collapse if the porters disappear, but I wonder why the government fails to see the severity of it. Han-Yeol could not help but wonder what the government was waiting for. Han-Yeol had not been able to read much news these days as he had been quite busy. He also dedicated his days off to complete rest, so the information that he had was quite outdated. He generally preferred winding down and engaging in some fun hobbies instead of reading the news. However, that did not mean that he completely stopped reading the news. This was why he did not miss the article regarding the decrease in porters, which would become quite a serious problem. Are you sure about that? Yeah, you are aware that the rift between normal people and hunters is growing wider by the day, right? The only ones applying to become porters these days are the children of hunters, while normal people are outright avoiding the profession as it's degrading and dangerous. The normal people who apply tend to be those runaway kids, gangsters, criminals, and other social outcasts. To be honest, I actually think that is even bigger of a problem. Han-Yeol furrowed his brow, realizing that things looked much grimmer than he first imagined them to be. It would be great if the Hunters Association could solve this issue. Yeah, but I don't think this is something we should concern ourselves with. Han-Yeol had no reason to solve this or even attempt to solve it. These kinds of social problems were best left to the government and association, and this was the precise reason that he paid so much in taxes, right? The Hunters Association was probably doing its best to resolve this issue anyway. They were probably aware of the situation if someone like Sungjin was aware of it too. Hey, let's stop talking about boring things and go to a club instead, Sungjin said as he tried to drag Han-Yeol to a club. A club? Han-Yeol muttered in response. Unfortunately, Han-Yeol had never been to a club in his life. He not only had no reason to go there, but he also did not have anyone to go with in the first place. After all, not exuding a single ounce of manly charm back then had also made it quite difficult for him to go to a club alone. Should I give it a try? Just as Han-Yeol pondered whether to accept the offer or not, Sungjin pulled him up from his seat and did not wait for him to respond. Sungjin exclaimed, Now, there's a famous club in the basement of this building, so let's go there. Go. Hey, you called me here for this, right? This was your plan all along. You only noticed now. Yeah, you frivolous bastard. Oh, so you don't want to? Should we just go home? Who said anything about that? Let's go. Keek. I knew it. Han-Yeol's life was much more relaxed than it had been before, so he figured that going to the club to enjoy himself was not a bad idea. Thinking about the club, a place where music, booze, and women gathered, Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly, the hottest and trendiest place in Korea is the clubs. A club was a place where a man was bound to want to go at least once in his life. This was something a celebrity had said on TV. Let's go. Sungjin shouted in excitement at the thought of going to the club. Meanwhile, Han-Yeol pretended he was being dragged along by his friend. In truth, he was looking forward to going to the club deep inside. Dumb TSS. Hongdae was the hottest place for youngsters in South Korea, and it was also the most active commercial area. South Korea's top 3 commercial areas were Gangnam, Sinchon, and Hongdae. Gangnam was the most expensive one among the 3, so most shops there were leased by expensive brands or shops focused on luxury goods. On the other hand, Sinchon was focused on hospitals, department stores, and motels, so young people slowly stopped going there. However, the streets of Hongdae were filled with buskers, clubbers, and delicious food. Naturally, it evolved into the hottest hangout spot for young people. On top of that, the celebrities largely followed by teenagers and young adults in their 20s often appeared in Hongdae, which further fueled the area's fame among youngsters. The club that Han-Yeol and Sungjin went to was quite a famous one in Hongdae. Welcome. The club's reception was not located inside but rather outside the building, and there was quite a long line of clubbers waiting to get in. Wow, this is quite a crowd. I guess we can expect some excitement tonight, Sungjin said. Do you go clubbing often? Han-Yeol asked, feeling a bit awkward as this was his first time coming to a club. As for Sungjin, he appeared to be comfortable and right in his element. There was a tall man standing at the entrance of the club, and he seemed to be the one in charge of managing who got in or not. Checking the ID of a woman, he said, Is this really you? You look a bit different from the picture. That's before I got plastic surgery, handsome Appa, the woman replied with a wink. This is a bit troublesome. Why, Appa? I came here to play with my friends because I heard this is the best club in Hongdae. Can't you let me in, Appa? The woman looked a bit young, but she somewhat resembled the picture on the ID. Thinking so, the man let her enter the club. All right, you can go in. All right, thank you, handsome Appa. Don't mention it. Haha. The group of women went down the stairs while excitedly chatting with each other. The door opened, blasting out the loud music that shook the floor inside the club. An area decorated with balloons could be seen between the doors, as well as a DJ playing songs on a platform. Men and women could also be seen mingling with each other as they danced to the music. Wow, this is awesome, Han-Yeol muttered in amazement. He had only seen videos of clubs on the TV. Now that he was here to check it out by himself, he found it looked much more exciting. Tak. You think so? Sungjin said as he tapped Han-Yeol, who looked like a lost country bumpkin, on the shoulder and motioned him to smile. Han-Yeol was mostly serious and level-headed, but he sometimes donned this innocent dumb look when he was taken aback. Doesn't this look like a corrupted underground city? Han-Yeol commented. What the hell are you talking about? Forget about that, let's go and book a room, Sungjin replied. Huh? I thought you had to reserve those in advance. You're sort of right, but today is a weekday. There should still be some empty rooms. I'll go book the room, so sit tight and have a pint of beer while waiting for me. Okay, Han-Yeol replied while waving his hand. Dumb. Han-Yeol could not help but love the club's atmosphere despite it being his first time. The loud music automatically made him want to dance even while sitting still, and the dozens of semi-clad women dancing on the dance floor as if they were in a trance was quite a refreshing sight for him. He had a prejudice that clubs were dark and corrupted places where one would participate in vices before their eventual downfall. Now that he was here himself, he could not help but feel embarrassed for having thought that way. It turned out that a club was a place where people mingled and danced to their heart's content. I should come here quite frequently, he thought. Sungjin finally returned while Han-Yeol was busy looking around the club. He said, hey, let's go up. I got us a room upstairs. Sounds good. Han-Yeol glanced up and saw quite a lot of people leaning on the handrails while leisurely chatting and drinking beer. There were a lot of men among them, but the women with them were so unbelievably beautiful that his eyes were busy scanning all of them from head to toe. He thought, so this is why so many men come here. The entire club seemed to be full of beautiful women. The ones upstairs were astonishingly beautiful, while the ones dancing on the dance floor below possessed sexy bodies that they further flaunted with their skimpy clothes. It was basically a sight that would make men salivate and have their primal instincts incited. The men probably frequented this place in hopes of getting lucky with one of the women here. The club knew this was their key selling point, so they made sure to set a certain standard for their guests and hosted a lot of events targeting women. What are you doing? Hurry up, Sungjin called out when he saw Han-Yeol spacing out. Ah, I'm coming, Han-Yeol replied. They entered the room Sungjin had booked and started their night with a glass of whiskey before continuing the discussion they had at the wine bar. Whiskey definitely has a different charm compared to wine, Han-Yeol said after drinking the whiskey. Look at this bastard. Can you stop pretending you know how to taste alcohol? Sungjin sneered. Perhaps it was because of his dirt-poor upbringing that Han-Yeol had never had the chance to enjoy expensive drinks such as whiskey or wine. However, he was still the type of guy who would always prefer to drink beer or soju no matter what the occasion was. That was why Sungjin found Han-Yeol's pretentiousness to be quite hilarious right now. Shut up. You need to drink stuff that complements where you are, Han-Yeol snapped back. Keek? Sure, drink to your heart's content then, Sungjin said with a snicker. Clink. The two of them clinked their glasses before downing them to get drunk. Then, they went down to the stage. Now, shall we go? Sounds good. After drinking their whiskey and starting to feel slightly tipsy, Han-Yeol and Sungjin prepared to make their way to the stage to mingle with the crowd. Drinking and dancing at the club was always a fun experience, but the main event would always be mingling with the crowd and going wild. However, what? Is it an earthquake? A sudden tremor shook the ground, and Han-Yeol immediately sensed the trace of a strange unsettling mana in the air. Then, what he feared the most ended up happening. Kaya, Guayak. As screams reverberated across the club, Sungjin asked, what's going on? I'll lead the way. Han-Yeol shouted in response. Sure. Sungjin decided to trust Han-Yeol as they currently had no idea what was going on. Han-Yeol carefully opened the door and went out. Geek. Help me. Arg. Kuah. Gag. The dance floor on the first level was no longer filled with dancing clubbers. It was now covered in blood. Monster. A group of green-skinned monsters had managed to somehow enter the club. They were massacring the civilians. Demon eyes. Han-Yeol hurriedly activated his skill to scan the area within a 10-kilometer radius around him. Just as a sense of uneasiness settled in his heart, he exclaimed inwardly in horror, This can't be. The monsters were not only present in the club, but more of them were spread across the 10-kilometer radius all around Han-Yeol. In other words, the entire city was overrun by monsters without a single warning from the association or the government. Han-Yeol. Sungjin urgently shouted. Oh, over there. Han-Yeol turned his head toward Sungjin and found his friend pointing somewhere. Uaok. There was a group of men filming the carnage with their smartphones before they were chased by the monsters. Then, they hurriedly hid in a room and locked the door. However, that was a big mistake. Bam, Kwachik, bam, and no, bam, Kwachik, Pukok, Kwachik, Ayayak. It hurts, stop. Help me. There was no way that an ordinary door was going to be able to stop a monster that used mana. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. The monster punched the door 3 times before smashing it open on the 4th one. It quickly entered the room. What followed was the desperate cries and screams of the men. The 2nd floor was still safe for now, but that did not last for long. After all, the monsters slowly started to ascend the stairs one by one. Grujuk, these bastards, dare to disturb my night out? Han-Yeol gritted his teeth in anger. Today was supposed to be his reward for having worked so tirelessly these past few days, and it was supposed to be peaceful, fun, and hot. So, with the monster's sudden appearance ruining everything, he could not help but have his temper flare up. Han-Yeol was emitting powerful mana from his body because of his anger. Shuai, a monster that resembled a praying mantis scaled the walls. After landing near Han-Yeol and Sungjin, it tried to attack them with its scythe-like arm. Hyup! Sungjin held his breath in horror at the monster's attack. He might be a porter who hunted at the hunting grounds, but he had never experienced fighting one-on-one against a monster. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Han-Yeol dashed forward and crushed the monster's head with his knee. That was quite a powerful blow now that his martial arts had reached the M rank, and it was impossible for the low-tier monster to withstand it. However, more and more monsters came up to the second floor. They started to gang up on Han-Yeol. Boom, 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 boom. A monster exploded every time a boom resounded in the air. Damn it. Why did these weaklings have to appear now of all times and ruin my night? Fuck. Boom, boom, boom. Han-Yeol threw kicks and punches to vent his anger, and he painted his entire surroundings with bluish blood. Thanks to him, the monsters at the club were quickly neutralized. Han-Yeol scanned the club with demon eyes one more time just to make sure that there were no more monsters in it. The problem now was Sungjin. Hey, Sungjin, Han-Yeol called out. Oh, right. What's up? Sungjin replied while looking slightly disoriented. He might have gained quite a bit of experience while working as a porter, but this was the first time that he had such a close encounter against monsters. In addition, the fact that this happened at a club in the middle of the city further shocked him. Tack, tack. Han-Yeol reached up and tapped Sungjin's cheek twice. He was asking his friend to get a grip right now. Are you alright? Han-Yeol asked, but he could tell that Sungjin was not doing so well right now. I'm alright. Who? I should get a grip, Sungjin replied before he slapped himself awake. Pack, pack. He reminded himself of a saying that one could survive getting bitten by a tiger as long as one did not panic. Han-Yeol and Sungjin decided to leave the club before anything else. There were still a lot of injured people in the club, but they did not have the luxury to care for them. They would have stayed behind and tended to the wounded if the monster's appearance had been limited to the club, but the whole 10-kilometer radius around them was currently in chaos. The whole area descended into madness as monsters massacred the civilians while the deployed hunters tried their best to control the situation. The only silver lining was probably the fact that the monsters that appeared were not that strong, so the hunters did not have to struggle for a long time just to kill one of them. Unfortunately, the monsters were just so great in numbers and they were spread out all over the place, making it difficult for the hunters to take control of the situation. Not to mention, all of the hunters are currently fighting only in their respective areas, Han-Yeol thought while scanning his surroundings. It was not that there had been no hunters in Hongdae when the monsters first appeared. However, the problem was that the total hunter population of South Korea was a mere 50,000, and not all of them were present in this place. On top of that, the monsters were so scattered around. Some were even in the buildings nearby, so it was extremely difficult for the hunters present in Hongdae to neutralize all of them. Bang, bang, bang. The police fired their guns in hopes of making a stand against the monsters. Unfortunately, there was no way that a mere revolver used by ordinary people was going to make a dent against the monsters even though they were low-tier weaklings. Whoosh, kaduk, kwaarg. It hurts, save me. The two police who bravely resisted against a monster were instantly gobbled up by it. Ugh, Sungjin groaned. He felt nauseous after experiencing something he hadn't yet experienced while hunting at the hunting grounds. The things he had to see while going out on hunts had never been this grotesque. Also, having to witness human deaths had very different effects on his mental health. Beep, beep. Han-Yeol opened the trunk compartment of his van, then said, "Take this, Sungjin." H-ha. Thud. Clack. Han-Yeol passed Sungjin his HSK-447P, a few cartridges, as well as various equipment used by porters. It was only then that Sungjin came to his senses. He had been nervous the entire time after feeling naked and exposed to the monsters, so the fact that he was going to be armed helped alleviate some of his concerns. What do you think? Have you calmed down a bit now? Han-Yeol asked. Yeah. Sorry for showing you something so unsightly, Sungjin replied. It happens. Fighting against monsters without anything is a mental thing to do, after all. That gun is not a normal gun, by the way. What are you talking about? I might not have much experience as a porter, but I know my stuff. That's a HSK-447P, made in Germany, accurate to 5 kilometers. Wow, look at you. Han-Yeol was a bit surprised that Sungjin knew the specifications of this gun, which was not that popular in South Korea. Hey, I've been working my ass off, you know. I've been studying quite diligently, Sungjin grumbled in response. He, however, was not able to say everything in his mind. So I can stand proudly beside you. Back in high school, Han-Yeol had been better at fighting. However, the difference back then hadn't been that big. However, it was different now. Han-Yeol was soaring in the sky while Sungjin was a powerless porter. The difference between them was so huge that comparing them side by side would be deemed a sin. Sungjin decided to compose himself and stop showing such a pitiful side of him. Click, clack. He received the HSK-447P and loaded it before saying, "Let's go, Han-Yeol." "Alright," Han-Yeol replied with a smirk. After seeing Sungjin steal his resolve, Han-Yeol contacted the Void Devil that was protecting his father. He had offered quite a lucrative deal to the Void Devils and tasked the both of them to protect his father just in case something like this happened. Void Devil, how are things over there? Han-Yeol asked through telepathy. Things have been wrapped up here, but your father has fainted. Ha, that is a relief. It would be better for him to be unconscious than witness something like this. Don't worry about this place. These monsters won't be able to harm a single hair on your father's body. That goes without saying. Both the melee and ranged Void Devils were currently protecting his father. The contract Han-Yeol had entered into with the Void Devils was for them to assist him on his hunts and protect his father. In return, he agreed to provide double the offerings he normally gave. Han-Yeol made sure to spend unsparingly when it came to his father's safety, and that was the reason why he could freely go around the city that had been plunged into chaos without having to worry about his father. Keek. Most of the civilians had already run away, so the only humans left in this street were Han-Yeol and Sungjin. Of course, all of the monsters in the vicinity directed their attention toward the pair as they were the only prey in the area. As the monsters rushed toward them, shaking the ground like a threatening stampede, Sungjin cursed under his breath. Damn it. He pulled the trigger without a hint of hesitation after spotting the monsters rushing toward them. Clack. Click. Ratatata? I won't be able to deal much damage, but I still have to do something? He had no intention of killing the monsters. He knew very well that a porter's gun was not going to be able to deal much damage even if he used bullets coated with mana stones. He had no idea if it was a technological limitation or just simply because they did not possess mana, but coating the gun and bullets with mana stone did not mean that it was going to instantly become stronger. In fact, it was still impossible for a porter to deal any sort of significant damage, even to low-tier monsters. It did not matter just how well their bullets were coated with mana stones. The most they could probably do was to scratch the monster's hide and attract their attention to buy time for the hunters to deal fatal damage to them. Sungjin pulled the trigger without much expectation, but... Puck, 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 geek. Heok. Sungjin managed to lodge 2 bullets in the praying mantis body and 1 bullet in its head with his marksmanship. His headshot burst the monster's head open and splashed its bluish blood all over the place. Witnessing the monster plop dead on the ground, Sungjin was shocked. A monster died so easily. He knew from experience that a porter's gunfire was only used for 2 things. The first was to attract the monster's aggro, and the second was to raise their chances of awakening. Wow, your marksmanship is really good. You're better than me when I was a porter, Han-Yeol said while being impressed by his friend's marksmanship. However, that was not what was important to Sungjin right now. How did I kill that monster? Sungjin exclaimed. What happened just now had completely ignored one ironclad truth in the world. In truth, it should have been impossible for a porter to kill a monster with a gun no matter how hard they tried. Ah, that's my ability. I'm able to infuse my mana into objects, you see, so I infused my mana in those bullets beforehand, Han-Yeol nonchalantly replied. It was the effect of Mana Pouch, which was a skill he had recently acquired. He now made it a habit to infuse his mana into his weapons and gear whenever his mana maxed out. This proved to be a very wise habit as it came in quite handy during emergencies like this. Awesome. It's awesome, right? But I didn't expect the monsters to die so easily from a few rounds. Why yeah, me too. Oh right, Sungjin. Will your father's factory be fine? Father. It was only after Han-Yeol mentioned it that Sungjin finally remembered his father and the factory. Go give him a call. Yeah. Sungjin quickly took out his phone and called manager Han. Father's not going to tell me exactly what's going on, so it's better for me to call manager Han, he thought as he knew his father's personality quite well. Sungjin. Manager Han answered the call in a panicked voice. How is the factory, Manager Nim? Is father alright? You heard about it too? They aren't saying anything on the radio. Do you have any idea what's going on? Seoul is in chaos right now, but that is not what is important right now. How is father? Is he safe? It appeared to be quite rude, since Manager Han was the person who had answered the call and Sungjin was not even asking about how he was doing. However, the only thing on Sungjin's mind right now was his father's safety, so he did not have the luxury to ask about anything else. We were finishing up a deal with 2 hunter parties when the monsters appeared, so they are holding the monsters back. But there are too many of them? A few strange ones appeared as well, so I don't think the hunters will be able to hold them back for long. It's a relief they were there. Is anyone hurt? Only after confirming that his father was safe did Sungjin finally ask about the well-being of other people. I have no idea. I'm currently in hiding with the boss and a few other employees. Alright, I will be right there n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. No, Sung. Beep. Manager Han was about to say something, but Sungjin disconnected the call. After all, it was obvious what the man was going to say. He was most likely going to ask him not to come as it was dangerous. Shall we go right now? I think we should hurry. He mentioned some strange monsters have appeared, so there must be others aside from those mantis bastards. Okay, let's go right now. Han-Yeol hopped into the driver's seat of his van. Once Sungjin sat in the passenger seat, Han-Yeol stepped on the pedal and drove as fast as he could. Vroom! It's a mess out there, Han-Yeol muttered. Boom, 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 boom. Seoul was no different from a war zone right now. There were numerous battles between hunters and the monsters unfolding across the city, and there were also people being chased down by the monsters. This is horrible, Han-Yeol thought. It was then. Mumai. A woman drenched in blood was lying in the middle of the road, and there was a kid of around 5 years old crying beside her. Tack, 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 Tack. There were 5 monsters making their way toward the child. Damn it, Han-Yeol cursed inwardly. He was not a god, so he was not going to be able to save everyone. That was the reason why he had left the club as it was and did not help everyone he had encountered. But that's a child? He gritted his teeth. Shriek. Han-Yeol slammed the brakes and rolled down the windows before he took out his SMG from the van's glove compartment. Ratatata. He pulled the trigger and sprayed the bullets. Others might think that he was randomly shooting, but he was using demon eyes combined with homing bullet to target the 5 monsters. All of the bullets hit the monsters, all of which quickly dropped dead to the ground. Han-Yeol got off the van and approached the child. Sniff. Ajussi. Please help my mom, the child pleaded. During normal circumstances, Han-Yeol would have gotten worked up and retorted that he was not an Ajussi. However, he did not have the luxury to banter right now. Yes, just leave it to me, he replied as he wiped the tears off of the child's face. Then, he scanned the woman's bloodied body with demon eyes. A doctor would have probably checked her pulse to confirm if she was dead or alive, but that was not needed for him. Fortunately, he sensed a weak energy lingering in the woman's heart, which meant that the woman was still alive. He further inspected her internal state and found that it was not as bad as her external injuries. It was going to be possible for his skills to help the woman. Restore. Wuong. The woman rapidly recovered once Han-Yeol used his main healing skill. Her physical wounds mended themselves, and even her dislocated bones went back to their place. The woman let out a moan before slowly opening her eyes. Mommy, the child cried out and hugged the woman. Han-Yeol took a step back and watched them before thinking, it's a bit cruel for me to leave them here. However, he knew very well that he was not going to be able to protect everyone. What are you planning to do, Han-Yeol? Sungjin asked. He did not plan to go against whatever Han-Yeol was planning, but he would vehemently protest if Han-Yeol planned to help other people at the expense of his father. Ironically, the first thing that came to Sungjin's mind right now was to blame himself. If only I was a hunter, he could have rushed toward the factory and protected it with his own strength without requiring Han-Yeol's help if he had awakened as a hunter. I have a great idea. Just give me a second, Han-Yeol said. All right, Sungjin replied. He decided to just watch in silence even though every second counted right now. He could not simply ask his friend to abandon the child and her mother just because he wanted to rush over to his father. Han-Yeol took a step back and raised his right hand toward the sky before closing his eyes. Then, he used his demon summoning skill. He did not plan to summon a new demon but one that he already had a contract with. Heed my call, Delchant. Wuong. After Han-Yeol used his skill, a magic circle appeared on the ground with a small explosion and smoke rising up from it. Then, a familiar-looking demon appeared from it. Poof. Kia Hei, what are you looking to buy today? Delchant asked with a greedy laugh. The demon appeared to be quite enthusiastic to have been called since he had gained quite a handsome profit with the gold trade last time. He was a demon that strictly lived a capitalistic life, and it was possible to buy most items from him as long as he was paid in gold. Is there a way for me to temporarily call a lot of demons for a short period of time? Han-Yeol asked. A lot of demons? Temporarily. Yes. Delchant looked around his surroundings. He might be a non-combat demon, but that did not mean that he was weak. Clearly, he had rather sharp senses. He could sense that there were a lot of monsters in the area. Kiahi, this sounds fun. Well, you're in luck as I have just the magic scroll you need. However, it's quite expensive for a single-use item. Do you still want it? Delchant said while raising a brow as if to openly taunt Han-Yeol. He was seemingly asking Han-Yeol if he had the balls to spend a fortune for a single-use item. Han-Yeol could immediately tell that the demon was openly taunting him. Although he felt like he was being mocked, he said without any hint of hesitation, I will buy it. Kiahi, I can't say no to a deal, right? Let's see. The price will be 10 tons of gold. 10 tons? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly. He decided to use telepathy from now on to hide the rest of the conversation from Sungjin. Kiahi, I already told you it's going to be expensive. The item you need is not that useful for many, but that doesn't mean it is going to be cheap. Ugh. Han-Yeol felt his insides churn after hearing the price of the single-use item. He would have been fine if it was 1 or 2 tons of gold, but 10 tons of gold was simply too much. However, this was the only way he could think of to fulfill his responsibilities as a hunter and to bring an end to this chaos. Nobody was going to give him a medal for resolving the situation, but he wanted to be able to stand tall in the event that people tried to criticize him for what had happened there. All right, I will buy it. I will pay you within a month's time. Kiahi, thank you for using our Delchant store once again, Human Nim. The demon showed utmost respect toward Han-Yeol after he purchased the item, but that only lasted for a moment. After all, Delchant was not really a courteous individual. Kiahi, take this. Whatever the demon said next was far from courteous. Tack. The demon threw a magic scroll to Han-Yeol. This is it. Kiahi, that's a magic scroll that will allow you to summon 1,000 lesser demons for 24 hours. There's more to it, but it's no fun if I tell you everything, right? You will have to find out for yourself. Isn't that too irresponsible? That's my style. Kiahi. Poof. Delchant let out his creepy high-pitched laughter before disappearing with the sound of an explosion. Only a cloud of smoke was left behind. That damned bastard, Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. Without many options available to him, he had summoned Delchant. To be honest, he really did not want to summon this specific demon. This demon was obviously extremely greedy, so it was hard to tell how the demon was going to backstab him. This demon also acted exactly like a stereotypical demon. Needless to say, not all demons cared about honor and stayed true to their words like the Void Devils or Balrog. What's that, Han-Yeol? Sungjin asked after the demon merchant disappeared. The fact that Han-Yeol had the ability to summon demons was already quite well known because of the news, so Sungjin was not all that surprised. However, he was slightly flustered when he saw the demon summoning with his very own eyes. After all, he had previously only seen it being done in videos. Also, he found the fact that the demon had given Han-Yeol something to be quite amazing. Ah, this one. Hey, what are you doing? Sungjin was shocked by what Han-Yeol did next. Ryip. Han-Yeol ripped the scroll he had received from Delchant without an ounce of hesitation. There was no room for hesitation right now. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Woong. Then, a large purple magic circle appeared underneath Han-Yeol's feet. What? Aak. The child screamed in agony after the entire area was filled with the demonic energy from the demon world. The demonic energy was simply too strong for the child to bear. Thud. Geek. Kwahahaha. How long has it been since I last came to the human world? Only those pitiful summoners used to summon us, but it's quite surprising that it's a scroll this time. Be blood. I need blood. I'm sick and tired of monster blood. I need something fresh and new. I need blood. Kiahiai. Ha? Look at that bastard announcing to the world he is an ignorant bloodsucker. What did you just say? We will only last 24 hours judging by the mana that called us. Then we should do everything we want in those 24 hours. Kiki. Kakaiki. Gulp. 1,000 demons emerged from the magic circle. There were some that looked alike while others looked quite different from the others. In fact, some of the demons looked just like humans while some looked no different from the monsters themselves. However, all of them exuded mana that was clearly different from what a monster would exude. Sungjin could not help but nervously gulp after being surrounded by the demons. Trembling uncontrollably, he was overcome by crippling fear. He was not the only one trembling, as even the woman who Han-Yeol had just healed trembled in fear too. To the woman, there was no difference between the demons and monsters. It was unsurprising that she was very fearful right now. One of the demons approached Han-Yeol and asked, "Are you the human that summoned us?" The demon possessed bright red skin, and there was infinite darkness in the demon's eyes. Han-Yeol nodded and replied, "Yes, that is correct. Ho, I'm sure you did not call us for something petty. You called 1,000 of us, after all. So, human, what is it that you want to request from us? Just keep in mind that we are going to cause a scene right here if the reason does not satisfy us." Kiahiai. Kahihihi. The demons laughed in an eerie manner. "I only require one thing from you. Please kill all of the monsters that should not exist here within 24 hours. You may take every single mana stone from the monsters that you successfully kill as payment." Oh, that's a very enticing offer. Kwahahaha. Blood? I can finally have some blood. It's time to bathe in blood. Kill them and suck them dry. Kayakakakaka. The demons rejoiced as if someone hosted a feast for them. Blood and carnage were what all demons wanted, and the fact that the human who summoned them had given them just that was more than enough to send them into an ecstatic frenzy. Please commence immediately. However, you are not to hurt any humans. Kiki, don't worry about that. We demons value our honor and we are not going to go against our contract. Let's go. Kuo. The 1,000 demons spread in all directions, and Geek. Die you monsters. Puck. A praying mantis monster was quickly stabbed by a demon's claw, and the monster spurted blood all over the ground. That signaled the start of the demon's one-sided massacre of the monsters. Excellent, Han-Yeol said with a satisfied nod. What did you do just now? Sungjin asked. He could not understand what was happening despite seeing it with his own eyes. The abilities of the hunters that he had seen and knew of were similar to superpowers from a movie that somewhat felt realistic, but the ability Han-Yeol had displayed was something straight out of a fantasy novel. I entered into a contract with the demons. They will kill all of the monsters in Seoul within 24 hours. Is that one of your abilities? You can put it that way, I guess. Han-Yeol replied. He thought to himself, an ability that requires me to collect 10 tons of gold in 30 days. He was already getting a headache just thinking about how he was going to gather 10 tons of gold in that short period of time. On the other hand, he finally felt free from his responsibilities as a hunter. He had already contributed quite a lot, and it was now time for him to go and focus on his own business. Let's go, Sungjin. We need to hurry and make up for the lost time, Han-Yeol said. All right, let's go, Sungjin replied while still doubting his eyes. They went back to their van and were about to drive away. Excuse me. The mother of the child Han-Yeol had saved shouted while holding the child in her arms. What is it? Han-Yeol asked. I cannot give you anything, but may I please know your name at least, the woman asked. Sure. My name is Lee Han-Yeol, Han-Yeol replied. He thought, I'm already famous anyway, so, Lee Han-Yeol Nim. Then, goodbye, Han-Yeol said with a nod before driving away in his van. He did not have the luxury to sit around and chat as the situation at Sungjin factory had not been resolved yet. Han-Yeol was able to get a good look at Seoul's current state while driving through its streets. The monsters tried to use their numerical advantage to fight against the demons, but he had summoned 1,000 demons. The demons were also quite clever in that they never traveled in numbers less than 50 no matter how weak the monsters were. In the end, the monsters could not use their numerical advantage and were getting one-sidedly massacred by the demons. Wow, the demons are really killing the monsters, Sungjin said in amazement while looking out the window. Bam, bam, keek, munch, munch. A demon grabbed a monster by its neck and devoured it alive. Kahihi, delicious. At least they're worth the cost, Han-Yeol grumbled. Huh? What did you say? No, it's nothing. Han-Yeol decided to keep the gold part a secret as Sungjin was definitely going to want to contribute as well. Screech. They arrived at the familiar factory after driving for an hour. It seemed that the demons did not make it this far as there were only hunters and monsters fighting on the streets. Han-Yeol even used demon eyes to check just in case, but all that he found were a few hunters and a lot of monsters. Also, intermediate and high intermediate monsters? Han-Yeol was shocked after picking up the mana of stronger monsters in this area. Let's go, Sungjin. Yeah, click, clack. Sungjin checked his rifle again to overcome his nervousness. Tack, tack, tack. Han-Yeol led the way by running at a slow pace, and Sungjin followed right behind him. They passed the factory gates and went inside to the factory grounds. Geek. The monster inside was not a praying mantis but a humanoid monster with armor that resembled a horned beetle. It also had a spear in its sword. Shwiek. Han-Yeol materialized his chain, and the weapon he attached at the end of his chain was not a mace but a large hammer. He thought, this will be more effective right now than the mace. Geek. Die. The monsters in the vicinity swarmed toward Han-Yeol and Sungjin. Sungjin immediately ran for cover while shooting whatever he could aim at. Ratatata. Puck. 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 The HSK-447P infused with Han-Yeol's mana proved to be quite effective in dealing damage against the monsters, which fell one by one every time Sungjin pulled the trigger. Sungjin could not help but be surprised while feeling a rush of adrenaline when he saw the monsters die from the bullets he shot. The monsters were an object of fear to him, but his fear of the monsters was slowly wiped away with each time he pulled the trigger. Now, he gained enough confidence to confidently aim and snipe the monsters to his heart's content. Sungjin covered the left flank while Han-Yeol took care of the monsters coming from the right and in front of them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Han-Yeol spun the hammer-attached chain before swinging it at the monsters. Puck, 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 puck. Dozens of monsters lost their heads from a single swing of the chain. Geek. Bring it on. Show me what you got. Don't taunt them too much, you bastard. The sound of the monsters shrieking and Han-Yeol's provocations mixed in the air. Meanwhile, the confident Sungjin still appeared to be nervous somehow. He tried his best to calm Han-Yeol down and stop him from further agitating the monsters. Geek. Some of the monsters in the factory were slightly different from the ones outside. They did not possess green skin like the praying mantis monsters, but they had a gray-blackish carapace and a head with a hard protrusion at the top. Not only that, but they also seemed to possess much more mana compared to the monsters outside. However, that did not mean that there was any difference for Han-Yeol. Shwiek. A monster charged at Han-Yeol and swung its scythe-like arm. Whoosh. Pukok. Han-Yeol moved so fast that he disappeared from view, and the last thing the monster saw was the hammer severing its head off of its body. Ratatatata. Damn it. Sungjin tried to keep up behind Han-Yeol by squeezing every ounce of his strength. He also did not forget to shoot at the monsters coming at him in their heads while running. They soon arrived at an empty plot on the factory grounds, and monsters were swarming toward them from all directions. There were so many monsters that it was now impossible for Sungjin to shoot them down alone while Han-Yeol was just running without doing anything. Clack. Han-Yeol. Sungjin shouted while changing magazines. However, there were simply too many monsters for him to handle alone with his gun. Schwak. Han-Yeol suddenly stopped and shouted, Sungjin, get down. Hiek. Sungjin let out an uncharacteristic shriek as he dived to the ground. It looked quite strange, because he was a tall guy who used to be called a bear back in the day. Right after Sungjin got down on the ground, Han-Yeol activated one of the new skills he had obtained. Tornado Smash. His mana gathered toward the hammer attached to the end of his chain. Then, the hammer floated up and started to move on its own, rapidly spinning around him. Puck, 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 puck. The hammer spun in a circle and formed what looked like a tornado, crushing every single monster that dared to get near it. The tornado caused a massive carnage that a blue river of blood began flowing across the ground. Most of the monsters had been smashed into pieces. Hey, Sungjin. You might have to help clean this place up later, Han-Yeol joked after seeing the mess he had created. Shut up and hurry up, will you? Sungjin snapped back. Tisk, can't take a joke, Han-Yeol grumbled before he recalled his chain into his arm. Shwiek. Tack. Then, he took out the 2 SMGs he had brought from his van and pulled the trigger. Ratatatata. He went full trigger happy on the monsters. He did not have to aim at the monsters as his skills provided him with everything he needed. His skills Mana Bullet and Homing Bullet greatly increased his accuracy so that it was practically impossible for him to miss now, and his mana further empowered the power behind his bullets so that all of the monsters were killed with a single bullet. Puck, 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 geek. The factory was filled with the monsters' horrifying shrieks. Han-Yeol let out a sigh after wildly shooting his SMGs for a whole minute. Not a single monster was left standing in his surroundings. Is it over? Sungjin asked after he got up and looked around him. The whole area was covered in blue blood. There was not a single living creature in sight, and not even a single ant could be seen in their vicinity. We got rid of the monsters outside the factory, but there are quite a lot of monsters inside the building. The most important thing is that there is an intermediate monster right where Ajasi and the hunters are holed up in, and there's a good chance that it's a boss monster, Han-Yeol said while scanning the factory. What? Sungjin was shocked when Han-Yeol mentioned the title boss monster. The majority of monsters they had run into until now were only weaklings. They might have looked slightly different from each other, but all of them were the same type of monster called a mantis. So, what did Han-Yeol mean by a boss monster all of a sudden? Han-Yeol, are you sure it's an intermediate level boss monster? It's at least a mini-boss judging by the mana I'm picking up with my demon eyes. Damn it! What about father? Is he safe? Sungjin knew that it was going to be difficult for the hunters who their factory did business with to hold back an intermediate monster, let alone an intermediate level boss monster. The Sungjin factory was a target of not only the TK group but quite a lot of other conglomerates as they all wanted the factory's patented technologies, and that was the reason why most hunters did not feel comfortable doing business with them. The Sungjin factory only managed to barely stay afloat thanks to a few small parties that did business with them out of goodwill. The small parties stuck around because the Sungjin factory did not cheat or intimidate them just because they were weak. This was unlike the other more established factories. Nov. L. B //JNN. Unfortunately, there was no way that a small party was going to be able to fight against an intermediate level boss monster. This explained why Sungjin was currently extremely worried about his father's well-being. Don't worry. I'm familiar with your father's mana waves, so I'm certain that he managed to safely run down to the second basement floor. Wow, you guys actually have a shelter built for monster attacks? It must not have been easy fitting that down there for such a small place. That's a relief. That monster shelter was indeed expensive, but father did not want to cut corners and prepared it just in case. He got the most expensive one that's equipped to withstand most monsters and disasters for up to a whole day. I'm glad he managed to reach that place in time. The monster shelter installed in the basement was a very durable one that could withstand monster attacks for a full day. It had been made by an American hunter named Ford, who possessed special skills that allowed him to manufacture these. He had sold them the shelter for quite a hefty price tag. These shelters were usually purchased by the rich or people who were paranoid, and Sungjin's father fell in the latter category. A lot of people badmouthed him for being fickle when he first installed the shelter, but they would have probably never imagined in their wildest dreams that the shelter was going to save his and their lives. Let's hurry up. Yeah, we need to save your father. Han-Yeol ran ahead with Sungjin following him. A few monsters tried to ambush them on the way to the monster shelter on the second basement floor, but there was no way that Han-Yeol was going to miss them. He could see them from a mile away with his demon eyes. Needless to say, an ambush that the target was already aware of would never work out in the end. Right side. Okay. Han-Yeol might have frequently visited the Sungjin factory, but he was not familiar with what its interior looked like as he never got a full tour of it. That was why he depended on Sungjin to give him directions toward the monster shelter. Geek. Puck. Every single monster that they came across attacked them, but Han-Yeol made swift work of them with his hammer. They pressed on as fast as they could and soon reached the second basement floor. Over there. Sungjin shouted. Bam, 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 bam. There was a monster slamming its fist into the monster shelter's door. It looked similar to the praying mantis monsters, but it was around 10 times larger and possessed 6, not 2, scythe-like arms. On top of that, the shelter door was covered in an acidic fluid that seemed to be the doing of this monster. Fortunately, I don't see any of those small fries, Sungjin said. Then it's going to be easier, Han-Yeol declared before kicking off the ground and charging at the monster. Tack! The boss monster immediately moved after noticing Han-Yeol. It simultaneously attacked him with all 6 scythes, creating quite an intimidating sight. Not only that, but the boss monster was quite quick for its size. It certainly lived up to its title as a boss monster. Its movements were so fast that not only ordinary people but even low-ranking hunters would not be able to follow it. Clang, clang, clang. The 6 scythes viciously went after Han-Yeol, but he parried them away with his sword and hammer. His superior stats made up for his numerical disadvantage. Sungjin. Okay. Sungjin immediately responded and aimed the HSK-447P at the boss monster's head before pulling the trigger. Ratatatata. Puck, 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 geek. The head, especially the eyes, was the weakness of most monsters, and Sungjin used his excellent marksmanship to shoot at the boss monster's eyes. Most porters would not dare to do that as the monster's aggro might be redirected to them, but being bait was an excellent plan as long as the necessary preparations were in place. The boss monster made a run towards Sungjin when Han-Yeol purposely hesitated for a second. And once the boss monster's back was wide open and defenseless, Han-Yeol gathered his mana and activated his skill. How foolish! Flash strike. Schwak. A single line of light flashed and cut into the boss monster's neck. Head cutter. The light turned into the shape of a crescent before completely cutting through the boss monster's neck. Vicious stabs. Then, the crescent split into hundreds of fragments before cutting through all over the boss monster's body. This was Han-Yeol's new skill combo. Geek. The boss monster ended up shrieking in agony. It failed to reach Sungjin after Han-Yeol's swordsmanship cut up its entire body in a split second. Enhance, Chain Smite. Han-Yeol activated another set of skills to deal the final blow. He amplified his strength before swinging the chain with the hammer attached to it as hard as he could to the back of the boss monster's head. Kwachik, Kuek. The hammer crushed the boss monster's skull and smashed its way through its head. The boss monster might have been an intermediate level 1, but it could not withstand the strength of Han-Yeol's hammer. Thud. Wow, did you seriously kill that boss monster all by yourself? Sungjin muttered in disbelief. He initially expected this battle to be an uphill battle, but things ended up being the complete opposite of what he had expected. After all, Han-Yeol had made quick work of the boss monster. Han-Yeol walked over to the boss monster on the ground. Whoosh. Sukok. He beheaded the boss monster just to make sure that it was really dead. After all, this was the surest way to confirm the kill. The boss monster would not be able to get up without its head unless it was an undead monster. Only after he confirmed the kill that Han-Yeol said, Sungjin, it's over. You can ask them to come out now. I don't see any monsters within a 10-kilometer radius of us. Okay, Han-Yeol. Sungjin walked over to the monster shelter and opened a round hatch on the ground before inputting a complicated number combination. Then, the monster shelter door shook before it slowly opened. Creak. The doors opened to show a group of fearful hunters holding up their weapons as they prepared to make a last stand. The Sungjin factory employees could also be seen holding their breaths and huddled up in a corner. It was only after the door completely opened that the people inside the shelter were able to see that the monster that had cornered them here was already dead and there were 2 humans standing outside. They could not help but let out a sigh of relief at the sight of rescue. Father. Sungjin shouted as he ran toward his father. Sungjin. His father ran out of the shelter and hugged Sungjin. Then, he checked to see if his son was hurt anywhere before saying, I'm alright thanks to these hunters, but... The factory workers lowered their heads. Chewon, that punk. He was so happy his brother was finally going to graduate soon. And Jisoo. She was bragging the entire time that she was getting married next year. Hyuk. Arg. Sangsu. Taeshik. Quite a lot of the factory workers had been working overtime to complete the orders placed from Egypt. The 30 people here were fortunate enough to have been in close proximity to the hunters when the monsters appeared, and they had luckily been able to save themselves under the hunters' protection. Unfortunately, the workers who had been down manning the machineries and those who had been at the offices did not make it in time. They had all been killed by the monsters. Sungjin could not help but be heartbroken as those were people who he had worked with when helping out in the early days of Sungjin factory. Sungjin, his father, and the rest of the workers closed their eyes and paid their respects to their deceased colleagues. There were no more victims thanks to Han-Yeol, and not everyone who had failed to make it to the monster shelter was killed. Fortunately, 20 out of the 60 workers who hadn't sought safety at the monster shelters were able to hide in a corner and avoid being discovered by the monsters. However, their joy lasted only for a moment. As soon as they discovered nearly 40 of their colleagues dead across the factory, the workers went back to mourning. They might be strangers to Han-Yeol, but he could relate to their grief. After all, losing someone you knew was always a painful experience. Sungjin, Han-Yeol called out. Han-Yeol, replied Sungjin after he wiped away his tears and forced himself to smile. I'll go home now. Yeah, you have to go home. Alright then, see you. Han-Yeol left the Sungjin factory and went to his father's shop. The sun was slowly rising. Nov, L, B /JNN. BZZT, foyer. The billiard hall was in a mess. An electricity pole outside of the building had collapsed, its wires dangerously buzzing with electricity. Also, almost every single car parked on the street had burned down or was still burning. A few cars even had burned corpses of those who had failed to escape in time before the vehicle went up in flames. This is a mess. What the hell was the government doing? Han-Yeol grimaced at the once lively streets that had been reduced to something akin to the Valley of Death. The government might argue that they had been caught off guard by the monsters appearing late at night when people had gone to sleep. However, it was absurd that no single emergency siren had rung in the night to inform the people of what was going on. The entire city had been plunged into a state of panic last night. Almost a fifth of South Korea's entire population resided in Seoul. Not only that, but almost all government complexes and main offices of large conglomerates were also concentrated in the city or in its outskirts. The capital city was so important that it falling meant that the country was going to fall as well. However, that important city had been razed down overnight in a matter of a few hours. Tisk. It's not something that I should get involved in, Han-Yeol thought as he went up to the second floor. Kwachik. The first floor had been completely destroyed. There were shards of glass everywhere on the floor and there were quite a lot of bloodstains too. However, one significant difference between this place and the others was the fact that the bloodstains here were blue instead of red. There were also numerous monster corpses littered all over the place. The culprits behind this carnage against the monsters were none other than the 2 void devils Han-Yeol had summoned to protect this place. Ring. Han-Yeol's father leased the entire second floor for his billiard hall. After starting small at the beginning, he ended up expanding across the entire floor as business was booming. Murmur. There were other people too? Han-Yeol thought after seeing that his father and the void devils were not the only ones in the billiard hall. There were quite a lot of people, possibly customers, all huddled up in the corners trembling in fear. Han-Yeol. He was instantly greeted by his father as soon as he entered the door. Han-Yeol, are you hurt anywhere? Not at all. I am much stronger than both of the Void Devils tasked to protect you combined. Futile. Everything is futile. The Void Devils were not interested in anything else aside from the request Han-Yeol had made, so they did not react much to his words. No, it was more accurate to say that they were not interested in what he had to say. That's a relief. What's going on? Why were there monsters in the city all of a sudden? I have no idea. Did the government make any announcements? Announcements? Yes, they should have made some announcements after something this big happened, right? Oh, you're right. Han-Yeol's father was not able to think rationally due to the fear and anxiety he felt toward the entire situation. It was only after Han-Yeol, who was surprisingly calm, had asked him about the announcement that he finally grabbed the remote and turned the TV on. He changed the channel to TBS2 TV and could see the president of South Korea on the screen. The president of South Korea was standing on a podium in a neat and dandy suit despite the country having been plunged into chaos. It was quite well known in history that most presidents or leaders would wear a yellow jacket in the event of any catastrophe or emergency to show that they were engaged in any rescue efforts, but that did not seem to be the case this time. The president addressed the nation from the podium. Dear citizens, I hope that all of you have managed to remain safe overnight. Dimensional holes appeared and caused great harm to citizens last night at 9:15 p.m., and this was not an isolated event in our country. The rest of the world suffered the same disaster too. We are currently investigating the cause behind the incident, and we have issued a state of emergency to mobilize all hunters in our nation to clean up whatever remains of the monsters. Han-Yeol listened to the president's speech before he grumbled, "Don't fuck with me. I didn't receive anything and it's practically impossible to find any hunters on the streets right now." He found it difficult to suppress the anger welling up from inside. Every single hunter registered with the Hunters Association was going to receive an emergency message that would cover their smartphone screen with a red text, alerting them that an emergency mobilization had been issued. The emergency message was programmed to blare out a siren even if the phone was on silent, so it was practically impossible to miss the message even if one was a deep sleeper. However, Han-Yeol had not received anything on his smartphone. The only messages he had received were a few game marketing messages from K Company. Also, Han-Yeol had scanned the 10-kilometer radius around him numerous times and rarely found any hunters on the streets. In fact, the monsters had been dealt with by the demons he had summoned and not the government or their hunters. In other words, the president's speech was a load of horseshit. However, the president continued his speech. The monsters in Seoul are quickly being taken care of, and we have started to subjugate the monsters in other areas as well. I hope that all of you will be able to calmly stay indoors and place your trust in us to stabilize the situation. Lastly, I would like to repeat this once again. This incident has occurred all over the world and is an international incident. Our country was not the only one affected by this incident, and some countries are experiencing far more destruction than ours. Tisk. What a bunch of lies and excuses, said Han-Yeol as he clicked his tongue in disgust. He could see right through the president's efforts to hide his administration's incompetence by emphasizing that this was a global incident. Most people were probably going to get fooled by this pathetic excuse, but Han-Yeol was not dumb enough to believe it. So please place your trust in us and stay indoors. We will be restoring peace and security very soon. The screen shifted to the news anchors who were relaying news about the current situation, but they were not saying or showing anything of substance. Han-Yeol, what is going on? Is everything going to be alright? Yes. I cleared all of the monsters in this area. Really? Yes, you will not be seeing a single monster here. Han-Yeol hadn't personally gotten rid of the monsters but the demons he had bought for 10 tons of gold. However, he claimed credit for their work as he was technically the one who had summoned them in the first place. Oh, that's a relief. Hey, everyone. He says that there are no longer any monsters out there? You don't have to be afraid anymore. Han-Yeol's father shouted. Is that true? Yeah, my son is a hunter, and he is a famous one at that. He personally cleaned up the monsters in our area. That's a relief. The people huddled up in the corner of the billiard hall finally let out a sigh of relief. All of them got up from their spot, but they still remained anxious and vigilant of their surroundings. Druk. They opened the windows to check the situation outside. All they could see were the cut-up power lines. It was true that not a single monster was in sight. Wow, it's true. I don't see any monsters. Thank you, God. The surrounding areas had lost power due to the power lines having been cut up from the incident. Fortunately, the building still had electricity to power it as it had its own power supply. Most new buildings had an emergency generator on the third basement level that kicked in once the main power supply was disconnected or in case of emergencies. That was the reason that they were still able to watch TV despite there being a blackout in the area. But what if a monster suddenly appears? That's going to be a disaster. Wah. They might have been told that there were no more monsters out there, but none of them dared to take a single step outside. The billiard hall was quite safe as there were 2 demons and a hunter, which was the owner's son, protecting this place. However, they were certain that nothing was going to protect them from harm once they stepped out of this place. They could not help but be worried that a monster hiding somewhere was going to pop up and come get them. It was then. Boom. Hiek. Mommy. What was that? When a burning car suddenly exploded, the people in the billiard hall all rushed to hide behind whatever furniture they could find. Ha, Han-Yeol let out a sigh and shook his head. It was not that he found them to be pitiful or pathetic. It was just that he could not believe how the government was going to sit still and do nothing while the common folks were trembling in fear. Why is it that our government doesn't change no matter how much time has passed? He wondered. Han-Yeol stayed a bit longer at the billiard hall. Murmur. Murmur? The people taking refuge in the billiard hall started to leave one by one after the sound of police sirens and fire trucks could be heard. It only took one person to muster the courage to leave before the rest followed suit. It seemed that the sound of sirens and the presence of the authorities gave them a peace of mind to finally leave their refuge. The people might have finally relaxed, but the devastated city was still no different from another battlefield for the fire department. Wee-ing? Hey, prop that up higher. Be careful. Hey, pay attention. There's no support over there? Snap out of it. I apologize, sir. The firefighters were busy running around, clearing debris and rescuing people. Han-Yeol used psychokinesis to help the firefighters out. They were incredibly short-staffed as the entire city was in ruins thanks to the monster's attack. However, those damned hunters? This is the time for you to step up? Han-Yeol grumbled while helping the firefighters. He saw a few familiar hunters blending in with the crowd while he was busy contributing to the rescue operations. However, the hunters seemed to have no plans of helping out at all as they continued to blend in with the crowd and simply watch on. Heave. Ho. Hey, search deeper in there. A survivor. We need an excavator here. We need 10 people here. Hurry up. The firefighters ran around without being able to catch a break while Han-Yeol continued to support them with his skill. It is an honor to work with you once again, Hunter Nim, the fire department chief said. Haha, the same goes for me. I am just glad to be of help in these times of difficulty, Han-Yeol replied. You are indeed the best, Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. This was the second time that Han-Yeol was working with the fire department, and the firefighters were looking at him with eyes beaming with respect. Now, we still have a lot of work to do, so let us focus on the rescue operations, Han-Yeol said, feeling awkward from the attention. Yes, sir. However, he only felt even more awkward when the fire department chief, who was in his 50s, responded with a salute. It was while the rescue operations were underway that Han-Yeol suddenly remembered someone who he had completely forgotten about. Yubai. He might have given up on having any romantic relationship with Yubai, but that did not mean that he did not care about her as a comrade and a friend. She was quite an able manager and porter, so he was going to suffer a huge loss if something happened to her. He could not help but feel nervous and worried if Yubai had been able to come out unharmed from this incident. After all, she had not yet awakened as a hunter. Han-Yeol immediately took out his smartphone and called Yubai. Ring, 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 ring. He could feel his insides churning while waiting for the call to connect. He pleaded inwardly, no, Yubai, you can't die. Aside from being a very good little sister and an excellent comrade, Yubai was quite talented and someone that Han-Yeol could trust wholeheartedly. It was going to be impossible for him to find someone to replace her. Appa. Yubai? Ha. That's a relief. Are you safe? Yes. I was able to fend off the monsters and hide in the monster shelter thanks to the HSK-447P you gave me. Oh, you bought a shelter too? Yes, I bought it for my mother in case of emergencies, and I'm really glad I did. That's great. That's really great. But where are you right now, Appa? I came to see my father, and I ended up helping the fire department with their rescue operations. Then, I suddenly thought about you, so I gave you a call. I see. Then, it must be difficult to see you right now. No, not at all. Let's meet right now. I'll go to your place n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. No, I'll go there instead. I just have to go to your father's shop, right? Why yeah. Slightly taken aback by Yubai's response, Han-Yeol wondered, what's wrong with her? Han-Yeol, after agreeing to wait for Yubai, continued helping out with the rescue operations for an hour. The billiard hall was currently closed. Well, it was pretty impossible to conduct any business when the city was in such a state. Han-Yeol's father was also not in the shop, since his father had gone to help other people in the building. It could be risky for his father to go about his business outside after what had happened, but Han-Yeol was not worried as the Void Devils were still protecting him. Ring? Appa, Yubai called out. The billiard hall was closed with the door remaining unlocked, so Yubai was able to enter by herself. Wow, you came quite quickly. Yes. Do you want tea or coffee? No, I'm fine. Are you sure? Han-Yeol then shrugged and sat down on the sofa across from where Yubai was sitting. He was not that thirsty so he decided to skip getting a drink as well. So, what's up? He asked. Appa. I awakened this time, Yubai replied. Thud. Are you serious? Han-Yeol shouted in surprise as he shot up from his seat and accidentally knocked the table in the process. He could not help being surprised because Yubai had awakened much faster than he expected. In his own case, he had waited 4 whole years before awakening. In addition, he had always wished for Yubai to awaken as soon as possible since that would mean that he was going to gain a dependable ally. In other words, the time that he had been waiting for had finally come. Yes, that's great. Congratulations. Then, we can go and hunt together from now on. Han-Yeol exclaimed in delight. Of course, he had to find out what abilities Yubai had awakened with before anything else. You were probably not able to register with the association because of what happened. Shall we go now? Do you want me to go with you? No, that's not the problem. Han-Yeol was confused. Sensing that Yubai was hesitating for some reason, he thought, did she awaken as an F rank? That would be unfortunate, because Han-Yeol wouldn't be able to hire Yubai any longer if that was the case. They did have a strong bond together, but Han-Yeol would never let his personal feelings get in the way of business. An F-rank hunter was too expensive to use as a porter or a manager, so it would be better for him and the F-rank hunter to go their separate ways. That is, my ability is a bit strange, Yubai muttered. Strange? How so? It's a bit difficult to explain, but I'll try to explain it nonetheless. All right, go ahead, Han-Yeol replied. He was surprised that Yubai found something difficult to explain as she was the smart one in the party. He decided to intently listen to her explanation. After all, he was quite curious about what ability she had awakened with. That is, Yubai started explaining. Yubai finished explaining after 30 minutes. Gulp? Han-Yeol could not help but gulp after listening to Yubai's explanation. He asked, are you sure that's your ability? Yes, I know what ability it is, but I have no idea how I should be using it. I did study quite diligently, but I never imagined that I was going to get an ability like this, Yubai replied. Han-Yeol let out a sigh. He tried to make sense of the situation, because this was not a light situation that he could simply brush off. Yubai. Yes, Appa. To put it simply, your ability is an amazing one. Really? Absolutely, but the problem is, you will need someone you can trust to help your ability to blossom. You know about that, right? Why yes, said Yubai with a nod. I highly value your ability and I would love to personally sponsor you. Of course, you can decide if you are going to accept my sponsorship or not, but I really want to become your sponsor. Do you really think my ability is worth sponsoring? Yubai asked in an incredibly serious tone. She had hoped that she was going to awaken with a powerful combat ability if she ever awakened so that she could fight side by side with Han-Yeol. This was why she felt disappointed after having awakened with skills that were quite far from a combat ability. The world of the hunters was ruled by the law of the survival of the fittest, where the strong took everything. Needless to say, non-combat hunters did not get the respect they deserved from their combat-oriented peers. Why does my ability have to be crafting and controlling mechanical stuff? She lamented inwardly. Yes, she had awakened with all three abilities related to crafting machinery with her mana. The experience theory was wrong, as expected, she grumbled inwardly. She had never done much related to machinery while working as a porter or when she was young. In fact, she had never played with Legos in her life. If the experience theory had any merit to it, then she should have awakened with something to do with puzzles or studying instead. Or, did I get this ability because I'm good at puzzles? She wondered before shaking away the never-ending thoughts. Whatever the reason may be, she was certain that the abilities hunters awakened with were decided at random. Appa. Yes, Yubai. Do you think my ability will be helpful in combat if used properly? I can't say for sure, but I think it's going to depend on what kind of machinery you develop. Really? Yeah. When Yubai crossed her arms over her chest and started thinking, Han-Yeol remained quiet to give her space to think in silence. He browsed the net on his smartphone and read some news articles while waiting for her. It went without saying that the whole internet was in an uproar over what had taken place last night, so he thought of browsing to see if there were any interesting articles about it. Han-Yeol first visited the largest media website, N-Company news site, but he did not find anything interesting there. The only thing he found on that site were articles saying that numerous dimensional holes had appeared all over Korea and there were many casualties in the process, which was something he was already aware of. Another dimensional rift apart from the dimensional holes. The government's quick response managed to limit the damage caused by the monsters. A miracle created by the government and the Hunters Association's quick response. Dimensional rift, what is it? Let's find out. Do we have to stabilize the dimensional rifts ourselves? Sook. Han-Yeol swiped his finger on his smartphone screen to find anything interesting, but all of the articles simply repeated the same thing as if somebody had given them a script to read. He furrowed his brow in frustration and went to the American company, G Company search engine, instead. It was only after he searched on the foreign website that he was able to see videos of the demons he had summoned fighting against the monsters. He then wondered, wow, it's right here on foreign websites, but I can't find any of it on Korean websites. Are the Hunters Association and the government pulling the strings from behind? South Korea's media freedom ranked 72nd, which was 2 spots behind Japan. Of course, this was still decent when compared to certain countries under dictatorships or regimes that completely censored freedom of speech. Han-Yeol read the comments on the video. Look at this. Someone summoned demons to fight against the monsters. There's not a single hunter in sight. But why are our websites singing praises of the government and the Hunters Association? Wow, even the Hunters Association is starting to make a fool out of themselves like the government. Is there anything we can do about this country? But just who in the world has the ability to summon that many demons at once? Beats me. I don't think it's a Korean hunter though, no matter how much I want this monster of a hunter to be one of us. Don't tell me. Is there an underground organization of demon summoners that we aren't aware of? That must be it. There were countless comments that exchanged information, spread rumors, and cussed the government. It was going to be impossible for the Korean government to request a company based in America to take down their website because of free speech. Sigh. What a bunch of morons. Han-Yeol sighed and shook his head. He was quite frustrated that his country's government had not progressed even in the slightest bit. It was still the same circus that it had been before the dimensional holes appeared on Earth. Just as Han-Yeol was busy cursing the government inwardly, Yubai finally said, "I've decided, Appa." Han-Yeol put his smartphone in his pocket and replied, "What have you decided? They say that you should trust someone you decided to trust all the way, right? I want to continue working with you, Appa." Han-Yeol smirked after hearing the words he wanted to hear. He declared, "Excellent choice. I will help you to become the best in the world." "Thanks, Appa." Han-Yeol was the one who had first extended his hand toward Yubai last time, but it was now her turn to extend her hand first. He might have been quite generous to her all this while, but it was now time for them to start a new chapter of working together on equal footing. "Tak." Han-Yeol grabbed Yubai's hand and said, "I look forward to working with you, Ms. Han Yubai." "Likewise, Mr. Lee Han-Yeol." The two of them laughed after shaking hands. Then, they went to the lawyer's office to annul their old porter contract as well as come up with a new contract between hunters. Han-Yeol was currently affiliated with the Horus Raid Party, so he couldn't directly sign a contract with Yubai. However, that was circumvented by him setting up a company for her to sign a contract with. The contents of the contract were very fair to both parties, so neither side was giving more nor receiving less. Sukok. Each of them kept one copy of the notarized contract, and the lawyer as well as a witness kept one copy each. "So we ended up signing a contract once again," Han-Yeol said with a smile. "Yeah, I think we are bound by fate or something. We somehow seem to keep bumping into each other ever since we met that day," Yubai replied. "It does sound like it, now that you mention it. Anyway, Appa. It's good that we signed a contract, but what are your plans from now on?" "I'm thinking of opening my own business too." "Your own business?" Yubai was a bit taken aback when Han-Yeol suddenly mentioned opening his own business. "Yeah, I'm quite established as a hunter, but a man should try his luck opening a business at least once in his life, right? I have been thinking of it all this while, but I think I've found an excellent product thanks to you, Yubai. Of course, I will share my plans with you once I map it out, but I have a feeling that you will be the key to it. I will explain my plans at a later date and then you can decide if you're on board or not." I have no idea what's what, but I'm sure you have thought it through. I won't mind cooperating with you as long as I benefit from it." "Awesome. Thanks, Yubai. You don't have to thank me as long as I will be benefiting from it as well." "Wait. I will be, right?" "Absolutely." Han-Yeol was not the type of person who was foolish enough to cut open a goose because he was greedy for the golden egg it laid. He was someone who thought in the long term and was not blinded by short-term profits. He also valued personal relationships and connections above anything else. Simply put, he prided himself in being able to think this way even after he had awakened as a hunter. "Yubai. Yes. I think we should find out more about your ability first. I'm sure you didn't have the opportunity to test your abilities out, right?" Not yet." "Alright, I will be with you so feel free to use it to your heart's content." "Okay, Appa." Han-Yeol wanted to check Yubai's abilities, but unfortunately, he had to delay it to another time. According to Yubai, her ability was to craft machinery. However, this was not a suitable environment for her to display it. Unable to immediately prepare a suitable facility for Yubai, Han-Yeol decided to send her home for now. She had mentioned that her house was in a mess thanks to the monsters, so he decided it was probably wiser to let her prioritize sorting out her home before anything else. "Oh right, I wonder if my house is fine. I hope the monsters didn't destroy it," thought Han-Yeol as he was finally worried about his house on the outskirts of Seoul. It was going to be a stretch for his demon eyes to see all the way to the outskirts of Seoul, so he could not tell what exactly was going on over there. The media was also busy covering up what had really happened, so the only option Han-Yeol had was to personally go and check things out for himself. "Father. What is it, Han-Yeol?" Han-Yeol returned to the building where the billiard hall was after sending Yubai home. His father was still busy helping out the other people in the building to clear up the mess. He cried with them whenever they found someone they knew dead under the rubble, and he made sure he was there for the rest of them every step of the way. "I will go home and check how things are over there," Han-Yeol said. "Alright, that's a good idea. You should also get some rest after getting home. You should be tired from dealing with everything that happened. I'll take care of things here, so head home and rest." "Alright." Han-Yeol bid his father goodbye and drove his van home. PRRT. PRRT? Damn it. What the hell is wrong with my car? Han-Yeol grumbled after his car suddenly broke down on the way home. He got out of the car and went to check what was wrong with it. He opened the bonnet and shway, a cloud of grey smoke rose up from the car bonnet. Cough. Damn it. While smelling the awful cloud of smoke, Han-Yeol could see blue fluid all over the engine. He could immediately tell from a single glance that it was monster blood, and it seemed to have messed up the car engine. Tisk. "I think this one is a goner," he clicked his tongue and muttered. He was not an engineer, but he did not have to be one to tell that his van was beyond repair. He could already see that a portion of its engine was melted. Han-Yeol shook his head and called the insurance company to come and dispose of the van, and the insurance company immediately made their way toward him. He was paying a ridiculous monthly sum for his hunter insurance, so it was only right that they would prioritize him even in this kind of situation. This was the only way for insurance companies selling a premium to survive in this industry, after all. I guess it's time for me to get a new vehicle, Han-Yeol thought. He had been delaying a vehicle change due to laziness. He did want to upgrade to a luxury sports car like the ones other hunters drove from time to time, but he simply could not find the time or the energy to go and have a look. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. However, he was now forced to go and get a new car after his van broke down, and he decided to get the best one available. Most people would rent a temporary vehicle in the event their vehicle broke down, but Han-Yeol did not bother doing that for now. He greeted the insurance company staffers who came before giving them some instructions. Then, he kicked off the ground and ran home. Tack. His catwalk skill was now quite high-leveled, so Han-Yeol was able to run faster than most vehicles. He had been driving around to avoid wasting mana all this time, but this was a faster method for him. After all, he was limited to driving on the roads with a car, but he was free to go wherever he wanted if he ran. Tack. When Han-Yeol arrived at his mansion shortly after, Albert came running. The man asked, "Why are you running instead of driving?" Han-Yeol nim. "Ah, my car broke down on the way. Anyway, did any monsters appear here by any chance, Albert?" "Fortunately, I only heard of them appearing in the vicinity. None of them came here. I believe there was a guild nearby that made quick work of them. The mansion is still safe thanks to them." "I see. What about the other people? Is anyone hurt?" "No one is hurt. We were all fortunate to have been resting inside the mansion at that time. It seems that luck was on our side." "Oh, that's a relief. Ho ho, I am moved after hearing that you care about this old one. Of course, I was worried. You and the other helpers are working for me, so it is only right for me to care for you." Han-Yeol was usually indifferent to those unrelated to him, but he deeply cared about those to whom he was related to. It was then. Ding! 24 hours have passed since the summoning scroll has been used. The 1,000 demons you have summoned will now be sent back to the demon world. "Ha, that's done?" Han-Yeol let out a sigh of relief inwardly. Han-Yeol nim. Albert called out worriedly after seeing Han-Yeol's expression. "Ah, it's nothing. It's a relief that nothing happened here," Han-Yeol replied. "Ho ho, it is indeed." Albert could not help but find Han-Yeol's worried expression to be quite cute, especially since the worry was regarding the helpers. It was quite rare to find a young man, and a hunter at that, to be so caring of others in this day and age. "Oh, right, Albert." "Yes, Han-Yeol nim. I'm thinking of using that warehouse to place a vehicle collection. Can you see to it that the warehouse gets the renovations it needs?" Wow, Han-Yeol nim is finally picking up some hobbies like normal hunters. Huh. Han-Yeol thought that Albert was going to try to be an adult and dissuade him once he knew of his plans. When the butler actually looked happy about it, he could not help but be flustered. The butler's reaction was the complete opposite of what he had expected. "Ho ho, are you aware of how much you earn in a month?" Albert asked. "And not really," Han-Yeol replied. He was not that sharp when it came to finance. It was only obvious that he would not be financially adept as he had spent most of his life struggling to make ends meet and had not had the chance to save any money. Most hunters who came from similar backgrounds usually had seniors or friends in the raid parties or guilds they joined to teach them a thing or two. In Han-Yeol's case, it did not help that the raid party he had joined was owned by Yarana, who had a completely different mindset when it came to money. "You are earning 100 billion won a month. I cannot help but feel that someone earning as much as you do is spending time collecting game consoles worth 300,000 won. Actually, I dare say that you are earning enough to start collecting airplanes instead." "Airplanes? Isn't that a stretch?" Han-Yeol scratched his head in embarrassment. He had a hard time believing the fact that he was earning such an astronomical figure every month. "I'm thinking of collecting luxury supercars from now on," Han-Yeol said. "Excellent idea. There are a lot of supercars these days, and all of them have their own unique designs, so it will definitely be worth collecting. I will see to it that the renovations are made immediately." "Thank you, Albert." "My pleasure." Han-Yeol went inside his house after finishing his chat with his butler. Thud. He initially thought of going back to the billiard hall after checking that everything was fine at home, but he could not resist the temptation of laying in his bed. Pack. He smacked his cheeks to resist the temptation. He thought firmly, "No, I can't rest right now. I have a lot of things to do." He had a bad habit of procrastinating on his tasks whenever he saw his bed. He would lie down on it for a bit, then fall asleep, only to wake up having completely forgotten what he had to do. He decided that now was not the time for him to procrastinate, so he forced himself to get to work. But first, he took a cold refreshing shower and changed into comfortable clothes. Click. Clack. After that, he headed to the room where he kept his game console collection. The collection room was a well-ventilated room without windows. Its spaciousness was the reason he had decided to turn it into his collection room, aside from the fact that it did not have any windows. This spacious room was filled with game consoles and game CDs, but there were two other things here. Han-Yeol stood in front of a glass cabinet. He muttered, "Are these two things somehow related to each other?" He had brought back an egg from the lair of the Queen Labyrinth Spider. Monster egg. Type, item combination material. Description, a common egg used by monsters. It will react to a monster's mana and hatch, but it is also possible to artificially hatch it. However, it is unknown what creature will come out of it if it is artificially hatched. Han-Yeol focused on the description, stating that the egg was a combination material. "I have another similar item, if I am not mistaken, and that is probably this fruit," he muttered before opening the glass cabinet and taking out the fruit he had obtained at the Volax hunting ground. Then, he used his skill. Item appraisal, nutritious fruit. Type, item combination material. Description, a fruit packed with nutrients that monsters love. It may be used as monster feed, but it may also be used to hatch a monster egg thanks to the immense amount of mana it possesses. As expected, Han-Yeol exclaimed. Tack? He could not help but jump for joy after his theory was right on the money. The strange-looking fruit he had kept turned out to be the catalyst required to hatch the monster egg, and it was now finally time for him to use it. However, that did not mean that everything had been accounted for. But how am I supposed to use this? He wondered. He understood from the description that he was going to have to combine them, but how was he supposed to do that when the description did not mention the method to combine them? Just as Han-Yeol was trying to figure out a solution, he heard a voice in his head. I suggest that you try using your mana absorption skill. Oh, Carvis. It's been a while. Yes, it has been a while, Han-Yeol Nim. Keek, I didn't have anything to ask you these days, and you were doing a great job controlling the chain too. I am fine. Well, if you say so. Han-Yeol always felt that Carvis was not human but rather like one of those highly advanced AI systems seen in sci-fi movies. Most fantasy novels would depict a being like Carvis as an ancient hero or a sage who had been trapped by something. Anyway, mana absorption, right. Yes, but it will depend on how you use your skill. It might work if you use your skill not to directly absorb the mana but to pass it to the monster egg. I wish to remind you once again that your abilities are not restricted by anything, and it fully depends on how you use them. As expected of you. Thanks again. Not at all. Carvis had not changed a single bit. She still only said things that she had to say and kept quiet afterward. Han-Yeol immediately tried implementing Carvis' advice as he saw no point in delaying it any further. He placed his left hand on the monster egg and his right hand on the fruit. Then, he slowly activated his mana absorption skill. He controlled the mana he was absorbing from the fruit and directed it toward the monster egg through his body. His hands started to feel a prickly sensation after not using his skill for its intended purpose. However, the sensation quickly turned into pain after he cranked it up a notch. Cook. Han-Yeol groaned but gritted his teeth. There was no way that he was going to ruin this moment just because of the pain he felt. Woong, it's working? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly after seeing the fruit slowly dissipate and turn into mana, and the mana traveled as intended through his arms and into the monster egg. When the monster egg started to tremble slightly after receiving the mana from the nutritious fruit, Han-Yeol sent even more mana toward it. Oh, it's working? He was filled with anticipation as to what was going to pop out from the monster egg. Thud, 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 thud. He looked at the monster egg with excitement in his eyes. The monster egg continued to uncontrollably tremble, before it suddenly stopped. Han-Yeol could not help but be flustered when the monster egg suddenly became motionless. The monster egg stopped reacting after absorbing mana from the nutritious fruit. What's going on? Han-Yeol muttered as he tilted his head in confusion. He inspected the monster egg for a while before he decided to use his skill once again. Item appraisal. Monster egg, fertilized. Type, hatching egg. Description, a monster egg getting ready to hatch after receiving nutritious mana. The monster hatching out of the egg will be more powerful the better its environment is before hatching. It is recommended to keep the egg in an environment with suitable temperature and humidity. Oh, so this is how it works, said Han-Yeol with a sigh of relief after reading the monster egg's description. He was quite relieved after finding out that there was nothing wrong with the monster egg, which was already undergoing the next step. However, he could not help but ask himself how well he should be taking care of the monster egg. The first thing he did was to call an interior renovation company and the Animal Association to ask for a bird specialist. Then, he hired a university professor specializing in birds to provide consultation services in exchange for a handsome pay. He later called Albert and told him to get started working on a room that could have its temperature and humidity controlled to great precision. Albert simply smiled and replied without asking any questions. Then, ring, 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 it's Sungjin. Han-Yeol looked at his phone, which was ringing. Hey, what's up? We're done taking care of things over here, and I remembered that I haven't thanked you yet. Come on, we don't need that between us. What's there to be grateful for when I just helped my friend's father? I guess. Then, Sungjin suddenly whispered, Father said he's going to kill me if I don't thank you, so just play along with it, will you? What are you whispering about? When he heard Sungjin's father's voice in the background, Han-Yeol burst out in laughter. Keek. Nothing. Anyway, I'm thanking you from the bottom of my heart so please accept it. Our factory and my father is safe thanks to you. Keek. Alright. I'm always going to be here to help you, but the best thing would be for you to awaken as soon as possible. You don't have to remind me, punk. Pukok? Arg? Why are you hitting me? How dare you call our savior a punk? Han-Yeol is my friend. He is also our savior. Father. Shut up. Then, Sungjin's father took the phone and said, Han-Yeol. Yes, Ajusi. Thank you so much. Please do not mention it. I will definitely pay you back one day. I think you do not have to wait till one day. What do you mean by that? Han-Yeol smirked after thinking of a great idea. He casually said, I think I will need your help right now. Tell me. I'll help if I can. Their phone call ended after exchanging a few words. I'm not well versed in running a business, so I should ask for Ajusi's help, Han-Yeol muttered while thinking of Yubai. He had to help Yubai figure out her abilities as soon as possible for his own sake. He could tell that her ability was a growth type 1, just like his, but the main difference was that she did not gain skills for committing actions like him. Rather, she gained experience and knowledge by creating more and more machinery. In other words, her potential was basically limitless, and her abilities had to be kept confidential. I still lack strength and influence. I might be affiliated with the Horus Raid Party, but I'm just an average B-rank hunter without them. The Horus Raid Party was a very good organization to be affiliated with, but Han-Yeol could not depend on them forever. I should consider forming my own raid party. Han-Yeol initially thought that being the vice leader of the Horus Raid Party was more than enough for him, but he soon realized that the world of the hunters was not a forgiving place. There were hyenas lurking all over the place, ready to pounce the moment he showed any openings. In fact, the Hyena Raid Party was a prime example of this. The Hyena Raid Party was quite easy to pick out as they were infamous for targeting other hunters, but the other raid parties or guilds that pretended to be righteous while plotting something from behind the scenes were the real problem. In short, Han-Yeol had to become stronger to survive in this world. He had to form his own organization, which was going to become his strength. He could not expect to continue being sheltered by someone else and by his personal strength alone. The Horus Raid Party was an excellent shelter, but he could not tell for certain that they were not going to return to Egypt one day. After all, they were a foreign raid party, so it was quite obvious that they were not going to be staying in Korea forever. What started as a simple thought slowly started to snowball, so Han-Yeol decided to go for a walk to clear his mind. Just as he did so, ring, 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 his smartphone rang. He checked the caller and muttered, "Huh? Who's this?" Han-Yeol had a habit of not answering any calls from numbers he did not know before he awakened as a hunter. After all, Korea had an issue with spam calls from telemarketers to the point that it was getting on his nerves. However, he was now able to have 100% of such spam calls filtered after having obtained a hunter smartphone. This helped him be certain that any calls he received were not going to be a spam call. The problem was, Han-Yeol could not remember the last time that an unknown number had called him. He hesitated for a moment before he decided to just answer it. "Hello. Hello, Lee Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. My name is Team Leader Kim Hye from the Team 1 of the Hunter Management Department under the Hunters Association." Listening to the clear female voice that was on the other end of the line, Han-Yeol asked, hello. But what business does the Hunter Management Department have with me? We were investigating the recently summoned demons that took care of the monsters in Seoul, Gyeonggi, Gangwon, and Chungbuk, and we found that you were the one who had summoned them. We would like to request you to come to the association to discuss some things relating to that incident. It was a sudden invitation from the Hunters Association. Most hunters would think of it as an honor to be personally invited by the association, but no thanks, I don't see a point in my going all the way there, Han-Yeol replied. He couldn't care less if he was invited by the Blue House or by the Hunters Association. The Hunters Association technically did not have any other roles aside from supporting the hunters, so there was no reason for Han-Yeol to get too close to them or even cultivate a good relationship. This was the reason why he instantly shot down the offer. Wait. The woman hurriedly shouted after Han-Yeol tried to hang up. She continued urgently, "Wait a second. We will hold an official ceremony to thank you and award you with a certificate of commendation. Also, we have prepared a special gift for you. We should prepare at least this much after inviting someone so special, right? A certificate and a gift. Yes, we know that time is gold for hunters, so we cannot simply ask you to give us your time for free, right?" Kim Hye sounded quite desperate to Han-Yeol, but he decided to cut her some slack. He then said, "Well, I guess I should drop you a visit if you've prepared something. When and where should I go?" I will be sending you an SMS with the specific details." "Okay, thank you, and have a nice day. You too." Beep. The call ended. The average hunter would have already fainted after receiving such a call. Unbeknownst to Han-Yeol, the woman who had called him was actually not an ordinary office worker. She was an awakened being as well, but she was working for the Hunters Association as her ability was not related to combat. Also, she went out on hunts with a few parties formed by the association because her ability was quite useful as a support ability. On top of that, she was quite famous with the male hunters thanks to her pretty face, slim body, bountiful breasts, and beautiful voice. However, she was also known to be quite haughty and rude, so not a lot of people dared to make a move on her. That was the reason that most hunters who had been shot down by her would be in shock if they had heard her almost beg on the call. Well, none of this actually mattered right now as Han-Yeol had no idea who she was. Ring. Han-Yeol received a message. Time, tomorrow 3 p.m. Location, LTC Hotel, 2nd floor, OO Cafe, seat 12. Wow, that's quite straightforward, Han-Yeol muttered after reading the message. The message carried the characteristic that the Hunters Association was well known for, which was the can't be bothered to elaborate style. Han-Yeol prepared to go to Sungjin factory after checking the message. He could have just run all the way there, but he decided to call a taxi instead. He felt lazy to run all that long distance, and it was technically illegal for a hunter to use their ability when there were no monsters. I should probably go buy a supercar after visiting the factory, he muttered. He needed to buy a new car now that his van was out of commission. He could temporarily rent a car, but he did not feel like renting one. Why should I rent a car when I'm a hunter? I have my image to take care of as well, he grumbled. He shouldn't be saying when he had been driving a van this entire time instead of a flashy supercar just because he hadn't been bothered enough to change it. Anyway, he soon arrived at Sungjin factory. He exchanged greetings with Sungjin and his father before going up to their office. So, what can I help you with? Sungjin's father asked. Actually, I am thinking of starting a business, Han-Yeol replied. A business? Yes. Please do not be worried as I do not plan to do anything related to monster parts. Haha, don't worry about that. I'll be supporting you even if you decide to be in the same industry. Ha ha ha, really? Han-Yeol could not help but laugh awkwardly at the response. Sungjin's father was an easygoing man, after all. So, what business do you plan to start? I am thinking of manufacturing hunter equipment using monocoated materials. Oh, hunter equipment you say? Yes. Sungjin's father rubbed his chin thoughtfully. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. After all, manufacturing hunter equipment was something that any businessman would be interested in. However, most of them would simply remain interested and not get involved. After all, it was merely an interest and curiosity. Manufacturing hunter equipment required a lot of skills, and there was also the obstacle of having to compete with American goods even if one successfully manufactured the equipment. On top of that, the Hunters Association was already in the business of manufacturing hunter equipment, so fierce competition should be expected both domestically and internationally. The hunter equipment industry was a prime example of a red ocean business. The United States had quite a lot of private companies manufacturing hunter equipment, and this was made possible simply because their Hunters Association distributed whatever technology they developed to support these companies. On the contrary, the Korean Hunters Association was the complete opposite of them. They monopolized whatever technology they developed and were quite unforgiving when it came to anything related to the industry. There had been a lot of criticism because of their attitude toward the manufacturing industry, but the association simply did not have any plans to change their stance on the matter. The competition will be quite fierce. Haha. I am aware of that since I had worked as a porter as well. Still, I believe it is going to be worth a shot. Well, I guess there won't be any significant damage if you fail, so it is worth a shot. Haha, I did not realize that until you mentioned it. Han-Yeol made more money than a medium-sized corporation, and most of his earnings were in pure profit, so it was true that he was not going to suffer any setback even if his business venture ended up failing. I'm so jealous, Sungjin's father grumbled. Haha, Han-Yeol laughed awkwardly in response. Nothing I can do about that since that's one of the perks of being a hunter. Anyway, how can I help you then? You can start by crafting machine parts from the monster parts you process and supply it to me. I am not asking for it for free. I will be paying for them. Sungjin's father muttered as his interest was piqued. Han-Yeol might have asked for his help, but this was a great opportunity for the Sungjin factory to grow as well. I will pay you above the market rates, Han-Yeol added. Sungjin's father muttered and rubbed his chin. Han-Yeol further discussed his plans with Sungjin's father in detail. Sungjin's father was not helping Han-Yeol simply because he was his son's friend or because he had saved his factory a few times. Well, it was a lie to say that those factors completely did not affect his decision, but the biggest reason was still the fact that Han-Yeol was an extremely famous hunter now. Sungjin's father knew that his factory's market isolation due to his relationship with the TK group was going to greatly improve if he opened a company with a hunter as famous as Han-Yeol. Simply put, a company owned by a famous hunter was certainly going to be quite influential. Besides, he was actually going to have a lot to gain by helping Han-Yeol, so there was no reason for him not to. Then, let us proceed as discussed, Han-Yeol said. Sure, but don't you want to draft a contract first? Sungjin's father asked in response. I think we can take that slowly. I don't even have a company right now, so we don't have to rush. Besides, I own 50% of Sungjin factory, so I doubt you are going to stab me in the back, right? That's true, Sungjin's father said and nodded in agreement. He would have normally at least signed an MOU for now, then tried to get more favorable conditions when signing the contract later on. However, half of Sungjin factory already belonged to Han-Yeol, so there was no need to do such a thing. In fact, the new business venture was definitely going to be a huge advantage to Sungjin factory. Han-Yeol and Sungjin's father shook hands to informally finalize the deal. Han-Yeol called a taxi after leaving Sungjin factory, and he went straight to a luxury car dealership nearby. Ring! A classical chime rang after Han-Yeol opened the door. Most shops had already replaced the classical chime with something more modern and mechanical, but Han-Yeol still preferred the sound of the chime as he found it to be classier. Han-Yeol had no way of knowing if it was a calculated move or not, but he couldn't help feeling that the shop's overall atmosphere went up a notch simply because of the chime alone. Welcome, my name is Yu Jin-ah and I will be assisting you today to the best of my abilities, greeted a staffer who approached Han-Yeol the moment he stepped inside the showroom. It was a recent trend to hire handsome or beautiful people regardless of their gender as a staffer, because having presentable salespersons was almost mandatory. It was not that there was an outright bias toward good-looking people, but good-looking and well-dressed salespeople definitely helped give customers a good impression. For example, a customer was bound to be scared and would instinctively run away if a rough-looking burly and muscular man greeted them at the door. On the other hand, a customer was bound to be more inclined to make a purchase if the salesperson looked quite presentable. There were some shops that employed tactics of matching a saleswoman with a male customer and a salesman with a female customer to boost sales. Simply put, it was unavoidable for companies to prioritize hiring good-looking salespeople and employ various sales tactics, especially since it was going to directly affect their business. Even if they ended up being criticized for their actions, companies were unlikely to stop using such a tactic to boost sales. I will be in your care then, Han-Yeol replied with a slight bow. Do you have a specific model or brand you are looking for? Or would you like me to give you a brief introduction of what we have available? The saleswoman, Jin-ah, asked. Most salespeople at normal car dealerships would not even bother explaining everything one by one as they found it bothersome. One could not really blame them since most normal dealerships had over 100 models in their catalog, and explaining every single model was going to take a very long time. However, this dealership was different in the sense that they did not possess a lot of models and most of their models were quite expensive. They were going to get a much bigger profit from selling a single vehicle compared to a normal dealership, so they did not mind having to explain, even if they had to do it for the whole day, as long as they made a sale. I need a car that is sturdy and can be used daily, Han-Yeol said. Oh, then I suggest that you visit the domestic brand across the street instead, Jin-ah replied while thinking that Han-Yeol had come to the wrong place by mistake. The cheapest car in the showroom was worth 200 million won, so these were not cars that one could drive without a care. However, no, I want the most expensive car you have in your showroom, Han-Yeol replied. Huh? Excuse me. Jin-ah was taken aback by his response. She had clearly heard him ask for a daily use car that he did not have to be too careful with. She now wondered why he was suddenly asking for the most expensive car in the showroom. Is he looking down on our dealership? She grumbled inwardly. The dealership possessed quite an impressive fleet in this showroom, and the most expensive car in their inventory that they could immediately sell was worth an impressive 5 billion won. So that's how you want to play it? Let me teach you a lesson. HMPF? She thought with a smirk. Jin-ah might just be an ordinary salesperson, but she was quite loyal to her company. She could stand being ridiculed by rude customers, shrugging it off as the rant of a bad customer, but she could not put up with anybody looking down on the company she worked for. I understand. Please allow me to guide you this way, dear customer Nim, she said. Sure, Han-Yeol replied. He nonchalantly followed Jin-ah toward another section that had numerous luxurious sports cars displayed. The other salespeople in the showroom looked on with envy while Jin-ah the saleswoman brought Han-Yeol to the luxury corner. Salespeople received a portion of the price of the vehicle they sold as an incentive. Jin-ah was bringing Han-Yeol to where the cheapest vehicle cost more than 1 billion won, so she was going to earn a hefty sum upon managing to sell a single vehicle. However, they were forced to mind their own business as the chime rang again. Ring? Welcome. A female customer walked in this time, and a salesman walked up to her. Jin-ah asked Han-Yeol, are you looking for any specific models? I'm looking for a sports car with a powerful engine and a classic Italian feel. One that is just like the F Company models, Han-Yeol replied. Excellent choice. Jin-ah exclaimed before proceeding to introduce the models available to him. Han-Yeol could not help but be in awe while listening to the saleswoman introducing the different models. He did not know much about luxury sports cars, and the only time he had ever seen any was on the road or in a car park. While listening to the introductions, he was amazed by how intricately these machines were crafted. He could not help but be impressed by the aura the different sports cars were exuding. Demon eyes? Han-Yeol even used his skill while inspecting the luxury vehicles just in case any of them exuded mana as well. The saleswoman eagerly explained every single bit about the cars on display while Han-Yeol looked around with his skill. Sigh. He's only looking around. He's not even touching the cars. I guess today is a bust again. I guess I should manage my disappointment and think of this as practice for the next customer? Jin-ah sighed inwardly. However, she was not disheartened. After all, this was a common occurrence in this showroom. There were a lot of people who visited this showroom as it was one of the well-stocked ones in the country, but their heavy traffic of customers did not always translate into sales. Most of the people who visited the showroom often pretended to be interested buyers even though they had only come to do some window shopping. In fact, almost all of them would say that they would think about it before leaving and never to return again. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. It was common to see people driving supercars worth hundreds of millions of won, but it was quite rare to see someone driving a supercar worth more than 1 billion won. The reason was that South Korea did not have that many wealthy people compared to other developed countries. This vehicle is from B Company. 10 of this model have been imported into the country, with 9 already sold. This is the last remaining one. It is quite expensive, so not a lot of people can muster the courage to buy it on the spot, Jin-ah explained. I see, Han-Yeol muttered. These are all of the cars we have in our showroom, so I will be ending my tour here. Did any of them catch your eye by any chance? She courteously asked. Oh, he muttered once again. He's probably going to say that he will come back next time, Jin-ah thought. Since that was a common occurrence here, she had dealt with so many such customers that she did not even have to second-guess her gut feeling. However, she underestimated her customer this time as Han-Yeol had recently developed the hobby of spending money, and he had been looking for something to throw his cash to. Then, yes, customer Nim. I'll buy one of every model you have in this showroom. Of course, you may go and think about. Huh? What? Jin-ah screamed in shock. She was so surprised that she was momentarily dazed and had been rendered speechless. Excuse me? I said I want to buy one of every sports car model you have in this showroom, Han-Yeol repeated. Are you sure, Customer Nim? Are you really going to purchase one of every model in this showroom? Jin-Ah asked in response while stuttering. Yes, is there a problem? Han-Yeol asked. While looking at the saleswoman in a strange manner, he wondered, do they have a limit per customer or something? And no, not at all. I will immediately work on it, so shall we go to our office? Sure. For the first time in her 4 years of working here, Jin-Ah felt stunned by a customer. There had been quite a lot of times in the first 3 years that she worked here that she had been taken aback by either an unruly customer or a rich customer, but she eventually got used to them. She soon stopped batting an eyelid in those situations. Due to that reason, her colleagues had given her all sorts of nicknames such as Viper, Witch, etc., and talked ill about her behind her back. Still, her resilience, level-headedness, and ability to listen attentively to everything a customer said helped her become the highest-grossing salesperson in this branch. However, even with all her experience, she had lost her composure and had been rendered speechless by the customer in front of her. Who is this? This is on a whole new level? This was probably the first time that a customer had ever made a bulk purchase of luxury supercars in history. Jin-Ah immediately assisted Han-Yeol to the VVIP room. Of course, it went without saying that the other salespeople in the showroom had witnessed the entire scene. What? The VVIP room. I don't remember seeing that customer before, but he is already a VVIP. What the heck? Did he buy that car from B company? Arg? I'm so jealous. How the hell does she sell so many cars? The salesman looked on with envy, but none of them could do anything about it. The dealership had a strict rule that a saleswoman should be the one dealing with a male customer and vice versa at all times, so Han-Yeol was not someone they could have attended to. It's that bitch again. She's so fucking lucky. However, the other saleswomen were different. They were already pissed at Jin-Ah for always being compared to her all the time, but the fact that she had managed to snag a VVIP customer further widened the gap between them. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about it. It was against company policy to try and snatch a customer away from another salesperson. Also, it was not going to give a good impression to the customer if they saw the salespeople bickering among themselves. Please have a seat here, Jin-Ah said after guiding Han-Yeol to a luxurious-looking sofa. Oh, thank you. Would you like tea or coffee? We have the best ones available here. I'll go with coffee then. No sugar or syrup, just black, please. Yes, I will prepare it immediately. Jin-Ah opened the cupboard in the VVIP room and retrieved a can of luwak coffee. This coffee was the second most expensive coffee in the world, and it was also known as the best coffee among Koreans. At first, the VVIP room had been stocked with the Hacienda La Esmeralda Geisha, coffee from Panama. This coffee, also known as geisha, was the most expensive coffee in the world. However, not a lot of the VVIP customers were familiar with it, so they had decided to change it to the better-known luwak coffee. This is luwak coffee, Jin-Ah said as she placed a cup in front of Han-Yeol. Slurp? Wow, this is indeed the real thing. I'm not sure if it's because you guys deal with luxury supercars, but your service is excellent. It would have been better if you served geisha instead, but I have that at home, so it doesn't really matter, Han-Yeol said casually. Han-Yeol might be oblivious to brands and luxury goods, but he could not pass up on his desire to drink the world's best coffee after earning so much money. He loved coffee more than anything else in the world. Although, he had only asked Albert to buy him the most expensive coffee instead of actually knowing what he wanted. Wow, he even knows what the geisha is? Jin-Ah was impressed and surprised for the second time today. After all, she was the one who had asked the management to replace the geisha with luwak in the VVIP room. Jin-Ah could not help but be extremely curious about what the customer in front of her did for a living. The way he spent money was on a whole different level and his taste for coffee was spot on too. She thought, I wonder who this person is. I should have recognized him if he is an heir to those conglomerates. One of her keys to success was to be aware of her potential clients who might walk in one day. Most of her clients were people who struck it rich or those who had inherited their wealth. Regardless of their background, being aware of their personalities and background was a great help for her to close the deal. Also, Jin-Ah was wondering about Han-Yeol's identity not only because of his immense wealth but also for his taste in coffee. She was a self-professed coffee lover and the fact that she just met another person who knew about the geisha was more than enough to pique her interest in him. We used to provide the geisha for our customers, but most people did not seem to be aware of what it was. We ended up deciding to change it to the luwak, Jin-Ah explained. Han-Yeol nodded and replied, that's understandable. The geisha is not a well-known coffee in our country after all, and only those crazy about coffee would have heard of it. Once, a famous reality show from M broadcasting station had shown a princess drinking luwak coffee, and that catapulted the coffee's image as a luxury coffee in South Korea. The both of them managed to get comfortable with each other thanks to their common love for coffee, and the atmosphere in the VVIP room was quite relaxed by the time they were about to sign the contract. Jin-Ah could not help but be extremely happy about Han-Yeol's purchase. The total amount he had purchased just now was going to be more than enough to satisfy her annual sales target. No, it was actually going to help her exceed her sales target by 50%. However, she was soon shocked again when Han-Yeol requested for all of the vehicles to have all of the best options available. In the end, she managed to successfully close the deal, which was enough to help her satisfy 3 years' worth of sales targets. Do you have a car I can drive home right now? Han-Yeol asked. Pardon me. I don't have a car with me, so I need one to go home. I was thinking of driving that car over there. I regret to inform you that the car you wish to drive is a display model and the actual car is in our main branch's warehouse. Also, all of our cars here are display models, so it will take some time for us to get them ready. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Han-Yeol muttered while looking troubled. He liked that specific car out of all of the cars here, but he also needed a car to drive home right now. As Han-Yeol crossed his arms and started to contemplate his options, Jin-Ah looked slightly nervous. After some thought, Han-Yeol finally asked, do you have a cheap car that I can drive home right now? Yes, we do have one. We just finished clearing our stock for that specific model, so we were planning to sell the display model for cheap. Would you want that one? Well, I guess I don't have a choice. Please add that car to the contract. Yes, I will get to it immediately. That was how Han-Yeol laid waste to the luxury supercar dealership before leaving. Vroom. Wow, is it because this is a foreign brand? This car is really good, said Han-Yeol in surprise after revving the engine. The dealership he had swept clean just now was not a place specializing in hunter vehicles, but rather, it was a normal dealership that specialized in dealing with luxury supercars. A technological limitation existed when it came to implementing the design and specification of luxury supercars for hunter vehicles, and that was why it was impossible to find one that could be used by hunters. However, that did not mean that there was no demand for it. Quite a lot of hunters were still clamoring for a hunter-use luxury supercar to be made. Unfortunately, it was not quite an easy task to achieve as there was another hurdle aside from the technological limitation. A hunter vehicle from H company or K company cost 5.5 billion won for their lowest specification model, and that was an indicator that a luxury model was probably going to sell for an astronomical figure if it was ever made. The reason that Han-Yeol had made the purchase despite these cars not being hunter vehicles was purely due to the fact that he wanted to start a collection. He was keen to collect these beautiful works of art instead of those rigid and rough-looking hunter vehicles. If this car is so good, I wonder how amazing those cars they will be sending in 3 months' time are going to be. Han-Yeol wondered aloud as he stepped on the pedal. Vroom. His next destination was none other than the LTC Hotel. Han-Yeol looked around after arriving at the OO Cafe on the hotel's second floor. Then, he found a man and a woman sitting at the meeting place he had been told to be at. Upon seeing him, the man and the woman both got up from their seats. Han-Yeol deduced that the woman was probably the team leader who had called him at that time. It is a pleasure to meet you, Han-Yeol Hunter. My name is Lee Chung-hee, and I am the manager of the Hunter Management Department of the Hunters Association. The man introduced himself and extended his hand. He was a tall middle-aged man wearing a neat suit. Lee Han-Yeol, it is a pleasure to meet you, Han-Yeol replied and shook the man's hand. Hello, my name is Kim Hye. We spoke on the phone previously. The woman then introduced herself with a bow. The other hunters were probably going to be shocked if they saw the witch bowing toward someone. They sat on their sofa seats after introducing themselves to one another. Only then did Han-Yeol ask, so, what business does the Hunter Management Department have with me? I would like to ask you a question before we get to the main point. Did you really summon all of those demons by yourself? We happened to stumble upon the summoning video, and we cannot help but find it impossible for a single hunter to summon so many demons at once, Lee Chung-hee asked. Han-Yeol nodded and replied, I guess that's only normal. But you are aware that I can summon demons, right? He knew very well that the ability he had used in exchange for paying 10 tons of gold was quite absurd. Yes, our department has been keeping our eyes on your broadcast, so we have a rough idea of your abilities. Agu, I didn't know you were one of my precious viewers. Han-Yeol tried making a joke to loosen up the mood, but he only ended up looking stupid. However, he was just using it as a cover to buy time to think about how he was going to answer the question. He thought, I guess I can tell them that much. Well, one of the demons I summon is a merchant that can sell me stuff from the demon world, and I purchased a single-use magic scroll that allowed me to summon 1,000 demons. Is that true? Are you serious? Thud. Lee Chung-hee stood up from his seat and banged his knee on the table, but he was simply too shocked to even acknowledge the pain and discomfort. He exclaimed in surprise, why you can purchase items from the demon world? How can this be? The world's technology might have made great strides in development, but it was still only child's play when compared to the technology the aliens that had saved the world possessed. Every country on Earth was trying to come up with solutions for sudden events like the dimensional rift that had recently appeared all over the world as they realized that relying on the hunters alone was not going to be enough. There were quite a lot of experts who voiced out the need for investments to be made to develop mono-using technologies that ordinary people could use to defend themselves aside from the investments the world had been making to train hunters. That was the reason why Han-Yeol's comment of being able to simply purchase powerful artifacts like the one he had used that day was so shocking to Lee Chung-hee. Slurp. Han-Yeol took a sip of the coffee that was served, and he grimaced for a split second. It happened so quickly that Lee Chung-hee and Kim Hye did not notice it. He grumbled inwardly, they're using cheap coffee. The LTC hotel was one of the country's top hotels, so he certainly expected a lot more from their coffee. He could not help but be disappointed that the coffee they had served was a cheap one when they were charging so much for it. Han-Yeol felt that the taste of the luwak coffee he had drunk a while ago was tarnished after taking a sip of this coffee, and he no longer touched the coffee cup after that first sip. Yes, I have to pay a heavy price for it, but the items I purchase are quite effective, Han-Yeol said nonchalantly. Lee Chung-hee might have reacted quite strongly, but there was no need for Han-Yeol to show any reaction at all since he was used to dealing with the demons anyway. That is really amazing. You are not the only hunter who can summon demons, but the demon world has always been shrouded in mystery. Nothing has been made known about the world that those amazing demons live in, but we know for certain that the items they use over there are quite impressive. We have been trying to study their items but failed to make any progress at all as the demons are not keen on giving their items to humans, Lee Chung-hee explained. When Han-Yeol simply shrugged in response, Lee Chung-hee continued, but if what you said is true, we are now going to be able to study their items as much as we want. Who knows? Han-Yeol nonchalantly replied. They were only going to be able to study the items the demons used only and only if Han-Yeol allowed them to. He knew very well that he was the only one capable of obtaining the items from the demon world. Ugh. I was supposed to ask him for something else, but I already lost from the get-go, Lee Chung-hee groaned after realizing that the one making the call here was Han-Yeol. He was a manager and a department head for the most prestigious organization in the country, which meant that he was quite good at his work. He also occupied a very high position, so he would have looked at Han-Yeol in disdain if they had met before Han-Yeol awakened. Lee Chung-hee could tell from his instincts and experience that he was most likely going to have to go back empty-handed from this meeting if things continued like this. Lee Han-Yeol Hunter is a more significant person than I expected. Not only does he possess multiple skills, but he can even get his hands on items from the demon world. It's so frustrating that he's being disregarded by the higher UPS simply because he isn't an S-rank or master rank hunter, Lee Chung-hee thought. They could promote Han-Yeol to an S-rank hunter as a favor if various things were taken into consideration as he already possessed the potential to surpass most S-rank hunters. However, that did not mean that they were going to be able to force him to do anything in return, since the Hunters Association was supposed to guarantee a hunter's freedom. However, Lee Chung-hee could tell that Han-Yeol had the ability to make great contributions to the country if he wanted to. It's a shame, but I should end the discussion about the demon world's items, Lee Chung-hee thought. His main objective today was to talk about Han-Yeol's demon summoning ability, so he decided to focus on that instead. He initially had no idea that Han-Yeol could obtain items from the demon world, so he mostly decided to forego the matter due to his own lack of preparation. Tisk. It's such a shame that I have to pass up on this, he clicked his tongue. As someone concerned for the future of his country rather than the association, he sincerely lamented the fact that a hunter like Han-Yeol was not being recognized by the association simply because of his rank. He would have tried his best to convince Han-Yeol to use his ability for the future of their country and made him an irresistible offer if it was up to him, but unfortunately, the association's higher UPS were very rigid and stuck-up people. Simply put, he was not going to be able to do that. Not only that, but Lee Chung-hee also could not help but feel very embarrassed with the proposal he was about to propose to Han-Yeol, and this was the first time in his career that he was embarrassed to be a part of the association. Sook. When Lee Chung-hee slid an envelope across the table, Han-Yeol asked, "What is this?" Proposal to form an emergency hunter response team. An emergency hunter response team? Han-Yeol immediately figured out the agenda behind today's meeting after reading the words on the envelope. After all, his abilities were best suited to be used in cases like the incident that had happened a while ago. However, I'm sorry, Han-Yeol said. We have not even started. Just as Lee Chung-hee responded, Han-Yeol interrupted him and said, "Not even started making the offer, is probably what you want to say. I'm aware it's not polite to simply refuse without providing a reason, so I will be providing you with my reasons. Firstly, I'm already affiliated with the Horus Raid Party, but you can still work for the emergency," Kim Hye cut in. Bam! Han-Yeol slammed the table and stopped Kim Hye from saying anything else. After shutting her up, he continued, "I have my obligations to the Horus Raid Party, run my streaming channel, and I recently started a business so I have to work on that as well. My schedule is already packed from having to join our raid parts hunt, my solo hunts, and my work as a CEO, so I don't have the time or the reason to join something like this. Sook." Then, he flipped the page and pointed out, "Also, it says here that my role will be focused on emergency rescue operations, applying first aid, healing, etc., which are completely unrelated to combat." "No, that is," Lee Chung-hee muttered as he broke out in cold sweat. When Han-Yeol pointed out the biggest flaw in the proposal, he thought in a panic, how did he know when he didn't even read it? He did not have a handkerchief with him right now, but he would probably have instinctively wiped his face if he had one in his hand right now. "Yes, I do possess various non-combat skills, but I think you're forgetting that I'm the vice leader of the prestigious Horus Raid Party. I honestly find this to be a direct insult." Han-Yeol added the nail to the coffin. Han-Yeol's relaxed expression suddenly changed into a scary one. He was someone who sincerely wanted to become the strongest hunter. Of course, he also wanted to become rich, but his main goal was to become the strongest hunter on Earth. Yet, the Hunters Association was asking him, who now took great pride in his abilities, to join the emergency response team that was formed with a bunch of non-combatants. That was no different from cursing him directly to his face. Han-Yeol would have cussed Lee Chung-hee and Kim Hye to their faces if he hadn't become mature after having worked as a porter. That is not it. Why you can get tax benefits if you join this team, and you will have the freedom to do other things as well. May you kindly think about it one more time, Lee Chung-hee said, trying his best to appease and convince Han-Yeol. Ironically, Lee Chung-hee did not really want to try and convince Han-Yeol. A person could try and convince someone if the offer somewhat made sense to a certain level, but his current proposal was no different from asking a lion to put on sheep's clothing. He could not help but feel frustrated from having to force himself to convince Han-Yeol to consider the offer. Bam! Han-Yeol slammed the table one more time and said, I will repeat myself. I have no intention of joining whatever that emergency team is. I will help whoever is around me whenever something happens based on my own judgment, so don't ever try to bring such insulting offers to me ever again. Also, you mentioned tax, right? I will be a good taxpayer and diligently pay my taxes, so go and mind your own business. Oh, okay. Lee Chung-hee did not have a choice but to back off after Han-Yeol showed his absolute resolve to not even consider the offer. As for Kim Hye, she glared at Han-Yeol and thought, he looked down on non-combatants just now. She was angry at Han-Yeol's remarks since she was a non-combatant hunter herself. However, she could not express her anger or retort against those remarks. She might be infamous for her temper at the Hunters Association, but she was not a match for Han-Yeol, who was already quite famous and strong. After all, even her superior was currently staying mute with his tail tucked between his legs. I suppose that's the end of the discussion for the emergency response team. What about the A rank item? Will I still get it? Han-Yeol asked. Nov. L. B//JNN. In truth, he had already given up on receiving the item after his earlier outburst. After all, the Hunters Association had probably offered the A rank item as bait to reel him in and make him join the emergency response team. Well, it's better for me to give up on the item than to join that emergency response team, he thought. Ranked items were only found on hunting grounds or from monsters, so they were relatively rare and difficult to find. Still, Han-Yeol found it quite easy to give up the item. An A rank item might be expensive, but he had the possibility of buying one for himself as long as he had the money for it. Besides, he was never going to give up his freedom and honor in exchange for something that money could buy. However, Lee Chung-hee's response was quite the opposite of what Han-Yeol had expected. The man explained, and no, the A rank item and the issue with the emergency response team are different matters. We are going to host an awarding ceremony in a week's time, and we are giving you the item in exchange for your attendance. As you might be aware, a lot of people died in the recent incident, so Han-Yeol grimaced at the mention of the Dimensional Rift incident, being reminded of the horrible sights he had witnessed. That incident was truly something that he did not wish to experience ever again. It is an event that we have organized to uplift the gloomy atmosphere after the incident, and you are the best hunter for the event. You have quite the following thanks to your personal broadcast, and various news outlets have aired images of you helping out the firefighters, Lee Chung-hee added. Most ordinary people loathed the hunters, but the public sentiment toward Han-Yeol was quite favorable. In fact, it could be said that the general populace actually respected him for his actions. There were a lot of articles and news stories about Han-Yeol helping the firefighters out. The news outlets published romanticized and even exaggerated reports of Han-Yeol as there were no hunters in sight in any of the images and videos they had taken. Thanks to this, the debate over the perception of hunters in today's society flared up once again. Some of the hunters took the opportunity to ride on Han-Yeol's coattails. They demanded the general populace to stop bad-mouthing hunters since they were risking their lives to protect them. However, most of the hunters kept their mouths shut and simply observed the situation as they knew very well why they were hated by the public. Most hunters are known to be quite selfish and arrogant, and a lot of them consider the ordinary people to be beneath them, Han-Yeol thought. Han-Yeol was also a hunter, but he hated the mentality that most hunters had. He loathed how the hunters acted as if they were nobles and demanded the public's respect while doing the exact opposite of what could be considered respectable. After taking a moment, Han-Yeol asked, "Oh, so I can get 2 A rank items for free if I attend the event?" "That is correct," Lee Chung-hee replied. Is it possible for me to know what the items are?" Han-Yeol asked while seemingly having his interest piqued. "I apologize, but I honestly have no idea. Actually, I requested for that information prior to coming here as I wanted to inform you as well, but my superiors told me to just focus on inviting you. They said that you will get to know about it once you attend the event. I truly apologize for this," Lee Chung-hee said while bowing his head. He had nothing to apologize for, but he had decided to bow his head nevertheless as Han-Yeol had felt quite offended by today's unexpected revelations. He had always felt proud to be a part of the Hunters Association, but he felt incredibly ashamed to be a part of them today. In fact, he felt that he was going to die from shame if he did not at least bow his head to Han-Yeol. "You shouldn't be the one apologizing, Manager Lee." It does sound intriguing not knowing what they're going to give. I guess I should attend the event if I want to know what they've prepared for me. Haha, Han-Yeol said with a laugh. "Oh, thank you very much. I will not be getting an earful from above thanks to you, Hunter Nim," Lee Chung-hee exclaimed in response. He bowed his head once more, but out of gratitude this time. "Is that so?" When both men laughed heartily, Kim Hye could not understand what was going on. The tense and uncomfortable atmosphere from just a minute ago had disappeared, changing into quite a cozy one. With a subtle grimace, she grumbled inwardly, "What is Manager Nim laughing about?" She did not have a good opinion of Han-Yeol. She could not understand how someone would not even consider an offer made by the Hunters Association and flat out reject it on the spot. She continued grumbling inwardly, "We're not asking you to do this for our own personal benefit, right? This is all for the good of our country and for us hunters. Then, I suppose you will be sending me by SMS the date and location of the event?" Han-Yeol asked. "Yes, of course," Lee Chung-hee enthusiastically replied. "Then, I will excuse myself now as I have another appointment," Han-Yeol lied. He did not have any other appointments after this, but he had nothing else to discuss with the people from the association. Finding it boring and a complete waste of time just sitting around to chat with them, he had told a lie to escape from the situation. "Agu, I apologize for taking up so much of your time," Lee Chung-hee exclaimed. Han-Yeol got up from his seat, and Lee Chung-hee and Kim Hye followed suit. "It was a pleasure to meet you," Han-Yeol said as he extended his hand first this time. Lee Chung-hee grabbed Han-Yeol's hand with both hands and replied, "Agu, the pleasure was mine. I hope that I can treat you to a meal next time." "I will not say no to that," Han-Yeol replied with a smile. Asking or offering to treat someone to a meal was a common greeting in Korean culture, and it was general knowledge that such offers were made only out of courtesy. Both parties did not really intend to follow up on the offer. The same could be said in this case. Han-Yeol had no intention of ever accepting such an offer from anyone from the association. When Han-Yeol bid them goodbye and finally left the cafe, Lee Chung-hee and Kim Hye were left all alone at the table. Only then did Lee Chung-hee stop smiling and sink into the sofa. Then, he loosened his necktie and chugged down the iced cappuccino in front of him. Glug, glug, ah, that hit the spot. "I swear the coffee at expensive cafes tastes different," he exclaimed. He was a regular here at the LTC Hotel's OO Cafe as he was a coffee lover himself. "Manager Nim," Kim Hye called out. "What? I personally don't like that hunter. Haha, I already somewhat expected for you not to. The Hunters Association not only protects the rights of hunters but it also safeguards society as a whole. We protect the public from monsters and we keep our society's economic engine running by gathering its fuel, the mana stones, while risking our lives. But how is it possible for someone to simply reject an offer made by the association when they should be honored to even be offered one? I cannot help but feel that he is a rude and selfish person." This was the witch's real personality. She was called obnoxious and rude by others simply because she stuck to the rules rigidly. She was extremely loyal to the Hunters Association, and this made every single word that came out of her mouth a criticism toward other people. Not only that, but she also did not have any reservations about forcing her thoughts on other people. This made her the #1 person to avoid within the association despite her beautiful face and figure. "You are not wrong per se, but you have to remember that everyone is different. I have already taught you that looking at everything from your own point of view is quite a dangerous thing, right?" Lee Chung-hee replied. Kim Hye remained silent, still not quite understanding what he meant. Today is quite a frustrating day," Lee Chung-hee sighed in resignation. He liked his currently peaceful lifestyle of working behind a desk, but he often missed the days when he used to passionately go out on hunts. "Anyway, there's no point crying over spilled milk. Let's go back." "Yes, Manager Nim." When Lee Chung-hee and Kim Hye walked up to the counter to pay, the cashier surprised them by saying, "The hunter who sat at your table has already settled the bill." "Really?" Lee Chung-hee asked in response. "Yes, Customer Nim." Geez, he could not help but feel embarrassed by the fact that Han-Yeol had paid the bill when they were the ones who had invited him. He mumbled to the cashier, "Okay then. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you again." Both of them left the cafe. Lee Chung-hee muttered. He spotted Han-Yeol standing in the parking lot. He also noticed that Han-Yeol was not alone but had a Western woman talking to him. "Team leader Kim, call." Lee Chung-hee gave the signal they had between them. "Yes, sir." Kim Hye replied and infused her mana into him. Zing! Lee Chung-hee's eyes turned white and vascular once he activated his ability, Eye of Space. Eye of Space was an ability that helped him see everything within 500 meters of distance. The distance was increased to 1 kilometer if he was buffed by Kim Hye's support ability. Lee Chung-hee attempted to spy on Han-Yeol, who was around 700 meters away from him. However, Suk. The Western woman crossed her arms over her chest and channeled her mana. Zing! Kahok. Manager Nim. Lee Chung-hee's eyes turned bloodshot and started bleeding after his skill was instantly dispelled by the woman. Suffering from the repercussions of having his skill dispelled, he was forced to get down on his knees. Kim Hye helped Lee Chung-hee back to his feet. I am alright. Damn it. I think she's from the CIA. They already caught the whiff of Han-Yeol hunter. What? Already? No, it could be said that they're late since he is broadcasting and marketing himself so openly. But it doesn't matter, right? What? Lee Chung-hee looked quite worried about the CIA agent meeting Han-Yeol, but Kim Hye looked quite relaxed. "I know how amazing he is from what you told me, but he lacks patriotism if he decides to join them. In my opinion, our country is better off without people like him," she nonchalantly said. Lee Chung-hee let out a sigh and shook his head. This nonchalant attitude is the reason why our country's association is slowly getting ruined, he thought after feeling frustrated at her remark. Lee Chung-hee was someone who strongly believed that the conservative and old-school mentality like what Kim Hye had displayed should disappear if South Korea had any chance of making advancements and being a world leader for hunters. After finishing up his meeting with the association people, Han-Yeol made his way to his car. Only then did he see someone waiting for him there. Hello, the woman greeted him in English. Han-Yeol was able to converse freely in Arabic thanks to his ability, but the same could not be said for English. After all, he had never been a studious kid growing up. He had preferred to skip school and act like a delinquent with Sungjin and his other friends, and he had also been the type to sleep in class and guess his way through a test. English was a fearful territory to step into for someone like Han-Yeol. As expected, hello there, the woman greeted Han-Yeol in Korean this time. Ironically, the Western woman had a better Korean accent compared to Han-Yeol. Yes, hello. Your Korean is quite good, Han-Yeol replied. Ho ho, thank you very much. I guess working for 3 years in the United States Forces Korea has helped me with my Korean language. The war between North Korea and South Korea had somewhat ended after the dimensional gates had appeared, but the United States Forces Korea still remained. There were many reasons why they had chosen to remain in Korea, 2 of which were most important. The top 2 reasons were the fact that they wanted to maintain the alliance between South Korea and the United States, and to contest China's growing influence over the region by using Korea as a base. Thanks to that, the relationship between South Korea and the United States increasingly improved even after the dimensional gates had appeared. The improvement was quite significant as most countries preferred to be independent and not rely on any alliances. May I join you in the passenger seat if you are not busy? I have a few things I wish to discuss while we go on a drive, and I am personally interested in you as well. What? Sensing the woman's seductive gaze, Han-Yeol instinctively scanned the woman's body. Aside from exuding great sensuality, the woman was quite voluptuous compared to other women. The woman had mentioned that she was a soldier, but that was hard to believe with her high level of attractiveness. Then, a thought suddenly flashed across Han-Yeol's mind. She could be a hunter. He could tell that she was probably here to make a secret offer. The United States still held great influence over the world, and they were a melting pot of different races thanks to their optimistic attitude toward immigrants. Thanks to that, there were still a lot of hunters who dreamt of migrating to the United States and settling down there. A prime example of this was Egypt and other African countries. Egypt was a rising force in Africa that had the potential to stand toe-to-toe or even surpass most developed nations, but most of their strong hunters had migrated in droves to the United States. Of course, this migration was not limited to the African continent. There were quite a lot of hunters from India, China, etc. who had migrated in droves to the United States as well. Hunters from all over the world still dreamt of the American dream and hoped to migrate to the United States one day. It was not as prevalent as it used to be, but the United States was still seeing a constant increase in migration applications every day. Suk. Zing. The Western woman channeled her mana into her hand and suddenly blocked a stream of mana headed toward them. Han-Yeol was about to use demon eyes after sensing the mana coming toward them, but he decided not to. The Western woman had made quick work of it, after all. Also, he could sense Lee Chung-hee and Kim Hye looking at them from a distance. Each person carried their own unique mana wavelength. Han-Yeol was bound to forget about a person's wavelength, but it was quite easy for him to recognize theirs as they had just met a few minutes ago. He was certain that the mana belonged to them as their mana pattern was still fresh in his memories. Shall I tease them a little? Han-Yeol smirked after he thought of a mischievous plan. Beep, beep. He pressed a key and unlocked his supercar's door. Han-Yeol celebrated when he found out that the supercar he had bought just for the sake of driving home turned out to be a convertible, which was his dream car. Wow, your car is really nice. Thank you, now get in. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Haha, don't mention it. The Western woman sat on the passenger seat after Han-Yeol opened the door for her. Then, he immediately drove the car toward the outskirts of Seoul. He continued driving in circles after reaching his destination. Oh right, I didn't get your name. What is your name? Rather, should I be asking you for your code name instead? Han-Yeol asked with a snicker, finding his own joke to be quite funny. Most people said that the best way to test if you were a boomer or not was to make a joke and see if you laughed at your own jokes or not. Simply put, a person was going to be deemed a boomer if they ended up laughing at their own jokes. Fortunately, the Western woman did not seem to be aware of this aspect of Korean culture. The shows and movies shown on the media were quite important regarding the spread of a country's culture, but most blockbuster series ended up flopping after the emergence of hunters. Why would someone watch a show with special effects when they could see something realistic instead? Of course, Hollywood still had major influence over the world as the films they produced were far better than the skills that the hunters could use. Han-Yeol was an avid fan of Western TV shows and movies, and he was a huge fan of the superhero genre. He knew from the movies that most of the agents held a code name while carrying out their tasks, and he found this part about them to be quite cool. Oh my, I seem to have gotten so excited that I forgot to introduce myself. I am affiliated with the Secret Hunter Organization of the United States, and my code name is Black Swan. But my real name is Scarlet. Scarlet introduced herself with both her real name and her code name. However, Han-Yeol was not foolish enough to believe everything she had just said. He knew that a secret agent would be quite well trained on how to curry favors from another person, and he could not help but suspect that this was all an act that she was putting up. If there was one trait that Han-Yeol had drastically improved on after awakening as a hunter, that trait would be his steadfastness. He used to be easily swayed by other people in the past, but that was no longer the case. I have no idea if you are lying or telling the truth, but how should I address you from now on? Han-Yeol asked. Just call me Scarlet. Okay, Scarlet. So, what does the United States want from me? Omo? You are out on a drive with a beauty like me, but are you really going straight to the point? I admit that you are undoubtedly beautiful and sexy, but I can't help feeling competitive in such situations. Anyone would agree that Scarlett was beautiful enough to pass off as a Hollywood actress. She was in no way behind an actual actress in terms of beauty, and she was way ahead of most models when it came to her beauty. Well, everyone who awakened found it easier to maintain their figures thanks to their newfound abilities. However, a woman's breasts and butt were still mostly based on genetics. In other words, Scarlett possessed superior DNA that had helped her become the beauty she was today. There had been a time when Han-Yeol had wanted to marry a Westerner, and he would probably have followed Scarlett around like a lost puppy if he had met her at that time. After all, it would have been impossible not to follow her around as she could be considered a great beauty even among Western women in general. Sook, I like your humor as well, so, I am actually considering spending the night with you. What do you think? Scarlett asked with a seductive smile as she moved her hand up Han-Yeol's thigh. Gulp. It was difficult for Han-Yeol not to react to Scarlett's touch. After all, he was simply a man. He had to breathe in and out a few times as he tried to compose himself. He tried his best to calm down by telling himself that he was not going to become a great person in the future if he failed to resist such temptation. Then, he said firmly, please stop it with your jokes. I want to hear what you have to say. Tisk, what a boring man. I guess I don't have a choice. The United States is extremely interested in you, Han-Yeol Hunter-nim, and we have no idea why the Korean Hunters Association is looking down on you and taking you for granted. What do you mean by interest, exactly? I apologize beforehand, but we've conducted an analysis of your personality and found that you are probably going to refuse any offer to migrate to the United States. Well, I don't deny that. Han-Yeol had no plans to cross over to the United States no matter how attractive the proposal was. He had no reason to contemplate where to go and where to live as he had more than 1,000,000,000,000 under his name. That is why we have decided to offer you citizenship instead. Oh, it was indeed an enticing offer if they were talking about becoming an American citizen instead of a permanent resident. South Korea had abolished its mandatory conscription law and changed it into a volunteer system, allowing Koreans to finally obtain dual citizenship. The main reason that South Korea hadn't allowed Koreans to possess dual citizenship had solely been due to its mandatory conscription policy. However, it was now legal for Koreans to possess dual citizenship after they had abolished mandatory conscription. What do you think? Do you feel like sleeping with me now? Unfortunately, I have not reached that level yet. Nov. L. B//JNN. Wow, you are quite a resilient man. Haha, is that what it looks like? You are still a very attractive woman, and I might just give in if we got to know each other better. Sook. It was now Han-Yeol's turn to tease Scarlett. He pushed his face extremely close to hers, touching her forehead with his own. Han-Yeol had no reason to hold himself back when she was already brazenly seducing him. Omo, I thought you were not going to get seduced by how you acted. I wonder what made you change your mind. Scarlett said with a hint of disappointment in her voice. To be honest, I tried to resist your seduction, but that's simply too difficult. So, what do you say? Shall we go on a date? Han-Yeol asked. I have no reason to refuse your offer as my mission is to get closer to you. Sounds good to me. Ho ho, today is going to be a good day. Oh, I guess we have something in common. Han-Yeol and Scarlett smiled at each other. He had really tried his best not to get seduced by Scarlett. His sharp instincts were telling him that she was not lying or anything, but he simply could not lower his guard as she was an agent sent from another organization. However, he decided to play along with her seduction. He felt that she was seducing him without any ulterior motives. A guy should give in when a woman this beautiful seduces him, right? Han-Yeol justified his actions. Also, he could tell that Scarlett was not stronger than him, so he was confident of not falling into any traps set by her. It was going to be quite regrettable if she was indeed seducing him to entrap him, but he would practically be hitting the jackpot if her feelings were out of pure sincerity. Han-Yeol drove to Donghae, East Sea, Gangwon-do with Scarlett. Vroom! A convertible supercar was driving down the peaceful quiet coastal road with its top open and its engine roaring. The agent sent by the United States Secret Hunter Organization exclaimed while looking at the sea, "Wow, Korea's seas are really beautiful. You mentioned that you stayed a few years in Korea with the United States Forces Korea, but you haven't been here yet." Han-Yeol asked. The both of them had already gotten quite comfortable with each other on the way here. I was born in the central United States, so I didn't get the chance to see the coast, and most of my younger days were spent training to become an agent. Also, my first mission was to come to Korea and try to poach your hunters to migrate to the United States. I didn't have the luxury to go around sightseeing, Scarlett explained while stretching her arms up toward the sky, making her breasts even more prominent. Gulp. Han-Yeol could not help but gulp at the sight of Scarlett's prominent breasts as he had been feeling quite sexually frustrated these days. Also, the fact that his ideal type of woman was a Westerner did not help. This was another reason as to why he found it difficult to resist Scarlett's seduction. Oh, does this mean I'm the first person you're going out on a date within 3 years? Han-Yeol asked. I guess you can put it that way. This is a huge honor then. Indeed, you should feel honored. Where will you find a woman like me? Tayarana. Tisk, except that woman. She is attractive even to women, Scarlet pouted. Even she, who was quite attractive herself, could not help but find Tiarana to be extremely beautiful. It was indeed true that Tiarana's looks were basically cheating at this point. Ha ha ha. Han-Yeol could not help but laugh at Scarlet's cuteness. They had sashimi for dinner, then booked a room near the coast. They ended their day with a hot and steamy night, which then resumed from the next morning until the afternoon. Only after satisfying their cravings for each other did they resume their discussion over Han-Yeol's dual citizenship. It was already 4 in the afternoon by the time Han-Yeol returned home. Han-Yeol called the Hunters Association and refused their offer to attend the event in exchange for the A-rank items. Of course, his decision turned the association upside down, but they could not do anything about it. They had to respect the independence and freedom of hunters, after all. There were some people within the Hunters Association who questioned if they should make amendments to how much independence and freedom a hunter was given. This was not the first time where the association's plans had been ruined because of the hunters' independence and freedom. I don't feel so good about accepting the United States offer to grant me citizenship while taking items from the Korean Hunters Association, Han-Yeol thought. As part of their offer of granting him citizenship, the United States Hunters Association had also agreed to rent one unique item to Han-Yeol. A lot of things had happened within these 2 days, and that got Han-Yeol quite mentally exhausted. Plopping down on his sofa, he moaned, I'm so tired. Thud. Having gotten home only after 30 hours, he was extremely tired. It went without saying that he was physically exhausted, but he felt really good. The fact that he did not have an outlet for his sexual frustration had been stressing him out, but he had gotten to release all of his stress yesterday thanks to the 10 hours of hot and steamy marathon that he had. He couldn't help but feel hot upon remembering what had happened yesterday. I'm not sure if it's because Scarlet is a hunter, but she has great stamina. Scarlet's stamina was indeed much better than most people after having awakened and using mana. However, the fact that she constantly trained as a secret agent boosted her stamina as well. Her near-limitless stamina had allowed her to receive all of Han-Yeol's passion when he had unleashed all of his stress. I have no plans to live in the United States, but I like how they handle things, Han-Yeol thought. He was extremely satisfied by the fact that they had decided to send a beautiful woman like Scarlet as the agent handling him. Beep, 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 beep. Is that father? Han-Yeol wondered when he noticed the digital door lock beeping while he was busy reminiscing about yesterday's steamy event. Han-Yeol. Yes, father. Congratulations? You are finally a man. What do you mean by that? He. His father laughed with a mischievous look. He appeared keen to question whatever excuse Han-Yeol was going to throw at him. You have never spent the night out except for when you're going for a hunt. In fact, you even came home no matter how late it was when you drank with Sungjin. I asked Albert about you and he mentioned that you left yesterday morning and only just came home. That can only mean that you were with a woman. That is. Han-Yeol tried to make excuses, but his habit of not being able to lie to his father easily gave him away. Ha ha ha, my little boy is finally a man? As your father, I can't help but feel really good about the news. I already told you before, just go ahead and date to your heart's content. You don't have to rush into marrying someone right now as long as I know you're out there meeting people. You can take your own sweet time and only decide to settle down when you really feel that a woman is the one for you. His father was half joking, but Han-Yeol could feel just how much his father cared for him from the way he spoke. Yes, father. Han-Yeol's father always felt apologetic to him. Since he decided to get a divorce back then, Han-Yeol had to grow up in a single-parent household without a mother. Anyway, go ahead and get some rest. Okay, father. Oh right, what happened to your shop? Han-Yeol heard that the city was still in a mess after the incident. Not only that, but dimensional rifts were still occurring on the outskirts of cities, and there were also hunters fighting against monsters in abandoned towns. The main cities were no longer affected, but the fact that the dimensional rifts had not disappeared was still a cause of fear for the general populace. Fortunately, everyone is working together to restore things. The Hunters Association is going to reimburse us for whatever damage caused anyway, so we don't really have to worry about the financial burden. We might be able to resume business next week at the earliest. That is a relief. Yay, it's a huge relief, to be honest. Fortunately, Han-Yeol's father hadn't suffered much damage from the incident. Besides, he did not really have much to worry about even if he had, because Han-Yeol would be there for him anyway. However, the same could not be said for the ordinary people doing business in the same building. They were definitely going to be in a very difficult position as they had lost their livelihood in the incident. Still, most of them were able to avoid being completely ruined since they had pre-purchased the insurance sold by the Hunters Association for such events. Anyway, go get some rest. I only dropped by to wash up. Yes, father. His father bid him goodbye before returning to his own house to wash up and rest. Only after that did Han-Yeol head to his treasure room. Beep, 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 beep. He entered the passcode into the digital door lock he had recently installed for security purposes and went inside the room, where the monster egg was incubating. The room had been renovated to regulate its temperature and humidity to provide the best environment for the monster egg. Badump. Badump? Huh? Why is the monster egg emitting a heartbeat? It's gotten a lot bigger too, Han-Yeol thought as he inspected the monster egg that had grown by 2.5 times compared to when he had visited it 2 days ago. The monster egg was seemingly showing that it was indeed alive. Wow, I have a feeling something great is going to come out of it? Han-Yeol expectantly thought before he channeled his mana into his eyes. Demon eyes? He inspected the monster egg with his skill to get a better look at it, but unfortunately, the only thing he could see was a lump of mana within the egg. Rubbing his chin as he looked at the monster egg, he muttered, I have a feeling that I'm only going to get a normal monster if I continue incubating it through normal methods. I hope I can get a monster that I can keep as a pet, if that's the case. Han-Yeol called up the monster egg's description once more. Monster egg, fertilized. Type, hatching egg. Description, a monster egg getting ready to hatch after receiving nutritious mana. The monster hatching out of the egg will be more powerful the better its environment is before hatching. It is recommended to keep the egg in an environment with suitable temperature and humidity. The monster that's going to hatch from the egg is not predetermined. Judging by the part it says, the monster hatching out of the egg will be more powerful the better its environment is before hatching, so the ability and strength of the monster that's going to hatch is going to entirely depend on the environment its egg has been incubated in, right? Han-Yeol muttered as he started to process the information piece by piece. He hadn't paid much attention previously, but he now understood how it really worked after reading the description thoroughly. Does that mean it can react to my mana as well? He wondered aloud. He sincerely hoped that the monster that would hatch from the egg was something that he could keep as his pet. He could technically just kill the monster if it was aggressive toward him, but all he would gain from that was going to be a single mana stone and whatever usable parts it had. However, it was going to be an entirely different story if the monster could be kept as a pet. In such a scenario, it was definitely going to give him returns in the long run. Not only that, but there was definitely going to be a huge added value for him personally if he became the first ever hunter to tame a monster as his pet. Han-Yeol opened his hand and brought it around 10 centimeters close to the egg. Then, he closed his eyes and gently channeled his mana into his hand before carefully pouring it into the monster egg. It was as if he was giving water to a young seedling. Wuong. Wuong. Oh, it's working, he thought with his eyes closed when he felt his mana being absorbed by the egg. He could feel the flow of his mana, since his mana mastery skill had reached the M rank now. I guess I could give it a bit more, right? He happily thought as he infused more mana into the monster egg. Wuong? Yes, it's reacting? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly after the monster egg gave off a stronger reaction to his mana. Instinctively, he just knew that the best way to hatch the monster egg was to feed it mana. He thought, a normal monster is probably going to come out if it hatches naturally. But if I hatch it with my mana, maybe a pet will emerge? It should work like that, right? This was only a hypothesis. Still, every scientific fact started off as a hypothesis that scientists had to constantly research until they proved it to be correct. Of course, Han-Yeol was not a scientist. There was no way that he would even know what exactly a hypothesis was and how it could be proven correct, because he never paid attention in school. However, he instinctively knew how to connect the dots to prove his hypothesis. Han-Yeol continued pouring his mana into the monster egg. Kwachiik? Is it hatching? Who knew this was going to hatch so quickly? Still, it's better than having to wait so long for it. Han-Yeol expectantly watched the monster egg's shell crack. Kwachik. Kwachik. Kwachiik? Cracks started to form all over the monster egg. Pachiik? It's coming. Han-Yeol exclaimed. A moment later, the monster fully cracked open and a creature appeared. What? Han-Yeol could not help but scream after seeing the creature that had appeared from the monster egg. A D-dragon. The creature had a slightly different appearance from a typical dragon that was often seen in Asian or Western media, but Han-Yeol was certain that it was a dragon. However, it's so freaking cute. The dragon was curled up in its egg, looking up at Han-Yeol with its clear round eyes. It fluttered its arms, legs, tail, and wings after it saw him. There was not a single part of the baby dragon that did not look adorable, a stark contrast to its mighty and vicious appearance usually seen in the media. A normal person might be disappointed from getting a baby dragon as a pet, since it was currently not able to participate in combat and was surely going to eat a lot. That was, however, not the case for Han-Yeol. Wow, it's so cute. Han-Yeol cried out. He did not dare touch the little creature as he feared hurting it, but he put his face inches away from it and looked at it with doting loving eyes. Just a note, Han-Yeol was weak toward anything cute except for human babies. He loved puppies, kittens, hamsters, baby foxes, etc. He loved anything and everything cute and fluffy, except for human babies, but he had never dared to raise any pets. Back when he had a puppy, it had gotten run over by a car after he raised it for 6 months and died. After that traumatic event, he had struggled with depression and had dearly missed his puppy for a whole year. The experience had scarred him so much that he never raised a pet after that, and the most he did after that was to watch videos or look up pictures of animals on the internet. But today, a cute and adorable creature had appeared in front of him. Q. The baby dragon seemed to be quite similar to other birds, treating the first creature it saw after hatching from its egg as its parent. In this case, Han-Yeol was the first creature the baby dragon had laid eyes on. Acknowledging him as its parent, it rubbed its body covered in soft black scales on his face. Is it okay for something to be so cute? Han-Yeol was dying inside. It was obvious that the baby dragon was not going to be able to participate in combat, but Han-Yeol did not seem to even care about that one bit. He was more than able to fight alone as he always did, so he was extremely happy over the fact that he had gotten such a cute pet from the monster egg. The biggest thing that he was happy about was, it's a dragon, so it should live longer than me, right? He thought of a dragon's lifespan as he looked at it with doting loving eyes. Quite a lot of scientists had theorized that a hunter's lifespan was 2 times longer than a normal person, and almost everyone seemed to agree with this theory. The only disagreement there was over this theory was how much longer a hunter lived. After all, there were some who argued that it was only 1.5 times while some argued that it was 5 times longer. That was the reason why most hunters experienced heartbreak raising pets, as most of them would outlive their pets. Of course, those who raised turtles would not experience this heartbreak. However, Han-Yeol could rest assured. He was not going to experience such heartbreak, as the dragon was the symbol of longevity. He slowly reached for the baby dragon and carefully picked it up with his hands. Hello. The baby dragon looked Han-Yeol in his eyes and gleefully cried out, "Q, Q, it's too cute." Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly as he rubbed his cheek against the baby dragon's face. The baby dragon was simply too attractive for Han-Yeol, who loved anything and everything cute. "Let's live happily ever after for a long, long time," he said. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Q. The baby dragon enthusiastically cried out as if it understood what he had said just now. Han-Yeol was at a loss for what to do with the cute baby black dragon in his hand. He had some knowledge about dogs and cats, but he had no idea how to take care of reptiles or amphibians. To be honest, a reptile could not be considered cute in any way, so Han-Yeol was not interested in them at all. However, the baby black dragon was an exception, as its cuteness left Han-Yeol at a complete loss. Q, Q, Q. Eagerly crawling into his embrace, the baby black dragon seemed to have accepted Han-Yeol as its parent. "Let's see, what should I name you?" Han-Yeol muttered. Q. The baby black dragon tilted its head in response. "Ah, it's too cute," Han-Yeol exclaimed before calming himself down and thinking of a name for his new pet. If I name it Toothless, then I could get into trouble over copyright laws, right? He could not really remember where he had heard it, but he recalled that someone had already used the name Toothless. He was not 100% sure, but it was always good to stay on the safe side. It's actually funny that I'll think about copyright and stuff when I'm naming my own dragon. After some thought, Han-Yeol decided to give his pet dragon a cute name. He asked, "What do you think of Black Bean?" The baby black dragon suddenly stopped rubbing its face on Han-Yeol's hand. It growled and hissed at him after hearing the name he had come up with. "Grrrrrrr, hiss. Alright, I'll think of something else. Are you happy? Q." The baby black dragon went back to acting cute after Han-Yeol said that he would come up with something else. This dragon is smart. Han-Yeol realized that a dragon was still a dragon in the end, even if it was young. He placed the baby black dragon on top of his head before returning to the living room to search online for a cool name. "Oh, this looks good. Q." Han-Yeol picked up the baby black dragon that was playing with his hair, brought it in front of his face, and said, "Your name is going to be Mavrose." Q. Truth be told, Han-Yeol actually wanted to give the baby dragon a cute Korean name. Unfortunately, the baby black dragon growled whenever he tried to give it names like Happy or Kupi. In the end, he was forced to look up the Greek word for black. "Tisk, I wanted something cute." Q, Q. Mavrose protested as if to say that it did not want a cute name. All right, said Han-Yeol as he patted Mavrose on the head. "Ding, you have officially entered into a contract with the mini black dragon, Mavrose. A new stat has been created, Charisma. A new skill has been created, Taming." Huh? Han-Yeol was surprised when a system message popped up right after he had named Mavrose. When it appeared to be quite important, he wondered, "I have a rough idea what Charisma does, but what's Taming?" Taming, F. Type, Active. Description, a skill that allows the user to tame a monster they hatched from a monster egg as their pet. The user will be able to tame stronger monsters the higher this skill's level is. An awakened being is restricted to 1 pet per person, but the number of pets tamed can be increased the higher one's charisma stat is. Lastly, it is possible for the user to give their pet away to someone else. Wow, Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly after reading the skill description. He barely managed to stop himself from screaming at the top of his lungs. After all, he did not want to surprise Mavrose unnecessarily. Han-Yeol immediately checked Mavrose stats this time. Mavrose, Mini Black Dragon. Level 1. Attribute, Dark, Poison. Innate ability, Sealed. STR, 10. AGI, 10. VIT, 10. Flying, 10. Flight speed, 10. Skill, Magic, F, Sealed. There was nothing amazing about Mavro's stats, but Han-Yeol was unable to resist his cuteness and placed it back on his head. He said, "You are really the best, Mavrose." Q. Mavrose seemed to understand what Han-Yeol had said. He fluttered his wings and shook his tail before raising his head and crying out in delight. Today was the day that Han-Yeol first met Mavrose, and he made sure to spend the entire day together with his newfound companion. The next day, Han-Yeol woke up with Mavrose on his bed. He leisurely sat on his bed and stretched when a sudden thought jolted him awake. Oh right, the gold? He just remembered that he had to pay Delchant for the magic scroll, which was not a freebie the demon merchant had donated. In fact, the magic scroll had been an expensive item that cost 10 tons of gold. It's going to be quite tedious if I hunt all of that gold by myself, he contemplated. Han-Yeol was not hesitating due to a lack of strength. After all, he could barge into gold mine right now and unleash his skills to sweep it clean in an instant. But that's going to be too inefficient for me. I can do more if I go hunting at another hunting ground, with that amount of time. Gold mines were quite famous before the dimensional gate's appearance. However, the emergence of the extremely useful materials known as the mana stones had phased out whatever value gold held. Gold was harmless to the human body, a good conductor of heat, and resistant to acid. With those characteristics, it was quite valuable. Unfortunately, its value quickly diminished when the mana stones had emerged, and it was further diminished when the monsters known as golems had appeared from the dimensional gates. As for mana stones, they were much more beautiful than gold and even improved someone's health when worn on the body. Its color could be adjusted depending on the heat applied to process it. The mana stone was truly a mysterious jewel that practically killed the demand for other precious metals and stones in the market. Gold was still used for various things such as coating, prosthetics, and other things, even though it was no longer considered a precious metal. A paper tiger was still a tiger, after all. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Sock. Han-Yeol busily scrolled through the posts on the Hunter community forum. He had decided to ask someone else to carry out the task on his behalf. Let's see. Are there any good parties I can place a request for? The community forums had a section known as the request section. This was where someone would place a request for others to provide them with a specific monster's body or an item, and the ones making the requests were usually rich people who wanted to add specific monster parts to their collections. Han-Yeol made a post in that section of the community forum. Title: Looking for a party willing to farm 10 tons of gold. Description: I need 10 tons of gold, so I'm looking for a party willing to farm it from the gold mine. I don't need the mana stones. I just need the gold. I will make an initial deposit of 1 billion won, purchase the gold according to the current market price, and even pay 3 billion won for your efforts. In return, I need the 10 tons of gold within 3 weeks. I hope only serious parties will contact me. My contact details, 010xxxx5678. This is too easy, hee, thought Han-Yeol as he plopped down on the sofa with a smile. He was initially worried about when he would be able to gather 10 tons of gold. Who would have known that he could simply throw money at his problem and solve it? Q. Mavrose found everything around him to be interesting as he had only hatched from the monster egg not that long ago. He was currently obsessed with a random doll Han-Yeol had, throwing it down to the floor and wrestling with it. Han-Yeol watched his cute baby black dragon play with the doll, then called out, "Hey, Mavrose. Come here." Q. Although he was busy playing with the doll, he immediately responded to Han-Yeol's call. Sook. Han-Yeol petted the baby black dragon and thought, is it because he's still a baby? His scales are really soft for a reptile. The baby black dragon's scales did feel quite strange. He continued petting the baby black dragon for around 10 minutes when his phone suddenly rang. Ring. Han-Yeol's ringtone was still the same monotonous ringing sound. Most people in this day and age would pick a song as their ringtone, but he did not really feel like changing it. Ironically, the current trend was changing again as most people started to prefer using the default ringtone. Hello. The voice coming from the other end of the line sounded like a young boy, but Han-Yeol was not quick to judge the caller from their voice alone. He knew very well how deceiving someone's voice could be. Hi, who's on the line? I'm calling after I saw your request on the post. Are you Mavrose Nim, by any chance? Yes, that's me. Han-Yeol had used an alias when posting the request on the website, and the alias he had used was Mavrose. Our raid party would like to do your request. Would you be willing to give us a chance? What's the name of your raid party? This might be quite obvious, but Han-Yeol had no intention of simply accepting anyone for his request. He was paying a massive 1 billion won just to start things up, so he intended to do his due diligence before giving the work to someone. After all, it was going to be quite annoying if they ran off with his money. Having a famous raid party accept his request would be his best case scenario, but he did not mind anyone as long as they had a good reputation. Our party's name is Shine Raid Party. Are there any issues? Shine Raid Party. Yes. Shine Raid Party. Han-Yeol jogged his memory, trying to remember anything he could about them. He had encountered quite a lot of raid parties when he had been a porter, and he faintly remembered one with the name Shine. Is there a problem? No. You said you are from the Shine Raid Party, right? Yes. Okay, I'll hire you for my request. Wow, really? Yeah, nice. Thank you very much. When would we be able to get the advance payment, by any chance? Let's meet in person and sign an agreement first. I will be sending my lawyer once everything is in order. Han-Yeol no longer felt the need to personally go and meet people for these kinds of trivial matters. He just had to hire a lawyer who would take care of everything for him. With this process, he could save a lot of time. He was currently in the process of realizing his position and starting to act his part. He was no longer the same dirt poor Han-Yeol who had lived paycheck to paycheck trying to make ends meet. Okay, I will send you our details then. Sure. Beep. Han-Yeol hung up the call and called his lawyer. He had invested 1 billion won into the law firm that he and Yubai had used to draft an agreement, the L law firm, and he had hired their managing partner, Han Min, to be his personal lawyer. L law firm had actually been a small law firm, but they grew rapidly with his investment. Of course, in exchange, Han-Yeol had made sure that he was going to be the law firm's top priority. He wanted them to support him in any and every matter from then on. On a side note, L law firm had originally been known as the H law firm, which had been taken after the first initial of Han Min's surname, but they changed their name to L law firm to commemorate Han-Yeol's investment in them. Agu, hello, Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. Do you have anything you need me to do? The managing partner of L law firm, Han Min, answered the call in an extremely courteous manner. Other people might say that he was being too over the top, but Han-Yeol really liked this part about Han Min. I'm planning to make a request to a raid party called Shine Raid Party, and I need you to. Han-Yeol proceeded to explain his plan to Han Min. I see. Please don't worry about it. I am an expert when it comes to such matters. I will make sure that everything is in order. Excellent. I'll leave it to you then. Ha ha ha. Please rest assured. Then, goodbye. Beep. Han-Yeol finished everything he had to do with a few phone calls, and he resumed playing with his baby black dragon. Han-Yeol stayed home for 3 days, playing with Mavrose to his heart's content. Q. Mavrose was quite a lively and active baby dragon. He was quite smart as well. He would get teary-eyed and bite Han-Yeol's pants in an attempt to prevent him from leaving his house. In the end, his efforts paid off with Han-Yeol deciding to stay home for 3 days and completely focus on him. I wonder if it will be alright to take you outside with me. Q. Han-Yeol pondered while looking at Mavrose, who tilted his head in confusion at him. Han-Yeol hid some of his abilities. Still, he did not particularly care about what other people thought of him, so he had started broadcasting online for everyone to see some of his abilities. When it came to the baby dragon, however, he was scared of what could happen if Mavro's existence was exposed to the world. It went without saying that Han-Yeol was not considered strong in South Korea. There were a lot of S-rank hunters and 6 master rank hunters as of now, and he had no way to retaliate if any of them decided to pick a fight with him. Mavro's existence was bound to kick up a frenzy if the world knew of his existence. Who would have known that a monster could be tamed as a pet? The whole world is going to talk about this for days if word gets out. Han-Yeol agreed that the ability to tame a monster as a pet was indeed shocking. He had worked for years as a porter, so he had accumulated enough information regarding the hunter industry from an outsider's point of view. The world had quite a lot of awakened beings, and there were hunters who had awakened with 3 abilities but used more skills than that. There was one European hunter who had awakened as a vampire and possessed 3 skills, but that hunter was able to use up to 10 skills thanks to their racial traits. Of course, most still considered what the European vampire hunter could do to be skills despite them being a little bit different from the skills that most hunters used. As for most scholars and experts, they labeled those as innate abilities instead of skills. One of the reasons that Han-Yeol did not garner as much attention overseas despite being South Korea's first ever hunter to possess multiple skills was due to that European vampire hunter. The vampire hunter was world-renowned thanks to being a master rank hunter. However, the even bigger reason that the whole world was paying attention to them was because of their racial trait as a vampire. After all, the racial trait of a vampire bestowed the European hunter with the innate ability Contaminate. Contaminate gave the vampire hunter the ability to bite a hunter's neck and turn them into vampires with skills equal to their rank. Also, these hunters would become weak against sunlight once they were converted into vampires. It was just like what mainstream media portrayed. Of course, they did not burn away or disintegrate like seen in the movies, but they suffered the penalty of having their stats and abilities take a massive hit. However, these could be offset as long as they traveled together with the master rank vampire hunter, who granted them immunity to sunlight and a 120% buff on top of that. The guild that this master rank vampire hunter ruled was composed of such hunters, who had been contaminated and converted into vampires. There were quite a lot of such unique hunters, so Han-Yeol was considered a slight anomaly but nothing too amazing. To be precise, in the eyes of the world, he was just someone who had gotten lucky and had awakened with a few more skills compared to others. However, Mavrose is a whole different story. The whole world will come after him. Han-Yeol knew very well that there had been no previous instances of a monster turning into a pet. He looked down at Mavrose, who was happily munching on a fresh piece of steak that he had given him. Chomp, 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 chomp. Han-Yeol had no idea if the baby dragon was aware of his concerns or not. Regardless, he could not help but feel better after seeing the baby dragon's carefree attitude. Of course, after thinking that he would have to leave the baby dragon at home whenever he had to go out, his head started to hurt once again. I can't stop broadcasting, and his existence will be made known soon enough. This is complicated. Tisk. I guess I don't have a choice but to ask for help? He pondered for a while before deciding that he was not going anywhere with this alone. He finally decided to call for help. Ring, 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 ring. Han-Yeol called the one place he thought of, and someone soon answered the call. Hello, is this really a monster pet? Yeah, what do you think? It's cute, right? Han-Yeol had called the Horus raid party for help. Well, to be precise, he had called Miriam. Miriam was the only one Han-Yeol could think of to ask for help in such situations, since he did not have any friendly contacts among the Korean hunters. With his personality, Han-Yeol only placed 49% of his trust in her, but he truly had no one else to call for help or advice. Oh, Taeyarana is here as well. Han-Yeol had called Miriam directly, because he hadn't wanted to bother the leader of the raid party. After all, this matter was totally unrelated to hunting monsters. Still, Taeyarana had tagged along with Miriam to come to Han-Yeol's house nonetheless. Taeyarana did not seem to have heard Han-Yeol speaking, because she was fully engrossed in Mavrose. T2. Too cute. Heh. Right. Miriam was always stoic, never expressing her emotions easily. However, her eyes turned into hearts the moment she laid eyes on Mavrose. Mavrose seemed to be quite the charmer, quickly melting the ice-cold heart of Miriam. However, for some reason, Miriam did not reach out to touch Mavrose. As for the baby dragon, he just kept looking back at Miriam curiously. He was interested in the only other human it was meeting after Han-Yeol. Hehe. Who knew that Miriam could make such faces? Han-Yeol laughed inwardly. Miriam might be lower ranked than him, but he was always careful when dealing with her due to her rather charismatic and ice-cold demeanor. That was the reason he found her surprisingly cute after seeing her at a loss for what to do with the baby dragon. Sook. Han-Yeol gently picked up Mavrose with both hands and placed him right in front of Miriam's face. He said, "Here, try holding it." He might be covered in scales, but the scales are quite soft. Mavrose still curiously stared at Miriam with his big innocent eyes. Sook. Before Miriam could hold Mavrose, Taeyarana suddenly made an incredibly fast movement to gently take him away. She then pressed the baby dragon against her chest. Mavrose was shocked by Taeyarana's sudden appearance and movement of snatching him away, but he did not try to run away or attack Taeyarana. The baby dragon was just surprised by the sudden movement, but it got used to it soon enough. So soft. Alright. Han-Yeol was also surprised by Taeyarana using her mana to move so quickly and hugging the baby dragon. Nov. L. B//JNN. Is this child really a monster? Yeah, I incubated and hatched the egg I had obtained from the Queen Labyrinth spider, and then this guy popped out. Amazing. Right? I find it truly amazing too, but I'm concerned about how other people might get obsessed with him if word gets out. Yeah, I understand your concern. Taeyarana was taken aback by the possessiveness welling up within her. There were not that many instances in her life when she had felt such strong desire. After all, she had grown up having everything handed to her, her parents showered her with love and bought her everything that she asked for. There was no reason for her to feel any possessiveness or greed as she had always been handed everything at a young age. However, complicated feelings were starting to well up from deep within her the moment she laid eyes on Mavrose, and this greatly surprised her. This is strange. I want this child so badly, Taeyarana thought. Mavrose might have initially been surprised, but it did not take him long to compose himself and get used to Taeyarana's touch. That sounds highly likely. Even Taeyarana and I cannot help but love this child, so I can guess just how the other guilds, raid parties, and even the hunters associations would react. This is an extremely rare chance to open a monster farm, after all. Just thinking about it is already scaring me. Thinking of Mavrose possibly being treated as a laboratory guinea pig somewhere, Han-Yeol grimaced and felt anger rising up within him. Miriam and Han-Yeol continued their discussion, but Taeyarana suddenly interrupted them and said, "I want a pet just like this child too." Taeyarana looked at Han-Yeol with a very serious gaze. "You were the one who brought this child to life, right? Can't you make another one then?" Han-Yeol pondered after hearing Taeyarana's request. "Technically, I can do it as long as I have a monster egg and that fruit, right?" He started to think of ways that would make Taeyarana happy without having to give Mavrose up to her. Meanwhile, he found it quite strange that he could simultaneously think of numerous business ideas whenever he saw an opportunity. It was probably a hidden talent that he was discovering for the first time in 29 years. I think it's possible. I can do it as long as I have the materials I need and the perfect environment for incubation." Really? Taeyarana stuttered for the first time in her life. She could not help but be extremely happy at the thought of being able to obtain a pet as cute as Mavrose. Truly, this was probably the first time that she felt such joy as she had always had everything handed to her. "Yeah, I already know what materials and methods are required to make the egg hatch, and I think I'm the only one who can do it, so, yeah, I can do it for you." How much? How much do you want in exchange for doing it for me? Han-Yeol was slightly taken aback by Taeyarana's question as he had initially planned to do it for free. Now, he wondered just how much a pet was worth. I wonder how much a pet would go for? How much should I charge for my services? Just as Han-Yeol was deep in thought, Taeyarana suddenly said, "Miriam." "Yes, Taeyarana. How much cash can we use this instant?" "We have about 2 trillion won in both cash and liquid assets." "Excellent. Hey, Han-Yeol. The Horus raid party would like to officially request 2 pets from you. We are willing to pay 1 trillion won per pet, so the total for 2 pets would be 2 trillion won. 2 trillion won. Yes, 2 trillion won. I think a pet like Mavrose is worth 1 trillion won. That is the value of a monster pet." Wow, Han-Yeol was stunned by Taeyarana's deep pockets. Then, he wondered, hold on. If word gets out that a monster pet was sold for 1 trillion won, then people will be aware that they can just buy monster pets instead of attacking me. This will reduce the risks of me being attacked, and I also get to reap a hefty profit. Han-Yeol's eyes flashed with a golden light, but he composed himself. Before that, "Okay, I accept your request." "Thank you, Han-Yeol," Taeyarana exclaimed in delight. She would have grabbed Han-Yeol's hands by now if she wasn't busy holding Mavro's. I should probably go and get the materials that I need first. Han-Yeol wanted to just ask the Horus Raid party members to go and get the materials, but that was not possible. The Horus Raid party members did not possess any item appraisal skills. Do you need help? I will need some help collecting one of the materials, which is the Queen Labyrinth Spider's monster eggs. As for the other one, it is quite easy to get, so I can go and get it myself. Alright. Tiarena and Miriam did not immediately leave despite finishing their discussion with Han-Yeol. They were hesitant to part ways with this little creature that was cuter than anything else they had seen in their lives. Oh right, the monster that will hatch from the monster egg will not exactly be like Mavro's. It really depends on how the egg is handled during its incubation period and on the person who infuses mana into it. In short, even I don't exactly know how it works with my current knowledge. It's alright. I am fine with that as well. Tiarena and Miriam seemed to be fine with whatever the result was going to be, and their eyes just showed their impatience of wanting to get the pets right now. Haha. These two. Han-Yeol awkwardly smiled as life had been quite interesting for him these days. In the end, Tiarena and Miriam continued to stay even after their discussion. Looking quite restless as they tried to come up with an excuse to stay longer, they finally smiled when Han-Yeol invited them to stay for dinner. They had dinner and even desserts while enjoying their time with Mavro's. They finally went home past midnight, but they still seemed hesitant to part ways with Mavro's. They looked at the baby dragon with a longing gaze. It was only after Tiarena and Miriam had gone home that Han-Yeol finally got his turn to hold Mavro's. Sigh, you seem to be quite popular, Mavro's. Q. The baby dragon seemed to be happy as long as there was someone to play with him and feed him tasty snacks. Well, you don't have to do anything as long as you grow up strong and happy, Han-Yeol said with a smile while petting the baby dragon. Q. The day after Tiarena and Miriam's visit, Han-Yeol looked at his baby dragon and said, Hey, Mavro's. Let's go out together. Q. Mavro's fluttered his wings in delight. Han-Yeol had finally decided to go out with his baby dragon. The deal he had made with the Horus Raid party was going to make headlines in a few days, so he did not really feel that there would be any problems exposing his pet to the world just a few days before then. Just as Han-Yeol left his room with Mavro's on his head, Albert greeted him and asked, Good morning. Have you finally decided to go out? Needless to say, Albert was already aware of the baby dragon's existence. Good morning, Albert. Yes, Mavro's was starting to get restless, so I thought of introducing the outside world to him, Han-Yeol replied. Well, I can't say anything if Han-Yeol Nim has already decided on the matter, but there are bound to be a lot of people who would covet a precious treasure like Mavro's Nim. Albert seemed to share similar worries as Han-Yeol previously had. He had worked as a butler his entire life, but he was well aware of just how society worked. He was also quite interested in hunters these days, so he knew that there were going to be a lot of people trying to steal the baby dragon away the moment his existence was announced to the world. Haha, I'm worried about that too, but I can't keep him hidden forever. Also, the Horus Raid party promised to help me, so I can say that it won't be that risky going forward. I will protect Mavro's with all of my strength. Quack. Han-Yeol clenched his fist and steeled his resolve to protect his pet at all costs. He had been traumatized by the death of his previous pet, which had died after just 6 months, so he was determined to keep his vow this time, no matter how complicated the situation would turn out to be. I am certain that you will be able to protect Mavro's Nim. Thank you, Albert. Ho ho, not at all. I am the one who should be grateful to you for hiring an old man like me. An old man like you? You have no idea how comfortable my life is thanks to you, Albert. Ho ho. Han-Yeol chatted with Albert a bit more before going to his car garage and placing Mavro's in the passenger seat. Recently, he was getting accustomed to throwing money at his problems, but he still didn't hire a personal chauffeur to drive him around. He personally liked driving and he treated his vehicle as his own personal space, so he did not really feel like giving up the driver's seat. Q. Mavro's excitedly squealed and sniffed the car, feeling excited by the new environment he was in. Vroom. As Han-Yeol drove the car, Mavro's flinched. Then, he clung to the window to look at the outside scenery. Q. This was his first time seeing the outside world, so he squealed in delight whenever he saw a car or pedestrian pass by. Han-Yeol felt really good seeing the baby dragon have a good time. He thought, I guess this is why people raise pets. He was quite happy to feel this warm sensation of raising a pet after having forgotten how it felt for a long time. Mavro's clung to the window and watched the outside scenery in amazement. However, due to the car windows being heavily tinted, nobody could see him from the outside. Kiik, we're here. Q. Han-Yeol parked at an empty parking lot before going into the shop with Mavro's on top of his head. Diring, welcome. Omo, Han-Yeol, how are? Q. Nov, L, B //JNN. Han-Yeol was visiting the shop that he had started to frequent even after having a poor first experience. The craftsman's wife greeted Han-Yeol from behind the counter, but she soon stared at him and stopped mid-sentence. Hello, how have you been? Han-Yeol. Yes. Han-Yeol had gotten quite close with the couple due to his frequent visits. He also felt that the woman came across as a mother, even though she was not as old as his own. He could not really remember what a mother was like, since his own mother had left early in his younger days. However, he thought that this was probably how a mother would be like. Of course, he did not think of her as his mother or anything. He only thought of her as a mother-like figure because she always treated him in quite a nice and warm manner. He also knew very well, after having met the couple quite often, that they were not simply treating him well just because he was a customer. Why, you're on top of your head, monster. Oh, right. Han-Yeol gently picked up Mavrose, who was comfortably lying on top of his head, and showed him to the woman. He then explained to the baby dragon, Mavrose, say hello. This is the owner of this shop that I frequent. Mavrose smiled brightly after seemingly understanding what Han-Yeol had said. Wow, amazing? Are you perhaps raising that monster? Haha, yes. I was lucky and got my hands on a monster egg. I took care of the egg and ended up hatching it to reveal this little guy. It thinks of me as its parent, so it keeps following me around. That is really amazing. The woman was always behind the counter whenever Han-Yeol visited, but she came out from behind the counter for the first time just to get a closer look at Mavrose. However, she was conscious of the fact that the baby dragon was still a monster, so she looked a bit hesitant to touch him. Han-Yeol could not blame the woman for being careful. Anybody living in this day and age would harbor the same fear toward monsters, after all. He placed Mavrose back on top of his head and said, I want to purchase a proper sword this time. I'm curious how deep the pockets of you up and rising celebrities these days can be. That's a bit burdensome. Both of them bantered like they usually did. So, how much is your budget for the sword? Han-Yeol pondered for a while. He originally wanted to order a sword that was worth roughly 100 billion won. However, he was now hesitating since 2 trillion won was suddenly coming into his account. I think it's better if I use a good sword. He decided that using a good weapon was always going to be the better option as long as he could afford it. I'm thinking of a maximum budget of 1 trillion won, Han-Yeol said. What? 1 trillion, the shopkeeper exclaimed in shock. She had been running this shop for nearly 20 years with her husband, but this was her first time hearing of such a huge amount being uttered by someone. The dwarf's workshop was the best workshop in this area, so they received various requests with various budgets. However, this truly was the first time that they had received a request with such an absurd budget. After all, there were not that many people in South Korea who could afford to splurge 1 trillion won on a sword. Yes, I think it's better not to skimp on the cost as long as I can afford it, Han-Yeol replied. I guess you're right, but I have no idea if it's even possible to make a sword that expensive. Our supply of monster parts has been dwindling these days, so, the shopkeeper said. One of the workshop's main concerns was the quality of the monster parts they were being supplied. The sudden emergence of the dimensional gates had sowed discord in society, and that affected the supply chain that they regularly dealt with as well. Also, the parts from the many monsters that had emerged from the dimensional holes were still under study. Needless to say, there were not that many monster parts available in the market as of now. Is that so? Han-Yeol muttered. He had been concerned that something like this could happen after the recent events, and it turned out that his concern was proven to be valid after hearing of the plight of the dwarf's workshop. One might think that Han-Yeol could simply go and procure the materials he needed, but there were numerous steps and various technologies involved to be able to process the monster parts and make them usable for crafting. That was also the reason why the processing of monster parts was a huge industry in this day and age. It was true that none of the monster parts could be used without undergoing this process. In short, there was no way that the workshop was going to be able to craft a sword worth 1 trillion won or even more if the current supply chain was facing issues, and this was not going to change no matter how much money Han-Yeol had. In addition, no material in South Korea was valuable enough to allow the workshop to craft a sword worth that much. It might be a different story if a talon of the legendary monster found in China, the Kirin, was used, but there were no such monsters that had been discovered in South Korea. I'm sorry, but my husband has been stressed out lately. He started drinking quite frequently because of the shortage of materials. Han-Yeol somewhat understood the plight of the dwarf's workshop. He asked, what if you deal with another supplier? We would love to, but most factories already have a workshop that they deal with, so. Most workshops dealt exclusively with factories to ensure the quality of their goods, and the factories would usually sign an exclusive agreement with the workshops. The factories might be able to reap more profits if they dealt with numerous workshops, but those factories would usually get the shorter end of the stick in those cases. So, almost every factory in the country preferred to do business on a long-term basis. I frequently deal with this factory called Sungjin Factory. They're good enough that they managed to land the Horus Raid Party in an exclusive deal. I think they haven't signed with any workshops in the country, as far as I know. Omo, really? Yes. That's surprising. Why wouldn't they have a partner workshop if they're good enough to land the Horus Raid Party? Well, I'm sure they have their reasons, Han-Yeol replied. He didn't think that he had to explain the details. He thought to himself, because they fought with the TK group. Thank you for the information. We will try to look into that factory and see what we can do. I'll also let you know if we manage to procure the materials we need from them. I'll be grateful if you could do that for me. Unfortunately, Han-Yeol was not able to fulfill his reason for coming here today. I think I'll need a material that has never been seen before in this country to create a new powerful sword. He started to ponder if he should travel overseas or not. South Korea was a small country. Hunters usually found it more advantageous to hunt in a large country as there were a wider variety of monsters that one could hunt. India and Indonesia were good examples, but a better alternative was definitely going to be African countries. I could seek assistance from the Horus Raid Party if I decide to go to an African country. Let's lean toward that for now. Han-Yeol decided to ponder over it a bit more, but he was already certain of one thing. In short, he could no longer just stay in South Korea alone, he had to start hunting monsters on foreign soil as well. At the foot of Mouth Sakri in Sangju, Jieyang Sangbukdu, Rakarka, Karera, Rera. The monsters that had appeared from the dimensional rift across Jieyanggi, Chungbuk, Gangwon, and Seoul had been taken care of by the 1,000 demons Han-Yeol had summoned. However, the places further away from Seoul only had the cities cleaned up, so the monsters that had appeared in the rural areas were starting to adapt to their new environment and solidified it as their new habitat. One such case was Mount Sakri. The first hunter who discovered the monsters here had named them the Merwak tribe. These monsters that resembled orangutans had brown skin and long arms, and they carried a bone and wore an unidentified monster's skull on their head. The first discoverer had named them without much thought, but the name suited them very well. Also, this monster was a very aggressive one. Kwaeok? Kiik. That was also the reason they rushed at Han-Yeol the moment they saw him, but Han-Yeol nonchalantly cut the one right at the front across its chest. Huish. Puik. Kiok. Then, Han-Yeol switched his grip and swung his sword down to cut through both the skull that the monster was wearing and its actual skull. Phew, it's really tough, Han-Yeol commented in amazement. The Marowaks were not that strong individually, but they usually moved in groups of 10. However, the thing that made them quite tricky to deal with was the fact that their groups usually resembled a well-balanced party. These Marowaks formed a group composed of a warrior, magician, archer, and etc., just like how hunters formed parties. They were quite tricky to deal with for the average hunters, but Han-Yeol easily cut them down one by one with various skill combinations. After all, he was now much stronger thanks to the training Astaroth had made him go through. Huish. Shuiaik. Tak. Han-Yeol sheathed his sword after making quick work of the 10 Marowaks. He quickly told the porters, "All right, the monsters are dead. Please go ahead and do your work." "Yes, Hunter Nim." The porters immediately moved after being given the signal. They started to dismember the Marowaks. Yubai would have tagged along like usual and commanded the porters, but she did not join this hunt. After all, she was now an awakened being who specialized in mechanical crafting. It's more important for her to realize her potential and build up an understanding of her skills, Han-Yeol thought. Han-Yeol had decided to hire managers and porters since there were numerous people who could do this kind of work. Yubai was indeed an excellent manager and porter, but that was only the case when she had been a normal person like everyone else. In short, her newfound abilities as an awakened being were going to be wasted if she continued doing menial work that everyone else could do. Han-Yeol knew that the abilities Yubai had awakened with were quite promising. A non-combat awakened being was not that highly valued, but those who awakened with abilities specializing in crafting gears were highly valued in the industry. The awakened beings with crafting abilities did not have any problems making a living even if they had awakened with the ability to craft normal equipment. This was all thanks to the number of low-ranked hunters being far greater than the number of high-ranked hunters, and all they had to do was rely on quantity over quality to make a living. On the other hand, the awakened beings who had the ability to craft powerful gears, like the owner of the dwarf's workshop, would stand to make a fortune simply by crafting custom-made equipment for high-ranking hunters. In short, those who had awakened with crafting abilities were able to earn a lot of money. The former who usually mass-produced equipment and supplied them to the hunter mall or other outlets would earn money in that way, and the latter would earn by dealing directly with a hunter. Thud. Han-Yeol sat on a large boulder. Q. Mavrose cried out. The baby dragon, who had been quiet the entire time, suddenly smiled brightly and rubbed itself on Han-Yeol. It came bounding over once the battle ended. You must be bored, right? Q. Without the possession of any combat abilities, the baby dragon unfortunately had to stay back and watch while Han-Yeol fought the entire time. Funnily enough, he appeared to be unhappy about the fact that Han-Yeol could play with other monsters. Still, he would immediately run toward Han-Yeol and bury himself on his chest whenever the battles ended. Mavrose was happy whenever the battle ended, because he could then be close to Han-Yeol again. As for some other people, they were greatly saddened whenever the battles came to an end. Hying, Mavrose is so mean. He eats everything we give him, but he will run to Han-Yeol Hunter Nim whenever he gets the chance. Nov, L, B /JNN. What can you do about it? I heard Han-Yeol Hunter Nim is the one who hatched Mavrose, so we are just people who feed him while Han-Yeol Hunter Nim is someone he longs for. Hying. The Mulan film crew's youngest member pouted in disappointment despite her senior's attempt to console her. Mavrose, armed with his out-of-this-world cuteness, was able to charm not only Han-Yeol, Tayarana, and Miriam, but anyone who came across him. Han-Yeol spent his time hunting down the Merwak tribe. Zing, Huiying. The new porters Han-Yeol had hired were hard at work, dismembering the Merwak's corpses. It's really not easy to hire good porters these days, he thought. He threw money at all of his problems these days to save time and effort, but he had personally interviewed the candidates who applied to be his porter. Through a personal interview, he could immediately determine if the porter was a good one or not thanks to his previous experience of having worked as a porter himself. Han-Yeol greatly empathized with what he had heard from Sungjin recently. The number of applicants on the websites where porters usually looked for jobs had dropped by more than half compared to just a few years back. The number of monsters is on the rise while the number of porters is declining. This is bad. There was nothing Han-Yeol could do about this social issue. He had a solution that he could rely on, which was to simply borrow the porters affiliated with the Horus Raid Party whenever he wanted. However, he was still concerned about the social issues at hand as its collapse was going to affect him, his father, and the people around him, and that was a situation he was unwilling to witness. However, is there something I can do about it? He wondered. Sook. Han-Yeol was stroking Mavro's head while deep in thought. Mavros let out a small dejected cry as if he understood his owner's concerns. This is completely different from what happened to North Korea. It's going to be impossible to fend off the monsters if we stop producing hunters and our numbers decline later on, he thought. Most people thought that the monsters would not be a concern as long as they did not enter the hunting grounds. However, that was a huge misconception that had come about due to the complacency of today's society. The energy barrier preventing the monsters from leaving the hunting grounds was bound to be overwhelmed if nobody reduced the monsters' numbers from time to time, and this was the reason that most countries focused on increasing their hunter population. However, the South Korean government was foolish enough to enact laws limiting the number of hunters. They argued that a reduction of normal people was going to cause the collapse of society, and that was the main reason why the country was facing this current predicament. I really hope that the government will wake up and start making the necessary changes, thought Han-Yeol as he gritted his teeth. The presidential scandal that had happened 20 years ago had dealt a huge blow to South Korean politics, and the government still hadn't recovered even though 2 whole decades had passed. We're at a crucial time, but there's no news of them trying to make any changes. Hell, there's not a single media outlet reporting on what's going on right now, Han-Yeol thought in frustration. In the end, the only thing he could do was sincerely hope that his country's government would finally wake up and start making progress from now on. It was then. Beep. Hunter Nim, 20 Marowaks have been spotted 1 kilometer east of here. Okay, roger that. Han-Yeol decided to set aside his concerns for now. Besides, the only thing he could do for his country was to vote responsibly and do his best to subjugate the hunting grounds. Han-Yeol was the type that would slaughter a lot of monsters whenever he hunted, so he was quite good at reducing the number of monsters in the hunting grounds. Heave-ho, alright, shall we go on a rampage again? Han-Yeol jumped down from the boulder. He enjoyed fighting monsters. Initially, he had been quite scared of possibly dying in the process, and getting blood on his hands hadn't been something he had been comfortable with. They might be monsters, but he had still seen them as living creatures in the end, so his heart had been riddled with guilt whenever he killed one. However, he was completely different now. He did not feel even a sliver of guilt whenever he killed monsters, and he was no longer scared to die or reluctant to get blood on his hands. The only thing that mattered to him now was the rush of endorphin and adrenaline he got whenever he fought to the death against monsters. He really enjoyed this feeling. Sometimes. I can't help but suspect that I'm an adrenaline junkie addicted to combat. Han-Yeol shook his head. Woo-ung. When his mana started to react to the incoming battle, he thought, see, my mana is already acting up at the thought of fighting those monsters. Han-Yeol could not help but laugh at his current self. Wow, I'm an avid viewer of Level Up broadcast and a huge fan of Han-Yeol Hunter Nim, but it really feels like he has something new prepared for every broadcast. I wonder just how far he will continue to grow from now on. Yeah, the other channels feel mundane and boring these days, but it's different for Han-Yeol's channel. He always hunts in different hunting grounds, and seeing him grow is quite entertaining. His channel is really the best. It's so flashy and extravagant. Flashy and extravagant aside, he is quite strong. But where is our Yubai-chan? Yubai, shut up, you otakus. This is a hunter channel? Go watch those female streamers if you're looking for women. Yeah, get lost. There was a squabble in the chat room, but this was quite a normal occurrence. Han-Yeol was now a famous streamer who had a lot of subscribers, so there was bound to be some confusion when his main MC had suddenly stopped appearing. However, that did not deter people from coming to watch his channel. I should probably tell Han-Yeol Hunter Nim to hire a new MC, thought Suin as she wrote down in her memo while monitoring the chat room. Yubai had been doing quite well as the MC, so her sudden absence from the channel had sort of changed the channel's overall feel. There were a lot of people who supported Han-Yeol and solely came to the channel to watch him in action, but there were still a lot of people who complained that the show was not as lively as it used to be without Yubai. We could easily hire a celebrity to host the channel with his wealth. I'm sure we can get a famous idol to do it, Suin thought as she scribbled her thoughts on her memo. There were quite a lot of B-grade idols these days who had shifted to hosting channels run by hunters instead of performing in low-paying concerts, and most hunters liked the idea of having these celebrities in front of the cameras. This was because they attracted a lot of male viewers who would donate to the channel to get their attention. We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone if we spend a bit on the idol, who will be more active in hosting. Our viewers will then open their wallets for her? Suin steeled her resolve to convince Han-Yeol to invest in a celebrity MC. Why? 1% of the profits? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity one shouldn't pass on? She clenched her fist in determination. The Mulan film crew had renewed their contract with Han-Yeol. Their new contract was going to last for 3 years, with their pay doubling compared to before. Also, Han-Yeol had added a clause where 1% of the profits were going to be the Mulan film crew members' bonus. Most people would say that he was being stingy by only giving them 1%, but anyone who dared to say that would instantly shut up once they learned that the 1% in itself was a huge sum of money. All they had to do was consider the fact that the Level Up broadcast channel was raking in 22 billion won a month. Forget about that. The big news is that thing. That's definitely going to rile up foreigners as well. No, the whole world is going to go crazy once they hear about this. Did anyone imagine that this was going to be possible? The chat room had calmed down a bit. However, when Mavrose had first been captured by the camera a while ago, it had truly been utter chaos. I still can't believe this is real. Isn't that just CG animation? Why yeah? It doesn't make sense that a hunter can tame a monster. Ah, it's so cute. Please take me. I love you Mavrose Nim. That's forbidden love? Shut up. The female viewers were in an uproar after being charmed by Mavro's cuteness. The baby dragon was so popular among viewers that the Mulan crew had to dedicate one camera for him alone so that the V-ticket holders could watch him and him alone. In fact, the Mulan film crew checked on their server that the number of viewers who had tuned into the baby dragon's dedicated camera numbered more than 1,500. Well, Mavrose is quite the charming creature. Suin understood why the baby dragon was so famous among viewers, and she was already planning various content using Mavrose. She clenched her fist once again and thought, I will definitely turn this channel into the top Korean channel. Suin had a secret grand ambition of turning Han-Yeol's channel into the nation's top hunter channel. She did not tell anyone about this ambition of hers. Quack! Han-Yeol cut a Marowak's head off of its shoulders with his sword. Quack! Quack! The Marowak warriors encircled Han-Yeol and tried to threaten him by barking loudly, but they failed to instill any sense of suspense in both Han-Yeol and the viewers watching. The reason was that both Han-Yeol and the viewers now knew, through countless battles, that the Marowaks were not a difficult opponent for him. Suk! Han-Yeol fixed his grip on his sword and infused mana into it. Tack! Then, he kicked off the ground and charged at the Marowaks. The internet was in an uproar after Han-Yeol finished his 5-day hunt schedule thanks to the official statement that had been published by the Horus Raid Party. It has been revealed that the first Korean hunter to possess multiple skills, Lee Han-Yeol, also has the ability to tame monsters as pets. The Horus Raid Party's Tayarana has paid Lee Han-Yeol 2 trillion won to procure 2 monster pets. There were thousands of comments on every news article regarding the matter. Wow, just how many more surprises does he have in store for us? Does this even make sense? Then, Han-Yeol Hunter is turning that pet system we see in games into reality. I saw on another news article that other hunters won't be able to replicate what he does. He is the only one who can tame monsters? Isn't this a monopoly for him? Amazing. The whole world will be clamoring for these pets, but he is the only one who can do it. Don't forget, the Horus Raid Party has already set the price tag, 1 trillion won per pet. 1 trillion. This is insane. He will make 100 trillion won just by selling 100 pets. It's 1 trillion won for now, but who knows how much higher it will go. Crazy? The world is going crazy. A familiar scene of a wave of reporters waiting in front of the Horus Raid Party's mansion after they had published their official statement appeared once again. The only difference this time was the fact that there were reporters from major foreign news outlets as well. The news of a hunter being able to tame monsters was so groundbreaking that foreign media and foreign governments could not help but pay attention, even if the news were in another country. We garnered much more attention than we thought it would, Tiarana said while looking out the window. Haha, I guess you're right. This is quite burdensome if you ask me. Han-Yeol awkwardly scratched his head in response. He had anticipated that the news was going to garner quite a bit of attention, but he never imagined that it was going to be this much. In fact, it was not an exaggeration to say that there were probably thousands of journalists flocking to South Korea right now just because of this single piece of news. Every news outlet broadcasted the scene live, and rows of cameras and reporters could be seen on TV. Phew. People might think the dead came back to life or something, Han-Yeol thought. Lift your head, Han-Yeol. There's no reason for you to feel burdened. The title of the Horus Raid Party's vice leader is going to be wasted on you if you feel burdened by something like this. You are a hunter who possesses one of the best abilities in the world. Tayarana encouraged Han-Yeol, after seeing him feel a bit nervous and overwhelmed by the whole thing. Haha, do you think so? Yes. Han-Yeol scratched his head in embarrassment. Then, Miriam chimed in. Tayarana Nim is correct. Han-Yeol Hunter Nim has destroyed whatever theory and knowledge the world has of hunters, and you have done it again by successfully taming monsters as pets. That in itself is already quite the achievement, as most people would struggle to do it even once in their lifetime. Destroyed. Han-Yeol could not help but feel even more overwhelmed after the two beauties showered him with praises, in their own ways. Standing in front of the reporters, Han-Yeol looked completely different from the nervous self he had been a while ago. Miriam emerged alongside him. Tayarana was also supposed to make an appearance, but they had decided not to go to that extent. After all, the Horus Raid Party and their country Egypt had their reputation to uphold. Hello. I am Lee Han-Yeol, the vice leader of the Horus Raid Party, Han-Yeol greeted the reporters. Flash, 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 flash. The reporters busily took many photographs with their cameras as soon as Han-Yeol spoke, and the flashes from their cameras were far more blinding than any skill a hunter could use. Both Han-Yeol and Miriam were not wearing sunglasses, but their pride as hunters did not allow them to grimace even a bit in front of the parade of camera flashes. If they even squinted due to the flashes, they would be ashamed to call themselves veteran hunters. Han-Yeol and Miriam took their seats after briefly greeting the reporters present for the press conference. An Egyptian hunter of the Horus raid party who was fluent in Korean hosted the press conference. We will now start the press conference of Lee Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. I wish to remind the reporters who are present today to be mindful and maintain order. Anyone who wishes to speak or ask questions will be required to raise their hand, be given the chance to speak, and then ask whatever they wish. You will only be entitled to one question per turn, and the press conference will last for an hour. It was exactly after the Egyptian hunter finished speaking that all of the reporters simultaneously raised their hands. Suk, 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 suk. What the hell is wrong with their eyes? The Egyptian hunter was taken aback after seeing the reporter's fiery eyes, and this was the first time after awakening that he felt fear toward ordinary people. The reporter's eyes were filled with a hostility that seemed to threaten to butcher him to pieces if he did not give them their turn. However, there was no way that he could let all of the reporters speak, so he decided to give the first chance to ask a question to the reporter in the front row. The reporter at the front, he said. Thank you. Hello, my name is Han-Yeol, and I am with JBY Media. Most amateur reporters would have already stuttered and made a mistake, but the reporter seemed to be a veteran judging by how she was able to speak confidently. Well, the fact that she was able to get front row seats at the press conference was probably a testament to her experience. I would like to congratulate you, Lee Han-Yeol Hunter Nim, before I ask my question, she said. Thank you, Han-Yeol replied with a nod. I am certain that not only us journalists but everyone else tuning into this press conference is wondering how your monster taming skill works. How does it work, and did you possess this skill all along, she asked. Excuse me, the Egyptian hunter immediately tried to cut her off as the question was quite a sensitive one. However, it's fine. It's a bit surprising that a reporter would ask two questions in a single turn from the get-go, but I'll let it slide just this once since the question isn't that difficult to answer, Han-Yeol replied. Ha ha ha, the reporters burst out into laughter at Han-Yeol's witty remarks. Anyone else who asked such a question and had been put under the spotlight was bound to feel embarrassed, but Han-Yeol was not a normal woman who would get flustered by something like this. In fact, she triumphantly smirked after Han-Yeol had said that he was going to answer both of her questions. Taming monsters is quite simple. You will find monster eggs on hunting grounds. Most of these eggs are unfertilized, but you can fertilize them by combining them with another material found on the hunting grounds. Then, you can make a monster hatch out of the monster egg by taking care of it and infusing mana into it, but even I have no idea what kind of monster is going to hatch from it. The monster will think of me as its master after hatching since it will hatch from my mana, but I have a skill that allows me to give it to someone else. Then, the monster will acknowledge that person as its new master. Han-Yeol gave a lengthy explanation. The reporters nodded in understanding and started to busily type away on their laptops. Nobody suspected or was skeptical of anything Han-Yeol said as he was the first person in the world to succeed in taming a monster. Instead, everyone focused on not missing a single word he said. Oh, for your other question, I only recently obtained this skill, Han-Yeol suddenly added. All of the reporters simultaneously stopped typing, froze, and looked up at Han-Yeol after hearing what he had said just now. What Han-Yeol had just said was basically no different from dousing gasoline onto the reporter's curiosity. Right now, there was only one reaction a reporter could give due to their curiosity. Suk, suk, suk. Suk, 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 P please. P pick me. No, please pick me. Some of the reporters completely disregarded the press conference rules after getting worked up, and it went without saying that those reporters were not picked by the host. Meanwhile, the reporter who had asked the first question, URA, looked quite disgruntled. Damn it. I risked breaking the rules to grab attention, but he managed to stir up an even bigger issue? Nobody even remembers me now? Feeling extremely annoyed, she ended up raising her hand for the second time. She had done so despite being aware that it was against the rules. Greedy bitch. That damn bitch. The other reporters around URA cussed her under their breaths. Sung URA was an infamous journalist who not only wrote all sorts of nasty articles but even kicked up a fuss at press conferences if she did not have her way. It was unknown if her time as a journalist had caused her to become like this or if she just had a bad personality, but she was someone who most journalists avoided. The ones who tolerated her were her juniors, who were forced to tolerate her due to their lower positions in the company hierarchy. It went without saying that the host picked someone else this time, and the chosen reporter was on the second row. The reporter had his hand calmly raised and did not utter a word while waiting to be called. The reporter wearing a gray suit on the second row. Please ask your question, the host said. Thank you. My name is Kim Hansu, and I am with NBS. You just mentioned that you recently acquired your skill. As far as I am aware, most hunters awakened with 3 or fewer skills, and the number of skills they awakened with will stay the same forever. If what you said a while ago is true, then does that mean that it is possible for you to acquire skills even after awakening? The reporter asked. The reporter this time had asked his question in a manner completely different from how Sung Ura had asked hers a while ago. He had gone straight to the point. Han-Yeol smiled after hearing the reporter's straightforward question. He nodded and grabbed the microphone to say, yes, that is correct. Murmur, 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 murmur. He had dropped a bombshell. What did he say just now? Did he just admit that it's possible for him to learn skills after awakening? Wow, I thought he possessed more skills than other hunters, but he's able to obtain new skills after awakening. Amazing. Isn't that cheating? Huh? Then those raid parties that tried to play smart with him when he had auctioned his services look like fools now. No. Kakik? Serves them right. Idiots. Keek. What can I say? Our politicians and high-ranking hunters are truly birds of the same feather. Sigh. That's quite the frustrating thing to hear. The press conference was being live-streamed to the whole world right now, and staffers from every TV outlet, both major and minor, were present here today. Of course, even Han-Yeol's personal channel was live-streaming this event as well, and they had a tremendous number of viewers as they occupied the best spot in the room. Their cameras were close to the stage, while other cameras had to be quite a distance away. The chat room was in an uproar once again after someone had brought up the raid parties that had tried to collude and bring Han-Yeol's value down. Suk, 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 suk. All of the reporters in the room raised their hands once again. Sung Yura raised her hand for the third time. As for the reporter who had asked the question a while ago, Kim Han-soo, he kept his hand down. Instead, he started to busily type away at his laptop to write an article on the spot. His heart was pounding right now. Instinctively, he knew something. An exclusive? This is definitely going to be a hit? He had been feeling quite frustrated these days as there hadn't been many newsworthy stories about hunters, but he was certain that this news of Han-Yeol was definitely going to be a hit. Bonus? Promotion? He screamed inwardly as he typed away at his laptop with fervor. After all, he was definitely going to need either one of those if he wanted his wife to stop nagging. Will you be able to show us a monster you've successfully tamed? The next reporter asked. Han-Yeol rubbed his chin and muttered. Should I show Mavrose to the world? He pondered. It was quite a dilemma. He did not see any problem with it as Mavrose had already appeared on his channel, but he was concerned that Mavrose was not going to like being at the center of attention in a place so crowded. Also, there was a part of him that was hesitant to openly expose his pet to the world. Just as Han-Yeol was stuck in a dilemma, Miriam used her ability and transmitted a message to the host. Wuong. Pass this question. Han-Yeol Hunter Nim is not comfortable with it. The Egyptian hunter nodded in response and spoke into the microphone. I apologize, but the monster that has recently hatched is less than a week old, so we are not sure what could happen with so many people around. Therefore, we will not be able to show the monster due to safety concerns. Han-Yeol nodded in agreement as he was thinking along the same lines. He was fine with showing Mavrose on his channel as his companion, but the idea of showing him in front of all of these reporters like he was some sort of lab specimen did not sit well with him. No, he actually felt angry at the idea of it. The reporters were disgruntled after the host had blocked the question, but they could not complain when Han-Yeol nodded in agreement to the decision. However, all of them shared the same thought. Tisk. Such a shame. It was going to be even more amazing if we got a picture of that monster. The press conference was on fire thanks to the bombshell Han-Yeol had dropped, but once the hour that he had set was over, he got up and left without any hesitation. Then, the host announced, that will conclude our press conference. Wait a minute. Nov. L. B //JNN. Just a bit more. Continue just a bit more. Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. The reporters were not able to ask everything they had wanted to ask, because they had to abide by the rules in such a short period of time. All of them screamed at the top of their lungs like a bunch of chicks asking for a worm, but their desperate pleas fell on deaf ears as Han-Yeol ignored them. Some of the reporters even tried to go after him, but they were immediately blocked by the security staffers. Fuck. What a stingy guy. Will it kill him to answer a few more questions? Isn't he being too much? The reporters started to outwardly express their discontent, but that was the only thing they could do. They cursed Han-Yeol and the Horus raid party for not answering any further questions before immediately taking out their laptops and calling their news desk to inform them of this hit piece. It had been quite a while since South Korea had any internationally worthy piece of news, and it seemed that this piece of news was going to keep giving them headline after headline from now on. Thank you for your hard work, Han-Yeol Nim. I didn't do much. Besides, I wouldn't have been able to go through that without you by my side, Miriam. I am embarrassed to hear such praises when I did not do anything to deserve them. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Speaking the truth, Han-Yeol knew that he had only been able to get out of those sticky situations thanks to Miriam, who had reacted accordingly with her ability. Of course, there was no way he would have known what exactly she had done, but his sensitive senses had picked up on the movements of her mana whenever he had been faced with a tricky question. He had been able to feel her mana as he knew how to use telepathy himself. Han-Yeol and Miriam were welcomed back to the Horus raid party's mansion by Yarena. Great work. Thanks, Tara. I seem to only trouble you these days. Not at all. It's only right to help since you are one of us. Haha, is that how it goes? Yes. Just as the three of them were leisurely chatting while on the way to the meeting room, an Egyptian hunter rushed after them and shouted, Taearanim. What is it? Heok. Heok? His Excellency Fei Fatter is on the way here. Father is on the way here. Why yes? I just received the news and rushed over here as fast as I could. Taearana grimaced. Why would father suddenly visit? What kind of person was President Fei Fatter in Egypt? He was the mastermind behind turning the Egypt which had been on the brink of destruction after the dimensional gates had appeared into a powerhouse that proudly stood shoulder to shoulder with other developed countries. He had done so with his leadership and wisdom. He was not done with his work yet, as he was rapidly developing Egypt to grow stronger and stronger. Not to mention, he also proved himself to be a true leader by abolishing various discriminatory barriers and stabilizing the nation that had been on the brink of civil war with his political craftiness. In fact, he had achieved all of this without shedding a single drop of blood. He was the living legend of Egypt who had brought the entire continent of Africa under his country's feet. Fafader was also Egypt's one and only RA rank hunter, which was the rank that Egypt used to describe a master rank hunter. In short, the man was worshipped as the country's modern-day pharaoh. But for someone like him to suddenly come to South Korea unannounced, that was more than enough to cause all of the Egyptian hunters to panic and even Miriam to nearly faint from surprise. 1 Ra is the sun god of Egypt, hence their decision to use it as the name of a hunter's rank. Thanks to that, the Egyptian hunters were in an uproar instead of Han-Yeol this time. To Han-Yeol, the Fafader was just another president from a faraway country. However, this was not the case for the Horus Raid Party members, who had to make preparations to receive the highest-ranking person in their country. An army base was going to be turned upside down if a division commander made a surprise visit, but the one coming right now was none other than the president, who was revered as a god. It was going to be disastrous if the Egyptian hunters slipped up during the surprise visit. Hurry and clean up every single trash, dust, and rock you see around the mansion. Miriam's sensitivity index was already at its maximum. Her eyes were as sharp as a falcon right now, as she was dead set on not missing a single thing. What's that? I apologize. Wipe the dust off of the artworks. Yes, ma'am. What are you doing? Check the ingredients in the pantry? Go over the recipe to serve His Excellency. Yes, ma'am. Tell all the chefs to drop what they're doing and focus on preparing the best meal for His Excellency. Yes, ma'am. And what's that hideous-looking statue over there? Wow. I knew Miriam could be scary, but I never knew she could be this scary, Han-Yeol thought while watching the Horus Raid Party members run around at Miriam's command. The person in charge of managing the place was usually the one who was most stressed in situations like this, and the fact that Miriam had sworn absolute loyalty to the Egyptian president's household did not help alleviate her stress levels. Slurp. Miriam is always like that. It's just father coming, so I'm not sure if all of that is even needed. Come on, I'm sure that's not the case for Miriam. I mean, think about it from her point of view. She's the person in charge of this place. Now that her country's president is coming, what if he criticizes the place here and there? Don't you think it's only normal for her to be so stressed right now? Oh, is that how it goes? Yeah. Meanwhile, Han-Yeol and Tiarana casually chatted while sipping on their coffee. The whole mansion was in utter chaos. Both hunters and attendants ran left and right, but that chaos did not reach Tiarana's personal office. Sook. Tiarana gently petted Mavro's back while he was sleeping on her lap. When Han-Yeol had been busy at the press conference, she had been the one to take care of the baby dragon. The baby dragon was now sleeping because he was exhausted from playing fetch with Tiarana. As Tiarana and him looked at the sleeping baby dragon with loving eyes, Han-Yeol suddenly wondered if a president of a nation would really suddenly make a surprise visit unannounced. He asked, Tara. Your father. Is he always this spontaneous? Han-Yeol's image of a president was a kind of responsible person who carefully planned their schedule, and the fact that a president would act so spontaneously was a stark contrast to the image he had of them. No, he isn't like that at all, so I find it strange too. Really. There was no way that Han-Yeol was going to understand the president's motives. After all, Tiarana, who was the president's daughter, had no idea what he was thinking. Well, I'm sure we will find out once he gets here. Yeah. After 2 hours of utter chaos at the mansion, the sound of a helicopter could be heard in the mansion. Knock. An Egyptian hunter knocked and entered Tiarana's office to make a report. Tiarananim, His Excellency's helicopter is currently hovering above the mansion. All right. Tiarana stood up and looked at Han-Yeol. Huh? What's wrong, Tara? Aren't you getting up? Me? Yeah. Why? Han-Yeol was slightly flustered by Tiarana's question. He wondered, oh, I'm also a vice leader of this raid party, right? His nationality might be different, but he was currently the vice leader of the Horus Raid Party, which was originally a raid party from Egypt. This meant that it was not courteous for him to sit around when the president of Egypt was here. Han-Yeol immediately stood up and said, let's go, Tara. Okay. Tiarana led the way with Han-Yeol following closely behind her. Then, Han-Yeol suddenly thought, wow, she is really beautiful no matter how many times I see her. Oddly enough, he had spent a lot of time together with Tiarana. They always moved together whenever they hunted as a raid party, and they even bumped into each other while they were shopping at the Hunter Mall. However, he could not help but feel his heart pound and be mesmerized by her beauty no matter how often he saw her. A person was bound to get used to someone's appearance no matter how beautiful they were if they spent a lot of time together, but he only found Tiarana even more beautiful the more he spent time with her. Han-Yeol suddenly felt jealous of someone in the distant future. Tara is probably going to get married in the future. I have no idea who that will be, but he's such a lucky bastard. They said that the lifespan of a hunter was much longer than a normal person, which meant that most hunters were not in a rush to settle down like normal people. However, that did not mean that someone like Tiarana, who was the one who would be leading Egypt in the future, was going to stay single forever. She was bound to get married one day, and the man that she would marry in the future was going to get to hold this beautiful woman in his arms every day. She's probably going to marry an extremely wealthy man or someone from an influential family, since she is a princess. I think the chances of her marrying a fellow countryman would be highly unlikely, but I'm so damn jealous of that lucky bastard. Han-Yeol thought. Just as Han-Yeol was dying inside of jealousy, Tae sensed that he was acting strange all of a sudden and asked, "What are you doing?" Nothing. Haha. Looking at Tae tilt her head in confusion, Han-Yeol's heart skipped a beat. He thought that she looked extremely cute right now. Q. Awake since a while ago, Mavrose nested on top of Han-Yeol's head while letting out a cry that seemed to laugh at him. "Shut up, Mavrose," Han-Yeol retorted. Q. Mavrose then cried out as if telling him not to vent his frustration on him. Han-Yeol and Tae walked to the helipad located 400 meters away from the mansion. There were dozens of people wearing black suits and darkly tinted sunglasses guarding the perimeter of the helipad. Do-do-do-do. A helicopter made a soft landing on the helipad a while later. Thud. The door opened to reveal a large middle-aged man. He was wearing traditional Egyptian clothes that were modified to suit modern-day fashion, and Han-Yeol found his outfit to be really cool. Also, he's strong. His mana is silent, but I can feel it's quite dangerous and scary. Han-Yeol could feel a silent mana storm brewing around the man, and it was a type of mana that he had never encountered before. Tae was known to be an S-rank hunter at the doorstep of becoming a master, but Han-Yeol could feel that she was a huge distance behind the man in front of him. Ha 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 ha, it has been a while, Terra. Father. The president of Egypt, who was also Tae father, Fae, smiled brightly and gently hugged Tae. He's much bigger up close, Han-Yeol thought as he scanned Fae's frame. He looked like he was going to be more than 2 meters tall, and it looked like a cicada was clinging to a large tree trunk when the gigantic man hugged Tae. Gulp. Han-Yeol found the image in his head to be extremely funny, but he channeled all of his strength to suppress his laughter as the other hunters and attendants around seemed to be quite serious. It was understandable that all of them would be anxious as Fae was a living legend for them. Fae finally let Tae go after hugging her to his heart's content, and then he looked at Han-Yeol. He commented, "Oh, are you that Han-Yeol Lee hunter that my daughter speaks so highly of? It is an honor to meet you, Your Excellency. My name is Han-Yeol Lee, and I am serving as the Horus Raid Party's vice leader despite my shortcomings." Han-Yeol tried his best to greet Fae as courteously as possible. Of course, he did not have to act so cordially with the man, but he decided to play his part as it was a matter that could affect the Horus Raid Party. Q. Mavrose could also sense how powerful Fae was as well. He let out a cry while being wary of him. "Oh, my reason for coming all the way to this country is right here. Is this Mavrose? The first ever monster tamed?" Yes, you are correct. Who? It is quite amazing. The fact that you managed to tame the first monster is already surprising in itself, but the fact that the monster you tamed is something I have never seen before is even more surprising. However, the fact that it is a dragon-type monster is what surprises me the most. There had been no sightings of any dragon-type monsters so far. There were a few hunters who specially hunted for rare monsters, and their main objective was to raid rare monsters and sell their remains to collectors that would offer the highest price. However, even these hunters who focused only on hunting for rare monsters hadn't spotted any dragons so far. It is indeed a precious treasure. However, it is nothing but a ticking time bomb if you can't protect it. N/O/Vel/B/C/J.N.C//OM. Yes, I am aware of that, Your Excellency. Well, I can't simply ignore the fact that the person who created this precious treasure is a member of our very own raid party and a holder of one of our treasures as well, right, Terra? Yes, Father. It seems that we have another reason to maintain a good relationship with this country. I will be sending that person, more hunters, and even more funds to you. Go and show these Koreans the might of us, Egyptians, through the Horus Raid Party. Yes, Father. Wahahaha. Fae was an extremely powerful hunter who released an intimidating amount of mana simply by letting out a burst of boisterous laughter. Gulp. Han-Yeol instinctively gulped after witnessing a portion of Fae might. He was indeed feeling a bit nervous, but he was not scared at all. Clenching his fists, he steeled his resolve. I will surpass him one day. He knew that he was going to need some time to accomplish this goal, but he also knew that it was not an impossible goal for him to achieve. Everyone moved to the main hall of the mansion after exchanging greetings, and the large round table at the main hall that was not so often used by the Horus Raid Party was filled with various delicacies for the first time. Then, Miriam and the kitchen staff approached Fae and knelt in front of him. They greeted him in unison. "We greet Your Excellency." Wahaha, it has been a while, Miriam. You did great watching over Tae all this time. I hope that you will continue watching over her. Certainly, Your Excellency. I will serve and protect Tae even if I have to put my life on the line. There's no need to put your life on anything. Both of you should live. Anyway, come sit with me, Terra and Han-Yeol. After being given the command, Miriam and the attendants slowly got up, but they all still looked quite nervous. Yes, Father. Yes, Your Excellency. Han-Yeol felt a bit burdened by the invitation to dine with the Egyptian president, but the atmosphere was not one where he could reject it. He had no choice but to sit at the table. Just as he was about to sit down, an attendant came to pull out the chair for him and push it back closer to the table. Then, the simple dinner that was equivalent to a grand feast started. Wow, this is really good. Han-Yeol was amazed at how delicious the food was. These were foods that he had never tasted before in his life, and his taste buds were quite thrilled to have the chance to taste these delicacies that most people would not even get to taste once in their life. I should work harder and replicate this at my place later on, he thought as he was motivated once again to earn more money. The attendants moved quite discreetly to assist the trio in eating, and they were so attentive that they would provide what Han-Yeol needed even before he realized that he needed it. Eventually, Fei Fatter broke the silence while they were enjoying their dinner. He said, "So, I heard that you agreed to provide 2 monster pets to the Horus raid party for 2 trillion won. Is that true?" It was a sudden question, but Han-Yeol skillfully replied without missing a beat, "Yes, I accepted it since this ability is not something I can keep using for myself, and the conditions Yarana provided were quite good. Haha, you see, I imagined what it was going to look like if I created a battalion mounted on tamed flying monsters. He is truly someone who rules an entire country. Who would have imagined forming an army with the tamed monsters?" Han-Yeol was amazed once again. Han-Yeol did not really see a reason for him to judge if it was a good or bad thing as long as he sold the monsters and he got paid for them. He could not care less how the monsters were going to be used. Of course, that did not mean that he was willing to sell the monsters to terrorist organizations just for the sake of profit. He was willing to sell them to anyone as long as the transaction was a legal one. It would be great if a scarab or a dung beetle came out from the monster eggs. I think our people will be delighted if that happens. You are right, father. Yarana reacted quite strongly to what Fei Fatter had said. Oh right, the scarab and dung beetle are practically important insects in ancient Egypt, Han-Yeol recalled. He had started reading and studying about Egypt and its history after joining the Horus raid party. Egypt had declared leaving the Arab Union to further solidify and cement its position as the leader of Africa. It was true that the country indeed had some relation to Arabic heritage, but the government declared the start of their golden age by going back to their ancient Egyptian roots and ruling the continent. Of course, there were various disgruntled factions that voiced their dissatisfaction over this decision, but there was really nothing they could do about it. They would probably die from shock if a sphinx came out. Keek? Han-Yeol thought as he tried his best to suppress his laughter. The dinner with the president of Egypt was not that bad. No, it was probably much quieter than his usual meals, and the burdensome dinner surprisingly went without any problems. Ha ha ha. I don't think I'll be able to digest dinner, Han-Yeol thought. The dinner was peaceful, but that did not mean that he was not burdened by dining with the leader of a nation. However, that did not stop Han-Yeol from thoroughly enjoying his food. He was a gourmand and a gourmet. Of course, he was not like those people who appeared on TV that described food with hundreds of words, but he was someone who enjoyed eating delicious food nonetheless. Not only that, but he also had a picky palate. Fortunately for him, the delicacies they had prepared today were so outstanding that he did not want to leave any leftovers. In fact, he even used his mana to burn food just so that he could eat more and more. The finale of the dinner was the dessert, frozen oat chocolate cake, which was made from premium chocolate from Venezuela. This is a feast? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly before he quietly enjoyed the dessert. So, Han-Yeol. Just as Han-Yeol was enjoying the sweetness of the dessert, Fei Fatter called him. Yes, Your Excellency. Why don't you come to Egypt with Terra sometime soon? It's unfortunate that our country is not considered as a developed country, but it is a truly beautiful country that most countries would be no comparison against. It might not be as innovative as Korea, but we are a country where you can feel the presence of ancient history. Yes, I have always wanted to go to Egypt. I'll make sure to visit when I get the chance. Ha ha ha, thank you. Han-Yeol was not lying when he said that he had always wanted to go visit Egypt. He read that Egypt had been a very famous holiday destination before the dimensional gates appeared. There had been a lot of attempts from various terrorist organizations to disrupt their tourism industry, but the country boasted excellent security and had prevented most terrorism attempts in the country. However, the current Egypt was known to be even better than before as their bolstered financial reserves thanks to the appearance of the dimensional gates had been used to repair their historical sites and improve their cities. Han-Yeol spent some time chatting with Fei Fatter before flying out in a helicopter. There was no way he was going to be able to leave the place with a car as there were hordes of reporters lurking beyond the walls. Welcome back, Han-Yeol Nim. Albert greeted Han-Yeol as soon as he stepped off of the helicopter. Hello, Albert. Han-Yeol noticed a foreigner standing next to Albert. The foreign man looked like a soldier who was around 170 centimeters tall with Southeast Asian features. He was short, but he definitely made up for his short height with a sturdy physique. This person is? Han-Yeol asked. He is the team leader of the security company you have requested. The entire company is made up of Nepalese Gurkhas, and they are quite the dependable bunch. They have yet to fail a mission assigned to them, Albert introduced the man. Are they the famous Gurkhas? Yes. Oh, well, their fame is a thing of the past. They might have previously been hired by the British to fight for them, but they are forced to offer their services privately now that hunters are the measurement of a country's strength. That's quite unfortunate, but how are we to communicate? I reckon there's a language barrier between us, right? There was no way that a bodyguard was going to be helpful no matter how skilled they were if they could not communicate with the one they were supposed to protect. All of the ones we hired can speak English. The Nepalese Gurkhas are elite, so not only are they physically strong, but they are mentally sharp as well. Also, I asked them to start studying Korean from now on. They seem to be quite motivated to study after I mentioned that their job can be as good as secured if they're able to speak the language. Ah, Han-Yeol nodded. He thought to himself, they're better than me. The only language he knew how to speak was his mother tongue, Korean, and he was only able to speak Arabic thanks to his interpretation skill. I initially contemplated whether to call a private security firm from the United States, but they are unreasonably expensive and their people tend to be quite arrogant as well. That is why I decided to hire these Nepalese Gurkhas, who are quite loyal and also strong. I apologize if I offended you by changing things without consulting you first, Han-Yeol Nim. Albert bowed and sincerely apologized. It was quite funny that an American was apologizing in the manner that Koreans would apologize. Han-Yeol waved his hand and replied, don't worry about it. I'm certain that you did it for my sake, and I don't really care whether they are Americans or Nepalese. I only mentioned the Americans because I heard that they are famous for their private security firms, but I'm aware of how good the Gurkhas are. Don't worry about it. Thank you very much, Albert replied with a bow once again. Han-Yeol really liked Albert, but he often found him to be quite burdensome whenever he acted too cordially. He was a grandfather who was probably in his 60s, but seeing him bow to a man 40 years younger than him was quite burdensome indeed. Not to mention, but the fact that he was older than Han-Yeol's father did not help at all. Now that I think about it, I felt the presence of these Gurkhas around the mansion when I landed, thought Han-Yeol as he noticed that the bodyguards were already doing their work. Yeah, I should invest in securing my place as it could be targeted by someone. He thought that it was a good idea to start preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Han-Yeol spent his time relaxing until he was called for a raid, and he went to Tae-Arana's mansion after being called. It went without saying that a helicopter was his mode of transportation once again. Please have a safe trip, Han-Yeol Nim, Albert said. Thank you, Albert. I'll be going now, Han-Yeol replied. Have a safe raid, boss. Albert was not the only one seeing Han-Yeol off these days. The security team leader, Purva, stood beside the butler and saw Han-Yeol off as well. He seemed a bit wary of Han-Yeol initially, but all of that changed the moment Han-Yeol had paid them 200 million won in cash for their services. It went without saying that the absurd amount of cash he had thrown was more than enough to turn these elite soldiers' loyalty in an instant. I'll leave the mansion in your care, Purva. Yes, boss. Purva was not able to form long complicated sentences yet, but he made up for his lack of lingual fluency with his ability. It was true that he was quite good at securing the mansion. Do-do-do-do-do. Han-Yeol hopped onto the helicopter which had been sent by the Horus raid party, because the reporters were still lurking outside the mansion and trying to get a scoop. While looking out the window, he thought, I should probably buy a helicopter for my own personal use. He had first taken the helicopter just to avoid the reporters, but he soon realized after using it a few times that it was quite convenient. Besides, it was not going to be that difficult for him to get a permit as he was currently one of the most famous hunters in the country. With that consideration in mind, he decided that it was going to be quite convenient if he had one at his disposal. Well, I have a lot of things I need to buy. I need to buy a yacht for starters, and buying a private jet doesn't sound bad at all. Being rich was definitely a good thing. We are almost arriving, Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. All right. Han-Yeol was guided straight to the meeting room as soon as he landed at Tae-Arana's mansion. Upon reaching the meeting room, he noticed that there were a few new faces. There were a few new Egyptians sitting next to the Horus raid party members, and there were even people from the Hunters Association as well. What's going on? He wondered. Welcome, Miriam greeted Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol scanned the room and saw Tae-Arana, who sat at the head of the table, talking to an Egyptian man he was seeing for the first time. Also noticing her rather serious expression, he turned to Miriam and asked, Did something happen, Miriam? Oh, that is, Miriam grabbed Han-Yeol's arm and dragged him to one corner of the meeting room. She explained, Actually, we received an official raid request from the Korean Hunters Association this morning. An official raid request? Yes. Han-Yeol furrowed his brow. A raid request was a term that existed, but it was not something that was typically used. There were an abundance of raid parties these days but not enough hunting fields to accommodate all of them, and the Hunters Association could easily find a raid party willing to hunt if there were any vacant hunting fields. He couldn't help but wonder why they had suddenly thought of making an official raid request. What kind of nonsensical bullshit is this? Han-Yeol grimaced. They say that the dimensional rift has stabilized, but there have been cases where monsters have been found spawning outside of the hunting grounds. What? Han-Yeol was shocked by what Miriam was saying. He still kept up with the news these days, but he had never heard of anything like this happening anywhere in the world. Has the association been suppressing the press? It sounds like a logical thing to do from their standpoint, as the affected areas will instantly turn into a ghost town if word got out. The government must be doing anything they can to prevent this from leaking out. I see. Then are they requesting us to get rid of the monsters that are outside of the barriers? Yes. That's strange. They could have just requested one of the local raid parties with S-rank or master rank hunters in them. Why are they making such a request to a foreign raid party? A difficult-to-kill monster would be classified as a raid monster, and this meant that their body parts and mana stones were going to be much more valuable than that of a normal monster. The fact that the Korean Hunters Association was willing to concede these treasures to a foreign raid party did not make sense at all. It seems that the Hunters Association is in a pinch. A pinch? The Hunters Association is in a pinch? Han-Yeol doubted what he heard just now. Our informants told us that the Hunters Association has already made requests to other South Korean raid parties with master rank hunters. Really? Yes, and on top of that, we also found that the monster in question is not something that a raid party could easily kill just because they have an S-rank hunter in their party. I suspect that that is the reason they are making this raid request to us. A monster that can't be easily killed by an S-rank hunter. The Horus raid party was led by Tamed, who was an S-rank hunter, but the quality of their combat skills were quite different from other Korean raid parties. They had a number of A-rank hunters who were extremely well trained, and even their non-awakened support crew was made up of adept veterans as well. The Horus raid party was a private raid party, but they were made up of members who could operate as Egypt's military in a state of war. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. That was the reason why they were incomparably stronger than most raid parties, and their teamwork was probably the best in the world thanks to Miriam's leadership and training. Not to mention, Han-Yeol Hunter Nim, you are with us, and His Excellency has supplied us with reinforcements. Han-Yeol naturally looked at the man Tamed was talking to after hearing that Fader had sent reinforcements. He then asked, are you talking about that guy? He could tell that the mana being exuded from the man's body was not normal. Yes, that is Mujahid Nim. He is an Osiris rank warrior just like Tamed Nim, and he is also the son of His Excellency from his second wife, which makes him Tamed Nim's half-brother. So he is her younger brother. Yes, he is. No wonder they look quite close to each other. Hold on, what you mean by Osiris rank is what we call S rank in Korea, right? Yes, that is correct. What you call a master rank hunter in Korea is a RA rank hunter in Egypt, what you call an S rank hunter in Korea is an Osiris rank hunter in Egypt, and what you call an A rank hunter in Korea is an obelisk rank hunter in Egypt. Oh, that sounds better than Korea. Our country is just blindly following the United States these days, so I can't help but feel jealous of your country's naming sense. Han-Yeol's political alignment was more similar to the political beliefs of Kim Gu, which was all about putting one's country first. He always believed that Korea should be an independent and powerful country capable of standing on its own legs without receiving any help from other countries. That was just like how Kim Gu envisioned Korea to be. That was the reason why he could not help but be envious of Egypt's independent political stance. They used to be pro-American before the dimensional gates had appeared, but the country rallied behind Fader and transformed itself into a powerful and independent country. This made Han-Yeol all the more curious about the country and made him decide to study it seriously from now on. Miriam suddenly stopped talking. Han-Yeol muttered as he noticed Mujahid walking toward them. Wow, it is an honor to meet the great Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. I am the son of the President of Egypt, as well as an Osiris rank warrior, Mujahid. It is truly an honor to meet the most famous hunter not only in Egypt but the rest of the world as well. Han-Yeol was dumbfounded by Mujahid's demeanor. He was certain that his first impression of the man from a distance was a charismatic and serious man. Well, that was what a prince would usually be like, anyway. However, Mujahid looked nothing more than the youngest child in a household judging by his small stature, cute facial features, and bubbly way of speaking. Mujahid resembled a brown bunny, which made Han-Yeol, who was a man, feel like petting him. It is nice to meet you too. My name is Han-Yeol. Keu, your introduction truly befits your image as a great warrior. My name is Han-Yeol. Wow, that is a short and powerful self-introduction. Also, Mujahid was quite talkative. This was a classic case of someone's first impression being completely obliterated after hearing them speak. It was then that Miriam suddenly transmitted a thought directly into Han-Yeol's mind. She said, this is the reason that I dislike Mujahid Nim. He does not act like this all the time, but he often forgets to maintain his image as a prince. Not to mention, he is so talkative that he is a stark contrast to Tamed Nim. Please beware that he will not be able to stop talking once you initiate a conversation with him. Ha ha ha. So that's why you suddenly started acting so cold. Yes, that is correct. Miriam was quite straightforward. She might be quite indifferent to most people, but she did not blatantly give the cold shoulder to someone else. However, her eyes immediately turned sharp the moment Mujahid had walked over, and it was quite obvious that she did not like him. It turned out that the reason Miriam did not like Mujahid was all because he was too carefree and talkative. Haha, some things never change, I guess, judging by how Miriam still does not like me. I wanted to be friends with you, Miriam, and hope to make you my wife someday, but... I see. What? Feeling shocked after hearing Mujahid's words that came out of nowhere, Han-Yeol ended up shouting. He already knew that the prince was the talkative type, but he was not aware that the prince was the type who could fluster someone by speaking utter nonsense. Who would have known that a prince was going to act this way? Miriam then transmitted another thought. Also, I have no plans to get married, but he keeps stubbornly insisting that I marry him. He is someone that I loathe from the top of his head to the tip of his toes. Ha ha ha, I see. A prominent independence activist during the Korean occupation of Japan. More info here. Han-Yeol sympathized with Mujahid, whose obsession led him to follow Miriam around, while completely understanding why Miriam was getting annoyed by him. Both of you are talking through telepathy again. Can you please let me in on it as well? I guess he still is an S-rank hunter, judging by how sensitive he is to mana, thought Han-Yeol as he felt impressed. Actually, it was going to be strange if an S-rank hunter was not able to sense this level of mana. An S-rank hunter, or rather, an Osiris-rank hunter in this case, possessed more than enough power to raise an entire city alone if left unchecked. That's enough chatter. It's time to focus on the meeting. Same goes for you, Han-Yeol. Yarena finally stepped up to put an end to the pointless discussion. She was the highest-ranking person in this place, so Mariam and even Mujahid obediently followed her command. Of course, Mujahid naturally sat right beside Yarena just as he was accustomed to. However, you sit over there. Huh? Why all of a sudden? Yarena stopped Mujahid and made him sit one seat further from her, which was a rank lower than whoever was going to sit next to her. She sounded like she was making a suggestion, but she was, in fact, giving a direct order. Mujahid was not in a position to go against Yarena's command. Both of them might be children of Fae-Fatter, but there was a stark difference between her, who was born from the first wife, and him, who was born from the second wife. Both of them might be Osiris-rank hunters, but Yarena was also much stronger than Mujahid on top of possessing better items. This seat is for the vice leader of the Horus raid party. Ah, you mean that great warrior Nim? When Mujahid pointed at Han-Yeol, Yarena nodded without a hint of hesitation. She said, yeah, and this is not Egypt. We deal with things through hierarchy and not social status. I guess you're right. Well, I have no qualms giving up the seat if it is for that great warrior Nim. All right. Mujahid shrugged and sat on the next seat. It was quite a bizarre sight that a prince was simply giving up his seat for a commoner. Then, Yarena patted the seat next to her and said, come and sit here, Han-Yeol. All right. Nov, L, B //JNN. Han-Yeol was feeling quite embarrassed after taking the Egyptian prince's seat, but he had to comply. After all, it was Yarena who had asked him to sit down. The meeting, which was attended by all of the Horus raid party executives, commenced right after Han-Yeol sat down. The light was dimmed as a beam projector flashed in front of them, and then a neatly dressed man presumed to be in his 30s stood in front of everyone. Hello, my name is Choi Tae-ki, and I am in charge of the Jaeyeong Sangbukdo Interim Dimensional Rift Management Department. The man introduced himself and bowed. After the man was done speaking, an Egyptian hunter translated his introduction. However, there was no welcoming applause or anything of that sort as he was not presenting in front of an academia. Ahem, I will get straight to the point and explain what is going on in the Republic of Korea as we speak. Beep. A map of South Korea flashed on the screen, and there were numerous red dots spread across the different regions. There were 7 red dots in total, but the Jaeyeongju region was marked with a skull. We have currently found 7 boss monsters in the Republic of Korea, and their locations are spread all over the peninsula. That is the main reason our Hunters Association have made an emergency request to all of our Master Rank Hunters, and we have sent 6 Master Rank Hunters to raid each of the boss monsters. They are currently raiding the boss monsters as we speak, Choi Tae-ki explained. Chuck? When Han-Yeol raised his hand, Choi Tae-ki looked over and asked, yes, what is it? He did not like the fact that Han-Yeol was interrupting him in the middle of his presentation. However, he had no choice but to acknowledge Han-Yeol, who wasn't someone he could mess with right now. Lee Han-Yeol was nothing more than an average hunter in South Korea, but he was currently the vice leader of one of Egypt's strongest raid parties, the Horus Raid Party. Not only that, but he was also the first person to successfully tame a monster. Needless to say, he was the talk of the whole world right now. There were rumors that every country in the world was clamoring to grant him citizenship as well as a host of other benefits. It was also rumored that he had already agreed to acquire an American citizenship. On top of that, it was revealed that one of the most powerful hunters in the world, President Fae-Fatter of Egypt, had visited South Korea recently. The official statement was that he had come to visit his daughter, but there were rumors that he had actually come to get first dibs on Lee Han-Yeol. Choi Tae-ki had no idea how true the rumors about Han-Yeol were, but it was true that this Korean hunter had grown far too big to be controlled by the Hunters Association. I don't have a reason to be at odds with Lee Han-Yeol hunter. He did not like the idea of being interrupted, but he still chose to put on a smile. You mentioned just now that the Master Rank Hunters are currently raiding the boss monsters. Does that mean they still haven't successfully raided the boss monsters? Han-Yeol asked out of curiosity. What kind of an entity was a Master Rank Hunter? Every country had their own title for the Master Rank Hunters. For example, China and Vietnam used the word God in their language to address the Master Rank Hunters, Japan called them Special Rank Hunters, Egypt called them RA Rank Hunters, and so on and so forth. Each country might have their own way of addressing the Master Rank Hunters, but there was one common requirement: a hunter had to have to be given such a rank. And that requirement was none other than to receive the mark of approval from the World Hunters Association located in Washington, D.C., the United States of America. A hunter had to pass the rigorous tests they were subjected to before they would receive the mark of approval. As for those who were skilled enough but failed to pass the tests, they would end up having to stay as an S-rank hunter. Yet, even those hunters who passed those difficult tests were still raiding the boss monster? Han-Yeol could not understand the logic behind that statement. I will clarify that matter. We have confirmed through satellite surveillance and from the scouting reports of the Master Rank Hunters that the boss monsters are not alone. They are surrounded by hordes of monsters, which we suspect is their army, and have taken control over the area around them. As of now, we have discovered that the area controlled by the boss monsters are slowly diminishing the barriers surrounding the hunting grounds, and it is highly likely that they will be conquering the hunting grounds as part of their territory very soon, Choi Tae-ki explained. Ugh, that doesn't sound good at all. I don't think this is going to be an easy one judging by how even the raid parties with master rank hunters are having a hard time clearing it. Han-Yeol grimaced after analyzing the situation. The area that we wish to request for the Horus raid party's participation is near Bulgaksa at Toham Mountain. That area is currently conquered by the boss monster, the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva, Choi Tae-ki added before he pressed the remote once again. Beep. Then, a video that seemed to be taken by satellite surveillance appeared on the screen. Druk. That is. Han-Yeol shouted and shot up from his seat after seeing the boss monster in the video. The Egyptians were not familiar with Buddhism, so they only saw the boss monster as a strange-looking monster. However, anyone who followed Buddhism, which was the largest religion among the 3 most dominant religions in South Korea, would know that the boss monster in the video was the 6th form of Buddha, the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. Impossible? Is that really the boss monster? Han-Yeol asked. Unfortunately, it is, Choi Tae-ki replied. Ugh, thud. Han-Yeol groaned and plopped down to his seat. Of course, his strong reaction was not because he was a Buddhist. He did not follow any faith, but he was a Christian on paper. This was because he had previously gone to a school run by a Christian foundation. He was so shocked after seeing the boss monster's form was solely because he found it absurd that something like that was even possible. Mavros looks like a dragon while this monster looks like Buddha himself. Well, I guess that's possible, since there's a monster that resembles an angel in Italy. But these monsters really don't give a damn whether it's fiction or religion, eh? Han-Yeol shook his head at the truly absurd phenomenon. The monster looks like a god, so it must be quite powerful as well, right? Han-Yeol then asked. Yes, that is correct, Choi Tae-ki replied. I assume that you have already sent another raid party to hunt this boss monster down, judging by how the other master rank hunters are already raiding the other bosses. Am I correct? Han-Yeol threw a sharp question. He was the type of person who wouldn't pull any punches if he decided to dig into a matter. That is correct, Choi Tae-ki started breaking out in cold sweat at the question. It's quite obvious that you sent a group of monks and they got annihilated, Han-Yeol nonchalantly said. How did you know? Ahem. Choi Tae-ki was flustered, but he immediately composed himself by faking a cough. Damn it, that's classified information. How the hell did he know about that? He wondered. Of course, this information was not from Han-Yeol himself. That is what happened. I see. Choi Tae-ki was forgetting that the Horus raid party's main caretaker had the ability to dive into other people's consciousness. He was indeed flustered after being caught off guard by that sudden question, but he proved himself to be a veteran by instantly composing himself and dealing with the situation accordingly. It was not in their plan that this classified information was going to be leaked, but he knew what he had to do to steer the conversation to the association's favor. After all, there was a reason that he was in charge of an entire department at his age. That is actually classified information, but I will divulge it as you've already brought it up. The Hunters Association originally wanted to give the precious boss monster to a Korean raid party and not the Horus raid party, which is an Egyptian raid party, Choi Tae-ki said. He continued, we were searching for a suitable Korean raid party to raid the boss monsters, but the name of the boss monster, 1,000-armed Bodhisattva, was leaked in the process. Then, a raid party known as the Swastika raid party that was composed of awakened monks who volunteered for the raid. Of course, our department refused to give them the right to raid the boss monster, but they stubbornly requested for it and vowed to put their lives on the line. In the end, the Hunters Association granted them the raid rights against our better judgment. The Swastika raid party formed an 800-man strong army and went to Toham Mountain, but Choi Tae-ki trailed off at the end of his sentence. They got annihilated, Han-Yeol chimed in. That is correct. The Hunters Association is now in a state of emergency because of that. We finally decided to make an official request to the Horus raid party, which is currently the strongest raid party in the country after the Korean raid parties with master rank hunters, Choi Tae-ki said. Murmur. The translator was translating the entire conversation in real time, so the Egyptian hunters started to murmur among themselves right after Choi Tae-ki's explanation was finished. Silence. However, they were instantly silenced by Tae-Erina's single-word command, which had been given in a soft voice that carried authority. She did not directly address her subordinates that often, and neither was she the type of person who liked to chat. Therefore, all of them the significance of her personally giving them a command. So, what is the Hunters Association going to give us if we raid that 1,000-armed Bodhisattva for them? The association was making an official request, so there should be a reward for completing it. However, after hearing Tae-Erina's question, Choi Tae-ki had a strange reaction. He started breaking out in cold sweat all over again after the rewards were mentioned. What's wrong with him? Han-Yeol wondered. That is. The reward offered by the association is it's a tax exemption for everything that the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva, Choi Tae-ki stuttered. Druk? Tae-Erina stood up and left the meeting room as soon as the translator finished translating that line. Excuse me, Tae-Erina. Choi Tae-ki called out. Without giving a response, Tae-Erina simply walked out of the room. She might not have said anything before leaving, but Han-Yeol fully understood how she was feeling right now. Miriam approached Choi Tae-ki in Tae-Erina's place. She was fluent in Korean, and she was also the person in charge of the operation of the Horus raid party. She said firmly, Taearanim feels greatly offended for having wasted her time. Also, go and convey this to your Hunters Association. Egypt will make them pay for this insult today. Hyuk. Choi Tae-ki felt his heart drop after getting threatened. Egypt and South Korea might be allies, but he knew very well that the first to insult the other was the Korean Hunters Association. He knew that the reward offered by the association was quite absurd, but both he and the association had expected Egypt to help them out simply because they were allied countries. However, that was a huge misconception on Choi Tae-ki and the Hunters Association part. The Horus raid party would have immediately stepped up and raided the boss monster even if they had to pay taxes for whatever they obtained from it if this was Egypt, but South Korea was not their homeland and was just an ally. In short, there was no reason for the Horus raid party to risk their lives while being treated like a disposable pawn by a foreign Hunters Association. Even Han-Yeol, who was a Korean citizen, had no choice but to side with the Egyptian for this matter as he was a member of the Horus raid party in the end. They really crossed the line this time, Han-Yeol thought. Lastly, Taearanim does not wish to entertain any guests from the Hunters Association from now on. We hope that we won't be seeing each other again, and please see yourselves out, Miriam said before leaving the meeting room. She was a master of maintaining a poker face, but she seemed quite upset about the matter. After all, she did not even bother to act courteously to Choi Tae-ki. Choi Tae-ki sighed while looking devastated. The other Egyptian hunters also left the meeting room after Taearana and Miriam had left. They no longer had any reasons to remain behind. I found their offer to be quite absurd when I heard it, so imagine how the Egyptians would have felt, Han-Yeol thought. He could not understand how the Korean Hunters Association could ask for a foreign raid party's help by offering them a tax exemption as a reward. He thought that that should have already been something customary on the offer table. After all, it was common knowledge that they provided tax exemptions to all of the hunters and raid parties that participated in subjugating the dimensional rifts and dimensional holes that had previously occurred. 1. The swastika is an ancient religious symbol used in Asia. It was appropriated by the Nazis during WW2, but the swastika here is not related to the Nazis at all. More info here. Han-Yeol was intrigued by what had happened just now. He wondered, I wonder how the Hunters Association is going to react from now on. The Hunters Association had three choices after this incident. They could give up on asking for help from the Horus raid party and create a coalition of domestic raid parties, or they could try approaching the Horus raid party with a new proposal. Both the former and the latter had their advantages and disadvantages, but it was up to the Hunters Association to decide which one they were going to choose at the end of the day. The only people left in the meeting room were Choi Tae-ki, who was the downcast manager from the Hunters Association packing up his things, Han-Yeol, and Mujahid. Mujahid approached Han-Yeol and said, I had a lot of expectations since it was an offer from the country of the great warrior, but I must say that I am quite disappointed. Giving tax exemption as a reward is already absurd if they were to offer it to their own raid parties, but offering that to a foreign raid party is just preposterous. It seems that Taearana Nunam is quite upset about this. Keek. Mujahid clasped both of his hands behind his head and chattered as if he was close friends with Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol was not a fan of unfamiliar guys acting like they were his friends, but Mujahid was special in many ways. First off, he was a prince, so Han-Yeol did not feel that he was going to be getting the shorter end of the stick by being friends with him. Furthermore, he looked so cute and innocent that Han-Yeol thought it was going to be fun hanging out with him. Is Tara someone who would get upset over something like this? Han-Yeol asked. Oh, as expected of the great warrior Nim. You are already calling Nunam by her nickname. You don't call her by her nickname. Han-Yeol was a bit flustered after calling Taearana by her nickname when even her brother, who was technically her half-brother, did not use it. Well, I'm fine with it. Besides, Taearana Nunam is not so fond of me anyway. Yeah, you talk too much, that's why, Han-Yeol thought. Han-Yeol had learned at an early age that a person had to be flexible, changing up their style of interaction depending on who they were talking to. He was composed and indifferent to composed and indifferent people while he was more chatty with talkative people. Of course, Taearana could be called the queen of indifference judging by her character. There were naturally some exceptions to this, because some composed and indifferent people did not mind if they were talking to someone chatty. However, Mujahid was an exception as he had a motor equipped in his mouth. He seemingly shot out infinite words at one go. He was so talkative that Taearana had probably given up on liking him even though he was her own brother. A good example of how talkative Mujahid was would be Miriam, who was quite indifferent but more sociable compared to Taearana. She could not stand him at all. Well, that was not the case for Han-Yeol as he did not really mind Mujahid's chatty nature. I am certain that things will work out between you siblings. Hang in there. Wow, my heart feels lighter after being comforted by the great warrior Nim. It is a huge relief that a comrade who I will be spending a long time with is already so nice to me from the start. You are making me want to offer a prayer of gratitude to Ari Nim. What the hell is he saying right now? Han-Yeol was flustered as he tried to decipher the meaning behind spending a long time together. I forgot to formally introduce myself. My name is Mujahid Ptolemaic. I have received the command of my father, the president of Egypt, Fafader Ptolemaic Nim, to assist Han-Yeol Nim from now on. I hope that you will graciously accept me as your disciple from now on. Mujahid crossed his arms over his chest in an X and knelt in front of Han-Yeol. When the Egyptian prince asked to be his disciple, Han-Yeol was flabbergasted and shocked. What the hell is he doing? Han-Yeol did not even have the luxury these days to take care of himself, so how was he supposed to take in a disciple? No, this could be a good thing, he thought. Mujahid was not some random guy on the street asking to be his disciple. He was a prince of Egypt. It was true that he was a bit burdensome, but he was certainly going to be a useful ally one day. They say that money and power are things that you can never have enough of, Han-Yeol thought before approaching Mujahid and helping him stand up. You cannot do this as a prince of a country. I will accept you as my disciple, so please stand up. Ha ha ha, thank you very much. I was getting quite worried that you would reject me. How was I supposed to go back to Egypt and explain to my father then? Thank you very much. Mujahid smiled brightly and sincerely thanked Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol felt quite good after seeing the prince's gratitude. Oh, where are my manners? I am now your disciple, so we should decide on how to address each other. I believe that I should address you as my master from now on, so please speak comfortably to me from this point onward. It will be uncomfortable for me if my master speaks to me so courteously. Haha, I'm fine with that, but on one condition. I hope that you will stop calling me the Great Warrior from now on and just call me by my name. Truthfully, Han-Yeol cringed whenever Mujahid was calling him the Great Warrior. The prince might have addressed him in that way as a show of respect, but Han-Yeol did not have a Chuyuni side to him, so he barely had any tolerance to such cringy titles. Alright, Han-Yeol Nim. Mujahid instantly smiled and agreed. I look forward to working with you from now on, Mujahid. Han-Yeol extended his hand to Mujahid, who shook it in response. A be-on-call order was issued to the entire Horus raid party the day after Han-Yeol had accepted Mujahid as his disciple. Han-Yeol was stuck at home doing nothing, but it was not all that bad. He loved being at home doing nothing. In fact, he now had a proper justification for staying at home and doing nothing this time. Q. With Mavrose around, Han-Yeol found staying at home even more fun now. He did not have a single second of boredom as he had to run around and satisfy the baby dragon's curiosity. The dragon was quite curious these days, since he was still young and everything was new and fascinating to him. I'm going. Pack. Whoosh. Qyuyu. Han-Yeol kicked a ball before Mavrose ran after it. There were a lot of empty lawns in the mansion, but most of them had been converted into the baby dragon's playground in recent days. Just as Han-Yeol was busy playing with Mavrose, his sensitive ears picked up a commotion at his mansion's front gate. Vroom. Han-Yeol wolf whistled. Huiaik. Qyu. Mavrose heard the whistle and immediately turned away from the ball to run back to Han-Yeol. The most important thing for the baby dragon was not the ball or his other toys but Han-Yeol. Running toward Han-Yeol and jumping into his arms, Mavrose then went up to Han-Yeol's head and nested at his usual spot. Then, Han-Yeol noticed that Mavrose had grown. He felt the baby dragon's heavier than usual weight the moment he nested on his head. Feeling amazed, he thought, Mavrose is growing really fast. With Mavrose resting on his head, Han-Yeol went over to the front gate to see what the commotion was all about. Then, he saw a truck with the familiar mark of the pharaoh on it followed by a row of trucks with construction materials on them. Mujahid. Han-Yeol noticed the Egyptian prince standing on top of the frontmost truck wearing a shirt with the character of Ra drawn on it. Ah, Hyung-nim. Mujahid shouted in Korean while excitedly waving his hand. He had seemed to have picked up the Korean language since who knew when. Ah, sure. Hi. Haha. Han-Yeol awkwardly waved back. Tak. Mujahid kicked off the truck and flew past the large mansion gates. This was quite an easy feat for an S-rank hunter. Then, he landed in front of Han-Yeol and frivolously shook his hands. Korean really easy. Is that so? Han-Yeol possessed the ability to speak Arabic fluently without having to put much effort in it, so he found Mujahid's perseverance to be quite admirable. It very easy learn but very hard speak. Why you can take it slowly. There's no rush, right? Haha, I guess you are right. Why yeah. Han-Yeol had met quite a lot of people in his life, but it was his first time meeting someone like Mujahid. Well, he seems quite fun to be with, thought Han-Yeol as he shrugged his shoulders. There was something refreshing about meeting a new type of person. Han-Yeol was also the type who got along with anyone and everyone, so he figured that he could get along nicely with Mujahid. But what are all of those? Do you plan to move here? Yes. Mujahid smiled and placed his right fist on his left chest. I have decided to move next door to Han-Yeol Nim, so I figured to drop by and say hello. I apologize if I caused a ruckus while at it. Don't worry about it. Anyway, let's get along as neighbors from now on, Mujahid. Han-Yeol extended his hand. Yes, Han-Yeol Nim. Mujahid grabbed Han-Yeol's hand with a smile for the second time. Can I say that I have a rich friend now? Han-Yeol wondered. He was friends with Yarena as well, but his relationship with her was more of a business kind of relationship. After all, they were the leader and vice leader of the Horus raid party. On the other hand, his relationship with Mujahid was a strange one where they were master and disciple. However, they maintained a close relationship like brothers as well. Massive construction work commenced right after Han-Yeol and Mujahid shook hands. The state-owned construction company of Egypt sent their workers in droves to demolish whatever structure there was on the land, and they started to build everything from scratch. Also, haha, so I will be in your care until then. I will make sure to pay rent on time, n/o/vel/b/jn.c/om. Well, do whatever suits you best. I have a lot of empty houses here anyway. Mujahid needed a place to stay while waiting for his house to finish, and he had requested to stay in Han-Yeol's place. He found hotels to be too cramped and stuffy for him. Han-Yeol told Mujahid that he could stay for free for as long as he wanted, but the prince insisted on paying rent for troubling his master. In the end, Han-Yeol did not refuse the offer as making money was always a good thing for him. Then, a visitor from the Horus raid party came 2 days later. Han-Yeol. Hello, Han-Yeol-nim. It was Tayarana and Miriam, who had both dropped by totally unannounced. Oh right. I have to go find that fruit from the Volax hunting ground. What should I do? Crap, Han-Yeol completely forgot about the 2 trillion won deal he had made after being completely engrossed with his baby dragon. Can you check what we've brought? Tayarana asked. Thud, 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 thud. With a motion from Miriam, their attendants put down 4 items in front of Han-Yeol. The 2 items were definitely the eggs from the Queen Labyrinth spider, but the other 2 were fruits that he was seeing for the first time. Don't tell me? Han-Yeol used item appraisal just in case the fruits were what he thought they were. Nutritious fruit. Type, item combination material. Description, a fruit packed with nutrients that monsters love. It may be used as monster feed, but it may also be used to hatch a monster egg thanks to the immense amount of mana it possesses. What? This is a jackpot? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly after appraising the items. This was a jackpot because he now realized that he had numerous ways of getting his hands on the fruit. He also no longer had to personally go to the Volax hunting ground to find these fruits. Is it the right thing? Yeah, it definitely is. I will be able to hatch these monster eggs with these. You don't have an incubation room at your mansion, so we can use mine instead. That's fine. We will be staying here until the monster egg hatches anyway. What? Do you siblings have a habit of surprising people or what? Han-Yeol was caught off guard once again, but there was no stopping Tayarana once she had set her mind on something. He was simply forced to allocate a room for her and Miriam in his mansion. Besides, there was no chance of anything happening during their stay as every room in the mansion had an attached bathroom. Okay, now hurry up and incubate the egg. We will be in your care, Han-Yeol-nim. Tayarana and Miriam looked at Han-Yeol with sparkling eyes. They were full of expectations and excitement. Tisk. We don't even know what's going to come out of it. They will definitely be so disappointed if the monster that hatches from the egg is not what they've been expecting. Han-Yeol was concerned. Both of them found Mavrose to be simply too adorable, and they seemed to be hoping that a monster similar to the baby dragon was going to hatch from the eggs. But what if the monsters that hatched from the eggs were not as great as Mavrose? Or worse, what if they were just normal weak monsters that could be found in low-level hunting grounds? Well, that's out of my control anyway. I've already told them the risks associated with it, so, Han-Yeol justified. He had already warned the ladies in advance before finalizing the deal. They had also reassured him that they fully understood the risks associated. However, he could not shake off the thought that the both of them sincerely believed that 2 monsters like Mavrose were going to emerge from the monster eggs. Alright, I'll get started right away. One respectful way of addressing an elder sister. Han-Yeol breathed in and out a few times before placing the monster egg in front of him. Then, he grabbed the fruit and closed his eyes to feel every ounce of mana within his body. He focused his mana to sync with the mana in the fruit. Let's start with Tayarana's pet. Mana absorption. Woong. As a ton of mana suddenly rushed toward it through Han-Yeol, the monster egg slowly started to absorb the fruit. Shui. Han-Yeol successfully fertilized both of the monster eggs. Is it done? Yeah, we just have to incubate the monster eggs properly until they hatch. Then, you just have to infuse your mana into each egg 4 days later. Gulp. Tayarana and Miriam nervously gulped at the thought of finally obtaining their very own monster pet. Han-Yeol, Tayarana, and Miriam lived in the same house for 3 days, but nothing happened between them. Those with depraved minds would probably suspect that something had happened between them, but the 3 days they lived together were quite peaceful and quiet. 3 days later, the 3 of them stepped into the incubation room. Both of you know how to control your mana, right? Tayarana grimaced in response to Han-Yeol's absurd question. She said, yes, we do. Do you realize how stupid your question sounded just now? Yes, your question was quite offensive, Miriam also said with a grimace. Controlling one's own mana was something that even an E-rank hunter could do, so Han-Yeol's question was no different from him looking down on Tayarana and Miriam. Haha, my bad. I was just asking to make sure. Hatching these eggs can be quite simple and complicated at the same time, and the egg might end up exploding if you make a mistake in controlling your mana. Ah, I see. When Han-Yeol skillfully shifted the blame to the sensitivity of the monster eggs, Tayarana and Miriam finally relaxed their facial expressions. It worked. Both of them were solely focused on the monster eggs right now, so it was quite easy to convince them with such a reason. It would have been a difficult ordeal for him if they were their usual selves. Keek? This is a completely different side of them, Han-Yeol thought. After placing each of the fertilized monster eggs in front of them, he said, try injecting your mana slowly into the monster egg. Not too much and not too little. The egg will explode if you inject too much, but it might not hatch if you inject too little. Okay, I got it. Leave it to me. Of course, Han-Yeol's concern was not something he had personally experienced himself. However, he knew from his experience of hatching his own monster egg that a bad outcome would likely come about if the person failed to control their mana input. Besides, there was no reason to attempt something that could result in failure, right? Tiarana and Miriam gently placed their hands on each of their monster eggs. Wuong, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Then, they carefully injected their mana into their eggs. Han-Yeol stood back and monitored the situation with his demon eyes activated. He was able to monitor the flow of mana with demon eyes, and he could tell that Tiarana and Miriam were doing an excellent job for now. Both of them are quite adept at controlling their mana. It seems as if they instinctively know what to do, he thought. The both of them performed so incredibly well that Han-Yeol had no reason to worry about it, and both of them seemed to instinctively know what to do just like how he had known what to do when he had hatched his own monster egg. The main problem now is, what's going to come out of the eggs? He wondered what was going to come out of the eggs. He was not concerned if the monsters hatching from the eggs were as cute as what Tiarana and Miriam wanted or if they were going to be decent monsters. He was worried that the monsters hatching from the eggs would turn out to be bad monsters. Tiarana and Miriam continued injecting their mana into the monster eggs. Wuong. Soon, the monster eggs started to react to their mana. Feeling the reaction coming from the eggs, they immediately stopped injecting their mana into them. Druck. CC. Crack. A crack formed on the monster egg's surface. Alright, the monsters are going to hatch now. What is it going to be? Tiarana prayed to the sun god, Ra, for the first time in her life. Please, Ra, I do not wish for much, just make this monster healthy and happy. Actually, having an adorable monster like Mavrose was not an absolute must for both Tiarana and Miriam. All they wanted was a healthy and trusty companion that they could hunt with. It would be great if it could be as cute as Mavrose, Tiarana added. Of course, she preferred if her new companion was going to be as cute as Mavrose. See crack? Just as Tiarana was still praying, the monster eggs cracked open and the creatures inside them popped out. They're here. Meow. Kairyuk. Oh, Han-Yeol exclaimed with a sigh of relief. Forget about the species, both of the monsters that had popped out from the monster eggs were extremely cute and adorable. The monster that hatched from Tiarana's monster egg looked like a griffin. Its upper body was that of an eagle while its lower body was that of a lion, with its tail appearing to be rather snake-like. It was still early to say what it was, but it definitely looked similar to a griffin. Regardless, Tiarana's monster was definitely as rare and legendary as a dragon. The monster that popped out of Miriam's monster egg was a very normal monster. Meow. It was just a cat. However, judging by the sealed mana it contained in its body, it was certainly no ordinary cat. Both of them are really cute, but they're not as cute as Mavrose, Han-Yeol thought. Both of the monsters seemed to identify Han-Yeol as their parent as they immediately approached him and rubbed their heads against him. It went without saying that they were going to recognize Han-Yeol as their parent even though it was Tiarana and Miriam's mana that had hatched them. After all, it was his skill that had fertilized the monster eggs in the first place. Oh, wow. Tiarana and Miriam were stunned after seeing the baby monsters hatch from the monster eggs. Tiarana had prayed to the sun god for her pet monster to be born healthy, but she got more than what she had prayed for. Her monster had turned out to be an absurdly adorable creature. Han-Yeol thought that both the baby griffin and the kitten were not as cute as Mavrose. However, the two women could not help but find their baby pet monsters to be much cuter than Han-Yeol's baby dragon. See cute. They are too cute. Haha. That's a huge relief. Han-Yeol let out a sigh of relief after seeing Tiarana and Miriam's faces. Now that the monsters had hatched from their eggs, both Tiarana and Miriam were rushing Han-Yeol even more than before. Han-Yeol? Hurry up. Please hurry up and pass their ownership to us, Han-Yeol Nim. Both of them looked at him with sparkling eyes. Alright, I'll do it right now. Han-Yeol checked the baby griffin and the kitten's status screens, and found transfer ownership in the lower left corner of the screen. He clicked on it and the names of Tiarana and Miriam appeared on the people the ownership was transferable to. Huh? So I can't give it to anyone except those that infused their mana into the eggs? Well, I didn't plan on selling them left and right anyway, so that's not a huge issue. Han-Yeol shrugged his shoulders. Then, he transferred the ownership of the baby griffin to Tiarana and the kitten to Miriam. Ding! You have transferred the ownership of the baby griffin to Tiarana. You have transferred the ownership of the kitten to Miriam. Ding! The rank of taming has risen from F to E. The stat charisma has increased by 10. Oh, jackpot? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly after discovering that his taming skill had leveled up and that he had gained 10 charisma points. It was probably a reward he had obtained for transferring the ownership of the monsters to someone else for the first time. Kairyuk. Meow. The eyes of the baby monsters that were fixated only on Han-Yeol soon turned toward their new parents after the transfer of ownership. Noticing that, Han-Yeol could not help but be amazed that something like this was possible all thanks to a skill. I'm really starting to wonder what in the world this ability of mine is, he thought. He had already gotten so used to his skills that it felt as natural as breathing by now, but there were times that he would still wonder about the true identity of his ability. As expected, Carvis would pop up whenever he wondered about the mystery of his ability. She was something like an AI that was always with Han-Yeol. I am quite curious about that myself. I exist to advise Han-Yeol Nim on various matters, but I have no recollection of why I was born. There are moments when I ask myself who I am, but I do not have an answer for that. Really? Yes, but one thing I am certain of is the fact that my limited capabilities are slowly getting better the stronger Han-Yeol Nim grows. In fact, I got a glimpse of my missing memories a while back, so I hope that Han-Yeol will be able to grow stronger and help me retrieve my memories. Don't worry about that. I will continue to grow stronger without dying anytime soon. Thank you very much, Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol was busy talking to his ecosystem while Taeyarena and Miriam were completely distracted by their new pets. As a matter of fact, they were so engrossed in their new pets that they probably would not notice even if someone had broken in and stolen a few things from the room. Your name will be Candelus from now on. Kairyuk. Candelus seemed to like its new cool name. It chirped and flapped its wings before rubbing its body onto Yarena. Your name is Pippi from now on. Meow. Pippi seemed to like its new name as well, rubbing its head against Miriam. After all, this was one of the ways that felines usually showed their affection toward humans. It's a relief that both of them quickly got along with their new pets, Han-Yeol thought while watching the two get along just fine with their new companions. The monsters might just be babies, but there was no telling what kind of attitude they might show. Still, it was quite a huge relief that they were able to get along with their new owners without any incidents. Anyway, it's time to pay the rest of the contract amount now that you've received your pets, right? Oh, you're right. Miriam. Yes, Taeyarena. Miriam called someone and hung up after 3 minutes. Then, beep, Han-Yeol's smartphone rang as a message arrived. He checked the message and 1 trillion won has been deposited to your account from Horus Raid Party. He had previously received 1 trillion won as an advance payment, so he was now receiving the remaining 1 trillion won after having delivered his side of the bargain. Their relationship might have been built on trust, but all three of them had agreed that they should conduct this deal as strictly business with the involvement of money. That was the reason why they had decided to split the payment. The first half of the payment was paid as an advance payment while the other half was to be paid only after Han-Yeol provided the pet monsters to them. And now, both parties had successfully completed the deal without a hitch. Holy, my net worth has increased to 3 trillion won in the blink of an eye. Han-Yeol rejoiced inwardly. His net worth could not pass 1 trillion won as he was spending a lot in recent days, but he had just tripled his net worth in an instant from selling 2 monsters as pets. Where should I spend my money this time? Han-Yeol was now one of the richest people in South Korea. He might be one of the top hunters in the country right now, but it was still quite difficult for a hunter to amass trillions of won in assets. It would have been a different story if it was the United States, where it was quite common to see worth billions of dollars. South Korea was a small country that ranked 29th in population and 109th in land area, so it was quite rare to see a trillionaire hunter in the country. In this day and age of monostones, the power of a country was determined by the number of hunters they possessed, the quality of monostones produced in the country, and the number of hunting grounds they could farm monostones from. Thus, there was bound to be a limit for a small country like South Korea when it came to producing ultra-wealthy hunters. I heard that a new private jet and yacht was released in America. Should I go and take a look at that? Oh right, I should probably start shopping for my own private island while I'm at it. Han-Yeol was feeling ecstatic at the thought of spending money. One of his childhood dreams had always been to own his very own private island, build a luxurious mansion on it, and spend countless hot nights with beautiful bikini-clad women. The last one was probably not something he could do due to various reasons, but the first two were goals that he could definitely achieve as long as he had the money to do it. There were plenty of beautiful islands with jaw-dropping views in the South Sea and West Sea of South Korea, and the thought of owning one of them just to go on a holiday was indeed a dream that most people would have. Well, I can just go and buy an island on foreign soil if things don't work out here, thought Han-Yeol as he shrugged. There were plenty of islands in Southeast Asia as well as the Pacifics, and most of the countries in these regions were quite welcoming when it came to foreigners wanting to buy some of their islands due to their financial situations. The monostones had triggered a new economic era for most countries, but it was not an omnipotent material that could solve every single problem. Most of the poor island nations resorted to selling their islands to wealthy foreigners and filling their coffers by earning property tax revenue from them. The reason that some of these island nations were poor was solely due to their political corruption or economic isolation. Therefore, these island nations leveraged the majestic views they had that could be found nowhere else in the world to build an economy dependent on tourism. These island nations saw a huge influx of tourists that came to wind down every year, and this in turn fueled the growth of their economy. However, it was quite difficult for an island nation to develop its tourism industry and become a holiday destination. One of the basic requirements they had was to have majestic views and be crime-free, but the most important thing was definitely to be 100% monster-free. A monster was completely different from a wild animal that encountering one was going to guarantee death if the person was not a hunter, and that was the reason that most tourists irked going to an island nation that was not designated as a complete monster-free safe zone. This was the main reason that most poor countries offered a lot of tax incentives and various other benefits to foreign raid parties to come and settle down in their country. Of course, these poor countries had their own hunters, but they were few in number as these countries did not have the proper infrastructure to allow people to awaken as hunters. On top of that, these island nations were usually quite small and they did not have enough hunting grounds for their hunters to hunt in, so they had great difficulty in making their hunters stay in their country. At the end of the day, it was difficult for them to maintain their hunter population, which made it difficult for them to produce their own monostones, and it goes without saying that this would turn into an economic death spiral sooner or later. The emergence of monastones might have created a new trend of nationalism, isolationism, or ultranationalism, but there were quite a lot of different kinds of political systems as well. I just have to sell a few more monsters if I run out of money. Nunum, Miriam, you finally got your pets. A person with the powerful ability to instantly turn his surroundings rowdy had appeared. It was none other than the new tenant in Han-Yeol's mansion, Mujahid. I thought I saw you leave a while ago. You're back already. Yes, I had a few things to buy, so I went to the Hunter Mall for a while. I like how shopping malls are quite developed in Korea, unlike Egypt. It is not that easy to find large malls like this in our country. Blah, 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 blah. Mujahid possessed the rare gift of responding with 1,000 words to any question asked, and it was this gift of his that made it hard for Tiarana and Miriam to put up with him. Ironically, he had no idea why the two disliked him so much, and there were numerous nights he would stay up wondering what exactly he was doing wrong. Excuse me, Han-Yeol Nim. Is it possible for me to get a pet as well? I am willing to pay the 1,000,000,000 fee too. Of course, it went without saying that Mujahid possessed great wealth outside of his family's wealth. He was a freelance hunter affiliated with the Egyptian government, but he also quite frequently moonlighted for private raid parties and was handsomely rewarded for his services. After all, he was a rather famous Osiric rank hunter in the market and his fees were quite high. On top of that, he possessed numerous businesses as a hobby, such as an automobile company, a horse racing track, poker websites, a construction company, and a famous European football team. Thanks to his hobbies, he had amassed quite a fortune, and he was earning money for every second of any day. It was difficult to assess just how much money Mujahid had, but it was assumed that his wealth totaled up to a massive 34 trillion won. He was definitely someone that one should not simply look down on because of his carefree personality. After all, he was like a viper ready to strike at any moment when it came to opportunities that could potentially make him more money. Should I? Well, I guess we're going to spend a lot of time together from now on, so you'll probably feel left out if you don't get one. Yahoo! 3 cheers for the great warrior Nim. Mujahid cheered and started to jump for joy after Han-Yeol agreed to sell him a monster pet. Anyone who saw his actions right now would probably not imagine that he was an extremely wealthy individual with a net worth of 34 trillion won. Mujahid might own several companies, but he personally liked working as a hunter. Needless to say, he did not really concern himself with the operation of his companies. However, that did not mean that those running the companies in his stead would be able to steal from him. Those loyal to the pharaoh's household were closely monitoring all of his company's operations. In return, you will have to go get me a monster egg and fruit as well. Yes, I will be right on it. Tak. Mujahid saluted Han-Yeol before instantly running out. Mujahid literally finished things at the speed of light. After going out with only a pair of gloves, he came back in 3 hours with a monster egg and fruit. Han-Yeol Nim. Here. Wow, you got them in record time. How did you get them so fast? You probably don't even know the way. Simple. I just grilled some of the underlings. Mujahid grinned and cracked his knuckles. I have no idea who that underling is, but I pray that he rests in peace. Han-Yeol inwardly wished whoever had been unfortunate enough to get caught by Mujahid. He soon hatched the monster egg for Mujahid, and the monster that emerged was a baby black panther. Looking at the monster, he thought, he does give off a black panther vibe as long as shuts his mouth. Mujahid's mouth was the problem. Well, as long as the monster suits him and he's happy with it, I guess. Han-Yeol let out a sigh of relief after getting good monsters for others 3 times in a row. He was charging 1 trillion won per monster, so the buyer had to get a monster to their liking to be happy. Just like that, he ended up increasing his net worth by another 1 trillion won to become a grand total of 4 trillion won. I think this will be more than enough funds for me to nurture you by, Han-Yeol thought as he planned for the future. He was going to be quite busy as he had to become stronger, start and run multiple businesses, and play with Mavros. Han-Yeol was currently in a helicopter, and his destination was the expanded area in Sungjin factory where Yubai was at. After deciding to work together with Sungjin's father, the first thing that Han-Yeol had done was to purchase the lands surrounding Sungjin factory and construct a place where Yubai could use her abilities. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. However, just because it was a part of the factory land, did it mean that the new business was a branch of Sungjin factory? This new company was 100% owned and invested by Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol entered the factory building and went to Yubai's personal workshop. Zaying. Yubai was busy welding something with a welding mask on. She was so immersed in her work that she did not even notice Han-Yeol, who was only a few steps away from her. It's nice to see her so focused and engrossed in her work, Han-Yeol thought with a smile. He had decided not to pursue her romantically, but that did not mean he no longer admired her for her work ethic. Yubai looked much more charming now that she was all grown up and working hard for herself. I kind of feel annoyed at the thought that some lucky guy is going to end up with her. Han-Yeol could feel his blood pressure rise. Perhaps this was because he sincerely thought of her as his little sister? Whatever it might be, he decided to take a step back and observe Yubai use her abilities. Back when she worked as the MC of Han-Yeol's channel, Yubai had been seen as quite beautiful and charming. However, she exuded a totally different charm now that she was working on something with a welding mask on while covered in grease. Is this what they call a girl crush these days? He suddenly thought of a term he often saw on TV and the internet these days. However, he could not be sure of the term's usage. He was quite behind when it came to the social trend these days. After all, he only had time to watch the news whenever he was in front of the TV, and his schedule was quite jam-packed nowadays. BZZT, 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 Zing. Yubai was drenched in sweat after she finished welding. Brushing her hair back, she took off the welding mask and finally noticed that Han-Yeol was standing next to her. Appa. Yo Yubai, you should have told me if you're here, Yubai said with a hint of annoyance in her voice as she glared at Han-Yeol. Haha, my bad. You looked quite charming while working, so I didn't want to disturb you. When else would I get to see something like this? They only make those celebrities pose these days, but none of them actually does this kind of rough work, right? It's quite nice to see an up-and-coming female engineer. Ho ho, I guess I'm somewhat great if you ask me, she joked in response. Frankly speaking, her dream was to be an architect or a celebrity, and she probably had never imagined in her wildest dreams that she was going to end up as a mechanical engineer. That was the reason for her shock when she had first awakened with her abilities. She had no clue what she was supposed to do with her skill, so she had locked herself up in her room to try and come up with a plan. That was also why she hadn't been able to call Han-Yeol immediately. After a period of being in denial over her abilities, she had composed herself and decided to explore the potential her abilities had. It would have been much easier if she had received help from Han-Yeol right off the bat, but she, who had already been on the receiving end for so long, could not bring herself to request help from him. She also felt that her ability was nothing great, and this was the bigger reason that she had been ashamed to ask for his help. However, she had soon realized in the end that Han-Yeol was the only person she could turn to for help. In the end, she had mustered up the courage to finally tell him about her abilities. He was sincerely happy when I told him, Yubai reminisced. Han-Yeol had been the first to propose that they sign a contract, and his trust had made her steel her resolve to do her very best after she had signed the contract. Now, thanks to his support, Yubai was able to figure out her abilities to a certain extent. Appa said that I can become the best with my abilities as long as I work hard? She clenched her fist. She had no knowledge of engineering or technology, but that did not mean she had no idea how the world worked. She did some further digging and found that there were no awakened beings who had the ability to create mechanical things like she did. I'll be the best in this monopoly, and I will repay everything Appa has done for me. She repeated this thought in her head over and over again. Of course, Yubai could only create simple equipment as of right now, but she was willing to put in the effort to become useful to Han-Yeol one day. So, how's your ability? Are you starting to get used to it? Han-Yeol asked. Yes, I tried creating a few simple pieces of equipment. Actually, I just disassembled a few pieces of equipment commonly found in the market and I tried to create my own after studying it. Surprisingly, I found it quite complicated but fun at the same time, Yubai replied. Ah, that's great. I bet you're starting to be aware of just how good your ability is, right? Yes, but not only that, it's fun too. I have a feeling that I'll be able to earn a lot of money with this ability. Ho ho, that's a given. You're the only mechanical crafter in the world right now. There might be others in the future, but we just have to control the market before they start appearing. Okay, Appa. Give me 5. Han-Yeol raised his hand, inviting Yubai to give him a high five. Chuck. Now that their relationship had further evolved, they were like real siblings thanks to Han-Yeol's effort. After that, they spent nearly 2 hours discussing things related to their business. The business was just starting, so there were a lot of things they had to discuss with each other. I haven't seen that bag before, Appa, Yubai suddenly said as she pointed at the black bag Han-Yeol was carrying in the middle of their discussion. Ah, this one. Han-Yeol responded. He was about to explain what the bag was when the flap suddenly opened to reveal a pair of crystal clear eyes. Then, the icon of cuteness, Mavrose, peeked his head out of the bag. Kuyu, the baby dragon was trying to say that he was hungry. Han-Yeol had initially tried to feed him mealworms or insects since the baby dragon was technically a reptile-like being. However, the baby dragon had completely rejected his meal plan. Just as he had been at a loss for what to do, Mavrose had suddenly spotted Albert passing by with fresh chicken in his hand. Then, the baby black dragon had darted toward the old butler and devoured the chicken including its bones. Han-Yeol started to feed fresh meat to his baby dragon from then onward, and Mavrose's favorite was fresh duck. It seemed that a dragon was quite the gourmet as he knew what expensive meat was. Anyway, the baby dragon had been sleeping in the bag before suddenly waking up from hunger. However, what awaited Mavrose was not food but a difficult trial. Kaya, so cute. Quack. Kuyu. Yubai snatched Mavrose from the bag and hugged him tightly while rubbing her face on him. It seemed that Mavrose's adorable charm was super effective on Yubai as well. Squirm, 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 squirm. Mavrose tried his best to break free, but he still wasn't that strong yet. In fact, he was quite docile so he did not have the instinct to attack a human no matter how startled he was. Needless to say, there was no way another pet could be as lovable and adorable as Mavrose. Mavrose. Hang in there buddy. Mavrose moaned with droopy ears when Han-Yeol did not help him. Appa? What's this thing? I think it's a monster, but it's so cute and it seems to listen to you? Did you manage to find it in a hunting ground? Yubai asked while looking at Han-Yeol with eyes that revealed her desire to have a pet of her own. This was a natural reaction by anyone who had been charmed by Mavrose. No, nobody has ever successfully tamed a wild monster. It's one of my skills that allows me to incubate and hatch a monster from a monster egg, Han-Yeol explained. Then, I guess I won't be able to get one. You won't be able to give the pet to me if it's your skill, right? Nope, I can. In fact, I already gave one each to Tiarana, Mariam, and Mujahith. Well, they did pay me 1,000,000,000,000 for them, so, Hiik? Yubai was shocked after hearing the monster pet's price tag. 1 trillion? She exclaimed inwardly as she counted the zeros in her head. It was an astonishing figure that she had never even attempted to imagine in her life. Of course, she could probably reach that figure one day if she continued to train her ability, but that was only in the future. I'm sure you can earn that amount in no time if you work hard enough. I'll give you one as soon as you have 1 trillion in your account. Oh, I'll even prioritize yours and give you a partner discount. Really? Absolutely. Suk. Han-Yeol patted Yubai's head. He was quite generous to his people, but he also knew how to separate personal and business matters. There was no way he was going to give Yubai a pet for free. Han-Yeol had given Yubai a high salary back when she had been his porter. In fact, he was currently paying the same wage to the porters who replaced her after she had awakened. In short, he did not pay her more because of favoritism or whatnot. He had chosen to give a higher salary right at the beginning due to his first-hand experience of how little the porters had been getting paid. Another reason that he refused to give Yubai a pet for free was he did not want to set a precedent for others. After all, there would definitely be a lot of other people clamoring for their own pets the moment they learned that he had given one out for free. The best he could do for her right now was to guarantee her priority the moment she had the money prepared. He would also give her a little discount for old time's sake. Alright, I will work really hard and earn that, so you better get ready, Yubai enthusiastically exclaimed as she steeled her resolve. A few days after he had discussed business with Yubai, Han-Yeol received a call from his lawyer. I have received word that the Shine Raid party has successfully completed your request. Oh, really? Yes, would you like to check it? Are you certain it's real gold? It is without a doubt. I hired 10 different gold experts, all of whom inspected the gold for 2 days. All of them reached the same conclusion that the gold was 100% 24-karat pure gold. That's excellent news. Please proceed to pay the remaining balance to the Shine Raid party and deliver the gold to my place. Yes, I will see to it immediately. Beep. Phew. At least that's one thing ticked off my list. Han-Yeol had been quite worried as the promised date with Delchant was nearing. Of course, it had been highly unlikely that the Shine Raid party was going to not uphold their end of the bargain. After all, Han-Yeol had made sure that they were going to be legally held liable. However, there had still been a chance that unforeseen circumstances could occur. One prime example of this would be the raid party dying in the gold mine hunting ground. Fortunately, that did not happen and the Shine Raid party had successfully completed his request without a hitch. I think I can hire them if I need something next time, thought Han-Yeol as he was quite satisfied with their performance. He was glad that he had found a trustworthy raid party to place his request next time, since he planned to continue doing business with Delchant. Most hunters, raid parties, and guilds did not hop around various hunting grounds like Han-Yeol did. Hunting was just a livelihood for them, so they preferred to safely hunt in familiar environments rather than risk venturing to new places. Of course, Han-Yeol's deep pockets when it came to rewarding them for their services would definitely be welcomed by them. It more than made up for the fact that the golems in the gold mine were not easy opponents. Han-Yeol's reward of 10 billion won for 10 tons of gold would have been scoffed at by everyone if it had been before the appearance of the dimensional gates. South Korea had tried to increase their gold reserves back in 2013 by investing $1 billion to purchase 20 tons of gold. $1 billion in 2013 would have been roughly 1 trillion won, and this was the amount they had spent to purchase not 100 tons of gold but only 20 tons of gold. It was known at that time that South Korea had bolstered their gold reserves in 2013 from 84 tons to 104 tons after purchasing 20 tons of gold, and they had moved 2 ranks up the gold reserve ranking from the 36th rank to the 34th. However, Han-Yeol had just purchased 10 tons of gold for only 10 billion won, so it could be understood that gold prices had absolutely crashed after the Dimensional Gates incident. The emergence of monastones as a replacement for gold had sent gold prices crashing, and quite a lot of wealthy individuals who possessed gold had gone bankrupt that day. The most famous example would be the Rothschild family's fall from grace. They had possessed roughly $3 to $4 trillion in assets, and quite a significant portion of their wealth had been stashed in gold in secret. However, the sudden crash of gold had turned their sturdy hidden stash into a pile of dung overnight. Of course, they had also possessed a lot of other liquid assets, so they did not go completely bankrupt, but the damage had been so significant that they were never the same after that. The mineral that had been the symbol of wealth back then, gold, was no longer desired by anyone. However, one individual was certainly still very much obsessed with gold. Kia, I will never get sick of looking at all of this shiny gold. Excellent. It was the demon merchant, Delchant. Are you satisfied? Yes, I am. Just call me if you ever need something again. I will be delighted to do business with you anytime. Kia. Delchant let out his trademark insane laughter after seeing the 10 tons of gold in front of him. It was funny to describe his laughter as insane, since he generally appeared to be insane from the first time Han-Yeol had met him. Delchant looked quite satisfied with the 10 tons of gold as he made his way back to the demon world. Some might say that he had paid quite a hefty price for the transaction, but Han-Yeol possessed a lot of money. He decided to think of it as placing a large donation and shrugging it off. Well, it was indeed a donation, as he had successfully saved countless lives thanks to the 1,000 demon legion he had summoned. However, it was true that he did not directly benefit from it. Tisk. They would have given me a medal if this was in America, Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. The United States was quite generous when it came to awarding various medals to hunters for their services. In fact, the recent emergence of dimensional holes and dimensional rifts required the active participation of hunters to restore peace in their country, which was massive in land mass. One such example was the desert region of the United States, where only a few households lived, but there were at least 1 or 2 hunters stationed there to be their protector. The government of the United States bestowed merits and medals to the hunters in return for their services, and this in turn created a more public-friendly image for the hunters. In fact, this propaganda initiated by the United States proved quite effective, as most hunters in the country were now viewed as heroes like Captain America. Of course, there were still a few bad apples in the bunch, but those were rare cases. The South Korean government should learn from the Americans. These bastards in power keep trying to cause a divide between people and hunters for their own benefit, and they don't give a rat's ass about the country's future, Han-Yeol grumbled once again. The hunters were going to be welcomed by a lot of places if, and only if, in the rare chance that the country was conquered by an invader. However, that was not going to be the case for the general populace. In short, the ones who were going to suffer in the end were the normal people and not the elites. I'll do everything in my power to take care of my people if I become someone influential and powerful. Han-Yeol clenched his fist and made his resolve. He was not a benevolent person, nor was he a saint, so he did not have the responsibility to help everyone. The resolve he made was purely for those who worked for him in the numerous companies he planned to establish from now on. A few days later, Han-Yeol received a call from Miriam. He then went to the Horus Raid Party mansion by helicopter. The monster pet incident had shown the spotlight on Han-Yeol. There were numerous researchers, experts, governments, and insidious organizations that were interested in him, and the Horus Raid Party, Egypt, and the United States did their best to protect him. It went without saying that having these 3 giants as his protectors made it quite difficult for anyone with bad intent to make any move on him. There were fewer reporters lurking outside the Horus Raid Party mansion after the initial media frenzy had subsided, but Han-Yeol still chose to use a helicopter as his mode of transportation. The helicopter he was on right now hadn't been sent by the Horus Raid Party. It was a personalized helicopter he had bought with his own money. His helicopter was the civilian version of the most powerful helicopter in the past, the Apache helicopter, and it still packed quite the punch for a civilian helicopter. Han-Yeol did not need the firepower the helicopter carried, but he saw no reason to forego the weapons it came with, since he was legally allowed to mount such weapons on his private helicopter. I mean, it looks really cool, right? He shrugged. Han-Yeol had initially wanted to purchase a new Apache helicopter, but it was near impossible to get one these days. The demand for such vehicles of destruction were scarce after the emergence of hunters. In the end, he had to purchase a used Apache helicopter that had been wasting away in the Korean Army's garage for 9 billion won. A new Apache helicopter usually went for 35 billion won, but this one had been used for more than a decade and then had simply been parked in the garage. Han-Yeol had emphasized the fact that it was going to be a liability for the army to keep the helicopter around without having any use for it, and he had heavily negotiated to bring down the price to 9 billion won. Were you wondering about why he was so stingy despite being so rich? Giving even 1 cent to those corrupted military bastards is a waste. It was exactly as Han-Yeol said. The Ministry of Defense had lost a lot of their power after the emergence of hunters, but that did not deter them from purchasing bunk beds only worth 100,000 won for 2 million won. Those corrupted vermin never changed their habit of purchasing products with crazy markups, just as they had done for decades. It went without saying that the one purchasing and the one selling these crazily marked up products were either related to them or in cahoots. This was a classic case of corruption in the government. Paying them 9 billion is already annoying me. Han-Yeol loathed the fact that he had given money to those corrupt individuals, but that was the only way he could have gotten his hands on an Apache helicopter. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. South Korea was a small country, so there were not a lot of civilian helicopters in the market. He could have made a request to a foreign company to supply him with one, but he was going to have to wait a long time, so he eventually decided against it. Han-Yeol wanted one immediately, not out of need but out of want. We are almost there, Han-Yeol Hunternim. Okay. Han-Yeol arrived at the Horus Raid Party mansion and attended the second meeting, which had been requested by the Hunters Association. This time, the Hunters Association sent a pot-bellied, bald, middle-aged man in his 40s instead of the manager they previously sent. Ahem, my name is Kim Cha-Il, and I am a manager from the main branch of the Hunters Association. I would like to deeply apologize for the problem our staff has caused in the previous meeting, Kim Cha-Il said with a bow. He seemed to be used to kowtowing to other people, as expected of a seasoned office worker. He's probably not a hunter. There's no way a hunter's pride is going to allow them to do something like this. He's probably here as the scapegoat if things go wrong, Han-Yeol deduced. There were a lot of ordinary people working at the Hunters Association, and it was quite common for ordinary people to be in charge of administrative work just like manager Kim Cha-Il. The guy they sent the last time had been chased out by the Horus raid party, so they had to send someone else in hopes of appeasing them. However, the hunters were simply too proud to do something like this, which eventually forced the Hunters Association to send a normal person. So, did you come bearing fresh terms? Han-Yeol asked. It was best for Han-Yeol to initiate the conversation as he was Korean and also the vice leader of the Horus raid party. It was best to deal with a fellow compatriot, after all. Yes, of course. The Hunters Association is willing to give you one of the unique items we possess and 1.2 trillion won. That doesn't sound bad at all, Han-Yeol muttered before he looked at Miriam. The leader and vice leader of the Horus raid party were Yarana and Han-Yeol, but the brains behind the raid party was none other than Miriam. In fact, most of the decisions Yarana made were actually Miriam's idea, and the very few times they were not was all due to Yarana's stubbornness. Miriam nodded and replied, I think it is a reasonable offer. The money is not important, but the unique item is quite enticing. Han-Yeol might have spoken in Korean, but Miriam had replied in Arabic. She was a Mensa member with an IQ of 160, and she was fluent in not only Arabic and Korean but also in English, German, French, and Spanish. A lot of people commented when she had awakened with telepathic abilities that it really suited her. However, the reason that she had replied in Arabic instead of Korean was simply due to her own stubbornness. Her pride did not allow her to use another language when Han-Yeol obviously spoke Arabic fluently. Then, shall we accept the request? Yes. All right. Han-Yeol looked at manager Kim Cha-il, who was profusely sweating from the nervousness. He felt a bit bad that he was treating someone his father's age this way, but he couldn't let his personal feelings get in the way of official matters. The Horus raid party has made a decision regarding the request the Hunters Association made, Han-Yeol said. Gulp. Manager Kim Cha-il nervously gulped as he was worried that he was going to get kicked out by the Horus raid party, which would be detrimental to his career as well. He started to worry about how he was going to feed his wife and kids from now on if he were ever to get fired because of this. Please, please, please. We accept the request, Han-Yeol said. Yes. Manager Kim Cha-il blurted out the words he was supposed to keep inside his head and swung his fist in an uppercut motion. Everyone in the meeting room looked at Manager Kim Cha-il as if he was a madman. Manager Kim Cha-il immediately realized his mistake and cleared his throat in embarrassment. He said, then. Shall we sign the contract? Hunters certainly signed contracts between them for any work they agreed on. It would be ideal if there were no need for such contracts and that everyone honored their words, but that was not the case. This made contracts a natural requirement. Not to mention, a contract between hunters usually involved large sums of money, so a legally binding contract was definitely required. Han-Yeol glanced at Miriam, who nodded in response since this was the part she was going to take over. He then told manager Kim Cha-il, okay, you will have to discuss with Miriam about that from now on. Haha, I see. Manager Kim Cha-il seemed to have heard of Miriam's infamy as he seemed quite burdened by the idea of working with her. I kind of understand how he feels. There was an earlier rumor that Miriam had gone to the Hunters Association alone after all of the Horus raid party executives returned to Egypt for some business, but she did not give an inch despite being outnumbered in the meeting, Han-Yeol thought. Miriam was quite courteous to him since he was above her in terms of hierarchy, but even Han-Yeol felt nervous whenever she got serious. However, manager Kim Cha-il was currently dealing with her on equal footing, and Han-Yeol was certain that the man was definitely going to have a nervous breakdown soon enough. They probably have no idea that she can read minds as well. Han-Yeol was sincerely worried for the man. Miriam did not dare attempt to read Han-Yeol's mind as he ranked higher than her, but there was no stopping her from doing that to someone else. Besides, the outcome was as good as decided since they were basically playing poker with their hands fully exposed to her. Han-Yeol decided to say a short prayer for the man before getting up. I'm late. It's so early in the morning to have to deal with this, Han-Yeol grimaced after sensing the incoming headache. Once the meeting ended, Yarana and Han-Yeol were about to leave when the door swung wide open and Mujahid came running in. Unfortunately, he came face to face with Yarana the moment he entered the room. Good morning. Ennunum. Silenced Yarana shot down Mujahid's greeting and left the room. Han-Yeol motioned for the ones behind him to pass first, and all of them snickered after passing Mujahid. They could have been punished under lese majeste if Egypt was a kingdom, but fortunately, the country was still a pseudo-democracy as they held elections and had a congress. That was the reason that Mujahid could be openly laughed at by others despite him being a prince. This was a stark difference to how some royals in the region ruled their nations with an iron fist. Hey Mujahid, why does it feel like you're intentionally doing only the things your sister hates? Han-Yeol initially felt burdened dealing with Mujahid as the man was a prince after all, but he soon realized that he was more like a mischievous younger brother than a prince. I overslept today, so. I'm pretty sure we were informed last night that there was going to be an important meeting with the Hunters Association today at 8 in the morning. I was aware of it too, but the video game you taught me was so fun that I accidentally ended up playing it until 5 in the morning. I also accidentally forgot to set an alarm, and accidentally overslept. You are such a handful. Mujahid spent a lot of his free time with Han-Yeol, and both of them usually ended up playing video games together. Also, they watched movies from time to time and the genre they watched were usually gangster movies. With all that time they spent together, Mujahid began to change the way he called Han-Yeol from Han-Yeol-nim to Hyung-nim. It was quite funny to hear him suddenly say Hyung-nim in Korean while speaking in Arabic. So, did we finally accept the raid request from the Hunters Association? Yeah, we accepted it. Yes. Mujahid clenched his fists and threw them in the air. Does it make you that happy? Yes. I need to have a good fight whenever my body feels itchy, but I was stuck here waiting for an opportunity. I'm so glad that I will finally be able to vent all of my frustrations on the monsters. Haha. You might act funny at times, but your abilities are top-notch, after all. Han-Yeol tried to look into Mujahid recently. Surprisingly, he came across information about Mujahid quite easily, and the prince was quite the celebrity like Tiarana, just in a different way. Tiarana was known as the goddess of Africa or the princess of Egypt. As for Mujahid, he was known as a battle-crazed fiend. He was infamous for enjoying hunting monsters so much that he looked like a madman whenever he started hunting. Once, he had even set a record for hunting 200 consecutive hours in the pyramid without coming out. He might be a bit aloof, but he's the best kind of comrade you can ask for in the hunting grounds, Han-Yeol thought before he grabbed Mujahid's right arm and smacked him in the back. Tack. Ouch. Hyung-Nim. Let's do our best, Mujahid. Yes, I will be in your care, Hyung-Nim. Huh? Isn't this guy stronger than me? Han-Yeol tilted his head in confusion. Han-Yeol might have accepted Mujahid as his disciple, since he had asked to be one, but he was not sure if Mujahid was stronger than him or not. After all, they had not compared themselves yet. Han-Yeol also hadn't been able to test his full power yet as the Marowaks were simply too easy to deal with. Should I go check how strong I am first before going for the raid? But it's so troublesome, he grumbled inwardly as he made his way to the mansion's dining area. It did not take him long to be distracted from his initial thoughts. Hehe. The food here is really awesome no matter how much I eat it. The food was not as great as the one prepared when Fei Fatter had visited, but it was still the best Han-Yeol had ever tasted. I think they mentioned hiring an Egyptian chef who studied culinary in Europe or something. Han-Yeol started wondering if he should sponsor a culinary student and later hire them as his personal chef. The Horus raid party no longer had the luxury to laze around after accepting the raid request. The afternoon was to be spent going through the specific details of the contract with the Hunters Association, and the entire Horus raid party had been mobilized. They flew to Daegu International Airport on their private jet. Not only that, but they even dispatched numerous helicopters carrying support personnel and convoys of trucks with their supplies as well. Why did we come here, Manager Nim? Han-Yeol asked. The entire area was now under the control of the association, so Kim Cha-il had accompanied them as their guide. However, the strange part was that their accommodation or base camp was the Bulguksa Temple. This will be our base camp until we hunt the boss monster, the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva, Kim Cha-il replied. What about the monks? The temple might be a famous tourist destination, but it was still a temple nonetheless. It was a place run by monks, so there was no way that they were going to docilely hand over the temple to a raid party. I am not sure if it is a relief or not, but only the head monk remains in this place. The other monks had either run away after the boss monster appeared or they had joined the first raid party that attempted to hunt it. Unfortunately, none of them survived the initial failed raid. Anyway, we received permission from the head monk to use this as our base camp from now on, Kim Cha-il explained. Is that so? Yes. Tisk. I'm not sure if it's a relief or not, like he said. Han-Yeol clicked his tongue. The Horus raid party were able to set up camp at the best possible location, but they did not consider it as good fortune. They just heard that they were only accommodated after the monks had died in the initial raid. Take a look at this, Han-Yeol Tayarana called Han-Yeol. Then, I'll go and do my stuff now. Han-Yeol bid goodbye to the manager. Yes, Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. Please let me know if you need anything. I will be staying at the temporary container we've set up over there with the other association staffers. Alright, you're working quite hard, Manager Nim. Han-Yeol was the type who made sure not to overly disregard anyone. Haha, I am not doing anything. In fact, I am worried that I might be deadweight to the raid party since there is nothing I can do, Kim Cha-il replied while awkwardly scratching his head. Han-Yeol went over to Tiarana after he was done with Kim Cha-il. He then asked, what is it, Tara? We're going to start the meeting to discuss our plans to raid the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. We have no idea how strong the boss monster is, so we can't afford to be overconfident just because we have Mujahid on our side. We will need to base our battle plans according to data and analytics. Excellent words, Taeranim. Yeah, I agree with you, Tara. I was actually feeling a bit nervous, to be honest. Han-Yeol was unsure if he felt nervous because this was going to be his first time going up against such a strong monster or if he was scared of death. However, he definitely felt a strange sense of anxiety creeping up on his body. I don't think we have a way to gauge the boss monster's strength though. The Horus raid party had requested for the video of the initial raid party's clash against the boss monster, but their request had been rejected. It was not that the association was keeping the video confidential or anything, but it was just that no such video existed in the first place. The 7 boss monsters that had appeared possessed the ability to disable all electronic devices within a 1-kilometer radius of them, and this was the same for the boss monster the Horus raid party was about to hunt, the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. That was the reason why the Mulan film crew were not going to be filming the battle despite having tagged along with the Horus raid party. Why did Han-Yeol bother bringing them here then? He planned to start filming after the boss was defeated. It will be very risky to attempt to raid the boss monster when we do not have any information about it. We have to find a way to gauge its strength before attempting to raid it. That will be the only way we will be able to minimize our casualties. You're right, but... Miriam was right, but the problem was that the Horus raid party did not have a way to test the boss monster's abilities. It was dangerous to go near the boss monster to take a peek, so that was out of the question. However, all electronic devices were disabled around it, so it was also not possible to measure its strength from afar. The best solution would be to get eyewitness accounts from those who had participated in the initial failed raid, but the entire raid party had been wiped out with no survivors being left behind. Just as the meeting was at a standstill, someone suddenly knocked on the meeting room door. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Knock, knock. An Egyptian hunter entered and said, "Excuse me, Han-Yeol Nim. A woman by the name Han Yubai wishes to see you. Yubai is here." Han-Yeol now spoke casually to all of the Egyptian hunters. He had initially felt uncomfortable doing so, which had him continue speaking to them formally. However, he came to a stop once Miriam had nagged him until his ears bled. After all, he was speaking casually to both Miriam and to Yarana, so it was definitely wrong for him to speak courteously to those ranked below them. "Yes, what should we do?" Please let her in. It's a bit difficult for me to leave right now." "Most certainly, sir. I will do as instructed." Han-Yeol was currently in the midst of an important meeting. However, since the meeting was going nowhere, he had decided to have Yubai come into the meeting room. Besides, it was not that she could speak or understand Arabic, so she would be clueless about what they were talking about. Also, most of the things they were discussing right now were not confidential information, so there was nothing wrong with having her in the room. Around 3 minutes later, Appa, Yubai came into the meeting room with a huge rucksack on her back. "Hi, Yubai. What brings you all the way here?" Han-Yeol asked as he felt curious about why she had come to this dangerous place all alone. "Hihi, I finished my first ever creation. Already." Han-Yeol could not help but feel both surprised and curious about Yubai's first invention. He knew that she had been working on something, but he did not expect her to make something this fast. Hihi. Yubai smiled brightly and put down the rucksack on the table. Zip. She opened the zipper and took out something from the rucksack. "Drone. That's just a normal drone, right? Is that a drone?" "Yes. It might look normal on the outside, but this doesn't use electricity like an average drone. This runs on a hunter's mana, and can be used as an unmanned scouting drone. But that's not all. There is a camera attached to it that will allow it to be easily operated, and the operator can channel mana into it to use it offensively as well." "Oh, but I wasn't able to arm it just yet since I didn't have the parts I needed." "Wow, that's amazing." "Really?" "Yeah, it's really amazing." Yubai awkwardly scratched the back of her neck when Han-Yeol started praising her. It was an amazing coincidence that Yubai had come with the exact item that the raid party needed, and Han-Yeol immediately explained what Yubai had said to Tiarana and Miriam. Of course, this meant that he had to disclose Yubai's ability to them as well, but he did not mind it as Tiarana and Miriam were people who he could trust. "Oh, that is truly amazing and it looks much better than the ones we normally use." An awakened being who produces gears exclusive for hunters. I wonder why South Korea gets such unique hunters when it's a small country. It's quite unfair. I believe Egypt will have to learn whatever your country is doing. Han-Yeol possessed more than 3 abilities and was able to get stronger the more monsters he fought, while Yubai was able to craft equipment exclusive for hunters. The fact that both of them had awakened in the same country was already a wild coincidence. I don't think that's something Egypt should be saying. Han-Yeol felt that Egypt was the one country that did not have the right to complain. Egypt was probably the luckiest country on Earth after the emergence of the dimensional gates thanks to the immense treasures their pyramids held. I believe we should purchase or rent that drone, Taeranim. That drone is our only option in scouting the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. She's your comrade, so you make the call, Han-Yeol. Yubai. Yes, Appa. Our raid party urgently needs that drone. We are going to hunt a boss monster called 1,000-armed Bodhisattva, but we aren't able to scout it right now. Fortunately, I think it will be possible for us to scout it with your drone. Oh really? Yeah. Yubai pretended to think about it for a few seconds before she smiled brightly and said, "I'm just the inventor and I get incentivized for making things. The rest is up to you, so you can decide what and how you want to deal with it. I trust you 100% anyway, Appa." She knew from the time she had spent hunting with Han-Yeol that he was a dependable person. He was a man of his words and not once did he break a promise he had made or lied to her about anything. Others would call a naturally kind and nice person a pushover. Han-Yeol might be kind-hearted, but he was definitely not a pushover. He knew how to set his boundaries when helping others and he knew when to hold his tongue when others looked down on him. In fact, quite a lot of people looked down on him as he usually tried to resolve things peacefully, and people usually tended to step on him whenever he tried to be the bigger person. However, little did they know that he was also the type of person who would definitely get his revenge one way or another. Suddenly, out of nowhere, she thought that he would probably be a good husband who was going to put his family first above anything and anyone else. When her train of thoughts unexpectedly brought her here, she blushed. What was I thinking of just now? This drone might belong to Yubai, but I have the right to negotiate its sale. That is excellent news. So, what do you propose, Han-Yeol? Do you wish to lease it to us or sell it instead? We are willing to pay you a handsome price, whichever you decide to do. The Horus raid party had already spent 2 trillion won procuring pets from Han-Yeol, but Fei Fatter had already replenished their coffers for them. The Horus raid party currently possessed enough funds at their disposal to do whatever they wanted. Hey, you buy. This is your first invention, so it will probably require some adjustments, so what do you think if we lease it for now? Then, we can sell it at an expensive price to all raid parties after you've improved it later on, Han-Yeol asked. That sounds good to me, Yubai replied. Excellent. Feeling delighted, he immediately signed a leasing agreement for Yubai's drone at a price tag of 200 million won per day. The term of the lease was until the 1,000-armed bodhisattva was hunted. Fortunately, the drone had the ability to record videos, which made it possible for Han-Yeol to film the rare scene of a boss monster being raided. Great job, Yubai. You've invented something really good in such a short period of time. Han-Yeol said with his thumbs up. I'm just doing my best to be of help to you, Appa. I made it in hopes that it will be helpful to you one day, but I'm really glad that it's able to help you right away, Yubai said with a smile. You're a great help. You really came in clutch for us this time. Not to mention, you're generating us 200 million won in revenue every day. We should celebrate once we finish the hunt. Sure, Appa. Then, Yubai decided to remain in the base camp and observe the hunt. Han-Yeol was initially against it since things could become dangerous, but she had managed to easily convince him by saying that the drone would be requiring maintenance since it was only a prototype. The next morning, Kim Cha-il stared at the unexpected invention and muttered in disbelief, This average-looking drone can be controlled by a hunter's mana. Yes, it can. We will be able to scout the 1,000-armed bodhisattva before attempting to raid it, Han-Yeol nonchalantly replied. Ah, I see. You will have to be careful of not only the boss monster but also the horde of monsters under its command. 60% of the initial raid party members had died to the regular monsters even before reaching the boss monster, and it is highly likely that the monsters have been reinforced by now, Kim Cha-il explained while wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. I see, Han-Yeol muttered. He grumbled inwardly, Tisk. You should have told us that sooner. However, this revelation did not come as that big of a surprise. It was well within the calculation of the Horus raid party. Still, Han-Yeol could not help but be disgruntled by the fact that the association was not fully cooperating with them by providing vital information. Then, Miriam. Yes, it was quite obvious that Miriam was going to be the best candidate to pilot the drone thanks to her telepathic abilities, which would allow her to divide her consciousness into multiple ones. This gave her the ability to scout and relay information while giving orders to the raid party. Approaching the 1,000-armed bodhisattva. As expected, Miriam was able to scout while relaying the information to the raid party members through her telepathy ability. Demon Eyes. Meanwhile, Han-Yeol used his own skill to scan the 1,000-armed bodhisattva. Those who were aware of his ability might argue that he could have simply used Demon Eyes from the start to scout the boss monster, and that was also a possibility that they could have explored. In fact, this was also the precise reason why Han-Yeol was using his skill right now. However, even this cheat-like skill of his had a weakness. Demon Eyes was a skill that sensed the flow of mana, which meant that it was not an ideal scouting skill in this kind of situation. Not to mention, it was impossible to transfer what he saw into video, so this was another limitation as well. That was the reason why the drone came in clutch for them. It allowed the entire raid party to have an accurate grasp of the situation around the boss monster. Huiyining? Miriam operated the drone and flew it above the mountain toward where the 1,000-armed bodhisattva was, and the drone's view was broadcasted live on a large monitor. Gulp! The Horus raid party members nervously gulped while watching the monitor. All of them were veteran hunters, but this was their first time hunting a boss monster. The fact that this was a boss monster that required master rank hunters to hunt also made them quite nervous. Quack, quack. Kairuryuk, Kairuryuk. The forest beneath the drone was teeming with monsters. The hordes of monsters were composed of weak and intermediate monsters, and there were a number of power monsters mixed among them. Ah, that's quite an intimidating sight, Kim Cha-il muttered while his eyes were fixated on the monitor. The drone passed the horde of monsters and the 1,000-armed bodhisattva finally made its appearance. It's huge, Han-Yeol said. Wow, it's humongous. The drone was filming the boss monster from quite a distance for safety reasons, but the boss monster was so big that it looked like it was right in front of the drone. It's too big. Can we win against that thing? The Egyptian hunters were shaken after seeing the boss monster. They were brave warriors who knew no fear, but they could not help feeling this fearful. Furthermore, the fact that other raid parties had brought along their master rank hunters to hunt the boss monsters while they only had Tayarana, who was an Osiris rank hunter, did not help. The Egyptian hunters knew very well just how big the gap between an Osiris rank and RA rank hunter was. I will start encircling the 1,000-armed bodhisattva, said Miriam as she piloted the drone to go one round around the boss monster. The thousands of arms attached to the back of the boss monster came into view, and the arms looked ready to strike at a moment's notice. Huiyining? Silence descended on the base camp as no one dared to speak, and only the sound of the drone's rotors could be heard. Just as the drone was encircling the 1,000-armed bodhisattva. Swoosh! Heop! One of the 1,000 arms suddenly swung toward the drone. It was a tense moment where the whole raid could be jeopardized if the one and only drone that Yubai had created was destroyed. However, Miriam possessed a reflex that was as high as her IQ, so she was already prepared to dodge any attacks coming at the drone. She immediately controlled the drone to swerve right, and the drone barely managed to escape. Phew, that was close. Han-Yeol let out a sigh of relief, and he felt like he had aged 10 years in those few seconds. It is good that we were able to identify one of the boss monster's attack patterns. Yay, you're right. They could say that it was indeed a close call, but it was well worth the risk as they were now able to identify how the boss monster attacked. It was going to be quite dangerous if they had blindly attacked the boss monster without even knowing how it attacked. They decided to be satisfied with this much since there was so little they could do with a scouting drone. Let's check where the hordes of monsters are located, Miriam. We should observe them and note down their coordinates, and we should mark those coordinates on the map. Then, please distribute the maps to all of the hunters once it's complete. Yes, Han-Yeol. This was the good part when it came to using a camera. There was no way Han-Yeol would have been able to accurately pinpoint the exact location of the hordes of monsters from this distance with his demon eyes. This made Han-Yeol certain once again that Yubai's ability was indeed a treasure. Miriam mapped the coordinates of the hordes of monsters and shared them with the Horus Raid party members. Manager Kim Cha-il watched the whole thing before nodding and thinking, they're quite organized. I looked down on them because they're Egyptians, but they're much more organized than some of the top raid parties here. Is this the true might of Egypt's best raid party? He was astounded by how prepared the Horus Raid party was. There was a stark difference in how thoroughly the Horus Raid party made their preparations compared to the Swastika Raid party. The monks had only scouted from afar with binoculars before they had decided to proceed, only having made sure that they were careful. What was the result of that? Not a single one of them had made it back alive, or even dead. Zing! A hologram depicting the entire Toham mountain appeared in front of the main screen, and all of the Horus Raid party members gathered in front of it. We will now start the raid briefing. I will only explain once and send it to your applications, so make sure you pay attention. Yes, ma'am. The hunters were scared, but that did not mean that these warriors were going to back down without a fight. Our first mission will be to reduce the enemy's numbers. There are too many hordes of monsters in Toham Mountain, and they will definitely hit us from our rear while we are fighting against the boss monster if we don't dispose of them. It is our main priority to reduce the enemy's numbers as much as possible before attempting to raid the boss monster. Yes, ma'am. The Swastika Raid party had tried to pierce through the hordes of monsters and make quick work of the boss monster, and that was their fatal mistake. They had ended up being fully surrounded by the monsters later on. The main difference between them and Miriam was that she possessed information on the monster horde's whereabouts and their numbers thanks to the drone, which made her draft this plan up. This raid might turn into a battle of attrition. Make sure that you keep watch of your stamina while hunting, and do your best not to get killed. Those who defy my orders and die in battle will never be allowed by RA to enter eternal peace. Yes, ma'am. We will start our operation tomorrow morning before daybreak. Try to rest as much as you can. It will be a long day tomorrow. Yes, ma'am. All of the Horus Raid party members dispersed after Miriam concluded the briefing, and all of them returned to their stations with nervous faces. It will be all right, right, Appa? Yubai asked in a slightly worried voice. She had asked around and found out that there were boss monsters in South Korea. She had also learned that the other 6 boss monsters were currently being handled by master rank hunters. However, what concerned her the most was the fact that the Horus Raid party did not possess a master rank hunter. She knew very well how strong a master rank hunter was since she had learned and studied about them while she had been still a porter. Don't worry, everything will be all right. That's what plans are for in the first place, Han-Yeol replied. He was quite nervous himself, but he tried his best not to show it. I would have made more equipment if I only had the time. Yubai had only recently gotten a handle on her abilities, and she could not help but regret the fact that she did not have the time to at least craft a gun for Han-Yeol. It's all right, don't mind it so much. I'm planning to use this as an opportunity to become stronger, so I'm actually pumped. I mean, when will I ever get the chance to hunt a bunch of strong monsters gathered together? It's not a common sight even on hunting grounds, you know. Haha, you never change, Appa, Yubai said with a laugh. Han-Yeol was this kind of a person from the start. He smiled when the hunt was difficult, and he always complained whenever he ran out of monsters to kill. I'm sure you will win, Appa. I sincerely think so too. The two exchanged banter for a while more before Yubai finally went to the women's area of the accommodation. She said she was going to go read some books on mechanical engineering to improve her knowledge and ability. She made mention of that because she was confident that Han-Yeol was going to emerge victorious against the boss monster. Han-Yeol sat on top of the temple's roof as he looked at the sunset. You seem to be quite nervous, said Yarana, who appeared behind him. Hey, Tara. Tarana possessed quite a lot of burdensome titles such as Goddess of Africa or the Egyptian Princess, but she was just a normal cute woman whenever she was with Han-Yeol. She sometimes acted slightly dense too. It had been quite a while since they first became close, but there were not that many opportunities for them to be alone as Miriam shadowed her all the time. I guess you can say I'm both nervous and excited. Excited. I'm scared that I could die in this raid, but the boss monster is definitely an opponent I can fight to my heart's content. I believe that it's going to help me become a step stronger. That's amazing if you consider the fact that you had almost died against the Queen Labyrinth Spider not that long ago. Ah, that was a close call too. It did feel quite refreshing after making it alive out of that. Really? Yeah. You're a strange man. Nothing. That was the end of their conversation as they both quietly sat and watched the sunset. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The entire Bulgaksa temple was bustling just before daybreak. It was technically still a safe zone, so quite a lot of ordinary people had tagged along to assist the Horus raid party. TSSHH. The cooks in charge of feeding the raid party were busy at work as fresh ingredients from Egypt had been flown in to serve the hunters a classic traditional Egyptian dish. It has been a while since we had koshari. Yay, I'm looking forward to it. Everyone from the lowest ranking hunter all the way up to Yarana were eagerly waiting for their food. The menu today was koshari, which was a traditional Egyptian dish. It was made of rice, lentils, and pasta mixed together and topped off with a spicy sauce. Koshari was a food well loved by all Egyptians, and it was considered their staple food. The Horus raid party cooks specially prepared this dish today to raise the morale of the raid party. Oh, how long has it been since we last had this? It tastes exactly like home. No, it tastes even better. Is it because they used high-quality ingredients rather than cheap ones? Haha, don't be so mean. You're basically saying that our food back home is cheap unless you splurge on it. Ha ha ha. Most of the Egyptian hunters agreed that there were other options open to them since they earned quite a lot of money. They basically had the luxury of choosing from Italian, French, Korean, Japanese, continental, Mediterranean, and other cuisines. However, all of them agreed that koshari was definitely the best for them. Get moving if you're done eating. Yes, ma'am. The Horus raid party mobilized at Miriam's command after they finished eating. Our first target is the entrance to Tohem Mountain. There are not that many monsters there, so we will warm up with them. Yeah, I agree. The monsters were marked with red dots on the map application sent to the hunters. Phew. Then, all of the hunters took in a deep breath as they prepared for combat. Demon Eyes. Han-Yeol activated Demon Eyes once again after arriving at their destination, and he could clearly see the monsters' mana ahead of them. The mana visible to him signaled the start of this game where they had to put their lives on the line. A monster horde in charge of defending the outskirts of their territory appeared right after the Horus raid party started mobilizing. Kairuryuk. The first monsters were rabbits. Of course, they were not normal rabbits but monster rabbits the size of a calf. They possessed crimson red eyes, sharp claws, and tough-looking muscles. In a single glance, it was obvious that they were monsters. Tisk. Is it because the boss is the Bodhisattva? The monsters are Buddhists too. Han-Yeol clicked his tongue and grumbled after seeing the silhouette of the monsters with demon eyes and checking the image transmitted from Yubai's drone. There were 12 monster hordes, and each horde seemed to be representing a zodiac. The zodiacs here were the animals known as the 12 Chinese zodiacs. However, the rabbit monsters in front of the Horus raid party were not the armored rabbit one would normally see at Buddhist temples, but rather, a ferocious monster that was the size of a calf. They were definitely not the zodiac gods that the Buddhists had portrayed. Kairuryuk. The 10 monster rabbits the Horus raid party had found let out a horrific shriek before charging toward them. The fact that they were charging at them so ferociously despite being quite a distance away proved that these monsters were highly aggressive. All forces, prepare for combat. Hap. Wuong. The variety of hunters from different ranks began to channel their mana, and the air around them became dense from the mana being channeled. Shall we go on a rampage? Han-Yeol thought as he took out his HSK 447P. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. He was itching from excitement at the thought of being able to go all out after a long time, and he took out a decent-sized mana stone from his belt pocket. Gripping the mana stone as hard as he could, he commanded, "Enhance." CR. Crack. The mana stone shattered the moment he used his skill, and his power was greatly enhanced by it. The skill was somewhat a disposal type since it consumed a mana stone, but he could not help smirking whenever he felt just how much his power was being amplified by it. Han-Yeol aimed his gun with the assistance of his marksmanship skill. He used one of his old signature skills, Mana Explosion. Shwoong. Kaboom! The grenade empowered by Enhance flew in an arc before accurately landing on the monster rabbits and triggering a huge explosion. The explosion was so powerful that shockwaves shook the entire ground. In fact, it was powerful enough to say that it had split heaven and earth apart. However, despite the flashiness of the skill, tisk. So you guys are trying to say that you're different? Han-Yeol clicked his tongue after checking with demon eyes. The monster rabbits stopped in their tracks due to the powerful explosion, but not even a single one of them died or were severely wounded from it. Click. Clack. However, Han-Yeol was not shaken by it. In fact, he nonchalantly reloaded another grenade and prepared to fire once again. He thought, I just have to fire one more time. The effect of Enhance was still remaining. This second strike was probably not going to deal significant damage this time as well, but it was still better than nothing. Just as Han-Yeol was about to shoot the second grenade, 3 of the Horus raid party hunters suddenly approached him and said in unison, "We will help you." You guys will. All of us possess mana amplification skills. We believe your attack will be far more powerful if we amplify your mana on top of your own amplification skill. Oh, that sounds like a good idea. Let's give it a go. Yes, sir. The 3 hunters placed their hands on Han-Yeol's back, and they channeled their mana into him. Power up. Mana recharge. Empower mana. The 3 different skills basically did the same thing and only their names differed. Han-Yeol could feel his mana being further amplified. Wuong. I can clearly feel my mana becoming stronger. Feeling impressed, he gathered his mana into his grenade launcher, and the sight of it was quite impressive. He then pulled the trigger. Kwaya, swoosh, kwayayak, cook, cook. What kind of recoil is this? Han-Yeol seemed to have channeled too much mana into the grenade launcher. After he had pulled the trigger, all 4 of them were flung back by 2 meters. However, kwaya, that's amazing. Can anything survive that kind of a powerful attack? All of the Horus Raid party members had their mouths agape as they watched the powerful yet dazzling explosion of mana. It was definitely not easy to deal this much damage in a single attack, and the fact that Han-Yeol was not even a hunter specializing in explosion skills made it even more amazing. This much is nothing but a greeting for him. I see this quite often, but I really can't get used to this. It's not even surprising anymore. They knew that this was not Han-Yeol's full power. They knew very well from having hunted with him that he had more hidden up his sleeve than what the media was aware of. Key. The Horus Raid party approached the crater Han-Yeol had created. Only one of the 10 monster rabbits remained as the rest had been blown to smithereens, leaving only their mana stones behind. The last remaining monster rabbit was missing an arm and it was profusely squirting out its blue blood. However, it showed no signs of backing down as it bared its fangs and claws at them. Eek. However, bang! Han-Yeol took out a pistol and shot a bullet right between the monster's eyes, and the bullet exited through the back of its head. Most people thought that Han-Yeol was a close combat hunter because he used a sword and a chain, but he was only using those weapons because he seldom had the chance to use a gun. If Yubai manages to create an advanced gun, then I'll ask her to prioritize arming me. I can just give her a monster pet in return anyway, Han-Yeol thought. This was the reason why he was taking good care of Yubai. He was quite adept at handling old-fashioned weapons such as a sword or a chain, but he was quite good with firearms as well thanks to his marksmanship and homing bullet. He was not using firearms only because he usually hunted solo and none of the firearms available in the market were as good as he needed them to be. Needless to say, Yubai's ability was like rain in a drought for him. He. While Han-Yeol was sheepishly laughing, the Horus Raid party sprung into action. Porters, move swiftly and collect the mana stones. Don't leave behind any of the intact remains of the monsters. No, just collect all of it. We don't know what's useful so we might as well take all of it. Work in pairs and don't dilly-dally. Move. Yes, ma'am. The Horus Raid party could be considered a semi-government entity as they were getting almost unlimited support from the government. Their support crews, which were mostly porters, were 10 times the size of the porters most Korean raid parties had. A Korean raid party would normally have one group of porters, and the hunters would usually be held back since the porters' stamina would not be able to keep up with too quick a hunting pace. On the other hand, the Horus Raid party had 4 groups of porters, and each group was composed of at least double to triple the size of a Korean porter group. The system the Horus Raid party employed was a 3-shift rotation of the 3 groups, with the 4th group on standby in case anything happened. This was the reason that the hunters did not have to match their pace with the porters' stamina and could hunt to their heart's content. Huiying, Ziying, Han-Yeol sat atop a tree with a clear view of the horizon. Suk. Han-Yeol patted the baby dragon sitting atop his head. Mavros often hid at the backlines during battle and would show up as soon as the battle ended to nest on top of Han-Yeol's head. Yeah, you will become strong like those monsters one day, so we will be having a lot of fun together at that time. Mavros cried out in agreement. The nearest group of rabbits from here would be, Han-Yeol scouted the horizon and checked the number of monster rabbits in the area. After discovering a group of monster rabbits, he groaned inwardly, ugh. The group this time was made up of 30 monster rabbits, and their numbers made the 10 rabbits a while ago look like a tutorial stage. Not only that, each of the 30 monster rabbits also seemed to possess much denser mana than the ones a while ago. In short, they were stronger than the first group. This is going to be a headache, he thought. Whatever it might be, the Horus Raid party had to eliminate all these zodiac monsters and make their way to the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. Sukok? Han-Yeol cut the neck of a monster rabbit pouncing at him. The monster's blue blood spurted all over the place as its head rolled on the ground. That's the 12th, he muttered while trying to catch his breath. The monster rabbits were much more stubborn than they looked. They did not operate within their boundaries, immediately swarming over if one of their own had been attacked. This was a problem, because the raid party had realized this a tad bit too late, and they were now stuck in a quagmire of death. How long until the next wave comes? Han-Yeol nim. Miriam did not look into the minds of those superior to her, but she had no other choice this time as every second counted. Wuong, just look for yourself. The skill that allowed Miriam to look into someone's mind was not only limited to her looking, the other person, Han-Yeol in this case, could peek into her mind as well. The only time she would ever use this skill was only during critical moments when they did not have the luxury to speak. Han-Yeol activated Demon Eyes, and Miriam got a first-hand view of what he was seeing. That is around 5 minutes from now. I noticed that there was a small gorge behind us. I will instruct the party to set up our defense over there and use the topography to our advantage. Okay, give me 10 hunters. I'll buy you time to set up defensive formations. Thank you, Han-Yeol nim. No need to thank me. Miriam decided that it was going to be dangerous if they continued fighting in the forest. They had already fought against 3 groups of monster rabbits without much casualties, but she noticed that every battle was getting more and more difficult. The hunters were humans too, so they were bound to tire soon. There was definitely a need for Miriam to take preventative measures as insurance. Also, these bastards are popping up from everywhere, so it's getting difficult to protect the porters, she thought. There was only one entrance to the gorge she had seen a while ago, so it was going to be the optimal place for the hunters to defend while protecting the porters. We are retreating to the rear in 5 minutes. Our destination is the gorge behind us. Such a waste. The porters did their best to collect the mana stones and monster corpses whenever they could, but the fighting was simply too fierce and fast-paced. In the end, they could only collect 20% of it. That was why the command to retreat was such a shame to both the hunters and the porters. Hurry up. Do you want to exchange your lives for some monster corpses? Miriam's next words encouraged the raid party to spring into action. Han-Yeol stayed behind with the 10 elite hunters he had requested from Miriam to protect the raid party's rear while they retreated. Terra, there's no way I can retreat when you signed up for the most dangerous mission. I am the leader, after all. I'm here to fight with you, Hyung-Nim. I swear there's no stopping you siblings. Han-Yeol shook his head but conceded in the end. Taeyarena and Mujahid joined him at the rear, and the top 3 powerhouses of the raid party had now gathered in one place. Keep this in mind. We are only going to stall for 30 minutes before retreating ourselves. Don't push yourselves too hard, and don't try to go out of your way just to kill them. We're here to stall. That's all. Sure. Yes, Hyung-Nim. You guys, are you sure you understood me just now? Han-Yeol was skeptical if they had even listened to him at all. Looking at the siblings, he felt like they were itching to fight like a pair of berserkers. Drew. Just as the ground started to shake, Han-Yeol used demon eyes and saw a huge mass of monster rabbit mana making its way toward them. Quack. I'm going to annihilate them, Taeyarena said as she spread the wings of her Horus suit. She had been leisurely hunting the monster rabbits until now. After all, they were nothing but petty mobs to her even though most of the hunters had difficulty fighting against them. There was no reason for an Osiris rank hunter like her to feel threatened by the mere monster rabbits. I guess it is time for me to show my true strength. Then, the other Osiris rank hunter, Mujahid, stretched his arms and took a step forward. He, like Taeyarena, had been casually fighting against the monster rabbits with physical attacks and had not used any of his abilities. Han-Yeol initially wondered if Mujahid had awakened with bruiser-like abilities that enhanced his physical powers, but he soon realized that the rabbits were simply not strong enough to force him to use his abilities. However, it was now time for Mujahid to finally show his true powers. 5th star. Foyer. 2 blue embers appeared behind Mujahid after he used his skill with outstretched arms. He grimaced and grumbled after seeing the 2 blue embers. Tisk, I got hit so many times but there are only 2 embers? I guess these rabbits are just really weak. It was evident in his expression that he looked down on the monster rabbits. He might act aloof and was usually carefree, but he appeared to be quite different when in battle. He was fiercer than anyone else on the battlefield, and his ability was simply so powerful that the only moniker people could think of made him seem like a berserker thirsting for battle. He was known as the Tyrant. After all, his love for battle had everyone in Egypt already aware of his madness. The Tyrant has made his appearance, the Egyptian hunters thought after seeing Mujahid get serious. The president of Egypt, Faye-Fatter, had a lot of children just like most men from polygamous-approved countries would have. In fact, Taeyarena had 23 siblings, including Mujahid, but he was the only hunter among all of her siblings. Most of her siblings were not fond of the idea of risking their lives fighting against monsters when they could comfortably live with the billions of dollars of wealth they had been handed at birth. There were talks in Egypt that either Taeyarena or Mujahid were going to become Faye-Fatter's successor since they were awakened beings, but neither of them were really that interested in the position. Bring it on! Mujahid exclaimed as his eyes glowed blue after activating his ability. 50 monster rabbits incoming. Roger that. Okay. Han-Yeol, Taeyarena, and Mujahid were the main combatants in this detachment left behind to protect the raid party's rear. Most of the 8 hunters with them were either supporters, tankers, or ranged DPS, and 3 out of the 8 were the same hunters who had cast their amplification skills on Han-Yeol a while ago. See crack? Quack? Han-Yeol already resolved not to hold back his enhanced skill during this boss raid. He would have normally been hesitant to use the mana stones since they were his main source of income, but he currently sat atop a comfortable pile of cash after having sold 3 monster pets. Not to mention, there were quite a lot of hunters and wealthy individuals inquiring about purchasing a monster pet for themselves. This was despite the hefty price tag of 1 trillion won. That was the reason why he no longer had to skimp on using mana stones to use enhance during battles, and this, in turn, boosted his mag from plus 111 to more than double to plus 219. There was also no reason for him to ever run out of mana from now on during combat, and his attacks were going to be much more powerful than before. Incoming. Drew. The hunters spotted the monster rabbits appearing from between the trees in front of them. Quack! The first to make a move was Taeyarena, who flew almost at the speed of light and smashed the frontmost monster rabbit. I can't lose. Then, she was followed by Mujahid. Tack? Geez. Mujahid is one thing, but Taeyarena turns into a completely different person in a fight, thought Han-Yeol as he shook his head. He was now in charge of the 8 other hunters since the 2 siblings had charged forward. He was forced to become the commander since Yarana preferred to fight at the front lines and usually passed these kinds of responsibilities to Mariam, and Mujahid was technically an outsider to the raid party. He might not be able to flawlessly command the hunters like Mariam, but he knew that he could do a better job when it came to the actual combat itself. Mariam was extremely skilled at assessing the situation and relaying commands to the hunters, but her combat experience was not as great as him. After all, she was not a combatant herself. We will stay at our spot and pick off any monster rabbits that slip through to Yarana and Mujahid. You three, cast your amplification skills on me again like you did a while ago. Yes, understood. Yes, sir. The Egyptian hunters had initially been wary of Han-Yeol and had treated him as someone who had only risen up the ranks thanks to his connections. However, they now acknowledged and respected him as their vice leader. As for the reason why they started to acknowledge and respect him, there were quite a few. He's the only normal one. He's better than the super picky demon Lord Mariam Nim and the battle-crazed Taeranim. These were some of the aforementioned reasons. The Egyptian hunters were under a lot of stress from serving the two beauties. They were extremely patriotic to their country and were loyal to Yarana, but they could not help finding her personality to be quite eccentric. On top of that, even her adjutant was as eccentric as she was. All of a sudden, a foreigner then joined their raid party as their new vice leader, but he was able to communicate with them fluently and even tried to get along with them. In the end, Han-Yeol became the most leader-like person they looked up to in the raid party. Of course, he was not always with them since he was a special member. Still, they truly depended on him and looked up to him whenever they hunted together. Han-Yeol was quite mature thanks to his difficult past and the struggles he had to endure to become a hunter, and this maturity he possessed had quite a positive effect on the Egyptian hunters. In short, Han-Yeol no longer had any problems with making the Egyptian hunters listen to his command. In fact, they seemed eager to follow his commands these days. Hakim, Pyramid of Light. Yes, sir. The Egyptian hunter named Hakim immediately responded and knelt on the ground to draw a triangle on it. Shiak, 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 wuung. Then, a pillar of light shot up from the ground Han-Yeol and the 8 other hunters were standing on, and the light turned into a triangular shape that enveloped them. The 3 faces of the triangle let out a translucent blue hue, so there were no differences between inside and outside the pyramid. Excellent. Thank you, sir. The hunter named Hakim was specialized in defensive skills as all 3 of his skills were defense-related. This blue pyramid he had summoned just now was also one of his defensive skills that protected anything within it. It was a skill that allowed people to pass through but made it impossible for monsters to do the same. This might sound like an extremely cheat-like skill, but it had a downside. The downside was that Hakim could only summon one of these and that a monster could attack it until it was destroyed. Thus, this skill could become a cheat-like skill or a useless skill depending on where and when it was used. Click. Clack. Han-Yeol secured the butt of his HSK-447P on his shoulder and used Demon Eyes. His skill did not directly influence how his bullets would travel, but he could indirectly influence it by combining it with homing bullets. This combination allowed him to shoot anything within his range that could be spotted by Demon Eyes. Well, I guess this works as well, Han-Yeol thought as he marked the monster rabbits with Demon Eyes before pulling the trigger. Bang, puik, keek, bang, 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 n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Puik, 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 keek. He did not miss a single shot. Rather, it was impossible for him to miss as his bullets zipped through the air thanks to homing bullet and accurately dug themselves into the monster rabbits' heads. Of course, the monster rabbits were quite strong. They did not die from a single bullet, but the agonizing pain they felt was more than enough to stop them in their tracks. It was important to note that the HSK-447P was not a sniper rifle but an automatic rifle, and this meant that it was possible for Han-Yeol to empty his magazine in a matter of seconds. There was the limitation of him not being able to shoot out bullets like a machine gun, but he could rapidly fire nonetheless. The result of that was a monster rabbit would fall to the ground whenever he pulled the trigger. Han-Yeol created the opening for Yarana to capitalize on. Whoosh. Sukok. Keek. Yarana swooped down like an eagle and targeted the monster rabbits that Han-Yeol had already damaged, beheading them and then flying back up. Wow. As expected, she is quite quick. Han-Yeol could not help but admire Yarana's combat style whenever he saw it. Yarana was quite powerful as an individual, but what made her even more fearsome for land-dwelling monsters was the fact that she was basically invincible against them with the help of her wings. She would usually spot her prey from the skies before diving down once they were distracted to cleanly cut their heads off. Oh, Taeranim is in action. She is truly beautiful and powerful. It is truly an honor to serve someone like her. The Egyptian hunters might think that Yarana was lacking as a leader, but they would immediately change their minds as soon as they saw her in combat. I can't lose to Nunum. Here I go. The other Osiris rank hunter, Mujahid, immediately charged at the monster rabbits Han-Yeol had incapacitated. The 2 blue embers were still following him around. I wonder what those are? Han-Yeol wondered while continuously shooting at the monster rabbits. Hap. Bam. Pukok. Keek. Oh. Han-Yeol noticed that Mujahid had become even more powerful after summoning the 2 blue embers. As expected of the tyrant. His combat style is as barbaric as ever. Well, it's barbaric but quite effective. Don't you think so? Haha, you're right. Bam, 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 A small crater formed on the ground and trees were felled whenever Mujahid swung his arms and legs. His surroundings were getting gradually destroyed the longer he fought. Bwahahaha. Bomb! He not only used his arms and legs as weapons, but he would even pick up the carcass of the monster rabbits and use those as weapons. His ability is focused on physical enhancement, and those blue embers are probably the ones enhancing him? Han-Yeol could immediately deduce what the Osiris rank hunter's ability was thanks to his ample experience as a porter. He had seen so many different kinds of hunters while having worked as a porter that he was able to tell what kind of ability a hunter possessed simply by observing them. Well, it was not that great of an ability anymore as he now possessed demon eyes, which allowed him to gauge his opponent even before fighting. Bam, 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 bam. Han-Yeol, Tayarana, and Mujahid were quite successful in holding back the 50 monster rabbits, but they could not stay here and fight forever. Just then, we have arrived at the gorge. Miriam sent a telepathic message to Han-Yeol. It was quite surprising that she was able to accurately relay her message with her skill despite the several kilometers of distance between them. All right, time to retreat. Yes, sir. Leave it to me. As soon as the retreat order was given, Mujahid grabbed his left shoulder and started to swing his arm. For some reason, he also flashed a mischievous smile. Then, he gathered a huge amount of mana into his fist, and the concentration of mana was probably so dense that even ordinary people who could not sense mana would be able to sense it. Hop! Mujahid shouted before smashing the ground with his fist. Kwaya! Wow, Han-Yeol thought, feeling quite impressed. Mujahid replicated the same sound and shockwave Han-Yeol had created after using enhance simply by smashing his fist into the ground. The Osiris rank hunter's mana spread through the ground, but the mana did not release ordinary mana shockwaves. See crack. Creak. The monster rabbits that came into contact with Mujahid's mana suddenly twisted like a piece of rag being wrung dry. Then, they began gushing out blood. This guy, what the hell is his ability? He is a physical type, so how can he use that kind of ability? Han-Yeol wondered as he was no longer certain what kind of a hunter Mujahid was. He could not tell for certain what the ability was, but he now knew how powerful an S-rank hunter could be. He initially thought of observing Mujahid a bit longer, but he knew that would be pointless. No matter how much he observed, the fact that Mujahid was extremely powerful was not going to change. The morale of the monster rabbits was instantly crushed by Mujahid's strange compression ability, and they stopped in their tracks and seemed to be now wary of the detachment party. Han-Yeol did not miss this opportunity to retreat with the detachment party to where the Horus raid party had set up a defensive formation. Great work. Miriam greeted the three of them when they arrived at the gorge while the rest of the Egyptian hunters went back to their squadron. This looks like an excellent place to defend, Tayarana commented while looking around the gorge. The gorge was surrounded by thick forests and cliffs, making it very difficult to approach. Its only entrance, as well as exit, was the small opening on the gorge's northeast. We've thoroughly checked the gorge and did not find anything dangerous lurking. We think that this will serve as an excellent base camp if we fortify our surroundings and replenish supplies by air. All right, proceed with that? Tayarana fully trusted Miriam, so she did not bother asking any further questions after hearing her suggestion. Will you be fine with that, Han-Yeol Nim? Miriam then asked Han-Yeol. She knew that, although he was not as smart as her, he had a lot of experience that could help him accurately judge the situation. Han-Yeol had quite a high intelligence thanks to his infinite library skill. He always worked hard and read many books to increase his skills, which in turn indirectly improved his intelligence. Others might think that this was indeed a strange phenomenon, as most people would not automatically become a genius simply by awakening. Ironically, even Han-Yeol himself had no idea his intelligence was increasing thanks to the skill. That sounds good to me. Besides, this isn't a normal hunting ground where there are preset safe zones, so this is the most ideal place for us to set up camp. Here, it will be easy for us to attack and defend. Not to mention, we just have to kill all of the rabbits in the vicinity to keep this place safe. Yes, I think so too. Both Miriam and Han-Yeol continued to seriously discuss the issue. Miriam recently noticed that Han-Yeol was quite a logical and decisive person, so she started to discuss various things with him recently. He was indeed a stark contrast to Tayarana, who only knew how to fight and did not bother herself with anything else. It was not that Tayarana was dumb or that she possessed low intelligence. In fact, she was smart enough to have mastered the ancient Egyptian language within a year. However, it was just due to her personality that nothing else aside from fighting excited or motivated her. This was one of the reasons why Miriam would always make up her mind before reporting to Tayarana, but she found it quite a refreshing feeling to have someone to discuss things with. However, I do not remember asking for your opinion, Mujahid Nim, Miriam said coldly. There were plenty of times that Miriam's coldness surprised Han-Yeol, but seeing her blatantly act so cold to someone else was an even greater surprise to him. In fact, she acted so cold toward the prince that the title Frost Queen would have suited her very well. She probably would have awakened with abilities related to ice if she didn't awaken with those telepathic abilities, Han-Yeol thought. You're too mean, Mujahid cried in response to the cold treatment he received. I don't think I am being too mean, Miriam retorted in her cold tone once again. Haha. I think it's best that I don't get involved in this, Han-Yeol thought as he decided to distance himself as much as possible so as not to get caught up in the crossfire. The Horus raid party fortified the gorge and set up camp. The gorge was quite safe compared to the safe zones in most hunting grounds, making it possible for helicopters to reach it without much trouble. Thanks to this, the Horus Raid Party helicopters ceaselessly worked to supply them with not only materials but even engineers to fortify the gorge. Kairuryuk, Kairuryuk. The monster rabbits gathered in droves and rushed at the gorge as if trying to prevent the humans from setting up camp in their territory. Puck, puck, hayop. The entrance of the gorge was only wide enough for 10 grown men to stand with their arms apart, and this protected the raid party from getting mobbed by the monster rabbits even though more than 100 of them had gathered. Not only that, Yarena, Mujahid, and Han-Yeol were able to effortlessly and efficiently protect the camp against the monster rabbits too. Yarena or Mujahid were not the ones enjoying this situation the most, and it was most certainly not Han-Yeol as well. The one enjoying this situation the most was Wahahahaha. This reminds me of the old times. I stood at the forefront of Baal Nim's 1st Battalion and fought bravely against those heavenly beings to the death. Bring it on, you bastards. My shield will not be broken. The flame shield-wielding demon, Balrog, had been reduced to a boomer demon in Han-Yeol's head, but this boomer demon was quite efficient when it came to defending the entrance of the gorge against the monster rabbits. The entrance passageway was already quite narrow, but having a 4-meter-tall demon who held a huge shield made it even more cramped. Balrog Nim. Alright. Balrog's shield reduced in size and let 10 monster rabbits pass the moment Han-Yeol gave the signal before growing in size and blocking off the passage once again. Puck, 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 quayak, geek. The monster rabbits that did not manage to enter the gorge attacked the flaming shield, but they were helplessly forced back by the flames. This terrain was certainly the best terrain for the demon that stood as the vanguard of Baal's 1st Battalion. The 10 monster rabbits Balrog had purposely let pass charged at Han-Yeol. Tisk, tisk. Han-Yeol clicked his tongue after seeing the monster rabbits coming for him. Shwaye. A purple haze appeared in front of him, soon materializing into a void devil. Void storm. The void devil opened its mouth and shot out its destructive skill. This skill dealt massive damage to anything it grazes, so it was definitely going to deal anguish to anyone or anything. Bzot. Geek. As expected, the monster rabbits writhed and shrieked in agony after getting hit by the void storm. Tack. Then, Han-Yeol stepped on the void devil's shoulder and jumped up. He was armed with his sword in his right hand and his chain hammer in his left hand. Landing right in the midst of the monster rabbits, he swung both of his weapons to decimate his enemies. Head cutter, Sukok, geek. A monster rabbit's head fell to the ground at the swing of his sword. It was quite rare for him to be able to behead a monster rabbit in one hit, but he seemed to have managed to hit a critical spot this time. Whoosh, bomb. Han-Yeol immediately followed up with his hammer, but the monster rabbit simply jumped back and easily avoided the hammer. After all, he did not possess any skills that enhanced his hammer proficiency. You wish? Han-Yeol thought as he infused his mana into the hammer. His mag stat now exceeded 500 thanks to his continuous training, and controlling this huge mag stat was quite easy since he possessed numerous skills that helped him control mana. A powerful surge of mana gathered at the hammer, and the hammer unleashed a powerful shockwave on its surroundings. Boom! Geek! Even the monster rabbits located 5 meters away from the hammer were affected by the shockwave. Han-Yeol did not miss this opportunity. He charged at the monster rabbits with sword breath and killed them one by one. With only 3 moves, he managed to defeat the 10 monster rabbits. Next, Han-Yeol shouted. Wahaha, as you wish. Balrog replied with a burst of laughter before letting 20 monster rabbits pass. The 20 monster rabbits immediately darted for Han-Yeol. As expected of Master. He is really amazing. I want to fight 2n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yarena and Mujahid watched in envy from atop a boulder. The main enemy they had to fight was the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva and not the monster rabbits. The monster rabbits were just one of the boss monster's 12 minions, so there was no need for them to waste their energy, and this was the reason that they decided to fight in shifts to defend the gorge against the horde of monster rabbits. I am next in line, Nunam. You have to wait for your turn. Tisk. Hee. Nunam is the prettiest when she is fighting, Mujahid snickered inwardly. Yarena was far more powerful and she loved fighting more than Mujahid, who had earned nicknames such as the Tyrant and Battle-Crazed Berserker. That was the reason that he could not help but admire his sister whenever she fought. I can't help but be curious about who's the lucky man that's going to marry my sister later. Oh wait, she might refuse to get married, judging by her personality? Mujahid knew very well how much his sister loved her independence, and he could not help but feel sorry for the man she was going to marry if she ended up marrying later. Puck. Quachik. Phew. Han-Yeol bashed the 100th monster rabbit's head with his hammer and ended the battle. Thank you for your hard work, Han-Yeol Nim. The 20 Egyptian hunters that were supporting him in battle greeted him after his battles were done. Han-Yeol had already earned the trust and respect of the Horus Raid Party hunters. Great job, you guys, Han-Yeol replied when an alert suddenly popped up. Ding! Your level has risen. A new skill has been created, Hammer Master. A new skill has been created, Hammer Shock. Han-Yeol tilted his head in confusion at the sudden message. He was taken aback as he hadn't gained a new attack skill in a long time. It seemed that he had gained this skill from always being at the front lines and swinging his hammer instead of his chain. It should be a passive skill and an active skill related to the hammer. I guess I should check them out. Hammer Master, F. Type, passive. Description: the user's proficiency and attack power when using a hammer will increase, and the user will be able to use any hammer with ease. Hammer Shock, F. Type, active. Description: a powerful mana shockwave will spread across the ground when the user slams their hammer into the ground. The mana shockwave may be enchanted with an attribute, and the shockwave will deal additional damage according to the attribute infused. The current radius of the shockwaves is 5 meters, and it will increase by 2 meters every time this skill levels up. Wow, Han-Yeol muttered in awe as he thought the new skills were truly awesome. Let's see. Should I take a look at my stats, since it's been a long time? Han-Yeol called up his status window after some thought. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 150. Points, 5. STR, 323. VIT, 300. AGI, 305. MAG, 300 plus 219. LCK, 20. Invoke, 230. Charisma, 45. Skills, Dismember, C. Sword Mastery, M. Flash Strike, B. Head Cutter, C. Vicious Stabs, F. Walking, M. Mana Pouch, E. Mana Control, M. Mana Mastery, M. Sixth Sense, A. Restrain, M. Crowd Restrain, F. Body Strengthening, M. Berserk, F. Stab, M. Dagger Mastery, C. Chain Mastery, M. Tornado Smash, F. Infinite Library, M. Shield Bash, M. Fire Attribute, M. Fireball, F. Mana Explosion, A. Chain Smite, M. Marksmanship, M. Homing Bullet, F. Martial Arts, M. Enchant, B. Sword Breathe, A. Restore, B. Healing Bullet, C. Enhance Healing, C. Summon Demon, D. Telepathy, A. Power Meditation, C. Psychokinesis, C. Force Shield, B. Catwalk, B. Mana Absorption, B. Demon Eye, B. Mana Strengthening, C. Mana Bullet, C. Reflect, C. Enhance, B. Item Appraisal, E. Translation, F. Blood Drain, C. Taming, E. Hammer Mastery, F. Hammer Shock, F. It always feels so good to check my status window, he thought and nodded in satisfaction. His growth might not be as prominent as the one he had after hunting the Queen Labyrinth Spider, as he hadn't been hunting diligently. However, he was confident that only a handful of people in South Korea, no, in the entire world, were capable of looking down at his stats now. He was aware that he had an edge, the ability to cultivate numerous skills. He was quite confident that this fact alone set him apart from the others. He could have focused on a single set of skills and reached the pinnacle with them, but he had no intentions of doing that. Why should I waste my greatest advantage of being able to learn all sorts of skills? He shrugged his shoulders with that thought. Han-Yeol could dare to dream about being the best in not only melee but also in ranged combat. But of course, he was still lacking compared to S-rank or master rank hunters, and he knew very well that he was not a match against either Tayarana or Mujahid even if he summoned all of his demons. In fact, he was not looking at his status window for the sole purpose of admiring his growth. I can dish out much stronger heals if I use Restore and Healing Bullet in tandem. He tried to come up with various combinations. The Horus Raid Party was quite an experienced organization, so he hadn't had the opportunity to use healing skills so far. Well, there was also the reason that they had been purposely hunting in lower-level hunting grounds to get used to the Korean monsters. Q. Now that the monster rabbits were taken care of, the Egyptian porters were about to do their job. However, Mavrose suddenly showed interest in the monster corpses for the first time. What's he doing? Han-Yeol wondered. Mavrose might look cute and weak, but there was one fact about him that Han-Yeol never forgot. Mavrose is a monster too, he thought. It was a shame that his cute appearance was going to disappear one day, but every creature was bound to grow up eventually. That being said, Mavrose might be cute and cuddly right now, but he was going to mature into a fully fledged monster in the future. Don't tell me, that day is today? Han-Yeol thought as he observed the baby black dragon with worry and anticipation. Vice Leader Nim seems to be doing something over there, so let's go and work on that side first. Roger that. The Horus Raid Party porters were seasoned veterans as well, so they could tell at a glance where and what they should be doing, and that was the reason why the Egyptian porters decided to give space to Han-Yeol and Mavrose. Han-Yeol continued to observe Mavrose after the porters left. Mavrose bit a monster rabbit corpse and started to violently flail it around. After 5 minutes passed, Han-Yeol noticed that the baby black dragon only appeared to be playing with the dead rabbits. Was I overreacting? Truth be told, Han-Yeol did not mind if the baby black dragon stayed the same forever and merely became his mascot. He could always depend on taming other monsters and increasing the number of demons he contracted with if he ever fell short of firepower. Mavrose was an extremely cute creature that made Han-Yeol feel at ease just with his appearance alone. In short, he was like an emotional support pet to him. Well, I don't mind if he stays this way, Han-Yeol thought before moving to pick up the baby black dragon so as to not get in the way of the porters. Quachik. Just as he walked toward the baby black dragon, he heard the sound of a bone being crushed. Surprised, he muttered to himself, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The baby black dragon ended up doing what Han-Yeol initially thought he was going to do a while ago. Even though he had only been interested in the fresh meat that Han-Yeol fed him up until this point, he surprised Han-Yeol by suddenly munching and devouring the dead monster rabbits. Quachik, 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 quachik. Han-Yeol found the sight to be quite gruesome despite raising Mavrose himself. He watched as the baby black dragon's sharp fangs pierced through the monoprotected bones of the monster rabbits with ease. Chomp, 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 chomp. Mavrose merrily munched on the monster rabbits' corpses. This means that a monster is capable of devouring their fellow monsters once they have grown to a certain extent. There have been no reports of monsters eating each other unless those reports have been kept from the public. This is definitely not something a normal monster would do, thought Han-Yeol, convinced that the baby black dragon was displaying strange behavior. It was exactly as he suspected. Numerous scientists and experts had entered the hunting grounds alongside raid parties to investigate the monster's natural instincts, biological composition, etc., and all of the findings from these investigations had been published for others to see. The monsters were creatures that had a positive effect on this world by pushing the humans to evolve, but the humans always kept in their minds that these same creatures could potentially cause their downfall and extinction. What was going to happen if the barriers the aliens had erected suddenly disappeared one day? Simple, the monsters quietly waiting in the hunting grounds were going to come rushing out like a tidal wave. Humanity was not completely defenseless against the monsters as the hunters were present, but the monsters were definitely going to possess superior quantity to make up for their lack of quality. Most of humanity was going to be extinct by the time the best of the hunters subjugated the monsters. In fact, there had even been a simulation run on the doomsday scenario of the world in such an event by a think tank. The think tank received a torrent of criticism for fearmongering, but there were quite a lot of people that thought the report was credible. Anyway, most of the information gathered and researched by the scientists could be downloaded for a fee from the internet, and Han-Yeol was a VVIP customer on these information websites. There are no reports anywhere of a monster devouring another monster. I'm guessing this is a unique trait to the monsters I hatched like Mavrose. Well, I guess it makes sense since there are differences between wild and domesticated animals as well. On top of that, I have a feeling they will be able to learn skills as well thanks to my ability. Han-Yeol was busy thinking. Thud. What? While Han-Yeol was distracted by his own thoughts, Mavrose pulled a mana stone out of a monster rabbit's corpse and tried to swallow it. The Egyptian porter beside him shouted in surprise, and that made Han-Yeol look toward them. Gulp. Heek. The Egyptian porter shrieked in horror at the sight of Mavrose devouring not only the monster's corpse but the mana stone as well. They could only look on as the mana stone that was the size of a billiard ball disappeared down Mavrose's mouth. Most people would wonder what the big deal was with one mana stone being ingested by the monster, but the monster rabbits were at least intermediate tier monsters. Not only that, but they were also monsters possessing extremely high mana density. In short, the mana stone Mavrose had just consumed could fetch quite a hefty price, and this price was a huge figure for a porter. Take it out from my share, Han-Yeol said. Ah, I understand. Han-Yeol calmed the porter down before proceeding to focus on Mavrose again. The baby black dragon merrily waltzed over to Han-Yeol after eating the expensive mana stone. Q. The way he added a vibrato at the end of his cry meant that he was asking for a hug. Heave-ho. Han-Yeol gently lifted the baby black dragon up and said, "Look at your tummy, Mavrose. It's so big." He could not help but still find the baby black dragon to be extremely adorable despite it having eaten an expensive mana stone. Q. Mavrose protested, asking Han-Yeol to stop teasing him. All right, Han-Yeol replied with a warm smile. He felt extremely proud that Mavrose had done something new all by himself. After that, Mavrose continued to devour monster corpses every 8 to 12 hours. I'm certain something about him has changed, Han-Yeol thought while observing the baby black dragon. He was certainly losing out on a lot of money whenever Mavrose ate not only the corpses but even the mana stones. However, he was not really bothered by it. He had already earned a lot in recent days. In fact, he was actually trying to come up with ways that he could do more for his baby black dragon. Of course, Tayarena and Miriam could not help but feel envious of Han-Yeol. I wish my Candaloos grew that fast too. I agree, Tayarenanim. I wish the same could be said for my Pippi. Candaloos was the name of Tayarena's pet griffin while Pippi was the name of Miriam's pet cat. They were different from Mavrose in the sense that they did not mind having caretakers looking after them, so there was no need to risk bringing them all the way here to the hunting grounds. However, both Tayarena and Miriam had a change of heart after seeing Mavrose's recent development. I definitely should bring Candaloos along next time. I think so too, Tayarenanim. An executive meeting was called for after the episode with Mavrose was over. Tayarena, Han-Yeol, Mujahid, Miriam, and the rest of the raid party executives were looking at the hologram map of Mount Toham. We have confirmed that most of the monster rabbits have been annihilated based on the scouting report from the special drone. Am I correct, Han-Yeol Nim? Miriam was asking Han-Yeol because he possessed the ability to sense mana within a 10-kilometer radius around him, and matching the drone's findings to the discoveries from Han-Yeol's skill was going to result in 100% certainty. You're right. All of the monster rabbits that came for us are dead. I see. The other executives nodded. I suppose it is now time for us to move on to the next part of the plan. The 1,000-armed Bodhisattva is located in the valley at the peak of Mount Toham. It is a wide and vast valley, so it is the perfect place for the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva to reside in. However, the boss monster has not moved an inch for the past 4 days since we got here. Not even an inch. Yes, not even a single inch. The Horus raid party convened their meetings again and again until late in the evening. This raid was an extremely important raid for them, and they wanted to prepare for it as much as they could. After all, they knew very well that a catastrophic incident could take place if they missed anything, so they were determined to repeatedly go over the plans. The other raid parties that had been sent to deal with the other bosses had a master rank hunter with them, but the Horus raid party was the only one with S rank hunters. The fact that they had two S rank hunters did not really matter, as the difference between a master rank hunter and an S rank hunter was like heaven and earth. That is indeed quite strange. That thing can cause damage on the scale of a natural disaster with any simple movement, but it is staying still. It is not acting like a boss monster at all. It is as you said. A boss monster usually has a small activity area, but they are usually always on the move. This 1,000-armed bodhisattva probably thinks it is Buddha himself and is pretending to be meditating. Ha ha ha. The Horus raid party executives lightened up the mood by throwing some jokes around now and then. Well, it might be acting strange, but we need to remember that we still have to face the other zodiacs as well. We should make plans on how to face them first. Fortunately, we received great news just now. Miriam entered the meeting room and made the announcement. What good news? We might be able to fight the zodiacs one by one, since they are not active unless we enter their range. It seems that we will be able to face the 1,000-armed bodhisattva without their interference. Oh, that's excellent news. We can aim to finish the 1,000-armed bodhisattva first before we take care of the small fries then. Mujahid started running his mouth once again without processing his thoughts. Geez, this guy runs his mouth too casually. It's really unbefitting of a prince. Han-Yeol shook his head. The image of elite children he had were those who had received strict training from a young age and were very careful with what they said, but this prince, who was supposed to be the most elite among the elite, simply acted in such a casual manner. It would have made sense if he was a normal person, but who would have known that a prince of Egypt was going to be like this? Han-Yeol decided to actively participate in the meeting. I think we can easily find a spot to raid the 1,000-armed bodhisattva based on the map, and the best route would be the one being guarded by the dragons. Do you agree? Yes, I agree with you, Han-Yeol Nim. Beep. Miriam pressed the remote controller and the hologram image changed, revealing all of the possible routes the raid party could take on the map. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. Are these the most efficient routes we can take to the 1,000-armed bodhisattva? Yes, that is correct. I guess our enemies know about them too. Pardon me. Miriam tilted her head in confusion. Cute? Han-Yeol could not help but find Miriam to be quite cute. She might not be as beautiful as Tiarana, but she had her own set of charms. She might act cold and tough, but she's a cute softie inside. Hee. Han-Yeol was now completely distracted. Han-Yeol Nim. Han-Yeol snapped out of it after Miriam called his name. Ah, right. Sorry about that. Where were we again? Miriam let out a sigh, and Han-Yeol flinched in response. She had a habit of nagging right after letting out a sigh, and Han-Yeol knew this all too well. We were discussing how the most efficient route is where the zodiac monsters, the dragons, are. Ah, right. I noticed that the monster dragons possess the highest mana density among the 12 zodiac monsters. The boss monster stationed his most powerful minions at the route we're likely to take, but I'm not sure if it was done on purpose or a mere coincidence. I see. Miriam nodded in agreement. What Han-Yeol said just now completely made sense, but that did not mean that they were going to change their plans because of it. The 12 zodiac monsters were stationed around Mount Toham in 2 teams, with one half stationed in the outskirts of the mountain and the other stationed in the inner parts of the mountain. They were eventually going to have to fight twice if they chose another route due to being afraid of the monster dragons. Not to mention, they were going to have to give up this base camp they had painstakingly established if they decided to avoid the monster dragons. Tiarana. Miriam looked at Tiarana. What mattered in the end was the decision of the leader, no matter how much the underlings debated. Proceed. I understand. He. That's great. I'm excited to go all out. Those rabbits weren't even appetizers to me. I shall repeat myself once again. I was not talking to you, Mujahid Nim. You're so mean. As expected, Han-Yeol smiled in satisfaction after getting the answer he expected. Tiarana was the type who would think of a winning solution in the face of a strong opponent instead of finding ways to avoid them. Crack, 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 crack. Han-Yeol stretched and cracked his itching bones. He might not be a battle maniac like Tiarana or Mujahid, but he loved fighting as well. There was no reason for him to back down from a fun fight just because he was scared of the enemy. I should use this opportunity to level up my skills and start diligently collecting new skills, he thought. The new hammer skills he had obtained reignited his drive to obtain as many skills as he could. Han-Yeol recently developed a hobby of starting collections which began with the game consoles before moving on to the supercars. He was probably going to start collecting yachts and private jets once he made even more money. However, there was one thing that he loved to collect more than anything. As expected, nothing beats the satisfaction of collecting skills, he thought with a smirk. He explosively grew stronger after having awakened with the game-like ability that allowed him to collect skills. Ironically, even his ego system had no idea what his limit was, and so far it seemed like the sky was his limit. His sudden growth made him complacent in recent times, which stunted his growth, but that was no longer the case now. Shall we go and kill those dragons if we've reached a decision? Han-Yeol asked. Sure, Tayarana replied. He. We're going to fight against. A fight gives me the best high, Mujahid added. I will start preparations at once, Miriam said with a bow. Not a single hint of hesitation could be found in the Horus raid party. Tayarana, Han-Yeol, and Mujahid were going to stand at the forefront to hunt down the fifth zodiac, the dragons. However, it was inevitable that some of the hunters were going to be anxious. They knew that they were up against powerful enemies this time, unlike the monster rabbits. The Horus raid party marched on. This is the boundary. Han-Yeol had been using his demon eyes ever since their march started, and he immediately gave the signal after they were right in front of the dragon's territory. Gulp! We will be entering their territory the moment we cross this boundary, and similar to the monster rabbits, we can expect them to react as soon as we set foot in their territory. Fortunately, these monsters are made up of few powerful creatures unlike the massive monster rabbit army, so we don't have the risk of being surrounded. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be an easy fight. Tak! Mujahid balled his fist and slammed them together at Han-Yeol's words. It was probably painful to slam his fist together like that, judging by how powerful his punches were, but he was a hardened veteran hunter who knew how to control his abilities. Also, the pain was just another physical sensation that he was all too familiar with. Tayarana was the first one to step into the monster dragon's territory. Qiyuah. As expected, they are reacting. The entire Horus raid party followed behind Tayarana and entered the monster dragon's territory, and they were greeted by a rage-filled roar. It was soon followed by a small earthquake. Some of the hunters wondered if this was how it felt right before a volcano erupted to unleash its fury. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of something loudly stomping the ground reverberated throughout the surroundings. They're coming. Stay alert, everyone. Roger that. The special drone was still a prototype, so they could not afford to keep it on at all times. This was true especially during battle, and this meant that Han-Yeol was the Horus raid party's only pair of eyes at this moment. It was really a smart move for us to recruit him. It's quite easy to communicate with him, and he is skilled in a lot of things, so getting help from him is quite easy. But the best thing is, he's the most normal one among them. The Horus raid party hunters whispered among themselves. They were quite impressed by the fact that Han-Yeol was not only a skilled fighter but he possessed quite a variety of useful skills as well. They're coming. Han-Yeol shouted. Kwachik, Kyo. The trees on Earth were quite small, unlike the trees found in anime or fantasy novels, and this made it so easy for the monster dragons to step on the trees that stood in their path. How the hell do those things look like dragons? The dragon from the 12 zodiac monsters was not the same oriental dragon people from East Asia were accustomed to. The 12 zodiac monsters simply had some resemblance to the animals they represented, but they looked nothing like the animals that most people knew of. A prime example of this was the monster dragons, which resembled gigantic lizards more than traditional dragons. However, these lizards were not your average lizards as they were equipped with rusted armor that covered their entire body except for their legs and stomach. Kwachik, Tayarana was the first to spread her wings after the gigantic lizards appeared. She flew up in the sky and turned into an eagle that was looking at her new prey. All right, excellent. I would feel ecstatic if I got hit by one of them. Flinch. Han-Yeol was shocked, doubting the exclamation he had just heard Mujahid say. Is this guy, by any chance, a masochist? He wondered if his disciple had that tendency, and then he proceeded to curse the heavens. My God. Why have you sent this tribulation to me? Anyway, he decided to put these issues at rest for now and focus on the task at hand. Han-Yeol summoned a chain with a hammer attached to its end with his left hand, and he summoned his favorite sword with his right hand. Let's go. Here we go. Han-Yeol was the first one to jump at the lizards, followed by Mujahid, and then Tayarana, and lastly the Egyptian hunters. The gigantic lizards continued charging toward the Horus raid party without showing any signs of stopping, and their bulging muscles suggested that they were intent on bulldozing through their enemies. Stay alert and be careful. We don't know anything about them, so you might get killed in a single strike from an unknown skill. Make sure you don't become complacent. Miriam used her trademark skill to establish a telepathy network. The skill allowed her to speak directly into the minds of the hunters and give them commands like a drill sergeant. Thud, 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 thud. The gigantic lizards threatened the humans using their size. Cook. They started with their most basic attack, stomping, followed by body smash, biting, tail whip, and a variety of other attacks. These kinds of physically strong monsters that possessed a variety of attack patterns were not that common, and it was quite surprising that such a large monster was able to move so quickly and in such a versatile manner. After all, they were mere minions under a boss monster. The fight's getting interesting now, Han-Yeol thought as he was getting excited. They could have fought the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva in a much better state if they chose a weaker zodiac monster, but having such an experience was not a bad thing at all. Chain smite, shi-ik, clang, tisk. Han-Yeol used chain smite and threw the hammer attached to the end of his chain at the exposed area of the gigantic lizard, but the monster displayed great intelligence as it simply turned its body and blocked the strike with its armor. That armor is full of rust, so why is it so sturdy? Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. As expected, monsters were not creatures that conformed to scientific common sense. The mana and abilities bestowed by the aliens could be deciphered using science and technology, and humanity was making great strides in improving them. However, the same could not be said for the monsters as they defied the very foundation of science itself. 30 years had passed since the monsters had first made their appearance, but humanity's knowledge of them had not made any progress at all. In fact, the information the aliens had provided 30 years ago was the only knowledge they had until today. The only thing that had made progress regarding the monsters was probably how to utilize their mana stones as a source of energy and how to manufacture products from their body parts. Still, the scientists in charge of researching things about monsters were embarrassed to claim such progress. All of this progress had technically been made by material scientists. Thud, Cook, the gigantic lizard that parried Han-Yeol's attack completely ignored the Egyptian hunters attacking it. Instead, it proceeded to charge at Han-Yeol and swiped its tail at him. Surprisingly, the monster did not use all of its force in the attack. It appeared to be aware of the fact that it was probably strong enough to mince the human with a light swing of its tail. Han-Yeol was already expecting the attack thanks to sixth sense, and he was able to easily evade it after time slowed. He tried to take a few steps back and easily avoid the attack, but the powerful gust of wind created by the tail still made him tumble backward. Fortunately, he did not sustain any physical damage from the wind, but it was more than enough for the monster to make a statement out of it. Eat this? Han-Yeol used Chain Smite one more time, but this time, he attacked from the monster's blind spot while it was still in the motion of swinging its tail. Puck, Kuek. Han-Yeol's chain was mounted with the ego system, Carvis, which possessed greater intelligence than most humans. In the end, he was able to hit the monster where he wanted without having to control the chain. The hammer struck the gigantic lizard's unarmored and exposed area thanks to Carvis, and the monster was obviously in pain after getting hit. The gigantic lizard might be extremely tough, but there was no way it was going to be unscathed after receiving the brunt of Han-Yeol's mana. Tisk. However, Han-Yeol clicked his tongue after confirming that he was not able to do much damage against the gigantic lizard. Disclaimer: the plot, characters, and opinions presented in this novel are purely fictional and do not necessarily represent the views of Wuxia World, our translators, or partners. Its weakness is its stomach, but that is a tough and muscular area as well. Still, that's my only hope. Its legs might not be armored, but it has tough scales all over it, Han-Yeol thought as he analyzed the monster. The gigantic lizard possessed tough scales that protected its legs. Grr. The monster seemed to have made Han-Yeol its main target after getting smacked in the stomach. Bring it on, Han-Yeol said with a smirk. Resonating waves. Whoosh, puck, 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 puck. The Egyptian hunters might not be as strong as Han-Yeol, but they were not weak at all. The hunters aimed their powerful skills at the gigantic lizard's leg. Damn it, why is it so tough? Keep attacking? Don't give it time to recover. I know that. The gigantic lizard lived up to its title as the most powerful monster among the 12 zodiacs. The monster currently had all of its focus on Han-Yeol, but that did not mean that the other hunters dropped their guards. After all, the monster was extremely shrewd. It would occasionally pretend to target only a single person before it would suddenly attack another. Puck, Kahok. The gigantic lizard was only following Han-Yeol around before it suddenly kicked an Egyptian hunter that got too close to it. The surprise attack was not strong enough to kill the hunter, but it was strong enough to break one of his arms. Most hunters would have retreated to the backline to pop a healing potion, but that was not the case for the Horus raid party as they possessed one of the rarest ranged healing skills. Healing bullet? Han-Yeol unequipped his chain and hammer before immediately taking out his brand new Walther Ka-101 from his gun holster. Then, he shot 3 bullets at the hunter's broken arm. Bang, 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 sook. 3 yellow-whitish balls of light flew toward the hunter. His arm absorbed the balls of light before it let out a flash and revealed a completely healed arm. Thank you, Vice Leader Nim. Oh, that skill never gets old no matter how many times I see it. Ranged healing skills were extremely rare. There were a lot of healers in Egypt, but most of them had to be near or beside their target for their skills to take effect. There could be other healers capable of ranged healing as well, and perhaps they were just hidden from the public as most guilds had the tendency to hide them. Whatever the reason may be, it was indisputable that Han-Yeol was probably the first of his kind that these hunters were seeing. Get a grip? Attack again. Yaa. Blue waves of destruction. Shwaa. The Egyptian hunter who possessed the ability to attack with waves unleashed a powerful spell at the gigantic lizard. Striking skills were not effective against the monster, but... oh, it was super effective, Mariam Nim. Yes, I saw it too. Everyone, don't lose focus. Striking skills don't seem to work, but piercing skills seem to work very well against its armor and scales. Make sure you use piercing attacks from now on. Alright, thanks Mariam. Ho ho, as expected of my fiancé. Shut up. Yes, ma'am. The battle of attrition against the gigantic lizard made a full 180-degree turn. Ho ho, it's my time to shine. Mass sharpness. Shwaa. Then, one of the Egyptian hunters activated his mass buff skill. The skill sharpened the blades of all allies within a 1-kilometer radius around the caster, but it was not commonly used as it consumed too much mana. The increase in sharpness did not really help with hunting either. In short, this particular skill was not worth the mana spent, and it was going to be much more worthwhile to use his other 2 attacking skills instead with the same mana. However, things were different this time as the sharpness of their blade was crucial to hunting the gigantic lizards. Oh, Han-Yeol muttered in surprise after he was close enough to be buffed by the hunter's skill. He could feel mana coating the edge of his sword. He found it quite interesting as this was the first time he was getting an AoE buff skill. This is amazing. Should I try to get one too? He thought. He had met a lot of hunters during the 4 years he had worked as a porter, but this was the first time he experienced an AoE buff skill. Naturally, he could not help but feel greed welling up deep inside of him. He was certain that he could dramatically boost his raid party's power if he possessed an AoE buff better than mass sharpness. Area of effect buff skills were something that anyone would want, and the hunter that possessed mass sharpness had been scouted by the Horus raid party simply because of his AoE buff skill, mass sharpness. Back then, he had immediately accepted the offer and vowed to remain loyal to the Horus raid party simply because he was a huge fan of Tierena. The Egyptians slowly started to change the way they thought, and this soon led to a massive shift in social opinion. The hunter that had used mass sharpness just now, Fuka, used to be a member of an Islamic extremist group before joining the Horus raid party. There were a lot of Muslims who had caused problems because of their excessive zeal for their god, Allah. More than 90% of Egyptians were Muslims while the rest were a strange type of Christians known as Coptic Christians. I shall offer everything I am to Tierena. However, quite a lot of people recently started departing from Islam, and one of the main causes of that was none other than Tierena's beauty. There were other reasons as well: the country's increasing affluence, improvements in public education, and opening their doors to foreign influences. Thanks to that, women's rights had significantly improved, and a lot of people started to shun the despicable actions of the Islamic extremists. In any case, the main reason that people had started leaving Islam was none other than the establishment of a new object of faith, and that was none other than the living goddess of Africa, Tierena. I should at least try my luck. Who knows? Maybe I'll get lucky and attain a similar skill or an even better one, Han-Yeol thought. He currently knew of 3 ways to gain new skills. The first was to carry out certain actions that would result in a skill, the second was to combine his pre-existing skills to create a new one, and the third was to master a skill in hopes that it would create a new skill. Miracles do happen sometimes, right? Han-Yeol thought that it was worth a shot. Suk, 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 sukok, keek. The gigantic lizard shrieked in agony after it was ganged up on by the Horus raid party. The Egyptian hunters found renewed vigor after seeing that the mass sharpness buff was pretty effective against the monster's tough armor, and they jumped into the fight eagerly. The hunters that did not receive the mass sharpness buff, as they did not possess a blade, tried their best to distract the monster so that others could attack it. Han-Yeol was no longer using a hammer. Instead, he was now using a sword engulfed with sword breath. He used catwalk to nimbly close the distance with the gigantic lizard before he cut at it with all of his strength. Kuyuyuong. The gigantic monster screamed in agony after getting its leg mercilessly attacked by the human's sharpened burning sword. Vicious stabs. Han-Yeol mercilessly stabbed the gigantic lizard's leg. Just as he was stabbing with all of his might, he suddenly sensed something. He did not possess any skills that heightened his senses or improved his instincts, but he trusted his gut far more than anything else in this world. And his gut was currently telling him that it was going to be extremely dangerous very soon. Miriam, tell all of the hunters to get as far as possible from these monsters. Hurry up. Since his sudden command had come quite strangely and suddenly, Miriam could have just refused it. However, Roger that. All forces retreat. I repeat, all forces retreat at least 10 meters away from the lizards. What? Hurry up. Miriam's scream resonated throughout the hunters' heads. Whoosh, whoosh. The hunters found her command to be quite strange, but none of them dared to question her order. Tierena and Mujahid were the first to retreat, followed by the rest of the hunters. Hiok. How is this possible? The gigantic lizard started spewing poison mist all over the place. The thick cloud of poison had dense mana, so anyone who did not retreat despite Miriam's order would have definitely been poisoned. Of course, Han-Yeol could use his restore skill to detoxify whatever poison it was, but that was going to take a long time and he could only treat one person at a time. In short, it was going to be difficult to fight against the gigantic lizards if the raid party got poisoned. That was a close call. We were saved thanks to you, Miriam, my darling. Mujahid still found the time to express affection to Miriam in this situation. Please shut your mouth. I only did what Han-Yeol told me to do. As expected, Miriam responded in her usual cold manner, and she did not forget to give credit to Han-Yeol. Thank you, Han-Yeol. We would have been in a difficult spot if not for you. Tierena sincerely thanked Han-Yeol. I'm just doing my job as the vice leader of the Horus raid party. Anyway, this is the importance of having information beforehand. We would have been hit by such attacks and curveballs if we didn't have enough information. Yeah, you're right. The Horus raid party hunters seemingly felt a 10-year reduction to their lifespan at the close call. No, their lives would have ended this instant if they had been hit by that poison mist. Bijou, Joaquin, summon winds to clear the poison. Yes, ma'am. They had to continue fighting, but the gigantic lizards were hiding underneath the thick poison mist. It seemed like the monsters intended to take a safer approach this time against the humans. There was only one thing the Horus raid party could do if the monsters were refusing to come out of the poison mist, and that was to go to them instead. Miriam commanded 2 hunters possessing wind attribute abilities and asked them to blow the mist away. Blow it away, Typhoon. Run wild, Sylphid's arrow. Shwayayayay. The 2 A-rank hunters summoned powerful winds to blow away the poison mist. Now, the gigantic lizards were exposed once again. Commence attack. Charge. Sukok, Sukok, The gigantic lizards were no longer a match against the hunters now that its weakness was exposed. Yarena stood out the most among the three as she spread her wings and flew at supersonic speed. She swung her sword at a gigantic lizard. Suk, 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 kuuk. In addition, the other hunters were attacking the gigantic lizard's legs and its unarmored underbelly with their sharp swords. The gigantic lizard would have put up a fight if it was a one-on-one fight, but it got one-sidedly beaten up with numerous powerful hunters and Yarena ganging up on it. Kuong. Thud. The gigantic lizard that was so tough and resilient that it seemed impossible to defeat finally fell to the ground. It's down. Yes. Han-Yeol could not idly sit by and do nothing after seeing the hunters rejoice. Crack. He crushed a mana stone and used enhance. Then, he avoided the gigantic lizard's attack by sliding underneath it and positioning himself right underneath its belly. Vicious stab. Han-Yeol used enhance to empower this specific skill and mercilessly stab at the monster's belly. Quack, 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 quack. The gigantic lizard suffered numerous stab wounds on its belly in a matter of seconds, but that was not the end of it. Flash strike. In the end, the gigantic lizard Han-Yeol was in charge of fell to the ground after the combined efforts of him and the other hunters. Nov, L, B /JNN. Thud. Alright. We won. Yes. Ding. The rank of vicious stabs has risen from F to E. The rank of flash strike has risen from B to A. Yes. The skills have leveled up. Han-Yeol rejoiced inwardly after reading the messages. The only remaining gigantic lizard was the one Mujahid was in charge of now that Yarena and Han-Yeol had defeated theirs. Surprisingly, Mujahid was struggling against the gigantic lizard despite ranking third in the raid party overall and second in terms of strength alone. This was because he was a bruiser type that did not possess any piercing skills while Han-Yeol was able to exploit the gigantic lizard's weakness with his skills. Puck, slurp, tisk. I guess hitting it won't work. Whem, arg. Not only that, but it was also impossible for Mujahid to fight while protecting the other hunters from the gigantic lizard's AoE attack. After all, he did not possess any defensive skills. Thanks to that, the hunters fighting alongside him were exhausted from evading the gigantic lizard's attacks. The situation was a stark difference between Yarena and Han-Yeol. Yarena had attracted the monster's aggro and swiftly put an end to the battle while Han-Yeol had used his healing skills to sustain his allies as he fought against the monster. Bang, 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 shwiaik, shwiaik, shwiaik. Wow, I'm healed. Han-Yeol fired healing bullets at the hunters that Mujahid failed to protect, and casualties were reduced thanks to his efforts. Healing bullets might only be able to heal simple injuries, but they had the advantage of being very quick to take effect. In the end, the entire Horus raid party focused on the gigantic lizard Mujahid was handling and put an end to the battle. Ding, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Your level has risen. Alright. Han-Yeol rejoiced after seeing the level up message, and he immediately invested all 5 points into charisma. These lizards are reptiles, right? I wonder if they have eggs somewhere, he wondered. Birds and reptiles mostly laid eggs, and he could not help but covet those eggs. It was almost impossible for him to not think about the monster eggs now that he had obtained the taming skill, which was the golden ticket to earn him 1 trillion won. Thank you for your hard work. Wow, we won. Yahoo! It was now the porters' turn to do their job, since the 3 gigantic lizards had been defeated. They immediately got to work to dismember the monsters and collect the mana stones, but... what's going on? It came from where the monster corpses are at. Don't tell me, was there a monster hiding? The hunters jumped in surprise and ran as fast as they could to where the scream had come from. However, what greeted them upon reaching there was something quite simple yet complicated. What should I do about this? Han-Yeol shook his head and muttered with a defeated look after seeing what Mavrose was doing. The baby black dragon was once again devouring and rummaging through the gigantic lizard's corpse in search of its mana stone. This was exactly what had happened with the monster rabbits. Vice leader Nim. I think this is going to be a bit expensive. The F-rank hunter, who was also the manager and accountant of the Horus raid party, approached Han-Yeol and carefully told him. He was trying to be as careful as possible. This incident was not something that he should reprimand Han-Yeol for even though it was his mistake. Technically, the F-rank hunter should have gone to Yarena or Miriam and reported the matter to them. Han-Yeol let out a sigh and looked at the F-rank hunter. He knew very well that this was no longer something he could simply brush off by telling him to take it out of his share of the profits. He made a decision and said, "Call Miriam." "Yes, sir." The F-rank hunter then ran as fast as he could in search of Miriam. I guess, something happened. Miriam was curious why Han-Yeol was suddenly looking for her, but she soon realized that there was an issue upon seeing Mavrose. The situation was a bit problematic no matter how favorable the Horus raid party was toward Han-Yeol. This certainly is a problem. There were a lot of monster rabbits so that did not really matter, but... yeah, that's why I want to propose a trade this time. A trade? Yeah, what do you think if I reimburse the raid party with a pet for the mess Mavrose caused? Deal. Miriam did not hesitate even for a second before she immediately agreed to the trade. Miriam was usually the level-headed type who calculated everything before making a decision, but she had immediately agreed to Han-Yeol's proposal without even giving it a second thought. Taearanim has taken an interest in pets these days after receiving Candaloos. Also, I have received special orders from my country to prioritize obtaining as many pets as possible if the opportunity arises. Therefore, we accept your offer to compensate for whatever damages Mavros caused in exchange for a pet. Oh, I see. Han-Yeol was glad after hearing that not only Taearana but even the Egyptian government was interested in the monster pets. The Egyptian government's interest could become free marketing for Han-Yeol, and this in turn could convince more people that these pets were definitely worth the astounding 1 trillion won price tag. Some might think that Han-Yeol was losing out on this deal for giving up such an expensive pet as compensation, but he did not consider it as a loss at all. He was simply giving something with value without having to fork out actual cash. But it is truly a shame. What is? Mavros tends to eat once in every 6 or 12 hours based on my observation. You would have had to pay up more in compensation if he ate more. Haha, is that so? As expected of these people. They don't care about cash as long as they get their hands on the pets. Han-Yeol knew that the Horus raid party were not petty people. Taearana was basically royalty. Her family's wealth was not added into the assessment of her personal wealth, but everyone knew that she was the most beloved daughter of the Egyptian president who was one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. In other words, there was no way that they lacked cash. Miriam knew this for a fact, which was why she was instantly interested in the pet Han-Yeol had offered instead of asking for cash compensation. Most people thought of her as nothing more than Taearana's servant, but she was probably one of the most precious assets of Egypt. I have changed my mind. I hope Mavros will consume more monsters from now on. Ha ha ha. Han-Yeol might have amassed more than 3 trillion won, but he still found it difficult to understand how the real wealthy people thought. Phew, I should work harder. No, I should learn from these two. He realized that he should learn the mindset of true wealthy individuals from both Taearana and Miriam. Mavros finished eating a fifth of the gigantic lizard before swallowing its mana stone whole as if he was having dessert. Q. The baby black dragon's cry signaled the end of his meal, which basically made Han-Yeol lose 1 trillion won. However, that cry was only the beginning of his voracious appetite. Ha, you're making me age faster. Q. Mavros looked at Han-Yeol with his big round innocent eyes. The Horus raid party rested while the porters were busily working on the 2 and whatever remained of the monster corpses. The raid party would have immediately moved on to the next target in normal circumstances, but the gigantic lizards were not an easy opponent despite having a weakness. Therefore, taking a break was imperative. This was so that they could maintain their gear while recovering their mana. Han-Yeol observed the 1,000-armed bodhisattva with demon eyes while the others were resting, and he noticed that the boss monster had not budged an inch from its place. Does that thing really think he's Buddha or something? Han-Yeol found the boss monster to be quite peculiar, but he really wanted to avoid fighting against it if he was given a choice. The boss monster looked really strong. Han-Yeol would not have any reservations fighting against the boss monster alone if he had reached master rank, but he was at most an A+ rank or S rank as of now. Well, there's no point crying over spilled milk. He decided to not think about the 1,000-armed bodhisattva for now and focus on the gigantic lizards instead. They were fortunate enough to only face 3 gigantic lizards this time around, but Han-Yeol could see some that were moving in groups of 10. It was much better than the monster rabbits that had moved around in groups of hundreds, but there was a huge difference between the two monsters' strengths. After all, there was bound to be a difference between a dragon and a rabbit. Han-Yeol sat on the ground and started to think, we will need a more efficient method to fight against these lizards, and we should try to locate their nest as well. Demon Eyes was not an omnipotent skill. The monster eggs possessed faint mana, but the skill was not able to pick up such faint traces of mana when he was kilometers away. Han-Yeol needed to be in close proximity to the egg if he were to pick up its faint mana. Should I summon another demon? Han-Yeol currently had 4 demons contracted to him. Well, it was technically 5 if Kajikar was included, but Kajikar had only been temporarily contracted. Not to mention, Han-Yeol's invoke stat already reached 230, and this meant that he could summon and contract more demons. Still, he preferred to rely on his own strength and hunt to maximize his growth. However, he did not have a choice right now. The Horus raid party was going to obtain another combatant if a demon on par with Balrog appeared. Tisk. I'm a bit uncomfortable with summoning so many demons, but I guess I don't have a choice. In the end, Han-Yeol opened the Encyclopedia of Demons application on his smartphone. This record known as the Encyclopedia of Demons had been created by a famous occult group, and it had records of most demons regardless of whether they were famous or not. The application was priced at $29.99, and it was quite pricey when compared to the price of most paperback books. Han-Yeol did not have to scour the internet for details thanks to this application, because he could simply use the search function in the app to look for whichever demon he wanted. Let's see. I wonder which one I should pick this time? He wondered as he browsed the app. The main page had the 72 demons of Solomon, which was definitely a pass. He was much stronger than before, but he did not dare mess with them as he still got chills whenever he remembered his encounter with Astaroth. Also choosing to pass on the highest-ranking demons, he decided to summon a demon named Fogren, which was a high-ranking demon that used swords. However, he ran into a problem just as he was about to summon the demon. Ding! You may not summon the demon as you do not possess enough invoke. What the hell? Han-Yeol was surprised by the message he was seeing for the first time. However, his surprise lasted only for a few seconds before he started to analyze the situation. This means that I can only summon demons that require less than 230 invoke. And the reason this message has never appeared before was that I did not hit the cap. That means, a high-ranking demon is going to use quite a lot of invoke. Han-Yeol was not the smartest of the bunch, but his intelligence had increased after obtaining his game-like ability. It was then. Han-Yeol Nim. You scared me? What is it, Carvis? Carvis suddenly spoke to Han-Yeol. I am no longer surprised whenever you get surprised. What's with that dad joke? Bring back my old Carvis. Anyway, new content has been updated. A new content. Yes, you may see more details regarding demon summoning if you read its description. Really? Yes. It had been a long time since Carvis had brought a useful piece of advice. She was an ego that had awakened to help Han-Yeol, but she served more as a supporter in combat rather than a guide, as she could not recall a lot of things. It was a breath of fresh air that Carvis suddenly provided useful advice to Han-Yeol. Thanks. Demon summoning description. Summoner, Lee Han-Yeol, newbie summoner. Title, N/A. Blessings, N/A. Invoke, 200/230. Currently contracted demons. Balrog. Level, 15. Rank, intermediate. Experience points, 231/45,000. Innate skill, absorb flames. Stats. STR, 60. VIT, 77. AGI, 33. Mag, 95. 10, 130. Skills, Fire Shield, Hell Spear, Breath of Fire. Invoke required, 100. Void Devil. Level, 32. Rank, low. Experience points, 1,728/24,222. Innate ability, Shadow Form. Skills, Void Wave, Void Strike, Void Shift, Void Step, Void Ambush, Void Conquer. Invoke required, 50. Void Devil. Level, 30. Rank, low. Experience points, 12,085/34,311. Innate ability, Shadow Form. Skills, Void Storm, Void Mind, Void Space, Void Silence, Void Artillery. Invoke required, 50. Invoke requirement by rank. Low, 50, above demon summoning rank F. Intermediate, 100, above demon summoning rank E. High, 500, above demon summoning rank D. Top, 1000, above demon summoning rank C. 72 devils, 10,000, above demon summoning rank B. Asterisk invoke is not required for up to 3 demons. See crazy? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly after reading the lengthy description. As expected, Kajikar was not treated as one of his contracted demons, and neither was Delchant, the demon merchant, counted as well. However, what surprised Han-Yeol was not all of these, but the amount of invocation required that was displayed at the bottom of the description. Mavrose was quite sensitive to Han-Yeol's emotions, and he perked his head up the moment he felt a shift. A monster pet was not simply a domesticated monster, but it was a comrade for a hunter. It's nothing, Mavrose. I'm alright. Mavrose rubbed his head on Han-Yeol's chest after making sure that he was alright. Phew. Yeah, nothing's going to change even if I get all worked up. The problem is how am I going to solve this? In the end, the demon proved to be exactly that, a demon. It wasn't a creature that Han-Yeol could simply call upon whenever he wanted. Nonetheless, what he needed to do now was set his target on summoning another intermediate demon and increase his invoke stat by 70. I should have invested more in invoke instead of spreading it out. There was no reason to cry over spilled milk, but he could not help feeling regret and frustration over his actions. Well, there's no helping it. I can just start from now on and diligently hunt these gigantic lizards. I'll invest everything I gain from them and summon another intermediate demon before we face the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva, Han-Yeol thought. This was the first time he felt a wall ever since he gained his game-like ability. It was a bit frustrating, but he decided to brush it off as another opportunity for him to grow stronger. Who would have known invoke was so important? Wait a minute. Is LCK an important stat too? He wondered. He wanted to try investing some points into LCK if it was important, but he hesitated since it could be a useless stat in the end. But it won't be there if it's useless in the first place, right? Feeling conflicted, he pondered for quite a while before he finally made up his mind. Whatever, I need to prioritize invoke for now, he thought as he shrugged it off. Quack, quook. Blue blood splattered on Han-Yeol's face, but he did not flinch as he was fully focused on the battle, and delivering the next attack was more important to him. He was currently fighting with demon eyes on. He preferred not to use this skill during combat as it interfered with his vision, but the 360-degree vision demon eyes offered made it quite convenient for him to check up on his allies' status while fighting. It was quite uncomfortable at first, but he slowly got used to it. No, it actually proved to be extremely convenient as he was able to read the flow of mana then and there. Wow, our vice leader Nim is working too hard. Yeah, he seems to be giving it his all. Did something happen? Come on, nothing, I'm sure it's nothing. We were trapped together here for the last few days, so what could have happened? Well, I guess you're right. Hey, quit chatting and focus on the battle. Why yes. Han-Yeol's extremely fast hunting speed gave the other hunters the luxury to chat during the battle, but they were soon scolded by a raid party executive. However, even the executive could not help but find it strange. Why is he pushing himself all of a sudden? It wasn't strange at all for them to ask such a question, but they were probably not going to guess the reason behind it, even in their wildest dreams. Han-Yeol had to deal as much damage as possible to obtain the maximum experience points whenever he was fighting with a party, and he didn't have the luxury of holding back if he wanted to level up quickly, considering the limited number of gigantic lizards available. Vicious stabs. Puck, 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 guo, thud. Han-Yeol killed a gigantic lizard, but he did not even stop to catch his breath. He immediately ran over to help Mujahid. Shweainik, Puuk, Geek. The gigantic lizard was fully occupied with Mujahid, and it shrieked in agony when it was ambushed by Han-Yeol's sword. The sword stabbed into the exposed part of its body, and the sword was brightly burning with flames, which was a natural weakness of reptiles. Hop, Kuo. Han-Yeol and the gigantic lizard let out a shout as they clashed with each other. Quack, Guo, thud. As expected, the gigantic lizard did not stand a chance against Han-Yeol and fell dead to the ground. Ha, ha, ha. Han-Yeol was exhausted after using too much mana in a short period of time. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. It was then. Ding, ding, your level has risen. The rank of sword breath has risen from A to M, O. It finally reached master rank. Han-Yeol rejoiced at the message and expected an even better skill to appear. His expectation was right on the money. Ding, sword breath has reached master rank. A new skill has been created. Explosion. Huh? Explosion? Han-Yeol was confused by the appearance of a magic skill, Explosion, when he mastered a sword skill that engulfed his sword with flames. Explosion, F. Type, active. Description, a powerful explosion will be triggered whenever a target is cut by the user's sword engulfed with sword breath. The explosion damage will increase the higher this skill's level becomes. Wow, Han-Yeol realized that he was thinking too one-dimensionally after reading the skill's description. His ability was indeed game-like, but that did not mean that it was 100% like the games he played. Explosion was a magic spell often used by magicians in novels or games, but this explosion was registered as a sword ability for Han-Yeol. Not only that, but the skill was actually quite powerful, and he dared say that it was the perfect skill he required right now against the gigantic lizards. Alright, I should test this out on these reptile bastards, Han-Yeol thought while walking to replenish his mana. Other hunters had to wait until their mana naturally replenished, but Han-Yeol possessed a cheat-like skill that allowed him to replenish mana simply by walking around. Mujahid approached Han-Yeol and patted him on the shoulder. Pat? Aren't you pushing yourself too much, Hyungnim? I heard from Nunam that your mana capacity is quite big, but you will exhaust yourself if you keep pushing like that. Mujahid was speaking in his usual carefree way, but he was actually apologetic deep inside. He was an S-rank hunter, but he was not able to do anything since the gigantic lizards directly countered his abilities. He wanted to apologize for his shortcomings, but he found it difficult to apologize to other people due to his personality. In the end, this was his own way of apologizing to Han-Yeol. Of course, his effort was not in vain as Han-Yeol could feel what Mujahid wanted to say deep inside. Well, it's alright. This is a secret between you and me, but I actually have a skill that replenishes my mana, and that's why I'm able to replenish mana so quickly and use more than other hunters. Wow, that's an amazing skill. It seems like you're monopolizing all of the rare skills in the world. Mujahid was sincerely surprised and impressed by that revelation. I think I am. Haha, Keek. The mood instantly lightened up after the two joked around for a bit. It went without saying that Mavrose ate one of the monster's corpses and its mana stone as soon as the battle concluded. It seems that Mavro's appetite has increased. Yeah, I think so too. The difference in the baby black dragon's appetite was quite evident. It was a bit difficult to quantify, but anyone could see that he was eating more and more. The increased appetite of the baby black dragon was not a concern for Han-Yeol, as what mattered to him the most was the change that was occurring in his pet. Change will always bring results, Han-Yeol thought before he stretched his tired neck. Crack, crack. He felt that it was time for him to kick things up a notch now that he had obtained a new skill. Hop, puck, kuo. Han-Yeol stretched and asked Miriam to increase their hunting speed. Miriam went to Tiarana to ask for her opinion, and Tiarana easily agreed after feeling that things had become a bit boring around here. Thanks to that, the Horus raid party hunters were on the verge of dying from exhaustion. Ah, damn it. These lizards are too damn stubborn. Die. Arg. Huff. Huff. Puck. 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 Pukok. Of course, they had changed their formation to a 3-shift rotation since the increased hunting speed was going to drain their stamina much faster than usual. With their already limited numbers, it would be a huge problem if the hunters lost concentration due to fatigue, as it could result in casualties. The Egyptian hunters who were taking a break sat on the ground and meditated whenever they had the chance to replenish their mana. Concentrating was challenging amidst the ongoing battles, but they believed it was still better than idling around. This time, the Horus raid party was facing 4 gigantic lizards. Bring it on, you reptiles. Han-Yeol unleashed his full firepower. Everything is meaningless. Balrog and the 2 void devils marked one of the gigantic lizards. Han-Yeol used his demons sparingly as they cost resources to summon, but he figured now was the time to use them. I can just toss them each a mana stone from the monster rabbits, he thought as he shrugged the cost off. Bam! There were no differences in Balrog and the gigantic lizard's size. Balrog slammed his shield when the gigantic lizard attempted to body smash him. Quachik, this punk's attack packs quite the punch. Bring it on. I will block you until my body breaks. Wahaha. It was impossible for Balrog, specializing in defense, and the two Void Devils, offensive but low-ranking demons, to defeat a gigantic lizard on their own. However, what Han-Yeol desired was for them to draw the attention of the gigantic lizard until he finished his task. It was evident that this particular combination of demons was specialized for the required task. 1. Tenacity.